which point I would say, huh?
So
I have ice cream.
Midday-ish, a little after lunch. Is that what you're picturing?
What, in the off chance that there is a warrant?
No, I'm talking about when you're going to arrive.
Yeah,
I've moved on.
I'm going to be there.
I'm thinking because that's probably about the time they will have every one of their lights on.
Oh.
How long does it take every day at the start of the day to turn on every light at the open of business?
See, now you've really got me curious about this place. Well, because I am not, you asked me earlier this morning, sorry, are you familiar with Ryder Homes lighting? Like, well, no. And then you started telling me about it. I'm like, well, this sounds actually kind of pretty cool. And now you've got me totally just
well, you go to a box store.
You make it sound
and they
like
have
that it's
a fraction of the, devoted to lights. Here is an entire business and structure devoted to lights of every shape and size. So
is the place cavernous?
I mean,
is it like Mammoth Caves?
Not 28,000 square feet.
But close.
Maybe 26. Yeah.
Well, I'm looking forward to going
I'm
down.
bad with them.
Hopefully,
I'm bad with the new man.
Going down there, I may actually look at a new lamp for the office because I hate the one that we have right now. Because every time that our little refrigerator comes on, it makes...
Dims?
No, it makes it go off. It literally turns the light off. It turns the lamp off.
Okay. KPNW, good morning.
Good morning. I'd like to give a shout out to Ryder Homes because we bought our Made in America lights for our new home.
Really?
Wow.
And they're Made in America lights. I like the way that you said that.
Yeah, and it was like $10,000 worth of Made in America lights.
Wow.
Ouch. How big is your house?
Well, it was new home construction, so...
Yeah.
That'll do it.
Yeah. That's a lot of lights.
It is a lot of lights, and I love my lights.
My gosh. Does it look like something out of, Close Encounters of the Third Kind when you flick them all on? Do you actually give yourself a sunburn?
Yeah, what's your power bill every month?
No.
So I bet because you are in tight with them now, I bet if you came down and wanted some ice cream, they probably would give you 2 scoops.
God, listen to you. And he's inviting everybody. Oh, just go on down.
It's a party, man. It's a social.
Yeah. Anyway.
Hey, thanks for calling.
We appreciate it.
You have a good day, guys.
You too.
Bye-bye. Now, I can see them going in, turning all the lights on in their house, and then leaving, with like a sunburn.
And every other house, you can see if you were to be able to graft their output, dims.
Yeah, every time they flick the lights on.
Computers kind of go out, and all of a sudden. All right, we got a break. Ashley Cook, she's a mobile security expert. Are you abreast of the cyber threats that are out there? You will be next on a Friday go-around with the Wake Up Call. 11:20 KPNW.
Northwest Burger inside the 5th Street Market features burgers so amazing they're an experience all their own. Freshly ground meat and local produce combined with the creativity of local chef Garrett Kirsch makes for a burger experience like no other. You'll get mouth-watering goodness in every single bite. Check out their menu and photos on Facebook. Northwest Burger, located in the 5th Street Market. It's not just a burger, it's an experience.
As a young teenage boy, I didn't even know what autism was. How do you even spell that? A few years later, I heard that a friend's cousin's son had been diagnosed with autism.
I still wasn't sure what that really meant.
When I went to college, my roommate's brother had autism. When I moved to the city for work, my best friend called me and told me his son had been diagnosed with autism. We were both in shock. I still remember the day I walked into the house and saw that look on my wife's face. I knew something was wrong. I'll never forget how I felt when she said, "Our son has autism."
Autism is getting closer to home. Today, 1 in 110 children is diagnosed with autism. That's a 600% increase in the last 20 years. Learn the signs at autismspeaks.org. Early diagnosis can make a lifetime of difference. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
Voodoo
Hoodoo's Backcountry Festival presented by Three Creeks Brewery is this Friday and Saturday. Celebrate every form of human-powered touring into the backcountry. Pack your snow tents and camp out for 2 full nights of backcountry culture at its finest. Live music from Alder Street Band, Beer Garden, and more seminars, demos, and races than ever before. Whether you ride, slide, bike, or skin into the backcountry, you won't want to miss BC Fest 2016 at Hoodoo. See race schedule, list of vendors, and all the details at skihoodoo.com.
My biggest concern was my daughter's safety.
We were so apart from each other.
My other concerns were the leaks in the wall, the mice running around.
We're in darkness, but there's always a little bit of light, and if people help, the light becomes greater.
I'm proud of my home, and I'm proud of all that it took to build it.
Because of this house, our family has become united.
You can change the lives of families in your community and around the world. Join us. Habitat. We build.
News, information, 24/7 on News Radio 1120 KPNW. The most accurate forecast now. We have weather every 10 minutes during Wake Up Call on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Good morning. If you're headed out that door in the next few minutes, you're already out on those roads. We've had moderate showers throughout most of the night thanks to a cold front that moved through. We're still tracking some light rain off and on across the valley as well as the coast under mostly cloudy skies. Temps right now are in the mid to low 40s with about 43 in town. Winds out of the southeast at 5 to 10 with a few gusts up to 15. Now, as we approach the afternoon, we're actually expecting a few hours of partly cloudy skies as we'll be between systems. Highs look to be in the mid-50s with 54 here in town. And we will see winds shifting to the south at 5 to 10. But late in the afternoon and the evening, the next storm system starts to push in. That means the clouds will be back in with an 80 to 90% chance of more showers tonight, even maybe a couple of rogue thunderstorms. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Nation in the KMTR News Source 16 Weather Center, hoping you have a fantastic Friday.
Wayne County.
Basically, what we're doing is using our land use laws. You're running again. Pay attention to all of your voters.
And the nation. Holloway in London. The Wake Up Call on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
News Radio 1120 KPNW. Broadcasting live from the Widmer Studios on a Friday. You know, Widmer is Oregon's favorite craft beer. I'm looking over here at the Wonder Cooler, and I'm thinking tonight some Cocoa Brown is going on. That said. Well, believe it or not, roughly 2/3 of the organizations, according to some research, have a mobility program in which they give out a cell phone or have a corporate app. And 74% of survey respondents said that their companies had experienced a data breach due to a mobile security issue, almost always extending from malicious apps or unsecured Wi-Fi. You know, and this actually, one cybersecurity firm, Proofpoint, recently revealed that a rogue app store, given the moniker Dark Side Loader, had been allowing iOS users to download free apps using a process known as side loading, and it's causing some problems. To talk about that this morning is Ashley Cook. She's a mobile security expert. So, Ashley, the downside loader, the way that I understand this, it allows them to go around like different security and safety protocols for phones, right?
Yeah, so side loading, which you said, is the process of downloading and installing apps on the mobile device and from a source that's not an official consumer app or valid enterprise app store. So, for example, you mentioned Dark Side Loader, and that is a rogue app store. When people go to download apps from Dark Side Loader, they're enticed by the apps being free. So they're thinking, okay, well, this is good. You know, I won't have to pay for this, so I'll just download it for free. The problem is that many of those apps have malware, which can lead to the device being jailbroken, which basically removes the software restrictions that were imposed by Apple or Google. So once that happens, then the user is riddled with malware, which could be Trojans or bots or worms, etc. So very dangerous, definitely not worth the risk.
Okay, so let me ask this question. Most people when they have, and honestly, I'll be the first person to say I don't have an iPhone, so I cannot speak intelligently about iPhones. I have a smartphone, in particular a Samsung, an Android, which I can speak at least somewhat knowledgeably about. My question would be here, most folks, when they get these phones, they'll go to, let's say, the Google, the Play Store. They'll look around and they'll find a free antivirus program and, look at the ratings, find the one that has the highest rating, download the thing. Are these effective in dealing with, something like these types of malware that you're talking about that jailbreak your phone?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely an added precaution and mitigation strategy.
But do they work? I mean, considering they're free, do they actually work?
Yeah, antivirus software does work. There's going to be different types and some that I suppose work better than others. But the danger that we have is technology moves so fast. So, you may download software to prevent viruses, but by the time the hackers catch up, then it's obsolete. So the best thing to do is to really modify user behavior, which means, look, if someone says, hey, look at this picture, download this game, it's free. If you get advertising that in pop-ups, don't click on them. Don't download the free app that shows up in an SMS message. Control your environment by being smart. And I think that's something that we all have to be aware of. And it's shocking how many people are not aware of these risks. And I think from a corporate standpoint, we need to teach our employees about the risks and deter them from going outside of where they should be.
Okay, so this leads me to two separate questions. The first one is on something like, say, I mentioned the Google Play Store, and I'm not going to mention iTunes because, again, I don't know the protocols and how it works.
Right.
But I know for instance, on the Play Store, you can download hundreds of thousands of games and apps that do just about anything. What is the guarantee that even those are safe, considering how many there are? And do we know that all of those are even safe?
I mean, let's put it this way. If you're going to download an app from Google or iTunes, okay, chances are that application is going to be safe. The Apple Store vets the app prior to publishing, and it's been said that Apple vets the apps at a higher level, and that
so they do it at a higher level, meaning that the Play Store does it at a lower level, which to me implies the fact that they're not necessarily guaranteed to be safe.
Yeah, there's no 100% guarantee that every app is going to be safe on any store, but certainly you can minimize your risk by only going to Google or iTunes and staying away from these third-party app stores like Dark Side Loader. So, the good thing about going to Google or iTunes is that if there is reported to have an app that contains malware, that their response time is very quick. So, again, nothing's 100%, but you're safe when you go to Google or iTunes. The problem is when you start accessing applications that did not come from one of those stores, and then that's when you start to get malware. Or if you respond to an SMS with a picture and you click on it, and once that malware is installed, then it acquires access privileges and spreads through to your contacts.
Question. So for instance, let's say that, because we've already mentioned that a lot of companies, give their employees or have their employees, phone up. They have a corporate phone. Can the type of malware that would be on, for instance, say a smartphone, can that transfer to, like, for instance, a normal desktop or laptop computer, or are there enough differences between the two technologies that they don't transfer like that?
Yeah, that's a great question. Unfortunately, once a phone has been compromised or a device, because the average business person has 3 devices. They have their laptop, their cell phone, and then something like an iPad. And so the problem is that if I'm out running around and a hacker infiltrates my device, right, by spoofing, or I click on an app that I shouldn't have, then I am subjecting my other devices to be compromised, as well as anybody else who I share a Wi-Fi connection with. So it is something that we have to be careful of. And going back to, again, is having policies and procedures with employees as to what they can use their phone for. And then also making a decision if you're going to let your employees do work from their own device, which is BYOD, bring your own device, or are you going to say, you know what, we're going to issue you a company phone and you're not allowed to text message on it, and here's how you can use this device. And that seems to be the best solution, is to not allow employees to use their own devices.
I'm going to go back to one of the questions from a little bit ago regarding, the different downloads as far as free security devices and so on and so forth. What is then, if you say that the free ones are, they're going to protect your phone, then, like, for instance, AVG, what's the difference then between that AVG and the pay version of it? What are going to be the expanded protections? Do you know?
I don't know specifically what those would be, and I wouldn't want to comment on that. But I think that most of the public is not aware that you can download antivirus software onto your cell phones. So that's something that most people are not even aware of. Now, you do have to be careful as well from scams that will pop up and say, hey, you've got a virus, click here and download our antivirus software.
Right.
And we'll remove the virus. Now, the problem is that is actually a scam, and that is the virus. So you end up downloading, again, a virus.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Ashley, thanks for joining us this morning. We appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thanks so much. Have a great day.
You take care. It is 6:51 News Radio 1120 KPNW. See, what she was not willing to say, and I've seen reports that vary, but Google Play really, there's a lot of stuff on there that is not safe. And while iTunes, and to be honest with you, I don't really read that much about iPhones because I don't have one, and because I don't have one and I don't use one, I don't see the need to spend a bunch of time, researching it. But I do know that in the stuff that I've seen is that the Google Play Store is not all that safe. And I've seen anywhere from, different reports that say anywhere from about 5 to 20% of the apps that are on there could and or are potentially infected with some form of malware, virus, or et cetera. The one thing that I would say about, and it makes me wonder about smartphone antivirus, if you have, like, for instance, an antivirus system, a firewall at work or even at home on your PC, you know that generally on almost a daily basis, there is an update for that particular security software that, dealing with whatever the latest, the greatest, the latest threat is going to be. And so every day they're adding, new things to it. Whereas most of the, like, for instance, AVG, and I'm not picking on AVG, I'm just using that as an example, you may go for several weeks or months before they have any updates available for that particular, security software on your phone. And it's led me to ask on a number of occasions, like, well, how safe is that really? I mean, if they're only updating it once every couple of months, are they really keeping up to date on, the latest, greatest, newest advances in malware? I don't know. It makes me shrug, and I used to have a lot of different apps on my smartphone, and really, I'm down to just a few of them at this point. And part of it has to do with the whole issue of, are these things really safe or not? I mean, I think one of the things that she didn't mention was, I think before you download an app, any app, they tell you what the company is. I mean, it's there in the App Store. It tells you what the company is. Buyer beware. Do a little research on it. I'm to the point anymore, before I download any app on my phone, regardless of what it is, I do some Googling and take a look at it just to make sure that, number one, the publisher is, on the level, or at least has a certain amount of respect out there, that it's a legit company. I mean, that's one of the first things I do. And secondly, just a quick Google will tell you whether they've had problems with people downloading it and ending up with malware in their phones.
Can you give an example of one that you did not go with because of the research?
I can't remember the name of it. It was a weather program. And weather programs, like, for instance, WeatherBug. What I don't like about and eventually you can dig into the settings on it and turn the things off where they're not constantly on your status bar. I don't like a bunch of stuff on my status bar. What I have on my status bar, I want to know what kind of coverage I've got, how much life is left in my battery, and what the time is. Those are the basic things I want in there. So I don't like getting constant weather updates and other updates like that. And there was one of them that had certain things that I really liked about it, and I did a little Googling on it, and everybody that had downloaded it had problems with malware.
Okay. Jason Davis, PIO with Linn County Health and Human Services. Next hour, also, of course, Johnny Cruz with his Friday visit. Stand by. More to come in hour number 2 on 1120 KPNW.
America's first sustainable home and garden show returns. Now this you've got to see. Meet beekeepers and local food manufacturers. Shop for fresh salsas, spicy pickles, herbal teas, and fresh tamales. Fair trade coffee, crafted spirits, granolas, artisan cheeses, sauces, and jams. Discover gluten-free foods. Get growing edibles. Plan your visit around 65 new seminars. Create a better life at the Good Earth Home Garden and Living Show. Admission is free Friday through Sunday at the fairgrounds. EugeneHomeshow.com. At this year's Good Earth Home Garden and Living Show, visit the Good Earth Music Stage presented by KEZI 9. Explore and shop the KEZI Living Pavilion. Enjoy adorable alpacas, art, live music, and Cafe Mom at the Good Earth Cafe. Discover big design ideas for small spaces with Shannon Quimby. Tour Oregon's Tiny House Roundup. Double your donations to Shelter Box. Create a better life at the Good Earth Home Garden and Living Show, January 22nd through the 24th. Admission is free. Now this, you've got to see.
Tired of long wait times and high prices at your local boat repair shop? The Boat Dock LLC Marine Repair in Springfield has the fastest turnover. With state-of-the-art test equipment and on-site test tank, the jobs are done right the first time. From simple tune-ups and water pumps to complete repowers on all types of marine power boats, the Boat Dock LLC is the shop to visit at 1252 30th Street in Springfield. A Better Business Bureau accredited business. Visit their website at eugeneboatrepair.com. That's eugeneboatrepair.com.
It never rains when the wake-up call takes to the air. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
What do you call a certified pre-owned BMW? The ultimate driving machine. And now, with select certified pre-owned BMWs, you'll receive 1 year of complimentary maintenance, ensuring the ultimate driving machine stays that way. Visit your local BMW center today to enjoy legendary performance for less than you think. BMW, the ultimate driving machine. Offer valid through February 29th, 2016. Some restrictions may apply. Visit bmwusa.com/CPO special offers for details.
Financing and leasing available by BMW Financial Services. Visit BMW of Eugene, also online at bmwofeugene.com.
Your KPNW weather brought to you by Mattress Mania, where the side effect of saving like crazy may cause excessive high-fiving and a permanent smile.
Good morning to you and yours. If you're headed out that door in the next few minutes, you're already out on those roads. We've got mostly cloudy skies as well as showers off and on out there from a cold front that moved through last night, bringing moderate rain. Now, temps right now are in the mid to low 40s with 43 in town. Winds out of the southeast at 5 to 10. We have seen a few gusts up to 15. But as we move through your day this afternoon, I actually expect partly cloudy skies with highs in the mid-50s as we'll be between storm systems most of the afternoon. But as we approach the evening, those clouds will be rolling back in out of the southwest as the next storm system starts to move in. Tonight, we've got an 80 to 90% chance of more showers into the overnight hours carrying into your Saturday. We could even see a few isolated thunderstorms here and there. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Nation in the NBC 16 Weather Center, hoping you have a great day.
This is the sound of salmonella gyrating on your undercooked chicken. And it looks like Mom might be taking it out a little early. Don't let salmonella get funky with your chicken. On average, 1 in 6 Americans will get a foodborne illness this year. So use a thermometer to cook each type of meat to the right temperature. Keep your family safe at foodsafety.gov. Brought to you by the USDA, HHS, and the Ad Council.
Fox News, fair and balanced. We report, you decide. On News Radio 1120 KPNW, Eugene, Springfield.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. Millions of Americans got the bread and milk and keep stocking up on
salt and snow shovels and ice melt and things of this nature, snow blowers.
His store in Washington just got a new shipment in as the city prepares for a blizzard.
345 pieces of equipment and 750 city employees ready to go at noon, and the first priority is going to be pre-treating street surfaces with a beet juice and salt brine mixture. The beet juice is blended in so the salt stays in place longer.
Fox's Peter Ducey. Bus and subway service will shut down tonight in D.C. They could get 2 feet of snow, even more in Virginia and Maryland. The storm started overnight from Louisiana through Arkansas to the Carolinas,
prompting many school districts to cancel classes to keep people off icy roads. Traffic isn't the only problem. A mixture of sleet and freezing rain could pose a risk of weighing down branches and power lines, causing them to break. So utility companies have crews on standby.
Fox's Jonathan Seri in Asheville. The rebound continues on Wall Street. The opening bell rings in big gains. Fox Business Network's Nicole Pedalini's live at the New York Stock Exchange.
We have a good chance of snapping the recent losing streak. In fact, the Dow Jones Industrial Average right now 240 points to the upside at 16,130. The Nasdaq up 103, the S&P 500 up 36, and the Dow is up 1.5% right now, and for the week up nearly 1%. We're seeing blizzard stocks higher, such as Generac Generators, Lowe's, and Home Depot, and we're seeing American Express hitting a new low after its quarterly report. Dave.
Thank you, Nicole. A University of Virginia student detained in North Korea. The State Department says it's aware of the reports, has contacted his family.
North Korea saying it's holding 21-year-old American Otto Frederick Warmbier from Cincinnati after he committed, quote, a hostile act. It said he entered the country intending to destroy its unity. A tour agency says Warmbier was detained at Pyongyang Airport almost 3 weeks ago at the end of a 5-day visit.
Fox's Alistair Wanklin. Fox News Radio. Fair and balanced.
Hey, Russell Wilson here, and I know how important exercise is.
It's essential. It's essential.
With Play 60, United Way and the NFL are helping kids stay active and play at least 60 minutes a day.
Healthy kids, healthy kids.
But what this place needs is you. To donate or volunteer, go to unitedway.org/play60 because great things happen when we live united.
Donate, donate.
Are you guys going to do that every time?
Yes, of course. Yes, of course.
Brought to you by United Way and the Ad Council.
This message is for all of you sitting in the passenger seat. And apologies if it gets a little uncomfortable, but how does it feel to be at the mercy of someone who thinks a random text is more important than your life? Someone who takes their eyes off the road while speeding along in a 3-ton hunk of steel. Freaky, right? Well, why not just ask them to stop? Or better yet, volunteer to text for them. It might be a little awkward, but believe me, you'll live.
Learn more at StopTextStopWrecks.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
As the snow falls on the south and gets closer and closer to the mid-Atlantic, like the Washington, D.C. area, airlines are getting ready. There have been about 2,400 flights canceled today, another 2,400 tomorrow. The bulk of the cancellations today are around North Carolina and Charlotte, and the rest for tomorrow, Washington and New York City and Philadelphia.
All airlines are issuing travel waivers for people looking to reschedule flights before the storm or after the storm. Here in Philadelphia, people have until about 10 o'clock to get out of town before the airport starts tapering off flights.
That's Dave Kinchin with Fox 29. The FBI plans to have more contact today with those protesters still holed up inside a federal wildlife refuge in Oregon. The governor and many in the community want them to leave. Fox's Jeff Manasso has more live.
Days after Oregon's governor asked the federal government to intervene, and Ammon Bundy, leader of the group that took over the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge in a protest over land rights, spoke over the phone yesterday to an FBI negotiator, opening talks between the two sides. Bundy has said that his group will not escalate the 3-week standoff that has people in nearby Burns, Oregon, divided.
We've seen hope in them that maybe they can have a chance to get some of these things straightened out.
The nearly hour-long recorded phone call by the Oregonian ended with Bundy and the FBI promising more talks today. Dave.
Jeff, a coroner will be examining human remains in Arizona where a student pilot from Taiwan crashed in an F-16.
The Luke Air Force Base commanding officer says he believes the pilot didn't survive the crash, but until there is 100% confirmation, search and rescue efforts will continue. The student was the only person on board that jet, which was assigned to the 56th Fighter Wing. A U.S. Air Force instructor pilot was flying in another F-16 and was training the student in a high G-force maneuver between two aircraft mid-flight.
That's Fox's Tanya J. Powers. I'm Dave Anthony. Fox News Radio.
News Radio 1120 KPNW 7:05. Good morning to you. Welcome in. It is a Friday today, January 22nd, if it's an important date that you should be reminded of. There you go. 51 degrees as we talk about the weather for, not just for today, but for your weekend, kind of back and forth. And if you don't like the weather that you have currently, just wait 5 minutes and you'll probably get something different. Today, a little bit of rain to kind of start things out. We got partly sunny conditions in there, high of 53. Rain and a 90% chance of rain tonight. Tomorrow, rain off and on with a high of 49. Sunday shaping up to be the decent of the two-day weekend. Hi to Joel in Corvallis. I don't know that we can officially say he's one of the 15 because he says he only gets to listen, and he's got it down to 9 hours, but he lives in Corvallis. He does the Deep Six, the all-nighter. And it got me to thinking of a segment that we did, probably one of the more compelling things that we did on the house party when I was doing mornings at KDOC. The question was, we just threw it out there. All right, what are you doing right now that we need to know about? Like, what are you doing for, and it was more aimed at occupations, but we got, some crazy hobbies and things that people were just, doing. And some people maybe weren't doing that at the exact time, but they still shared some crazy jobs that they were doing right here in Eugene, Springfield. Not like, 20 years ago when I was 14. No, right currently, you're doing what? And there was a lot of people on the Deep Six, the all-night shift, or the overnight, or whatever you want to call it. And a couple of those jobs, I was thinking, you got to be kind of on your game, or you're going to lose a finger or an appendage. And I'm thinking 3, 4 o'clock after you've been up, maybe working a 10-hour shift, you got to be careful out there. We might,
What was he doing? What is he doing?
Who?
What was his job, the guy that called from Corvallis?
He works at a plant.
Oh, okay. Is he doing something where he could lose an arm?
He maybe not. I'm talking about people that were calling in for the house party, but he was kind of close to the vest and didn't want, just kind of gave a general answer when I asked him. But his name is Joel.
Hi, Joel.
And he gets to listen. He was talking about he called in originally to talk about the. You remember? I'm trying to think how long ago we talked with John Cruz about the turkey.
Yeah.
To ward off the turkeys.
Yeah, you run the turkeys off and then you call them back.
Right. And he said it does work. He talked to several people, and you get the young, dumb ones to come back, and they have a fresher meat, and the older, more mature, tough-skinned ones that are a little rough around the edges. And I told him, you could be talking turkeys, and you could be talking, a litany of things like human beings, but the analogy was there. But he said it does work, so there you go. Johnny Cruz from SHOT Show coming up later. Also, Jason Davis, what do you need to know about the pertussis scare that has hit Lane County? We'll talk with him. And before all that, get a bit of news, too.
Yeah, we'll have these stories coming up in just a matter of moments. We'll take a look at Oracle and the governor. The governor's now coming out and saying, what agreement? The FBI announced yesterday it is indeed talking to the Bundys. We'll let you know what they are saying publicly, which isn't very much. Also, the Bundys, Eamon Bundy, is saying what their plans are. We'll follow up on that and more here on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
News time 7:09. Good morning.
Fall is officially hit with cold, rainy weather. Don't start a chilly day with a bleak breakfast. Warm your spirits with a breakfast burrito and coffee from Burrito Amigos, the friendly ones. You can always enjoy a fresh cup of coffee at any Burrito Amigos location. But if you need a great espresso, hit up Burrito Amigos drive-thru on 6th and Polk in Eugene, or drop by the Springfield shop at 42nd and Main. Get a big old fresh mocha and bacon breakfast burrito. Bacon and chocolate and coffee. In some states, those are the only 3 food groups. Best of all, you don't need to get out of your car at either of those locations. Of course, that breakfast burrito can also feature link sausage, chorizo, huevos rancheros, black Angus steak, or get it meatless. And of course, you can have a junior burrito or get the larger regular size on those days when you really need to fuel your morning. I'm Bill London, Burrito Amigos' biggest fan, and I do hereby attest coffee and a breakfast burrito from Burrito Amigos trumps any breakfast food requiring the application of milk. Burrito Amigos in Springfield and Eugene.
If you have kids, you've probably wondered how you're going to pay for their college education. That's a great question. And fortunately, you can get some great answers at a free How to Pay for College seminar, Saturday, January 30th in Eugene. Financial, scholarship, and 529 plan experts will help you explore your federal and state financial aid options. Learn how to apply for scholarship money and discover all the tax advantages of the Oregon College Savings Plan. This is a free seminar, so the only thing you'll spend is a little time. It's happening Saturday, January 30th at 11 a.m. at the Eugene Library. You can even reserve a seat online at OregonCollegeSavings.com. That's OregonCollegeSavings.com. If you've got questions about paying for college, we've got answers. Saturday, January 30th at 11 a.m. at the Eugene Library.
Consider the investment objectives, risks, charges, and expenses before investing in the Oregon College Savings Plan. Please visit OregonCollegeSavings.com for a plan disclosure booklet with more information. Read it carefully. Investments in the plan are neither insured nor guaranteed, and there is the risk of investment loss. Tia Kraft Tuition Financing, Inc. is the plan manager.
This is News Radio 1120 KPNW. And we've got the local story of the morning wake-up call.
Good morning. This look at the news brought to you by Burrito Amigos, the friendly ones featuring great breakfast burritos and fresh brewed, locally roasted coffee for a tasty start to your morning. Here's what's going on. The FBI said its response to the occupation of the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge in Oregon by an armed group for nearly 3 weeks has been cautious because authorities want to avoid violence. Now, the agency did issue a brief statement yesterday. It's first since the takeover began January 2nd. And I'm going to read it to you in full. It will take seconds. The FBI recognizes that many in the community have questions about why we're here and our role in helping to end the occupation of the wildlife refuge. We are here to work closely with Sheriff Ward and our local, state, and federal partners to protect the safety and welfare of the community. This occupation has caused tremendous disruption and hardship for the people of Harney County, and our response has been deliberate and measured as we seek a peaceful resolution. Meanwhile, the leader of the armed group that has occupied the refuge for nearly 3 weeks said he has begun speaking with the FBI. Eamon Bundy says that he won't discuss at this point what they have been discussing. But he does say that they, being the Bundy clan, are ready to defend themselves and plan to carry through with their plans to turn over control of the refuge to the county.
We did come in here as educated individuals who understand what our rights are, who understand what the supreme law of this land is, and understand that that supreme law has been violated.
While Bundy says their goal is to turn over control of the refuge to the county, at least officially, the county officials say they don't want control. The Marine Corps says 12 Marines who were in 2 helicopters that crashed off Hawaii are considered dead. The status of the missing Marines changed to deceased after 6 days of searching for them. The Marine Corps says casualty assistance call officers personally notified each family of the change. The search began last week when a civilian on a beach reported seeing the aircraft flying and then a fireball. The Marines were alerted when the CH-53E helicopters carrying 6 crew members each failed to return to their base after the nighttime mission. Hours later, a Coast Guard helicopter and a C-130 airplane spotted debris 2.5 miles off Oahu. The Marines were from various states and have ranged in age from 21 to 41. One of those Marines was Ty Hart. He was a graduate from State and High School. The Eugene Airport continues to grow in terms of passengers and real estate. According to new numbers released from airport number crunchers in the last 5 years, the airport has experienced a 14% increase in passengers. That in turn has led to a terminal expansion. While in general it costs more to fly out of Eugene than Portland, for many it's a matter of convenience and a way, if you live in the area, to save on parking fees and, well, time. The expansion is projected to be done by the end of the year. 2 Portland police officers who expressed support for Ferguson police officer Darren Wilson on Facebook were ordered to receive counseling, and a 3rd retired. The officers posted, "I am Darren Wilson," over a photo of the Portland police badge in 2014. Police documents show the officers, Rich Storm and Chris Barber, were ordered to undergo command counseling for bringing, and I'm quoting, "reproach and discredit to the police bureau and damaging its reputation." Bureau records say a 3rd officer, Rob Blank, faced a potential suspension without pay. He retired. The Facebook posts were made prior to a grand jury's decision to not indict Wilson, whom they said was justified in the shooting death of a black teen in Ferguson, a St. Louis suburb. Portland Police Association President, Officer Darrell Turner, declined to comment. Well, an anti-gun Oregon senator says federal money needs to be spent to research gun violence as a health issue. Brad Ford has details.
Knowledge is power, and Oregon Senator Ron Wyden says the ban on spending federal money on research into gun violence needs to end. He says it makes no sense.
What you're doing is practicing know-nothingism.
A 1996 appropriations rider prevents federal money from going to the Centers for Disease Control to conduct the research.
What we are trying to do is make sure that in the future, this discussion is no longer untethered from the fact.
Wyden says it's time to approach gun violence as a public health crisis. President Obama lifted the ban in 2013, but no money has been appropriated to the federal budget. Wyden and a group of Democrats now working to get that appropriation. I'm Brad Ford, KPNW.
The Oregon Board of Education is going to allow some public schools to keep their Native American-themed mascots as long as they secure permission from one of Oregon's 9 tribes. Officials previously ordered 14 schools with Native American mascots to choose new ones by 2017, but the amendment approved Thursday allows schools to keep the mascots as long as tribal officials say okay. Department of Education spokesperson Crystal Green says the decision follows discussions with each of Oregon's tribes on the issue. Some tribes and school districts have worked together on plans that would keep the mascots, include more tribal history in the classroom. Native Americans had been asking state leaders to ban tribal-themed mascots like Warriors, Braves, and Indians since 2006. Well, as we told you yesterday, Oracle, the state's IT contractor in the $305 million Cover Oregon debacle, is accusing the state of backing out of a $25 million settlement in the case. Well, Oracle has filed another lawsuit to enforce the agreement. Company officials say they hammered out with Governor Kate Brown's chief of staff back in October. The software giant contends the governor's office has the authority to resolve the dispute. Brown says,
No. Obviously, the Attorney General in legal situations like these has the authority, the only authority to settle these types of matters.
What's interesting here is that while the governor avows that it is with the Attorney General the power to make that kind of agreement, she does not at any time say that they didn't meet, they being the governor's office and Oracle, to hammer out an agreement. She doesn't deny that. The state attorney general's office says there was never a settlement between the state and Oracle. There are now a half a dozen disputes connected to the failure of the Cover Oregon exchange. Well, the 4 men involved in the crash of a 40-foot crabbing boat on the Oregon coast have now been identified. The Coos County Sheriff's Office identified the captain on Thursday as 52-year-old Port Orford resident Glenn Burkow. Burkow survived the Tuesday night collision in which the commercial fishing boat Eagle 3 sank after hitting a jetty. The Sheriff's Office says a man whose body was recovered Wednesday has been identified as 52-year-old Blaine Steinmetz of Port Orford. 37-year-old Daniel Matlock and 31-year-old Joshua Paulus also assumed to be dead. They were also from Port Orford. They remain missing. A search conducted through Wednesday afternoon was suspended by the Coast Guard after they said that they saturated the area. Sheriff's Office personnel are continuing to travel their patrol area, though, in search of the missing crew members. And finally, a former Alaskan Airlines captain has been charged with operating an airliner under the influence of alcohol. The U.S. Attorney's Office says David Hans Arnston of Newport Beach, California, was arraigned in federal court on a felony count. The 60-year-old was freed on $25,000 bond and ordered to return to court for a hearing February 10th. Authorities say that Arnston was tested twice for drugs and alcohol on June 20th of 2014 after piloting an Alaska Airlines flight from Portland to Orange County's John Wayne Airport. After posting blood alcohol readings of 0.134 and make that 0.142%, he was removed from what the airline calls safety-sensitive duties. Oh, okay. He subsequently retired. The former pilot isn't making any public statements. At 7:20, this look at the news brought to you by Burrito Amigos, the friendly ones. You're up to date from KPNW.
Wake Up Call Sports on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Oregon Athletic Director Rob Mullins has been named as a name on the College Football Playoff Selection Committee. His 3-year term will start this spring. The committee is responsible for determining the Final Four to play for the College Football Playoff Championship. They also select teams and matchups for the 6 bowl games on New Year's Day. They'll join names like Pat Hayden, Archie Manning, and Condoleezza Rice. There are 2 Oregon men's basketball teams. One that will show up and give a mediocre effort, lose to teams like Colorado and Oregon State. Then there's the team that competes with anybody. That team showed up last night. Take on the Pac-12 co-leaders in USC, and they win. The Ducks, 89-81. Elgin Cook tied a career high with 26 points. Dwayne Benjamin contributed 16. Dana Altman, 9-0 against the men of Troy. LeBron James of the Cleveland Cavaliers recovering from the Golden State loss. Last night they took out frustration on the LA Clippers, winning 115-102. Without Tony Parker, Tim Duncan, the San Antonio Spurs mauled the Phoenix Suns, 117-89. All-star lineup set. Kobe Bryant takes a bow with his 18th All-Star game and gets the starting spot. The buzz on his exit perhaps overshadowing, say, LaMarcus Aldridge with the San Antonio Spurs. Kobe joins Steph Curry, Russell Westbrook in the backcourt. Other forwards, Kevin Durant, Kawhi Leonard. Starters for the East, LeBron, of course, Paul George, Carmelo Anthony, Dwayne Wade, and Kyle Lowry. Oh, and Uncle Cliffy, former Blazer, Cliff Robinson, opening up a new business in Oregon, on the horizon. Get ready for it. A pot grow operation that we think might be called Uncle Spliffy. And former Olympic skier Bill Johnson has passed. The first American male to win Olympic gold in alpine skiing. Bill was only 55 and fought to the bitter end. Wake Up Call Sports on KPNW. News time 7:22.
KPNW weather brought to you by Mattress Mania in Albany, Eugene, Springfield, and Corvallis. Save like crazy.
Good morning. If you're headed out that door in the next few minutes, you're already out on those roads. We've had moderate showers throughout most of the night thanks to a cold front that moved through. We're still tracking some light rain off and on across the valley as well as the coast under mostly cloudy skies. Temps right now are in the mid to low 40s with about 43 in town. Winds out of the southeast at 5 to 10 with a few gusts up to 15. Now, as we approach the afternoon, we're actually expecting a few hours of partly cloudy skies as we'll be between systems. Highs look to be in the mid-50s with 54 here in town. And we will see winds shifting to the south at 5 to 10. But late in the afternoon and the evening, the next storm system starts to push in. That means the clouds will be back in with an 80 to 90% chance of more showers tonight, even maybe a couple of rogue thunderstorms. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Nation in the KMTR News Source 16 Weather Center, hoping you have a fantastic Friday.
Hi, everybody. This is Don Essig with today's Motivational Minute, brought to you by Builders Electric, providing smart electrical service since 1960. Confucius say, in language, it is simply required that it conveys the meaning. I'm sure the wise Chinese philosopher also noticed in his day all the people who played word games with each other. For whatever reason, they don't convey the real meaning of the language, and sadly, in some cases, they don't intend to. Word games are expensive in terms of time, with mixed feelings and interpretations. And what is the meaning you want to convey to others? Remember, your tone of voice and body language convey a lot. You better speak clearly. This is Don Essig with today's Motivational Minute. I'll be back tomorrow. Until then, have a positive day.
Today's Motivational Minute was sponsored by Builders Electric, voted the Register Guard's 2015 Reader's Choice #1 electrical contractor, providing positive service for over 55 years. That's Builders Electric, CCB 4296. The event room at Dickie Joe's Burgers is the perfect place to host a party, celebration, or meeting for 10 to 70 guests. The event room is business meeting friendly. Audio and video presentation equipment is at your fingertips. This space is even available for business meetings and other functions at breakfast time. The event room at Dickie Joe's offers catering from Mucho Gusto Mexican Kitchen, Bill and Tim's Barbecue, Dickie Joe's Burgers, and a delightful breakfast buffet. Birthdays, team parties, baby showers, rehearsal dinners, cocktail parties, business functions, you name it. The event room is prepared to meet your special occasion needs. This space can be private, and there is no room fee. Reservations are taken for parties of 10 or more. Stop by and check out the event room at Dickie Joe's today. They're centrally located in Eugene, across from Valley River Center. Ample parking is available.
The Hometown Advantage. It's up and down Main Street. It's also in the office downtown, the factory by the river, and the farm down the road. That's because most folks who work here love living here. They care about this community. They work hard to succeed, and that makes a difference. At EugeneHelpWanted.com, we're proud to work our Hometown Advantage around the clock, connecting local employers to local job seekers. Post your job today on EugeneHelpWanted.com. Local jobs that work. The Hometown Advantage. You see it in the shops and offices downtown, in our factories, schools, and farms. Jet the accountant has it. So do Corey in IT and Amber, the vet tech. They found local jobs at EugeneHelpWanted.com. It's where local employers find local workers like you, people who care about this community. Search jobs and apply online right now. Get the advantage of finding a job close to home at EugeneHelpWanted.com. Local jobs that work.
It doesn't take much for a lot of things to go wrong in someone's life, particularly when it comes to finances. You know, you can have a bunch of medical bills that pile up all of a sudden, and maybe, you know, you're working hard to pay off student loans, and the next thing you know, oh, I've got a medical problem, a big one. And all those things converge, and then as you're trying to work your way out of it, you discover that, yeah, you need a new set of wheels to be able to get to work. And then the question is, how do you get credit? Well, with Guarantee Discount Chevrolet, they have the Good People, Bad Credit program designed to help you get into an automobile when you really need one. And they can help you get into a quality, safe, reliable, car, truck, SUV in 48 hours or less. And along the way, it'll help you reestablish your credit. So if you've been dealing with those problems, you're one of those good people who has bad credit, give Guarantee Discount Chevrolet a call at 541-998-2333. 541-998-2333. Guarantee Discount Chevrolet.
We'll do it live. The Wake Up Call with Holloway in London.
We'll do it live.
1120 KPNW.
This is boring as burnt toast.
So if we had people, they would be efforting right now to connect us with Jason Davis. Hopefully get him on the line. Lane County Health and Human Services Public Information Officer. Maybe espousing information elsewhere.
Isn't this the second time this has happened?
With him?
Didn't we have him on once before and the same thing happened? Is it a trend with Jason?
I don't recall that. I don't recall. So just to, and we didn't throw it into sports, but since we have a second, anytime the NFL comes under some kind of scrutiny or a watchful eye, we like to throw it out there just because we can. But a reporter for the Boston Herald did a little researching and found that Denver is undefeated. Okay, so just to kind of back up, Denver and New England are playing this weekend for a chance to move on and play in a Super Bowl. Well, Ed Hockley, the big beefy referee with the big guns, that guy, apparently this Boston Herald reporter that did some researching found out that Denver is undefeated, 7-0 in games that Ed has worked over the past 15 seasons. So there is an inference that the NFL is trying to sabotage Tom Brady and the Patriots for making them look stupid during Deflategate. That's where they went with that. A large jump, maybe, but that's the jump that they took.
NFL is not going to try to make anybody. I don't think they're going to try to make New England lose. I mean, what is for them to gain? Because if you take a look at the ratings, you take a look at what New England brings to the table. New England reminds me of the old Yankees, where everyone, unless you were a New Yorker, hated, for the most part, the Yankees. Remember it when everybody is like, oh, God, I hate the Yankees. Well, New England is kind of the same for the NFL. Everybody wants to see New England get their butts handed to them, just on general principles. I mean, what a perfect thing for the NFL. I mean, it drives ratings. People want to see them. God, I hope they lose. I want to see them. Oh, yeah. I mean, NFL has no reason to go, oh, we want to see them lose. Nah, that's stupid.
It doesn't help when they get caught, cheating, or there's an inference of cheating. I mean, I've heard interviews where players will go on and say, oh yeah, it's assumed that they're cheating just about every week. And these are the ones that we talk about, Deflategate and the spy. I don't even know if did they have a nifty name when they were checking in on the Jets?
Oh, you mean the signal? The signal when they were stealing signals, you mean?
Well, there was that, and then there was the I guess the deliberate stealing of I think it was during practice or something. I don't know, it's been a while, but anyway. Just to finish the thought, if you're sitting there going, oh, well, how is Ed? I mean, Ed is one of their marquee, big referees. The reporter pointed out that the Patriots are 3-4 in games that Ed has called since 2008. But if you go to the same 15-year window, the Pats are 10-5. And Ed has only called one New England game this weekend, or this season, and the Patriots won that game. So I don't know that, NFL is guilty on a lot of counts. I don't know that you can say that they're throwing Ed out there just to see a Denver win. But it's kind of fun I mean, anytime somebody's got, got enough, they think, to go to print or on the air with something like this, it's worth talking. Oh, and by the way, what happened to Robert De Niro's career? When did he go? Was it the Meet the Fockers when he started doing that? I mean,
I don't know.
I mean, he used to be one of, when you talk about, incredible acting. Just days before Zach is supposed to get married to Julianne Hough character. Dirty Grandpa, really? Did he need the money that bad?
I mean, no. Who was the guy that did Bad Santa?
Billy Ray.
Yeah.
Billy Bob Thornton.
Billy Bob Thornton, Mr. Spring Break.
Yeah.
Or Mr. Sling Blade. Yeah. Did he, need the money that he would do that kind of movie? I mean, somebody that actually has some pretty good chops. I don't know. Why do these people make
I guess you just do it because you get just filthy, stupid money.
Well, that's a good reason.
But, I mean, you would think Robert De Niro wouldn't need the money or have to do something like that or be interested, but,
Maybe he wants it. Maybe he wants the candy. All right, what the heck? Yeah, you pay me a huge amount, exorbitant amount of money. Yeah, I'll come do your dumb movie. Whatever.
Anyway, if you want to check it out, it's opening this weekend.
Where? At all major theaters or limited release?
Oh, it's a big time.
Oh, good deal.
Have you not seen the trailers for it?
No. No, I have not.
All right, we're going to throw in the towel on Mr. Davis. I will throw this out there because this is what we were going to talk about.
Yeah, we're going to talk about...
The Elaine Public Health is urging the community to get vaccinated following the confirmation during the 2015 that there were 61 cases, or a 53% increase over the yearly average of pertussis, or whooping cough, with a surge at year's end. And already for 2016, 2 cases have been confirmed. Of these cases, 10 were infants. Of these cases, 10 were infants. Maybe we're going back to 2015. One being as young as 2.5 months of age, and 6 of those 10 needing to be hospitalized. So the quote from Dr. Patrick Ludke is the immunization rate for Lane County 2-year-olds as well as school-aged children is too low to adequately protect our community from outbreaks. As long as this remains the case, we can expect to see the proliferation of this illness. So if that's something, if you're a parent and you want to get some research going, there you go. There's the information.
It's interesting about pertussis and whooping cough. You start looking at the figures, and I've seen this in a couple of different places, that it goes in like these 3 to 5 year cycles where it'll be very much kind of in the background, not much of it, and then about every 3rd to 5th year, apparently it becomes more prevalent. And part of the reason has to do with the fact that the newer vaccine that they use for it is actually less effective than the earlier vaccine was. This particular vaccine, my understanding is about 80% effective. And one of the reasons that they started using this vaccine is because the effects from it last longer. The earlier vaccine, over the course of a few years, it would wear off, but it was more effective as a vaccine as opposed to an 80% effectiveness rate. It was more like 96% or something like that. So one of the problems that they're trying to deal with is, this aspect of, the vaccine that we have is not as effective as the old one was, even though it lasts longer than the previous version. And so they're, at this point, at least those that research this kind of stuff are trying to figure out what they can do to, increase the actual effectiveness of the vaccine. I mean, 80% is better than nothing.
I mean, what was coming down that they would... I mean, if you got 96%, why did they change and go to a different...
Because it wore off after a couple of years. Well, it's just like anything else, you know. It's like you go to a doctor and they're like, have you ever had have you had your tetanus shot? Oh, yeah. Well, when did you have your tetanus shot?
12 years ago.
Yeah, it was like, I don't know, 20 years ago, something like that. Well, it's not effective anymore. The deal is with, pertussis, is that after a while, that started to wear off, but people thought they were protected. And so they end up with pertussis, thinking, oh, well, I've been vaccinated. I don't have to worry about it. And they get exposed to somebody that hasn't, and they end up with it again. So they decided, okay, well, let's go to this new version, which lasts longer. What they didn't realize at the time when they released it was that it was less effective. Now they're discovering that it's not as effective, even though it lasts longer. So, it's one of those damned if you do, damned if you don't things. I mean, and you have another entire group of people that say nobody should be vaccinated. Vaccinations are bad. Say whatever you want about them. They also kind of factor into at least a little bit as far as, you see outbreaks of this stuff. If you're not vaccinated, well, chances are probably a little better that you're going to end up with it. So you got a couple of things that are going on.
Okay, a couple other things that are going on. We're going to be taking some ice cream to Brighter Homes Lighting at 6th and Garfield to see Carolyn Lee and her 14 employees. They were a big winner with the Umpqua Ice Cream Social. Going to get some Java Thunder coming their way. We need a theme song for Java Thunder. So, Carolyn, thank you for the nomination, and congratulations. We'll see you later today. Also, if you heard Abby come in from CMN, we're trying to get some votes for Dana Altman. The first round completes on Sunday. So you can vote today, you can vote tomorrow, and I think probably get a vote in on Sunday. Once per day, we're trying to get Dana Altman to the next round. Each round, you get progressively more cash. So instead of trying to decipher and get you the link, if
this is our Pavlovian thing. See, when you hear that now, you need to do your daily.
The Infinity Coaches Charity Challenge is going on. The Infinity Coaches Charity Challenge. Just Google that, throw some ESPN in there. It's going to pop up. And you might have to register for ESPN. If you're already registered, it's going to be but a second. And you can get your vote in there. And thanks to Dana, thanks to you, thanks to people that have voted. And, of course, go CMN, Children's Miracle Network. Love to see them get $10,000. All right, 7:40, 20 away from 8 o'clock. It is Johnny Cruz down at SHOT Show. We'll check in with him coming up next on 1120 KPNW.
With our eye on the stock tickers, this is the Wake Up Call Business Report on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters in New York, I'm John Tucker. Purchases of previously owned U.S. homes rose more than projected in December, helped in part by warmer weather and wrapping up the best year since 2006. Contract closings jumping 14.7%. That is the most on record. American Express shares falling the most in almost 7 years after fourth quarter profit declined 38%. That was driven by a drop in revenue and higher expenses. Amex tumbling around 10%. U.S. stocks adding to a global rally in equities. The Dow heading for its first weekly gain in a month. Crude oil poised for its steepest two-day rally in 5 months. The turnaround in sentiment for stocks coming amid signs that central banks may be prepared to deliver more stimulus around the world. And U.S. natural gas headed for a weekly gain as a snowstorm approaches the eastern U.S. The Dow right now is up 227 points at 16,110. That's a Bloomberg Market Minute.
Hey, Russell Wilson here, and I know how important exercise is.
It's essential. It's essential.
With Play 60, United Way and the NFL are helping kids stay active and play at least 60 minutes a day.
Healthy kids, healthy kids.
But what this place needs is you. To donate or volunteer, go to unitedway.org/play60 because great things happen when we live united.
Donate.
Are you guys going to do that every time?
Yes, of course. Yes, of course.
Brought to you by United Way and the Ad Council.
This message is for all of you sitting in the passenger seat. And apologies if it gets a little uncomfortable. But how does it feel to be at the mercy of someone who thinks a random text is more important than your life? Someone who takes their eyes off the road while speeding along in a 3-ton hunk of steel. Freaky, right? Well, why not just ask them to stop? Or better yet, volunteer to text for them. It might be a little awkward, but believe me, you'll live.
Learn more at StopTextStopWrecks.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
If you or someone you know is addicted to drugs or alcohol, this could be the most important message of your life. Write down this number or store it in your cell phone. But call 1-800-426-6186. That's 1-800-426-6186. By calling the treatment helpline for drug and alcohol addiction, you can turn your life around. Our advisors will match you with a proven 5-star luxury treatment center that will end your drug or alcohol addiction once and for all. Your future can still be bright. When you call right now, you'll speak to a recovering addict who understands what you're going through. Let us help you break your addiction to drug or alcohol before it's too late. This call is completely confidential, and if you have private insurance, there should be no cost to you. Take 5 minutes of your time and call right now. It may change your life for the better. Call 1-800-426-6186. That's 1-800-426-6186. Call 1-800-426-6186.
We asked kids what it took to be a dad. This is what they had to say.
A father is always present. I mean, what real father figure can you have if they're not there?
In order to be a good dad, you need to love your son. You need to put gas in your car so you don't break down in the middle of nowhere. And you need to make them breakfast. Yep.
I mean, just to maybe play like a board game with me, or to just stay home and play some video games with me. Just to do like that one little thing is what I really look forward to.
I'm not asking him to be a perfect dad, but he should try. He's just a constant force in my life.
There's no other type of love like a dad's love because it's not comparable to anything else.
Take time to be a dad today. Call 877-4DAD-411 or visit fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
KPNW weather with Chris Nation. Brought to you by Mattress Mania, where you save like crazy.
Good morning to you and yours. If you're headed out that door in the next few minutes, you're already out on those roads. We've got mostly cloudy skies as well as showers off and on out there from a cold front that moved through last night, bringing moderate rain. Now, temps right now are in the mid to low 40s with 43 in town. Winds out of the southeast at 5 to 10. We have seen a few gusts up to 15. But as we move through your day this afternoon, I actually expect partly cloudy skies with highs in the mid 50s as we'll be between storm systems most of the afternoon. But as we approach the evening, those clouds will be rolling back in out of the southwest as the next storm system starts to move in. Tonight we've got an 80 to 90% chance of more showers into the overnight hours carrying into your Saturday. And we could even see a few isolated thunderstorms here and there. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Nation in the NBC 16 Weather Center, hoping you have a great day.
I think you need to get into a wrestling match with your bed and your mattress. But before you do, you need to go to Sleep Train and get a new mattress, because that will be the most relaxing wrestling match you've ever had. Oh, yeah. You'll be wrestling with that Tempur-Pedic or the Stearns & Foster, and the next thing you know, you're going to be out like a light. It's amazing how much difference a good mattress can make over a mediocre mattress, which is what we had. Actually, what we had before was a really good mattress that was just old. It was gone. The new mattress came in, and it was sort of like, oh, well, this is a new experience. My back doesn't hurt as much when I get up in the morning.
I don't smell rust anymore.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, the big rust smell.
Yeah.
That was a big part of it too. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Head into Sleep Train. Find out how you can save on a new mattress during the year-end clearance sale, or even if you don't want to go in there for the year-end clearance sale, you just want to do a little mattress window shopping. Go on in and check it out, and don't forget, if you do have, like, for instance, a Tempur-Pedic, which is a pretty thick mattress, it's one of the few places you can go and actually find fitted sheets that will work on the Tempur-Pedic. That's the one downside of the Tempur-Pedic, is it can be difficult to find fitted sheets for the things. You go in there, and you're going to be able to find them real easy.
And the Tempur-Pedic pillows are as an equal thickness, so they're a little uncomfortable because they're a little, for your neck, unless you have like a 5-foot neck, a little on the uncomfortable.
Rob does have a 5-foot neck, by the way.
I do.
Yeah.
They call me Giraffe. Okay, check it out. In Eugene, Springfield, Corvallis, and Salem. And tell them you like this with Sleep Train. They're your ticket to a better night's sleep. It's been proven.
This is a heavy dose of hard-hitting wake-up call. This is the wake-up call.
For one thing, thank you so much.
Holloway in London and the wake-up call.
Yeah, I love what you do.
On News Radio 1120, KPNW.
News Radio 1120 KPNW. He is the host of Northwestern Outdoors, heard on this radio station and others like it, only not quite as good. All over the Northwest. We play him on Saturday morning, 6 to 7 o'clock here on KPNW. Ed, he joins us on the wake-up call, live and direct from SHOT Show in lovely, is it Vegas? Are you in Vegas right now?
I am.
Are you with a showgirl?
Las Vegas, Nevada, where it's like 60-plus degrees.
Is there a showgirl anywhere nearby?
No show. Well, there are some showgirls that hang out at SHOP. Usually that means the booth has nothing worth seeing except the showgirl itself.
Yeah, one of our 15 happens to be Mr. Bill Harsey, knife designer and maker extraordinaire, whom my understanding is you got to see at SHOT Show. Sent us actually some photographs from last year's SHOT Show and told us which booths were the best to go to.
Booths is what he said.
Yeah, booths.
That would be Bill. That would be Bill.
Johnny,
yes, and I did get to see Bill, but he was a hard man to find because he was bouncing all over the show this year.
Is that the understanding that the more attractive the lady, the less substance they have there?
That's my experience, is that if they have to resort to that tactic, there's probably something wrong with the product line.
Ooh, really?
Yeah.
Really?
Harsh criticism, to be sure.
That is harsh. You're a mean man. You're evil.
I'm quasi-journalist. I try to tell it like it is.
Okay, then take it to the next level and name some names.
Yeah.
Well, I never stop by to. I don't give them any thought, so I can't give you any names. You're usually small companies that are trying to make a name for themselves, or they're not doing a very good job of it, and that's what they try to do.
Is it effective?
Not for me.
Well, okay, not for you.
No, it doesn't seem to be all that effective. But it is funny because the quality of the people that are there, a lot of times they're literally just sitting there doing their nails and couldn't care less about being there. But other times they really get into it. They try to be very helpful. They try to go ahead and engage you. And, kudos for them for finding those kind of gals.
All right. Well, so, ladies, if you're listening right now and you're attractive and you want an easy job where you go and hang out and do your nails and get paid for it, there's room for you at SHOT Show 2017.
There you go.
So, most interesting thing that you've seen so far? Most interesting thing?
How about this? Imagine a gun that's an air rifle that shoots an arrow and can kill a buffalo.
Okay, let me get this straight. It's an air gun that shoots an arrow that will take down a buffalo.
That's correct. Crossman came out with it. It's called the Pioneer Airbow. They're marketing it as something you can use for big game hunting. They've got videos of Jim Shockey, a very famous hunter, taking down a buffalo with it. They've got videos of big white-tailed deer being taken down with it. Really interesting concept. By far the most innovative, out-of-the-box thing I've seen in a long time. So
go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say, I was curious about the legality of it. So the folks
was going to be my next question because, I mean, is that something that you could actually take out in the woods and use during bow season?
So the folks at Crossman say if it's legal to use air rifles in your state, and some states say it is as long as the caliber of the bullet is okay, that you can use it. But I called up the Oregon State Police. I called up Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife and asked them specifically about this weapon. their take is no, because air rifles are not legal in the state of Oregon for game. However, there's a caveat to that. If you were hunting like coyotes, if you're hunting like prairie dogs or non-game animals, you can use it, and it's certainly legal to possess as well.
That's interesting. I wonder what, it's interesting you bring this up. About, I don't know, a month and a half ago or so, I was looking at some of these new air rifles they have that, for instance, have a, like a 50 caliber projectile.
Mm-hmm.
Are you familiar with the ones that I'm talking about? And the things actually have a velocity that makes them, more than deadly enough to take down game with the things. And
you're absolutely right.
And, well, what was even more surprising is that Lewis and Clark had one that they brought across when they were making their, trek to the West Coast. I had no idea. And apparently it's even mentioned in their diaries a number of times.
Not only that, if you go to the Lewis and Clark Museum, I believe it's at Cape Disappointment, you can see it. It's there.
Really?
Yes. It's in one of the museums. I want to say it's the one in Cape Disappointment. You kind of lose track of all the Lewis and Clark museums that are here in the Northwest. But I think that's the one that has it. That air gun is actually there.
Wow. It's, that whole, the whole technology of air guns is really pretty fascinating. And what I guess my question here is, why do they think that an air gun that fires an arrow is somehow more, I don't know, usable, more of a utility than, say, an air rifle that fires some sort of 50 caliber ball bearing?
This actually comes under discussion in certain states, not Oregon, not Washington. In certain states, crossbows are legal to use. Well, the problem with crossbow is you actually have to go ahead and put it on the ground and cock it.
Right.
And that takes some effort and takes some time. With this airbow, you literally it shoots up to 8 arrows with the compressed air that it has inside it once you fill compressed air. So you can actually shoot and you can reload without doing that. You can actually reload on the move with this airbow. So it's more versatile. And so if you're a crossbow hunter, this would be of interest to you.
So what you're saying is this thing has actually a magazine then that you load the arrows into.
No, it's single shot, but you have a quiver, so you basically shoot. It basically looks like a small rifle, and so you shoot the arrow like you would a rifle. Some person even has a scope on it, and then you go ahead and reload, and you can reload if you have 8 arrows. You shoot up to 8 arrows. With this thing, it's really, like I said, very innovative, very different.
Is it like do you put one of the classic CO2 cartridges in it like you used to the certain repeating BB guns?
No, it's gone way beyond that. It does use the compressed air, but you basically fill it up from something that almost looks like a scuba tank is how you do it these days. And you fill it up to a certain pressure level till it's full, and once it's full, that gives you 8 shots until it's depleted. How
much does the thing weigh?
About 7 pounds. It doesn't weigh that much. You've got to hold it, and again, the best way to describe it is almost like a camouflage, bulky, in terms of not length, but in terms of height, rifle.
Wow. Interesting. Okay.
Very interesting.
Oh, man, we have blown a lot of time up talking about that. Let's, give me the quick preview of what you got coming up on the show tomorrow.
We are previewing the big Portland Sportsman show that's taking place February 10th through the 14th. We're talking about how to get your trophy buck, bull, or Bruin scored so you can get in the record books. We're talking to Dwayne Dungannon with the Oregon Hunters Association about late-season hunting options and about OHA, and talking about a new species of trout being stocked this summer into Diamond Lake in southern Oregon.
Yeah, the one that they're trying to use to keep the Tui chub under control.
That's right.
Quickly, things to do this weekend. What do you got for us?
If you want to go bird watching, this is actually a really good time of year to do it. Most of the waterfowl, a lot of birds are in full plumage. One way to do it, the Beef Creek portion at Brian Booth State Park near Seal Rock. They've got a guided tour 9 to 11 a.m. tomorrow. You don't want to go that far. You can always go to Delta Ponds or the Fern Ridge Wildlife Area. So if you go to Fern Ridge, there are duck hunters there for another 9 days.
All right. Sounds good. John, thanks for joining us from SHOT Show. Have some fun and bring us back something nice, will you?
I'll do my best.
Bring us back a present, John.
You're such a needy man, Bill. Such a needy man.
Yeah. Anyway, you take care, buddy.
Have a great weekend.
You too. 6 to 7 o'clock, you'll hear Northwestern Outdoors on KPNW tomorrow. And on Saturday, we will replay it at 8 o'clock. So you have a couple of shots at it on.
Okay, just to let you know, Highway 99, milepost 107, we've got a situation 1 mile north of Junction City. We got a crash out there with delays in place. Again, that's 1 mile north of J City on Highway 99. So that seems to be kind of a tricky spot there, close to the fork with 99E, just so you know. Everything else seems to be working okay. All the normal congested spots, congested. It's 11:20 KPNW.
America's first sustainable home and garden show returns. Now this you've got to see. Learn how to create a garden that attracts butterflies and birds. Grow exotic kiwis and limes. Discover booths packed full of the best tools, winter flowers, native plants, lily bulbs, and unique garden art. Find eco-friendly advice and get your garden started. The Good Earth Home Garden and Living Show. Admission is free this Friday through Sunday at the fairgrounds. EugeneHomeshow.com. At this year's Good Earth Home Garden and Living Show, meet the Good Earth experts presented by KEZI9. Learn how to raise chickens and grow gardens. Find fresh and fun sustainable living ideas. Meet experts to craft your green home. Discover big design ideas for small spaces with Shannon Quimby. Tour Oregon's Tiny House Roundup. Double your donations to Shelter Box. Create a better life at the Good Earth Home Garden and Living Show, January 22nd through the 24th. Admission is free. EugeneHomeshow.com.
Holloway in London and the Wake Up Call. News Radio 1120 KPNW. Weather every 10 minutes during the Wake Up Call. Count on it. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Good morning. If you're headed out that door in the next few minutes, you're already out on those roads. We've had moderate showers throughout most of the night thanks to a cold front that moved through. We're still tracking some light rain off and on across the valley as well as the coast under mostly cloudy skies. Temps right now are in the mid to low 40s with about 43 in town. Winds out of the southeast at 5 to 10 with a few gusts up to 15. Now, as we approach the afternoon, we're actually expecting a few hours of partly cloudy skies as will be between systems. Highs look to be in the mid-50s with 54 here in town. And we will see winds shifting to the south at 5 to 10. But late in the afternoon and the evening, the next storm system starts to push in. That means the clouds will be back in with an 80 to 90% chance of more showers tonight, even maybe a couple of rogue thunderstorms. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Nation in the KMTR News Source 16 Weather Center, hoping you have a fantastic Friday.
News Radio 1120 KPNW. Eugene, Springfield, USA.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. Parts of the South are either snow or ice covered.
The Atlanta Public Schools will close early using a staggered release.
Atlanta Mayor Kasim Reed. The storm that started overnight in Louisiana and Mississippi has dumped over a half-foot of snow on Arkansas. The Carolinas are getting it too. West Virginia's Emergency Management Director Jimmy Gannett's telling people to stay off the roads and
be prepared to take care of themselves and have food and water and other supplies for 48 hours.
The Washington area could get the worst of this big storm. Fox's Rachel Sutherland is there live.
Snow expected to start falling in D.C. any time now. The federal government will close in 1 hour, and the metro system will grind to a halt tonight as Mayor Muriel Bowser says people hunker down for
blizzard conditions in Washington, D.C.
With driving snow and high winds expected, power outages are a real possibility. David Velasquez with D.C. Surge Pepco says they've asked crews from outside the region to help.
We'll be working 24 hours a day until we get every single customer restored.
D.C. could get 2 feet of snow, while parts of Virginia and Maryland could get even more. Dave.
Rachel, airlines have canceled more than 5,000 flights today and tomorrow. An abortion ruling is just out in Kansas. A court of appeals is upholding a lower court's decision that put the state's first-in-the-nation ban on a common type of second trimester abortion on hold. Supporters of the law will take that fight to the Kansas Supreme Court. 10 days before the Iowa caucuses, dueling polls have either Donald Trump or Ted Cruz leading the Republican race.
To have a country, you have to have borders. We don't have borders right now.
That's a Trump attack ad saying Cruz is inconsistent on immigration. Cruz is firing back with his own attack commercial.
Trump won't change the system. He's what's wrong with it.
This as National Review releases an anti-Trump issue with an editorial and 20 essays writing he's a menace to conservatives. Trump says the magazine's dying and just wants publicity. On Wall Street, big rebound today. The Dow's up 164 points. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Thank goodness it's Sherry's Prime Rib Friday. It's time to treat yourself with a premium cut of succulent prime rib. Choose from 2 sizes for big or small appetites. We serve it up herb-crusted or blackened, both tender and juicy, with a bottle of Northwest wine that's only half price. However you order your Sherry's Prime Rib, you'll be thankful it's Friday. Come in tonight with family and friends and see what's new at Sherry's Cafe and Pies.
My late friend James Gandolfini and I got to know a lot of combat vets over the years while we were in Iraq and at Afghanistan. And it guts me to know that 22 of you are taking your own lives every day. Yeah, I play tough guys in the movies, but you are the real tough guys. And the toughest thing to do sometimes is look for help. I want you to know reaching out is an act of strength. And our friends at Wounded Warrior Project are here to help. You don't have to go it alone.
North Korea says it has arrested an American college student. Fox's John Decker is live at the White House.
The State Department said in a statement that it's aware of media reports that a U.S. citizen was detained in North Korea and that it's working closely with the Swedish embassy, which serves as the United States protecting power in North Korea. North Korea claims that Otto Frederick Warmbier, a junior at the University of Virginia, entered the North as a tourist with a plot to undermine unity among the North Koreans. He's been accused of committing what it calls anti-state acts. North Korea also claims that Warmbier has links to the U.S. government. Dave?
John, a trial is ending in the General Motors faulty ignition switch story. This was a trial aimed at aiding the settlement in hundreds of cases, but it unraveled because of questions about the plaintiff's story. The claims of an Oklahoma man whose airbags did not inflate when his car crashed in 2014. At the request of the lawyers on both sides, the judge dismissed the case in Manhattan today. A bank teller and a customer are recovering in a hospital the morning after a deadly robbery attempt in Oklahoma.
Police in Eufaula in eastern Oklahoma say a man dressed as a woman entered the bank of Eufaula Thursday morning.
Shot one of the bank employees, attempted to get money from the teller. On the way out of the bank, he attempted to take another bank employee hostage. That employee resisted. He then shot that individual.
The FBI's Terry Weber, police say the robber, 39-year-old Cedric Lamont Norris, then took a female customer hostage before leading police on a chase down I-69, then a shootout.
During the gunfire, the suspect was shot and killed.
The female hostage was also shot. She, along with the teller, are expected to live. The first Bank of Eufaula employee shot died of his wounds. He's identified as the bank's president, Randy Peterson. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
An update on housing. Previously owned home sales surged nearly 15% last month. Sales for all of 2015 hit a 9-year high. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News Radio.
.20 KPNW 8:05, 5 minutes after 8 o'clock. Wake up call to the final 55 minutes of the week. It's already Friday. Where did the week go? Just so you know, pretty morning, by the way. 50 degrees and, yeah, could see some rain between, we'll just say, well, in the next 3 days. But I think you're going to be kind of liking the breaks because we'll have some sunshine. And, for example, today, 53 for the high. Tomorrow, looking at a high of 49 degrees. Sunday, only a 30% chance of rain, high near 48. So you should be able to get some good walks with the dog or whatever you're hoping to get accomplished this weekend.
Or whatever it is that you walk.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Just a reminder, too, if you just turned on the radio, our situation out there still looks like it's in place. Highway 99 got a crash at milepost 107, 1 mile north of Junction City. Crash affecting probably, in a situation like that, both directions because you got people always checking things out. But we don't know specifically what direction. Just know that it's coming your way if you're headed down Highway 99, coming up on 107. Keith Code, world-class motorcycle instructor. If you're a biker, you probably know the name Code, I'm thinking.
Yeah, Twist of the Wrist, 1 and 2. Of course, he was the creator of the California Superbike School, well known as a coach to some of the greatest motorcycle racers in the last 20 years. I mean, the guy, I was looking last night at just a timeline of the stuff that the guy, I mean, he's an inventor. Okay. He's invented and holds patents on different types of shoes, even for bicycle racers. I mean, the guy, I just look at him and go,
he's always working.
He is always working. And he's doing, classes all over the globe. I was looking at the different places where, I mean, you can take his classes. They do them kind of around, several day course, different places around the country, but all over the world too. Greece, all over Europe. The guy is, I mean, anyway, we're going to have him on.
And yet not talking about bikes.
Well, we're going to talk bikes, no doubt about it. But he's got another thing that is kind of near and dear to his heart, and it has to do with some things that happened in his personal life. So we're going to talk to Keith coming up in a little bit here on News Radio 1120 KPNW. Looking forward to it. We'll have these stories in just a matter of moments. Malheur National Wildlife Refuge continues to be the spot of, interest here in the state of Oregon. The FBI making their first statements since January 2nd. We'll tell you what they had to say. And Eamon Bundy's sort of, if you will, hunkering down. We'll have that story coming up. Oh, Ron Wyden says, let's spend money. Give it to the CDC because gun violence is now a health issue, according to the Oregon senator. We'll have those stories and more coming up. Brought to you by Burrito Amigos, the friendly ones on KPNW.
News time 8:08.
New Year's resolutions generally fail, and they fail because they aren't fun. So here's a resolution that's easy to keep. If you've never done it, make this the year you visit Burrito Amigos, the friendly ones. How hard is it to keep this promise to yourself? I resolve to eat at least one Burrito Amigos bacon breakfast burrito with 2 types of bacon. As Burrito Amigos' biggest fan, I intend to do this at least weekly. Resolve to have an Audibata experience and try some on a torta. Tasty stuff. Or if you're of the vegetarian persuasion, promise yourself this year to try a yummy taco with yams and a special secret recipe spicy guacamole. If you're going that route, the Amigos rock the potato taquitos. And their tofu burritos have tofu. So keep this promise to yourself. Visit a Burrito Amigos. And this year, you'll make a new friend. A new friend who'll cook and clean up the dishes. That's a friend. Burrito Amigos in Eugene and Springfield.
You know the Tannerite Sports Outlet carries Tannerite brand exploding targets. But Tannerite here in Eugene is so much more. Reloading supplies, tactical gear, magazines, accessories. And if you're worried about finding ammo, Tannerite has bulk quantities of the most popular calibers that'll keep you shooting affordably. Need it and can't find it? Tannerite staff is going to help you locate it, even if it's something they don't carry. Yes, Tannerite's the home for exploding targets. But from tactical gear to ammo, it's the Tannerite Sports Outlet, just off I-5 across from LCC.
They say I'm a bad kid. A charity case. A troublemaker. Worthless. Just a stupid mistake. I don't think I'm a lost cause. I'm just a kid.
Youth Villages believes that no child is a lost cause. Not a single one. Because a stable, loving family can help any child succeed. And we have an 80% success rate overall that proves it. If you agree, find out how you can help at youthvillages.org.
Local news, local people. The Wake Up Call on News Radio 1120. KPNW.
Good morning. This look at the news brought to you by Burrito Amigos, the friendly ones, featuring great breakfast burritos and fresh brewed, locally roasted coffee for a tasty start to your morning. Here's what's going on. Well, the FBI says its response to the occupation of the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge in Oregon by an armed group for nearly 3 weeks has been cautious because authorities, mostly them, want to avoid violence. The agency issued a brief statement, its first since the takeover began January 2nd. And I'm going to read it in full because, well, it's pretty short. The FBI recognizes that many in the community have questions about why we are here and our role in helping to end the occupation of the wildlife refuge. We are here to work closely with Sheriff Ward and our local, state, and federal partners to protect the safety and welfare of the community. The occupation has caused tremendous disruption and hardship for the people of Arney County, and our response has been deliberate and measured as we seek peaceful resolution. Meanwhile, the leader of the armed group that has occupied the refuge for nearly 3 weeks says now that he has begun speaking with authorities. But Eamon Bundy isn't saying what they're talking about. Bundy does say, though, that they are ready to defend themselves and plan to carry through with their plans to turn over control of the refuge to the county.
We did come in here as educated individuals who understand what our rights are, who understand what the supreme law of this land is, and understand that that supreme law has been violated.
While Bundy says their goal is to turn control over to the refuge to the county officials, at least officially, say they don't want control. The Marine Corps says the 12 Marines who were in 2 helicopters that crashed off Hawaii are now considered dead. The status of the missing Marines changed after 6 days of search. The Marine Corps says casualty assistance call officers personally notified each family of the change. The search, if you recall, began last week when a civilian on a beach reported seeing the aircraft flying and then a fireball. The Marines were alerted, and when the CH-53 helicopters carrying 6 crew members each failed to return to their base, following a nighttime training mission, they sent out Coast Guard helicopters and a C-130 airplane, and debris was spotted about 2.5 miles off Oahu. One of those Marines was from Oregon. He was Ty Hart. He was from Staten. The Eugene Airport continues to grow in terms of passengers and real estate. According to a new number released from the airport number crunchers in the last 5 years, the airport has experienced a 14% increase in passengers. That, in turn, is leading to the current terminal expansion. While in general, it costs more to fly out of Eugene than Portland, for a lot of people, it's a matter of convenience. Well, first off, it's closer. You don't have to drive as far. And if you live in the area, you can save a little bit of money on parking fees if you have a loved one or a friend drop you by the airport. The expansion is projected to be done by the end of the year. 2 Portland police officers who expressed their support for Ferguson police officer Darren Wilson on Facebook have now been ordered to receive counseling, and a third retired. The officers posted "I am Darren Wilson" over a photo of the Portland police badge in 2014. Police documents show that officers Rich Storm and Chris Barber were ordered to undergo command counseling for bringing reproach and discredit to the Portland Police Bureau and damaging its reputation. Well, turns out bureau records say a third officer, Rob Blank, faced a potential suspension without pay. He retired. The Facebook posts were made prior to a grand jury's decision not to indict Wilson for the shooting death of an unarmed black teen in Ferguson, a St. Louis suburb. They said that Wilson shot this individual with cause. Portland Police Bureau Association President, Officer Darrell Turner, declined to comment. Well, an anti-gun Oregon senator says he wants to try and spend federal money on gun research because it's a health issue. Brad Ford reports.
Knowledge is power, and Oregon Senator Ron Wyden says the ban on spending federal money on research into gun violence needs to end. He says it makes no sense.
What you're doing is practicing know-nothingism.
A 1996 appropriations rider prevents federal money from going to the Centers for Disease Control to conduct the research.
What we are trying to do is make sure that in the future, this discussion is no longer untethered from the facts.
Wyden says it's time to approach gun violence as a public health crisis. President Obama lifted the ban in 2013, but no money has been appropriated to the federal budget. Wyden and a group of Democrats now working to get that appropriation. I'm Brad Ford, KPNW.
The Oregon Board of Education will allow some public schools to keep their Native American and Native American-themed mascots as long as they secure permission from one of Oregon's 9 tribes. Officials previously ordered 14 schools with Native American mascots to get new ones by 2017. Now, the amendment approved Thursday allows schools to keep the mascots as long as tribal officials agree with them. Department of Education spokeswoman Crystal Green says the decision follows discussions with each of Oregon's tribes on the issue. Some tribes and school districts have worked together on plans to keep the mascots and include more tribal history in the classroom. Native Americans have been asking state leaders to ban tribal-themed mascots such as warriors, braves, and Indians since 2006. An Oregon college's innovative approach to inspire conversations about racism and diversity has created Whiteness History Month, and it's sparking controversy. Portland Community College says the project will examine race and racism, quote, through an exploration of the construction of whiteness, its origins and heritage. It's going to take place in April. The goal, according to the school, is to raise awareness about how whiteness affects people's daily lives. A number of bloggers are calling it whiteness shaming. They say the college is trying to be too political, not shaming anybody. Instead, the project will examine how racism is created and embedded in history, structures, and institutions via whiteness. The concept is similar to that explored, they say, in whiteness studies, which is a relatively new academic field. Okay, so following up on a story from yesterday, Oracle, the state's IT contractor in the $305 million Cover Oregon debacle, accuses the state, as we told you yesterday, of backing out of what's being reported as a $25 million settlement in the case. Now, it's being reported that Oracle has filed another lawsuit to enforce the agreement that company officials say was hammered out with Governor Kate Brown's chief of staff in October. The software giant contends the governor's office has the authority to resolve the dispute. Brown says, no.
No. Obviously, the Attorney General in legal situations like these has the authority, the only authority to settle these types of matters.
What is amazing, though, is she didn't say or deny that her office had been in some sort of negotiations with Oracle. The state attorney general's office says there was never any settlement between the state and Oracle. By the way, there's now a half dozen disputes connected to the failure of the Cover Oregon insurance exchange. 4 men involved in the crash of a 40-foot crabbing boat on the Oregon coast have been identified. Coos County Sheriff's Office identified the captain on Thursday as 52-year-old Port Orford resident Glenn Burkow. He survived the collision. The Sheriff's Office says a man whose body was recovered Wednesday was identified as 52-year-old Blaine Steinmetz of Port Orford. Still missing 2 others from Port Orford, 37-year-old Daniel Matlock and 31-year-old Josh Paulus. The Coast Guard conducted searches through Wednesday afternoon, and they finally suspended them after a Coast Guard spokesman said the search of the area had pretty much been saturated. They did say, though, that Sheriff's Office personnel are continuing to travel their patrol area in search of the missing crew members. It's 8:20. This look at the news brought to you by Burrito Amigos, the friendly ones on KPNW.
Wake Up Call Sports on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Oregon Athletic Director Rob Mullins has been named as a new name on the College Football Playoff Selection Committee. His 3-year term will start in the spring. The committee is responsible for determining the Final Four to play for the College Football Playoff Championship. They also select the bowl games on New Year's Day. He'll join personnel like Pat Hayden, Archie Manning, and Condoleezza Rice. There are 2 Oregon men's basketball teams this year. One that will show up and give an effort, but lose to teams like Colorado and Oregon State. Then there's a team that can compete with anybody. That team showed up to Matthew Knight Arena last night and took out the Pac-12 co-leaders in the USC 89-81. Elgin Cook had a career high with 26 points. Dwayne Benjamin contributed 16. Dana Altman now 9-0 against USC. LeBron James and the Cleveland Cavaliers recovering from the Golden State loss. Last night they took out frustration on the LA Clippers, winning 115-102. Without Tony Parker and Tim Duncan, the San Antonio Spurs maul the Suns 117-89. All-star lineups in the NBA are set, and Kobe Bryant takes a bow with his 18th All-Star game as a starter. The buzz on his exit overshadows, say, LaMarcus Aldridge Kobe joins Steph Curry, Russell Westbrook in the backcourt. The other forwards are Kevin Durant and Kawhi Leonard. Starters for the East: LeBron James, Paul George, Carmelo, Dwayne Wade, and Kyle Lowry. Oh, and Uncle Cliffy, former Blazer Cliff Robinson, opening up a new business in Oregon. On the horizon is a pot grow operation called Uncle Spliffy. And former Olympic skier Bill Johnson has passed, the first American male to win Olympic gold in alpine skiing. Bill was only 55. Wake Up Call Sports on 1120 KPNW. News time 8:22.
The most accurate forecast now. We have weather every 10 minutes during Wake Up Call on News Radio 1120. KPNW.
Good morning to you and yours. If you're headed out that door in the next few minutes, you're already out on those roads. We've got mostly cloudy skies as well as showers off and on out there from a cold front that moved through last night, bringing moderate rain. Now, temps right now are in the mid to low 40s with 43 in town. Winds out of the southeast at 5 to 10. We have seen a few gusts up to 15. But as we move through your day this afternoon, I actually expect partly cloudy skies with highs in the mid 50s as we'll be between storm systems most of the afternoon. But as we approach the evening, those clouds will be rolling back in out of the southwest as the next storm system starts to move in. Tonight, we've got an 80 to 90% chance of more showers into the overnight hours carrying into your Saturday. We could even see a few isolated thunderstorms here and there. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Nation in the NBC 16 Weather Center, hoping you have a great day.
Northwest Alternative Health Eugene's premier medical marijuana clinic has a new location. Yes, we've moved to 1675 West 11th Suite B on the corner of 11th and Chambers. Having a medical marijuana card gives you exclusive access to medicine otherwise not available for recreational users, lower prices at the dispensaries, and higher limits for possession and growing. To get your card, drop by our new location or give us a call at 888-920-6076 or visit us online at ommpcard.com.
Hoodoo's Backcountry Festival, presented by Three Creeks Brewery, is this Friday and Saturday. Celebrate every form of human-powered touring into the backcountry. Pack your snow tents and camp out for 2 full nights of backcountry culture at its finest. Live music from Alder Street Band, Beer Garden, and more seminars, demos, and races than ever before. Whether you ride, slide, bike, or skin into the backcountry, you won't want to miss BC Fest 2016 at Hoodoo. See race schedule, list of vendors, and all the details at skihoodoo.com.
The event room at Dickie Joe's Burgers is the perfect place to host a party, celebration, or meeting for 10 to 70 guests. The event room is business meeting friendly. Audio and video presentation equipment is at your fingertips. This space is even available for business meetings and other functions at breakfast time. The event room at Dickie Joe's offers catering from Mucho Gusto Mexican Kitchen, Bill and Tim's Barbecue, Dickie Joe's Burgers, and a delightful breakfast buffet. Birthdays, team parties, baby showers, rehearsal dinners, cocktail parties, business functions, you name it. The event room is prepared to meet your special occasion needs. This space can be private, and there is no room fee. Reservations are taken for parties of 10 or more. Stop by and check out the event room at Dickie Joe's today. They're centrally located in Eugene, across from Valley River Center. Ample parking is available.
Well, as we mentioned earlier this morning, you know, life is life, and sometimes some really good things happen and sometimes some really bad things happen. And it seems like when the bad stuff happens, it just snowballs. You know, and maybe you're out there, you're going to work every day, you're trying to pay off your student loans, and then maybe an illness strikes. And before you know it, you know, your debt load goes from being a few $1,000s to hundreds of thousands of dollars, and then your credit goes down the tubes. And then while you're trying to work all of this off, your car breaks down. Well, when you go to get a new one, you find out you can't get one because your credit is upside down. Well, at Guarantee Discount Chevrolet, they have the Good People, Bad Credit program, and it's designed to help those hardworking folks who are honestly trying to get by and do the right thing, get into an automobile in 48 hours or less, not only to get to work, but also to reestablish their credit. So call them. 541-998-2333. That's 541-998-2333. Ask Guarantee Discount Chevrolet about their Good People, Bad Credit program.
Mornings are a little different with a wake-up call.
You're an embarrassment to nature. Do you know that?
Holloway in London. On News Radio 1120 KPNW.
News Radio 1120 KPNW. I am totally jazzed about our next guest. I first became aware of Keith Code prior to buying my Triumph. And well before ever buying it, I had gone online to find every video I could by this guy. His name is Keith Code. He is the author of 2 books, A Twist of the Wrist and A Twist of the Wrist Volume 2. Those are just 2 of the many books, actually, that he's written that have been translated into, I have no idea how many languages. He is an inventor. He is the creator of the California Superbike School. He is a champion, or a former champion motorcycle racer himself, and he has coached how many champions now? And when I say champions, I don't mean race winners. I mean actual, like, season champions. Motorcycle champions, have you coached now, Keith?
I think the total now is 56, or 50, might be 57 actually. One of our guys just won his championship here in America.
That is, that's amazing. There's a reason why we've got you on this morning. It's a little different than motorcycle racing, but I want to talk a little bit about bikes, and we'll talk about the other thing, because the two kind of do converge in an interesting way. So, I've been looking at your timeline here, and you can find out more about Keith in a number of different ways, but if you go to superbikeschool.com, you can take a look at a timeline of what you have done in your life. Where do you find the time to eat? I'm looking at your timeline, it's like, God, this guy must be going 24/7.
Well, like most successful men, I have a fantastic wife.
And she's in the background laughing. That's funny. Hi, Mrs. Code. Well, first off, your success, there's no doubt about it. You are very successful in your particular field and in your particular endeavor. And I have to say that your book, A Twist of the Wrist, has helped make me a better and safer motorcycle rider. So on just my personal thing is, I want to thank you very much for having written those books.
Well, when I started training other riders, I was still a professional racer, superbike racing here in America. And once I retired, I really didn't want to leave the sport. And that's when I started the Superbike School. And as I gained more and more information, I felt compelled to write it down and publish it. And it's kind of gone like that for the last 36 years since the school started. And I don't know. I just can't help myself, Bill. I have to get the information out there, and it's been a great help to many, many people all over the world. We've run schools now in 19 countries, and it's just kind of it's a huge perk for me to have been able to pull this motorcycle rider training thing together, and to help people to not only save lives, but also to enjoy the sport more. And it's been very fulfilling, actually, yes, and thank you.
Well, and that was one of the things I was going to mention is I would have to think that through your work as a teacher of writing skills that probably you have saved, whether you know it or not, and whether it can, you can enumerate it, you have probably saved a whole lot of lives out there. So for that,
I love to get those success stories, and people do send them to me all the time, and have since I began the school, about how this or that situation came along, and them saying these great things like, your words from the chalk talk when I came to the school started reverberating in my head, and I did exactly what you told me, and I did not die. And I go, yes, this is fantastic.
Congratulations on that. That's funny. I don't know, are you familiar with the Doc Wong schools?
Oh, sure. Doc Wong and I are good friends. I've done many of the Doc Wong rides, and I've done exercises with them, spoken at his events, and so on up in Redwood City. Yeah, we're good friends.
Okay. I was going to say that is one of kind of your twist of the wrist, really kind of one of the main, if you will, texts for those particular classes, which they do, up and down the West Coast. As a matter of fact, they do them locally here in this area. And
Andrew Cox does them up in your area. That's correct.
Yeah. yeah. So anyway, a great appreciation for what you've done. And without a doubt, you know, as far as what you do, you are, if not the top teacher and writer and instructor and even inventor when it comes to things to teach people how to ride motorcycles. You know, you're an incredibly successful guy, maybe one of the most successful at what you do, and likely as a coach, no doubt about it, you are. And what's interesting about it is that you could have gone a completely different route. And when I say a completely different route, I mean completely different. How old were you when you first got into drugs?
I got into drugs, well, first of all, I'm from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and if you don't drink alcohol in Allegheny County, which is where Pittsburgh is, then you're not allowed to live there.
Yeah.
So my drug history started at the age of about 10 years old. And by the time I was 15, I actually was, you know, taking amphetamine, smoking marijuana. And at that time, that's, you know, back in 1960, there were very few people in my area that were doing drugs. They were all doing alcohol. That was normal. And it was almost an obligation, actually. And the drugs pretty well took me over, but I had already started racing. And when the drugs overtook the racing, I had to give it up, and which was probably a very, very smart move on my part, because I tried it once, going out to a race in Ohio, and I was just giddy and stupid, and I ran off the track and came back on and almost, hurt a few other people, and I realized that in my drug fog back then, I realized that this was not the way to approach the sport. So the drugs actually took me out of the sport for nearly 10 years.
Okay, so let me ask this question. Was it somebody that told you, or was it a self-awareness that I can't do these two things at the same time?
Well, really, once you get into drugs, they begin to take up all your time and all your attention, because you've got to figure out where to get more. And back then, it was a little more difficult than it is now, unfortunately. So it was more the time, and the other aspect of drugs, which is the thing that is very not obvious to people who begin taking them, is you start to lose yourself. You start to forget who you are. You start to separate yourself from your friends. You start to pull away from parental guidance. You start pulling away from society in a lot of ways, because in many, many ways you've become a criminal of some sort or another. You're having to deal with shady people and that type of stuff, and hang out with people who are, it's almost a secret society. So, or it certainly was back then, and still is now to a great degree. And so it separates you from society, and it separates you from the things that you love, and you lose your connections, and you start to lose yourself. And I certainly did lose myself for about 10 years.
Well, one of our frequent guests on the Wake Up Call, we have him on about once a month, is somebody that is a drug and alcohol counselor, and he had issues with drugs and alcohol himself, which I think is what makes him effective at what he does. But he always talks about how, they're generally, with anybody who starts to recover, they have that one particular moment where they completely scrape bottom. What was that moment for you when you finally went, okay, I have to stop now?
Well, that was me crawling pretty much on my hands and knees to get into the car to go and get some more heroin. And I thought, there's something wrong with this.
Wow. Yeah.
This is not, that 10-year-old kid, 12-year-old kid, going out and finding himself a motorcycle that fit him, and just reveling in life and riding and friends and all the other activities that you do. It had narrowed down to this horrible, one lane road, and it was leading to nowhere. And that was wake-up call right there.
Yeah. So were you crawling because you were that loaded, or were you crawling because essentially you were in withdrawals?
I was sick. Yeah, it was withdrawal, and it was painful. And after that, I checked myself in the hospital, and I actually did that a couple of times, and eventually, luckily, I moved out to the West Coast, and I was able to get out of the drugs, and with the help of the Narconon program and the things that the Narconon program does, and I was able to get back into racing, and luckily I slipped through the cracks because most of my friends back from those times did not slip through the cracks. And once I did clean myself up and get back into the sport that I loved, I was looking for a way to head these guys off at the pass, because I saw other young riders with huge talent that were, going down that same spiral, going down that same toilet, and just experimenting a little bit. And I feel like, guys, you're walking a bad line here. This is going to wind you up into a place that you don't want to be. And of course, it did happen. So I wanted to get the word out. I wanted to get my experiences out there. I wanted to let people know what was happening. But really, it wasn't until about 8 years ago when I ran into the Foundation for a Drug-Free World and saw their materials, the Truth About Drugs booklets, that I was finally fulfilled, because I saw that here was the information, here's the education, and I realized that there's no substitute for education. We can't keep on putting people in jail. We can't, as parents, we can't keep them in their room forever. We can't stop them from hanging out with the bad influence people. We can't stop them from going online and buying drugs from out of the country and all that sort of stuff. I realized that education was the only way, so I hooked up with the Foundation for a Drug-Free World.
Keith Cote joining us on the Wake Up Call. He is the author of Twist of the Wrist, Twist of the Wrist 2, and a number of other books that are literally the textbooks for folks that want to ride motorcycles. Also, world-renowned coach and mentor of world championship motorcycle racers. And I mean, he's done so many things. We could spend the next 20 minutes talking about the stuff that you've done. But talking about your overcoming drug addiction and the like. I wonder at times, and looking at kind of your life's arc, if you hadn't have had that passion for motorcycles, because I get the feeling, listening to you talk about this, that one of the things that kind of helped pull you through getting past the addiction was the passion that you had for motorcycles, and maybe realizing, and having the realization that I can do this other passion instead of this addiction. I mean, did that play a big part in it? Does having a passion in life and something that you really want badly, is that a motivator for helping one overcome an addiction?
Oh yeah, I think so, Bill. And everybody at some point along the line, unless they really have some severe physical situation, and even those guys go through a point where they have a great desire to do something. And I think most people, I know it's true for me and many of my friends, most people actually get a sense of something that they want to do, but forget about it by the time they're 9 or 10 years old. And I mean, everybody's got some passion in them, and I think that when you lose that, you do lose a huge part of yourself, and it certainly was true for me. And of course, I've seen it many times in other people. So bringing somebody to an understanding of what they're getting into when they get into drugs, and especially for parents, because we did extensive surveys in America. That's almost a decade ago now, and we saw clearly back then that over 50% of American school children are going to try drugs before they get out of high school. And of course, this is bad news for parents, because it's sort of it's a 50-50 deal. It's a coin toss whether their kids are going to get into drugs or not. And so the booklets, the Truth About Drugs booklets, have been super effective all over the world in the many, many languages. I think they're in 17 languages. We've distributed 60 million of the booklets, and they've been a huge, huge benefit to parents, civic-minded organizations. We've just recently connected up to the Boy Scouts, so 2.5 million Boy Scouts in America will be able to take advantage of the Truth About Drugs booklet, not only the booklets, but also the training material, which we distribute as well, the lecture series on drugs and the Truth About Drugs.
It's interesting. Your calling, I think, was teaching in one form or another. Obviously,
I guess it was.
What you've done with not only with motorcycles, but also now with this. It seems like that, whether you know it or not. That maybe was the real calling here under all of this other stuff.
Well, I think the passion, as you pointed out, drove me through and gave me a little bit of a hook. And luckily, I was able to get back into that society. But it really required understanding what drugs did and what they had done to me, and what all the different drugs do. And that's again the booklets, all the free material from the foundation. There are actually 14 Truth About Drugs booklets. One of them covers drugs in general, and then the other 13 are individual drugs like heroin, LSD, Ritalin, crystal meth, ecstasy, and so on. And the great thing about all these booklets is they're free, and they have every place in the world where we have been able to place these booklets.
Yeah.
And also stay in communication with local law enforcement. For example, we have seen a reduction in drug use. So they are actually effective, and especially effective for friends and family who feel that they know somebody who's at risk.
Okay, you got a website that you can send people to if they want to find out about how they can get a handful of these booklets?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's simply drugfreeworld.org. And on the website, we'll see all the booklets. They can open up the booklets on the website. They can actually print them out if they want to. There's another page where they can order the booklets, which is actually better because the booklets are very enticing, especially for teenagers, because they've just got that little edgy look to them, and kids will pick them up and read them, which is great. So that and also the full range of educational materials, and it's all free.
All right. Keith Code joining us on the Wake Up Call. Okay, so before I let you go here, going back to motorcycles again, for somebody that is just getting into the sport, or if you want to call it the hobby, maybe they don't want to road race, they just want to ride a motorcycle, give a couple of non-intuitive hints or tips that could save their life.
Yes. Wow. Well, the more I look at this whole thing of riding and training riders, the more it's such an onion. You peel it and you've still got an onion underneath, and it's been going like that for the last 40 years since I started training riders. And a couple of really basic parts of riding. The most basic part, and the one skill and technique that everybody really needs to know and understand, is how the motorcycles steer, because it's been the cause of so many accidents. And as I've pointed out a million times before, over the last 4 or 5 decades, we learn on tricycles, and tricycles are like cars. You turn the handlebars in the direction you want to go, whereas motorcycles are counterintuitive. There's actually a pressure in the opposite direction of the intended turn that you want to make. In other words, you have to rotate the bar slightly to the left to go right. You have to rotate the bar slightly to the right to go left, and this is just not intuitive at all. So it's one of those things that if a rider doesn't gain some control over this, then it's a crapshoot on whether they're going to get out of a situation where they have to make a quick a steering maneuver or not, avoid a pothole or a car or whatever it may be. So the steering of the motorcycle is very, very important. That's number one.
Okay. Number two?
Number two would have to be, since most of the accidents now in America, it's changed quite a bit over the last 35 or 40 years. It used to be that the biggest single source of motorcycle accidents was automobiles turning left in front of riders.
Mm-hmm.
And nowadays it's single vehicle accidents out on a corner where the rider loses control and crashes in a corner. And one of the things that I've discovered over the 150,000 people that I have personally trained over the last 36 years is that most riders do not feel like they have a natural sense of line. So getting some basic theory on how to execute a corner, what sort of line is an ideal line through a corner, is also very, very important. And unfortunately, there's not just an educational website where people can go to get this information. I wish there were, actually, and perhaps it's sometime in the near future I will do something like kidcode.org and put all these really, really basic, fundamental and vital pieces of information down. But as it stands right now, the best thing to do, well, you did it, actually. You got my books.
Yeah.
You got my videos, or at least one of the videos, and there are two of them out there now, and they very carefully go over these particular subjects, especially the newest one, Twist of the Wrist Volume 2.
All right. Keith, a pleasure talking to you. I want to thank you for, what you're doing, not only now in terms of, kind of getting the word out there and trying to help kids or head off kids who may end up with a drug problem, but, what you've done for motorcycle riders across the world. It's greatly appreciated, and from a definitely a neophyte street bike rider, thank you. I appreciate it.
It's my pleasure to do it. I love to do it. I love to get the word out about the drugs. And for me, the foundation for a drug-free world is, our mission is to educate people on drugs, realizing that it's the only way out. And drugfreeworld.org. We also have a toll-free number, Bill.
Okay.
It's 888-NO-TO-DRUGS. Pretty simple. And somebody will answer the phone, and somebody will send out whatever booklets the person wants. And again, everything is free.
All right. Keith Code, thank you very much. We appreciate you joining us on the Wake Up Call. You take care.
It was a great show. Thanks, Bill. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you. Keith Code, author of Twist of the Wrist, Twist of the Wrist 2, the creator of the California Superbike School. He's an inventor. He has actually things that he's patented, you name it. When it comes to motorcycles, that guy has done it. Keith Code on the Wake Up Call. 850 News Radio 1120 KPNW.
It's the latest Wake Up Call market news. This is the KPNW Business Report.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. Global monetary policy is once again in focus on signs some of the world's key central banks may be prepared to act, with markets rocked by uncertainty over China's slowdown and oil's crash. That is giving a lift to stocks this Friday. Oil surging and trading above $31 a barrel, giving a lift to energy shares. American Express tumbling the most in almost 7 years. Amex saying quarterly profit declined 38%. That capped off a year marked by its worst stock slump since the financial crisis and the loss of partners, including its biggest, and that's Costco. Meantime, Starbucks quarterly forecast missing analyst estimates following a sales growth slowdown overseas, which the company blamed in part on the Paris terrorist attacks. McDonald's has performed all of its major fast food rivals over the past few months, and it has a lot to do with Egg McMuffins and hash browns. The company's shares have surged since October, when the chain made breakfast items available all day. The chain is scheduled to report fourth quarter earnings on Monday. Courtney Donahoe, Bloomberg.
The Good Earth Home, Garden, and Living Show. Now this, you've got to see. Design your good home and a healthy life, too. Find the best experts, products, and ideas. Shop pavilions of food, garden, homes, and wellness. Enjoy live music. Learn from our experts. Meet America's eco-chic designer, Shannon Quimby. Tour Oregon's tiny house roundup. Cozy cottages to retro mod. Double your donations to Shelter Box. Create a better life at the Good Earth Home, Garden, and Living Show. January 22nd through the 24th. Admission is free. EugeneHomeshow.com. At this week's show, find your way to wellness and good living, from relaxing spa treatments to naturally scented creams. Learn about ancient healing therapies and natural herbal remedies. Shop for eco-friendly cleaning supplies, bedding, and saunas too. Discover sustainable textiles and fair trade clothing. Explore exhibits of recycled metal art and artistic home decor. Create a better life at the Good Earth Home Garden and Living Show this week in Eugene. Now this, you've got to see.
Tune in to Real Estate Today, weekdays at 5:30 p.m.
I'm Bob Nelson, real estate investment broker and exchange specialist. Cascade Exchange Services is my choice for completing tax-deferred exchanges. Megan McMahon, who's a CPA, is my choice of the person to handle my tax-deferred exchanges. It's a locally owned company. They do business on a nationwide basis, same-day document preparation, and she's always available for free and very excellent consultation. Contact Megan at Cascade Exchange Services.
It's January, and that means it's time for the Midwinter Spectacular Sales event going on right now at the Hertz Car Sales Superstores.
Scott Hoysh here for Hertz Car Sales of Eugene. We're clearly right smack in the middle of winter. If you're finding that you need a newer, nicer, more dependable vehicle to tackle the winter conditions, now's your time right here at Hertz Car Sales of Eugene. Our inventory is incredible. SUVs, all-wheel drives, front-wheel drives, and 4x4s. Choose from our Northwest Superstore inventory of more than 1,000 vehicles to fit almost any budget. And I do mean almost any budget. Plus, during our Midwinter Spectacular Sales event, we still have on approved credit 1.99% financing up to 60 months and no payments for 90 days. Remember, Beltline and West 11th, where Hertz Car Sales will save you money. Ends January 31st.
Don't miss the Midwinter Spectacular Sales event going on right now on West 11th, just off the Beltline, and always online at HertzEugene.com. Hertz Car Sales of Eugene, the better way to buy a car.
Anything but typical. Anything but cliche. Anything but routine. The Wake Up Call on News Radio 1120. KPNW.
8:53, News Radio 1120 KPNW. Just another plug-in for the big Umpqua Wake Up Call. Brighter Homes and Lighting. It's going to be an ice cream social with some Java Thunder.
Yeah, the folks at Brighter Homes and Lighting. Thank you very much to Carolyn Lee, who sent in the email to us, and 14 employees out there at Brighter Homes Lighting are going to get some free ice cream on us, so we'll deliver that a little bit later on this afternoon, courtesy of Umpqua, and I'm hoping that they also throw in maybe a little Rocky Road to take along with us too, which is absolutely my favorite.
A couple of things going on. The weekend will be conducive to checking out the Land Event Center. The 11th annual Good Earth Home, Garden, and Living Show is going on, and that's pretty much all days of the weekend. The 2016 Oregon Jazz Festival. We tried like the Dickens to get some folks in here to do some jazz, get you ready for that. That's going to be today and tomorrow at LCC. Kind of a cool thing. They have a Jazz Fest after hours thing going on at the Jazz Station tomorrow at 8 o'clock. And tickets are only like $7, so I think it's worth a check out if you can't make it to the LCC Jazz Fest. Second weekend for To Kill a Mockingbird at VLT. Tomorrow at the Oregon Ducks, coming off a USC win last night. They'll take on UCLA at 1 o'clock. And speaking of college basketball, I'll put another plug in for the Infinity Coaches Challenge. Right now, Dana Altman is number 19. Like to see him even move up a spot or two. Sunday, the first round is over for the Infinity Coaches Challenge. If he was to go out, he'd get $1,000. If he stays in it, automatically gets $7,500, if not more. So if you have an opportunity today to vote for the coach, the Infinity Coaches Challenge /ESPN, just Google that. It will pop up. Again, you can vote today, tomorrow, and probably get a vote in on Sunday. And thank you for doing that. CMN using the money right here. Okay, that's it for us. Have a great weekend. We'll see you Monday morning at 6:05.
All right. Garrity Discount Chevrolet knows that there are folks out there that, for whatever reason, have had their lives turned upside down financially. There are going to be a multitude of different reasons. Usually there's not just one reason. Generally, it's a multiplier. So if you're one of those good people, you're out there, you're working every day, you're doing what you can to get stuff paid off, they have the Good People, Bad Credit program, which can help you when you need it get a quality, safe, reliable vehicle, be it a car, van, or truck, in 48 hours or less in some cases. And they have helped hundreds of people not only get on the road, but also reestablish their credit. So later on down the line, when they want to go buy a house, they can do it. It's Guaranteed Discount Chevrolet, the Good People, Bad Credit program. Call Robert Sloan at 541-998-2333. 541-998-2333. The Guaranteed Discount Chevrolet Good People, Bad Credit program. We're out.
Our customers tell us that shopping at St. Vincent de Paul is an adventure. It's like going on a treasure hunt, and finding treasures at bargain prices make it even more fun. What's more, the money you spend at St. Vincent de Paul helps thousands of people right here in Lane County. So have some fun, save some money, and do something nice for your neighbors. Shop St. Vincent de Paul, where you're likely to find just what you're looking for. St. Vincent de Paul, we're in the phone book.
This message is sponsored by St. Vincent de Paul in association with Eugene area radio stations. Ears.
Not to create urgency, but you're about to miss out on Sleep Train's year-end clearance sale, because when it's over, it's over. We're talking about Beauty Rest, Posturepedic, Tempur-Pedic, and more, up to 36 months, interest-free financing with no money down on Tempur-Pedic, and the all-new Beauty Rest Black Hybrid Collection. We're talking about the cooling memory foam and the pocketed coils, so you simply get the best of both worlds. It's available right now, but only at Sleep Train on approved credit with up to 36 equal monthly payments required. And during the year-end clearance sale, you can save up to 50% on clearance sleep accessories while supplies last. Don't forget, with Sleep Train, you get same-day delivery, removal, and setup when you purchase by 2 p.m. I'm thinking today would be a perfect day to start your relationship with your brand new mattress. Year-end clearance sale ending very, very soon in Eugene, Springfield, Corvallis, and Salem. And tell them you're like this with the Wake Up Call. Sleep Train.
With our eye on the stock tickers, this is the Wake Up Call Business Report on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. Stocks are gaining on the way to the strongest two-day rally in 5 weeks. Energy companies leading the way, heading toward the first weekly advance this year. Equities are continuing a snapback from the worst start to a year since 2008, hammered as oil sank to 12-year lows, and concerns that slowing global growth, particularly in China, will drag on the U.S. economy. Purchases of previously owned homes rose more than projected in December, helped in part by warmer weather and wrapping up the best year since 2006. Closings jumped 14.7%, the most on record, to 5.46 million. Oil services giant Schlumberger cutting another 10,000 jobs to cope with the crude market collapse. Meantime, 2 decades after O.J. Simpson's murder trial drove millions of new viewers to CNN. A series based on the trial is poised to do the same for the FX network. The People vs. O.J. Simpson American Crime Story makes its debut on February 2nd, and it could break audience records for the network. Courtney Donahoe, Bloomberg Radio.
We report, you decide. This is News Radio 1120 KPNW, Eugene, Springfield, USA.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady. The storm that could dump 2 feet of snow in and around the nation's capital is already blamed for at least 1 death in North Carolina.
We're having some very serious issues on I-95 at this point in time.
Governor Pat McCrory says a trucker was killed in a multi-vehicle wreck this morning. Winter storm warnings stretch from northern Mississippi to the northeast.
Close to 8 inches north of Little Rock, Arkansas. In North Carolina, some areas also seeing 8 inches of snowfall, 5 inches of snow across Virginia.
Fox meteorologist Maria Molina, safety officials in D.C. urging people to get home early and stay put. The annual March for Life happening anyway in D.C. Fox News Radio's Jared Halpern is live on the mall.
Despite a blizzard warning and record-shattering snowfall headed to D.C., this march goes on. Thousands of anti-abortion activists making an annual pilgrimage to the U.S. Supreme Court. This couple making the trek from the Florida Keys. What's the motivation?
I think we're at a critical point for people to really wake up and understand what the march is all about. And we represent San Pablo Church in Marathon.
Organizers concede attendance may be down a bit, but say those who could not risk the winter storm are still taking part online and on social media. Lisa.
Well, Jared, a ban on one abortion method is blocked in Kansas. Fox Radio's Jeff Manasso, live in our Midwest Bureau.
Lisa, the Kansas Court of Appeals, in a split decision, refuses to allow the state's first-in-the-nation ban on a second trimester abortion method to take effect. Abortion providers claimed a law that prohibited doctors from using forceps to remove a live fetus from the womb in pieces was an unconstitutional burden on women seeking to end their pregnancies. The decision is expected to be appealed to the Kansas Supreme Court. Lisa.
Thanks, Jeff. A rally right now on Wall Street, the Dow up 114 points. You're listening to Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Gary, why aren't you outside enjoying the party?
Hey, Michelle, it's this heartburn. When it hits, it really hits hard.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's it. I've had it. I'm going to kick acid with Rolaids.
Rolaids Advanced goes to work instantly for powerful relief of your worst heartburn, bloating, and gas.
Wow, you're packed fast.
Yeah, I feel much better.
Now this is a party. Kick acid and gas with Rolaids Advanced.
Jewelry to require a bodyguard, vacationing in the French Riviera, and then buying it. I just thought maybe it was time to prepare for my future. You know, set some financial goals, make some smart investments, open a 401k. Financial goals? Investments? A 401k? You are horrifying right now. Listen, if winning the lottery were easy, everyone would do it.
When it comes to financial stability, don't get left behind. Get tools and tips for saving at feedthepig.org. This message brought to you by the American Institute of CPAs.
From the Fox Sports Studios in Los Angeles, here's Deb Carson.
In the season of last hurrah for Kobe Bryant, he was once again the leading vote getter for the NBA All-Star Game. Fourth time in his career he's received the most votes. So Kobe will start on the Western squad along with Steph Curry, Kevin Durant, Russell Westbrook, and Kawhi Leonard. Selected as starters on the Eastern Conference squad, LeBron James, Carmelo Anthony, Paul George, Dwayne Wade, and Kyle Lowry. Games last night, Cavaliers beat the Clippers 115-102 for their 30th win of the season. No Tony Parker, no Tim Duncan, and no problem for the San Antonio Spurs.
Kawhi Leonard gets it in high post to Aldridge, hands it back to Kawhi, right wing three. Kawhi not.
Spurs radio with the call. San Antonio 117, Phoenix 89 in the desert last night. A 102-101 win for Memphis over Denver, and New Orleans topped Detroit 115-99. I'm Deb Carson.
We are Fox Sports.
Northwest Burger inside the Fifth Street Market has burgers so amazing, they're an experience all their own. Freshly ground meat, local produce, combined with the creativity of local chef Garrett Kirsch, made for a burger experience like no other. Northwest Burger, the official burger of the Wake Up Call.
Mark your calendars, get a babysitter, gather up your girlfriends. It's time for the 13th year of Affair of the Heart. It's Lane County's premier women's event. You've been balancing a busy life and you deserve a night off. What could be better than fashion shopping, martinis, free samples, and great health and wellness information? The 13th annual Affair of the Heart on February 11th from 4 to 9 p.m. at the Lane Event Center. Find us on Facebook or go to theaffairoftheheart.com for details. See you there. Sponsored by Mackenzie Willamette Medical Center.
When I have an asthma attack, I feel scared. I feel like I'm choking.
Prevent your child's next asthma attack. Visit www.noattacks.org or call your doctor, because even one attack is one too many.
I feel like a fish with no water.
Brought to you by the EPA and the Ad Council.
Countless victims of human trafficking walk among us, invisible until now. The Blue Campaign provides a unified voice for those who work to combat human trafficking. It's time to open our eyes. Learn what you can do by visiting dhs.gov/Blue Campaign.
Poaching is a major threat to our country's wildlife populations, but it's just one of the risks animals face. The best way to protect wildlife is to protect the land on which they live. The Humane Society Wildlife Land Trust works with private landowners to protect wildlife by preserving natural habitats and establishing permanent sanctuaries. To learn more or to work with the Humane Society Wildlife Land Trust to save your land, call 1-800-729-SAVE or visit wildlifelandtrust.org.
It's 9:06 and time for Rush. Rush Limbaugh on News Radio 1120, KPNW.
Have you ever seen a primary campaign where the two top frontrunners in a party are both trying to be destroyed by that party?
And now, from sunny South Florida, it's Open Line Friday.
Do you ever remember seeing anything like this? Forget in your lifetime because you haven't. Or maybe no, not two. The two top frontrunners, factions, different factions within the Republican Party are trying to take out both of these guys. Greetings, my friends, and welcome to Open Line Friday on Rush Limbaugh's EIB Network, the most listened to radio talk show in America. Great to have you here, as always. The telephone number, if you want to be on the program, is 800-282-2882. The email address, lrushbo@eibnet.com. For those of you who are new, and that's a big number. Latest research data, the audience is expanding in near geometric proportions as people seek guidance, answers, explanations, information, and an answer to the basic question, what the hell is happening out there? Let me tell you what Open Line Friday is for those of you who are novices. Monday through Thursday, callers on this program, and by the way, this program is a benevolent dictatorship. There is no First Amendment for anybody but me. I'm the dictator, but I'm benevolent. Monday through Thursday, when we go to the phones, the calls have to be on subject matter interesting to me. I mean, that's why people listen. They don't tune in here to be bored. But on Friday, I throw all that out, take a giant career risk by not limiting what it is callers want to talk about. So Friday, you can bring up anything you want. I consider it a gift from the benevolent dictator to the subjects. The week they can bring up anything they want, questions, comments, doesn't matter, doesn't have to be politics, doesn't have to be whatever you think this program is primarily about. It can be anything. So that's basically it in a nutshell. Here again, the phone number is 800-282-2882 and the email address lrushbo@eibnet.com. So over here you have establishment Republicans trying to take out Ted Cruz by sidling up with Donald Trump. Over here, you have conservative intelligentsia, the intellectual leading light of conservatism, National Review, trying to take out Trump. The establishment, which National Review has been plenty supportive of in recent years, is trying to take out Trump, or trying to take out Cruz, sidling up to Trump, while National Review is trying to take Trump out. If Ted Cruz becomes president of the United States, I am here to tell you that there will be more knives needing to be removed from his back, placed there by fellow Republicans, than by any number of knives in his back placed there by the Democrats, because the Democrats' attacks will be from the front, and he will see those coming. I have never seen anything like this, where the two top front runners are both being targeted by different wings or elements, if you will. And folks, people keep not hounding me, because I don't consider it to be hounding, but people keep asking me, Rush, what do you think? What do you do? What are you going to do? What do you make of all this? In fact, let me find a soundbite. I wasn't going to play this at the top, but it fits if I can just find it here. It's CNN. I think it's CNN, trying to figure out what I think of. Yeah, here it is. Grab number 9. This is a piece on CNN. They're utterly confused. This ran last night on Anderson Cooper 360. And what they always say, folks, this is important. Left-wing America, the drive-by media, the Democrat Party, when talking about you or me or conservatives, always say that we're just a bunch of, among other things, simpletons, that we're too dense to understand intellectual nuance. Well, we're too dumb to understand any nuance. That you are mind-numbed robots, incapable of forming your own opinions and making up your own minds. So you tune here to find out what you should think, and you tune in here to find out what it is you don't know. And if you didn't do that, you would be blindly traversing the tundra and the countryside, thinking the blizzard was going to kill you today. So, given that, given how we know the left looks at us in terms of being simpleton and mind-numbed robots, listen to this report from Tom Foreman on CNN last night.
Trump has enjoyed oceans of praise on conservative radio.
The last 10 minutes of what Trump did last night sealed the deal. I mean, the sincerity, the appreciation for the audience.
But now that he's taking on his closest challenger, Tea Party favorite Ted Cruz, the tide is turning.
A genuine conservative, even in the Republican field, would not go after Cruz this way.
As the months passed and the battle with Cruz became inevitable, the conservative talkers sharpened their words. And the dean of conservative talk, Rush Limbaugh,
I think Trump is making a strategic error in the way he criticizes Cruz. But, folks, it's unrealistic to expect that they're not going to go after each other.
The conservative talkers will almost certainly hurt Trump if they keep hitting him this way. But if he looks like he can win the nomination and the White House, they could change their tune again. After all, they've been mad at the Democrats a whole lot longer.
What does all of this mean to you? They do not know what I think. They are curious. They are confused. The dean of talk radio, is he for Trump or is he against it? They can't figure it out. Ladies and gentlemen, let me remind you of a phone call we got yesterday toward the end of the program, 28-year-old young man. And yeah, we're going to get to the national news stuff because I've got Rich Lowry and these guys all on TV. We'll react to it as if you're hearing their words. But I don't think what's happening here in that regard is complicated. I think this is easily explainable because we are literally going through things here that in many ways are unprecedented, and there are challenges for people that challenges they haven't had to make, and it's causing much consternation and confusion. Lifetimes, careers are being questioned, the relevance, the importance, by virtue of this Republican campaign. I think what's happening is so big, is so momentous, it's impossible to predict exactly where it's going or what the end result is going to be. But it is exciting. This is thrill-packed. And what is happening here has the potential to be huge, no matter the result. It has the potential to accomplish what so many of you for the last 25 years have called here and said you thought the Republican Party was going to do. There are genuine opportunities for massive upheaval and change here, with more than just one outcome. I myself am still analyzing it. I'm still trying to figure out what everything that happens means. I'm analyzing why certain people are supporting certain candidates, why certain people are not. What is it about certain candidates that's attracting all of this support? What is the appeal? I'm still analyzing it and trying to figure it out. And I'm having a ball doing it, by the way. It is a fun challenge to have. And I don't want to kill off any of it yet. May I be honest with you? I don't want to kill off anything that's happening right here. It's too big. It's too momentous. It's larger than any one of us. It's larger than any one organization, ideology, publication, whatever. What's happening here is so huge, I don't want to kill off any of it. I want to let things take place and let the natural ebb and flow of the process be the determining factor of what happens here. Mr. Limbaugh, are you so stuck on your thought that you think this is Mr. New Castrati out there asking me a question? You think you're so big you can destroy something? Well, let's just say that I don't want to chance it. Now, let me go back to this guy that called yesterday, toward the end of the program, 28 years old, millennial. He said, and we were at the time, there was a discussion, as it is every day here, people calling why they like Trump, why they don't, why they like Cruz, why they don't, Rubio, you name it. People trying to explain to me, even going so far as trying to tell me why I like Trump. I mean, everybody's playing this analysis game. And this guy calls and says something that I hadn't heard said in this fashion. He said, Rush, I'm 28 years old. And what you need to understand is the way people my age and in my circle are looking at all of this. The first thing he said was, let's look at the two parties. The Democrat Party, I'm going to use his words here. He said, the Democrat Party has become the party of the fringe, the fringes in America. And without my prompting, he defined what he meant. And he spelled out verbatim the Democrat Party coalition. And to him, a 28-year-old millennial, they are the fringe. The LGBT crowd, the gay marriage crowd, the civil rights coalitions, the militant feminism, the rape culture on campus crowd, everybody trying to make everybody politically correct, the denial of the First Amendment, limits on free speech, putting photographers and pizza owners in jail if they don't do a cake or take pictures or bake a pizza for a gay wedding, put them in jail. That's the Democrat Party, and that's the party of the fringe. He said the Republican Party is the party of white people. But what he meant was the party of middle America. He's talking about the part of, they're not fringe, they're standard. They are, in his words, well, my words actually defining what he meant. He was not speaking racistly or racially in this. He was defining who the various constituent groups are for the political parties. Democrats are the fringe, and he said the Republican Party represents the white people of America. White men. He said basically white men. But here's the key to it. He said the Democrat Party is free to openly promote and advocate for all of their fringe groups, and the Republican Party is not. The Republican Party cannot say or do one thing to benefit their constituents because they're going to get called out as racists and bigots and whatever, so they have to stand mute. The Republican Party can't say anything positive or pro. It can't come up with any policies. It can't introduce any legislation that advances its primary constituency group, because right now, at this point in time in American history, they are considered the problem. White men are the majority, the dominant majority. They're ones that got the country in trouble. They're the ones that have been racist, bigots, sexist, homophobes. The Democrat Party thinks it's perfectly legitimate. Go after them. The Republican Party is their political representative, but they can't defend them. So he said the two parties don't do a thing for us. The two parties have a paralyzing fight. One party that we might want to join can't do anything for us. The other party that we don't want to join is engaging in all this fringe stuff that's resulting in the rot and the destruction of our culture. And in the middle of all this, here comes Donald Trump. And he said, what you need to understand, Mr. Limbaugh, is that it isn't about Donald Trump. It's what Trump is and what Trump represents. And that is a totally new way that cannot be tied to either of the two political parties, which, frankly, Mr. Limbaugh, we don't like. There's nothing for us there. Now, he's talking about, he was not assuming that he's speaking for every millennial or every 28-year-old. He was talking about, don't know how many people, but I think it's a sizable number. And his point about Trump was, you keep talking about how Trump survives all these crazy things he says. Mr. Limbaugh, it isn't about any of that. Trump can say, do anything. It ain't going to hurt him because it isn't about him. It's about the fact that he represents to us a new way, a different direction, an ability to be honest, about what you believe the problems are, an ability to be honest about your opponents, an ability to be honest about the people you think are responsible for making the mess. His point was, we can't even do that the way the politics of the country is structured today. You can't truthfully, honestly criticize. You're shut down by one side or the other. And for the most part, the left never gets shut down. They get amplified and promoted. And the opposition, I mean, if you wanted to join the Republican Party, to what end? Why would you? You're going to have a party that can't represent you. You're going to have a party that can't promote things for you because they're going to be tarred and feathered if they try. So Trump is the new way. Guy was saying that his group hates this current structure, the way American politics is working right now, and he thinks it's doomed to consign the country to the triumph of the fringes. And by definition, fringes do not triumph. By definition, fringes are not the majority. And so we want our shot at success. We want our shot at the American dream. And neither of the two political parties seems the slightest bit interested in any of that. They've both got theirs in terms of things that give them power today. And they don't want to take any risks whatsoever. I was utterly fascinated by it. I've been thinking about it, putting it in the mix with everything else that's happening out there as I try, and I really am. Without prejudice and about name-calling, I'm trying to figure out exactly what's happening, because it is momentous. I've got to take a break here because of the constraints of time and the programming format, but hanging to be tough. We'll be right back.
No rush, and you'll know the truth on the EIB network.
If you've had an ongoing tax problem, I have the solution for you. Tax Defense Partners. They will help stop the wage garnishments, the bank levies, and liens that you might be experiencing. Now, if you owe back taxes or if you have years of unfiled returns, call the experts at Tax Defense Partners now, 800-730-7777. They've been helping people and businesses for 20 years. They're the only firm I recommend to eliminate your tax problem. Find out how they can help. Call their quick reaction team of certified professionals for a free consultation. They got a special offer, by the way, if you hire them now. They will prepare 1 year of tax returns free of charge to start saving you money. So hop to it. Tax Defense Partners. Go into this year with total peace of mind. Tax Defense Partners to solve your IRS tax nightmare today. 800-730-7777. Tax Defense Partners. 800-730-7777.
Hey, honey, what are you doing?
I'm ordering new blinds. Remember I told you our neighbors ordered their blinds from Blindster.com, and they were really happy.
Okay, but don't we need to measure? And what about installation? Shouldn't we call a professional?
I already measured. I just followed the simple instructions on Blindster.com. And installation is easy. All the hardware's included. We just need a cordless drill or screwdriver.
Yeah, but what if we don't like the blinds or they don't fit? If they're custom made, we're stuck.
Actually, I ordered a free sample from Blindster, so we know exactly what we'll be getting. Plus, Blindster.com offers a 60-day satisfaction guarantee and a fit or free guarantee. If we don't like the blinds, we can return them within 60 days for a full refund or exchange. And if I make a mistake in measuring or ordering, they'll remake the blinds free. All we pay is shipping.
Wow, that's great customer service. I guess we're getting new blinds.
Go to Blindster.com now and take advantage of our special offer for Rush listeners only. Take 20% off any order. Just use the coupon code RUSH at checkout. Visit us now at Blindster.com. That's BLINDSTER.com. Blindster.com.
Portland 2016, the most prestigious sporting event ever to be hosted in the state of Oregon. The IAAF World Indoor Track and Field Championships are coming to Portland March 17th through 20th, 2016. More than 600 of the world's greatest track and field athletes from as many as 200 countries will compete over 4 days. 26 world champions will be crowned, and you can be a part of history. Tickets are on sale now at Portland2016.com.
Don't miss the IAAF World Indoor Track and Field Championships.
This is a referral service. Calls will be routed to an independent referral insurance agency.
Do you know the #1 cause of bankruptcy? No, it's not losing your job or running up credit card debt. It's not even divorce. It's medical costs. If you and your family don't have health insurance, just one serious illness or accident could be financially devastating. But now there's good news, really good news. A health insurance hotline has been established to provide health insurance for all Americans, even uninsured Americans with pre-existing conditions. Now anyone can get health insurance even if you have a pre-existing medical condition. I repeat, now anyone can get health insurance coverage. Call now for a free no-obligation quote on affordable health plans available to you. Again, this is a free hotline for anyone, even if you have pre-existing conditions. Protect you and your family from sudden unexpected medical costs. Call the free health insurance hotline right now at 1-800-841-0007. That's 1-800-841-0007. Call 1-800-841-0007.
Dear John, I'm leaving. Uncontrolled high blood pressure is serious, and I can quit whenever I want. Why can't we get back to when you checked on me? I don't want to leave. But remember, when I quit, you quit. Sincerely, your heart.
Listen to your heart. Don't let it quit on you. High blood pressure can lead to a stroke, heart attack, or death. Get yours to a healthy range today. Find out how at heart.org/blood pressure. A message from the American Heart Association, the American Stroke Association, and the Ad Council.
With news every half hour and when it breaks. And Rush now. 1120 KPNW.
Welcome back. Open Line Friday. Rush Limbaugh, 800-282-2882. Over on the Democrat side, there is upheaval, unexpected, and you might even say over there it's unprecedented. Bernie Sanders is literally mopping the floor in New Hampshire with Hillary Clinton. It is got people totally perplexed and wondering if it is real. The New York Times put together a compendium of quotes from a number of Democrat elected officials intended to frighten every registered Democrat voter to flee from Bernie Sanders immediately. Claire McCaskill, Missouri, said, "The Republicans won't touch him because they can't wait to run an ad with a hammer and a sickle," meaning Bernie's a communist. You know, I have to laugh. These Democrats who embrace communism wherever they can find it, suddenly upset that one of them in their midst might be elected president. Bernie Sanders, Jay Nixon, the governor of Missouri. There would be a meltdown all the way down the ballot. That's exactly what Bob Dole's saying about Trump. The two-party establishments, folks, are being turned upside down and inside out. Now, I understand the Republican establishment being in dire straits and existing in grave consequences. The Democrat establishment, the kook fringe of the Democrat base, I'm not surprised. They're sick and tired of having Hillary Clinton forced down their throat. They didn't want her in 2008. They don't want her now. And so they're turning to whoever they think is as much more viable than she is. Anyway, we'll sort through all of this as the program unfolds. Hang on.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. The Marine Corps says the 12 Marines who were in 2 helicopters that crashed off Hawaii are considered dead. The status of the missing Marines changed to deceased after days of searching for them. One of the Marines, Ty Hart, was from Staten. Eamon Bundy, the leader of the group occupying the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge, has been talking with the FBI, and the FBI released a statement saying they want to resolve the conflict peacefully. Bundy says they're prepared to defend themselves.
We didn't come in here to, blind, and we didn't come in here ignorant to what the possibilities could be.
Bundy says their goal is to turn over control of the refuge to the county, although county officials say they don't want control. Oregonian Bill Johnson, the first American skier to win an Olympic downhill title, has died after a long illness. He was 55. Johnson's health has been on the decline for several years after a series of strokes. Bill London, KPNW.
Thank goodness it's Sherry's Prime Rib Friday. It's time to treat yourself with a premium cut of succulent prime rib. Choose from 2 sizes for big or small appetites. We serve it up herb-crusted or blackened, both tender and juicy, with a bottle of Northwest wine that's only half price. However you order your Sherry's prime rib, you'll be thankful it's Friday. Come in tonight with family and friends and see what's new at Sherry's Cafe and Pies.
Based on actual cases, results may vary, not a solicitation for legal services.
If you owe for back taxes, payroll taxes, or if you've not filed, the IRS will search you out. They are the most powerful collection agency in the world. One call to Wall & Associates, and your tax problems can be solved. Listen.
I was worried I would lose my house. Wall met with me in person.
I was scared. Wall & Associates got my levy released in 48 hours.
They settled my back tax debt for a fraction of what I owed.
At Wall, we solve tax problems. Call 800-467-6127. That's 800-467-6127. You always speak with a live person.
I never had to talk to the IRS again.
Wall stopped my wage garnishment.
Wall solved my back tax problems for a fraction of what I owed.
Call Wall & Associates now for a free face-to-face consultation. Call 800-467-6127. That's 800-467-6127. 800-467-6127.
My dad came to live with us last month, and you know, it's going pretty well. I feel like I never have time for myself. With him being around more, it really lets us catch up on things. His memory isn't what it used to be. We get up and we have coffee. He usually wakes up at 4:30. Then we go for a walk. He needs lots of my attention. I do need to keep an eye on his medications, though. That's important. Sometimes I feel like a pharmacist. I'd say John and the kids are adjusting pretty well. They honestly have no idea what I'm going through. It can be a little challenging, but so far so good. I could really use just a little help.
For those dealing with the daily struggles of caring for a loved one, we hear you. That's why AARP created a community with experts and other caregivers for advice, tips, and support. Together, let's help each other better care for ourselves and the ones we love. Visit aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
So you see, son, good manners are important. Should I go through it again?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Exactly. Always say please, thank you, you're welcome, and excuse me. Sit up straight, hold doors open. Don't speak with your mouth full. Keep your elbows off the table. Share your things, play nice, and generally treat others the way you'd like to be treated. Got it?
Got it.
And stop picking your nose.
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. But 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier, and it could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. Visit 2min2x.org to find out more. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
When news breaks, depend on us. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Open Line Friday, Rush Limbaugh, half my brain dying behind my back, just to make it fair. Little hot chocolate here, and everyone's a winner in the bumper rotation. It is Iowa. Bernie Sanders, 51% support in Iowa. Hillary Clinton at 43, so it's an 8-point lead for Bernie Sanders. Clinton led by 18 last month. 18-point lead in December, now down to an 8-point deficit. Now, the Iowans who participated in the 2008 caucuses, survey found those people, Clinton leads Bernie 55-38. So apparently his lead is with new caucus members. Of course, if you listen to the experts talk, all these polling numbers in Iowa may not really matter. Because here comes the conventional wisdom. Iowa's a caucus state, and you don't just show up and vote. You have to show up in the evening, and you have your coffee, and you sit around and you chat about it. You caucus, you discuss, and then you vote. And they're saying the same thing about Trump. I mean, yeah, is his voters going to show up and do this? And I've seen in I don't know how many places, Trump does not have a ground game. And all Trump does is fly in, do a great show for an hour and a half or 2 hours with tens of thousands of people on hand, and gets on the plane and splits the scene. And leaving nothing behind, no ground game. And again, this is what those of the standard, ordinary, operating procedure, conventional wisdom, American politics, this is what they're saying to comfort themselves. Hey, kid, Trump, he's not going to win anything. You got to ignore the polls. But no, he doesn't have a ground game. Trump doesn't have any campaign experts. He doesn't have any specialists. He doesn't have any people working the caucus area. He doesn't have any people working in New Hampshire. Get out the vote, man the phone banks. He's not doing any of that. You wait. You're going to see. The polling numbers don't mean diddly squat. People are so threatened by what's happening. Folks, this is... In one sense, a lot of this is easy to understand, easily explained from even the psychological and the standpoint of human nature. Politics is like anything else. It is its own, let's call it a business just for the sake of it, just to call it something. It has its own rules. It has its own stars. It has its own wannabes. It has its own power cliques. It has its upper strata, it has its worker bees, it has its people that everybody else makes fun of. I mean, the whole gamut. Politics is thought to be different from that, though, because we learn from early days in school that politics is civics, and it's policy, and it's the best people with the best ideas campaigning and receiving support for those ideas and integrity and character. And looks good on paper, but this business is as cutthroat. It's like any private club. You golfers, you want to join Augusta National? Forget it. You don't have a prayer. The requirements to get into Augusta National are things 99.999% of the people who play golf in this country will never, ever accomplish or qualify for. You can dream all day long. Politics is the same way. The people who run it are not interested in new blood. They're not interested in, unless they bring the new blood in themselves and shepherd them and mentor them. But if you're an outsider and you've never been in the business before, and all of a sudden you want to come in and run the show and assume the leader, people are just not going to back away and let you have it. No matter how great you are, no matter what you might do for them. Let me put it this way. Forget the name is Trump. If a candidate could guaranteed fix everything that's wrong in this country, the way the Republican Party thinks it's wrong, if it were a slam dunk, if it were guaranteed, that candidate will still be opposed by the Republican Party establishment. If they've never heard of him before, or if he's never been in politics before, if he's not part of the structure, the infrastructure, if he hasn't paid his dues, if he's not part of the clique, they don't want him in there. It's exclusionary, and it's got all kinds of people who want to get into it, who want to climb that ladder, who want to be at the top, and you just don't get there. It's in many ways, it's not merit-based like so many other things in life are. So there is a natural enmity to outsiders, to intruders. And when an outsider or intruder gets in, gets a tent under a nose under the tent and starts making noise, then the establishment lifelong members start caucusing together to figure out how they can get rid of this intruder who might just shake everything up. When it comes time to get rid of the intruder, all they know to do is what they've always done. They go to their playbook. Whatever party politics playbooks there are, they go to them. And so when you hear a lifelong political professional, consultant, fundraiser, donor, whoever, when you hear them say, well, you know, Trump, he doesn't have a ground game. I mean, come on, you can't win without a ground game. You can't just fly in and do speeches. Even if 30,000 people show up, you gotta have a ground. They're trying to make themselves feel less frightened. Because what's really going on is the potential here that everything so many people have relied on, that's made them rich, that's made them famous, that's given them power, is on the verge of being destroyed and turned upside down. A lot of people who in their hearts know that they are irrelevant are about to have it demonstrated in their minds. That's their fear. And so it's circle the wagons time. And the Republican Party, for these reasons and others, is really animated, motivated, energized by taking out both of their frontrunners. So much so, you have heard many of them say they would prefer to lose the presidency of the United States. They would prefer to lose the most powerful office in the world if it meant somebody other than them within their party that they don't like or approve of winning that office. Not only that, you've heard them say that, some of them say, they would even go so far as to vote for Hillary Clinton. Does anybody think that's in the best interest of the country? Does anybody think that's in the best interests of the future of the country for your kids and your grandkids? No. What is that? That's self-preservation. That is protection. Trying to hold on to little kingdoms and fiefdoms and so forth. But it's certainly not what you would consider to be the national interest. Now, they will tell you opposite things, but that's why what's happening here is momentous. You can see by the panic. You can listen, you can hear, see, read the panic whenever anybody in the establishment phase, long there, entrenched, been working it for years and years, decades, when they react to Trump, when they react to Cruz, you can, in many of them, detect the fear. So then learning what it is they're afraid of, to me, that's interesting. What I know is that neither of these two parties in recent years, well, one party is destroying what I wholeheartedly, fervently believe with every fiber of my being is the best nation ever conceived by human beings. One party is set out to destroy it. They call it transforming it. Now, to me, that is a clarion call to opposition. Whatever else, they must be stopped. Whatever that has to happen. And this, I think, is the primary motivating force behind people supporting Trump and Cruz. It's not about being loyal to an ideology. It's not even about being loyal to a party. Being loyal to a party hasn't worked anyway. That's gotten nothing done. Being loyal to the Republican Party with donations, votes, hasn't done anything. I mean, look at National Review. My memory on this, somebody's going to have to check this for me, but it seems to me back in 2012, they ran a similar cover story or editorial that was against Newt Gingrich. You remember this, Mr. Snerdley? It was 2012, I believe. They ran a very similar anti-Newt Gingrich cover, an editorial back in 2012. Rich Lowry said back then that, quote, "I don't think we've ever done anything like this." And by that he meant gather together a group of conservative writers to try to dislodge a Republican. I don't know if Gingrich was front runner, but February 2012. So this is not National Review to Gingrich 2012 drop out. So this is not the first time. And who ended up being the cover endorsed candidate? Mitt Romney. Mitt Romney's not a conservative. Mitt Romney had to fake being a conservative. He's out there saying, "Oh, I'm a severe conservative." Mitt Romney is the architect of what became Obamacare. We nominated a candidate who could not even criticize the #1 Obama achievement with credibility. So people, Republican voters and donors, they look at all of this and they think there's a genuine crisis happening in this country, a genuine crisis that threatens the very existence of this country as founded. They don't see any opposition to it. In the Republican Party, they see opposition to it poo-pooed, laughed at, made fun of. To them, the people who make this country work, there's a genuine crisis for their kids and their grandkids. So when it comes to being loyal to conservatism or libertarianism or whatever. That's of secondary importance. Now, stopping what's happening, which translated is opposition to the Democrat Party, opposition to the American left, opposition to liberalism, communism, Alinskyism, whatever you want to call it, opposition to Hillary Clinton, opposition to Bernie Sanders. That is what is motivating, energizing, and inspiring. And that is not recognized, it's not acknowledged, it's not even given any respect at many areas in the Republican Party. So what are people going to do? They're not going to, you know what, I must make sure that conservatism does not get watered down and whatever it is. It's way beyond that now. 94 million Americans are not working. The border is wide open. Floods of unskilled, uneducated, non-English speaking people are arriving here monthly, and they will work for diddly squat or go on the welfare state rolls. In either case, squeezing the people in this country who are working, limiting their opportunity for wage increases, career expansion, and tax increases necessary to fund an ever-expanding welfare state. They don't want any part of it. To them, it's not about compassion. The Constitution's not a suicide pact to them. They love the country. They want it to survive. They don't want it being destroyed. They don't want it tampered with. They don't want it transformed. They have thought for 8 years that there was an opposition party joining them in this effort, and they haven't seen it. Now we've got this internecine fight going on over who's a real conservative and who isn't. And to me, all this is so much bigger than that. It's momentous. It is profound. And I think hugely important and really great things can happen here in one of two different scenarios. It's not all wrapped up in just one. Anyway, I'm a little long here. Let me take a break. We will come back. I always try to get phone calls in the first hour. And got to get the audio sound bites in geared as well. So a lot to come here on Open Line Friday. Be patient. We'll be back before you know it.
Hear it now. Read about it in the paper. Tomorrow. Rush on the EIB network.
Hey, did you know that 1 in 4 people experienced identity theft last year? Now, you might think you're okay because you have free credit monitoring. Now, that might tell you when there's a problem, but it will not work to fix it if your identity is stolen. It's like if your dentist found a huge cavity in your mouth and sent you somewhere else. Not good. With LifeLock, if there's a problem, it's their job to work to fix it. You'll even get your own U.S.-based resolution agent. Now, of course, no one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions in all businesses. But with LifeLock, identity theft protection is pretty painless. LifeLock membership starts at just $9.99 a month plus applicable sales tax. Just call or visit lifelock.com now. Make sure you use the promo code. It's easy to remember. It's my name. Everybody knows that. RUSH. That's promo code RUSH. Save 10% on your membership, or you can call 800-440-4833. LifeLock, 800-440-4833. Offer code RUSH.
The Robertson clan of television and Duck Commander fame believes in faith, family, freedom, and defending the American way.
It's a tragedy that some people think America's not worth defending anymore. This is Phil Robinson, and I stand up for what I believe, and I think you do too.
Who actually has stood up not just to Democrats, but to leaders in our own party.
Senator Ted Cruz. It's the American way. We want someone on our side to preserve, protect, and defend our God-given liberties.
When millions of Americans rose up against Obamacare, I was proud to lead that fight.
The upcoming presidential election is critical to our country. Let's reclaim the promise our great founders gave us to become a bastion of freedom and liberty again. Let's vote for Ted Cruz.
When I tell you I'm going to do something, I'm going to do exactly what I said I would do.
Paid for by Keep the Promise and not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. KeepThePromise.com. Keep the Promise is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Your partner in healthcare makes it easy. We take care of your medical equipment needs. Call on us to see you through. We're
important, it's your right to choose your provider for oxygen equipment. If you're a new patient on oxygen, you need to know that your choice of supplier impacts the type of equipment you receive. Gateway Medical Equipment provides state-of-the-art equipment so that you have the greatest independence and mobility with your oxygen. When you require oxygen, choose Gateway Medical Equipment, where true caring really helps.
Gateway Medical Equipment, the company with heart.
With the wake-up call tomorrow, 6 a.m. to 9. And Rush Limbaugh now. For 1120 KPNW.
Yakima, Washington. You know what Yakima, Washington's famous for? First city in the country with 92-gallon rolling trash cans that you put out in the front yard near the street for the garbage guys come pick up. Yakima, Washington. Here's Josh. Great to have you on the phone, sir. Hello.
Hey, Rush. Thanks for having me. I just want to say we need to affect change, and the only way to do it is to get Trump in office. He is the only person who has a pair that's willing to talk about the issues. And, you know, I've always been a lifelong conservative. I'm a W fan. I know a lot of people aren't the last Bush president fan. I loved him. His brother's a nice guy, but he doesn't have a pair. We need someone to speak out. I'm 34, and I agree with that 28-year-old caller, the millennium. We need change.
And that's what Trump... Now, let me ask something else he said. He said, and I thought this was key, because everybody and their uncle, I saw it discussed today, the establishment types of political professionals can't believe that Trump survived his opening comments about Mexicans when he announced his They can't believe he survived what he said about Megyn Kelly, and they can't believe that he survived what he said about John McCain. This 28-year-old guy told me yesterday, Rush, to understand this, you have to understand it isn't about Trump. He happens to be the vessel. He happens to be the opening, whatever, but we're not interested in destroying Trump because we don't want to destroy what Trump represents. Is that pretty much true for you, too?
That's exactly it. It's obviously not working. Things aren't working. Something needs to change, and it's not, I mean, there are things where I kind of look at Trump and I say, boy, really should he have said that? But he's the only person to drive us to making change. And I'm a results-driven guy. You know, I work in logistics, and we need to affect change. We need to see results. So the fact that he says off-the-cuff things, though it's not right, I think your average voter, you know, we're all imperfect, right? We all have our things. He's going to do stupid stuff, but he's going to drive us to those results. That's the only way.
You know, this you talk about, thanks for the call, you talk about things are not working. I disagree. I think the Obama machine is well-oiled. I think the Obama administration is clicking on all cylinders. I think there's nothing stopping them. I don't think they're leaking oil. I don't think they got any carburetor problems. I think their jet engines are on afterburner, and there's nobody stop them. It's working better than they ever dreamed it would. And now Obama's so energized, he's going to go the executive action route because it's been told effectively that there's no attempt to stop him here. Things are working for Obama, and that just adds to the frustration and the fear and the anger of people who don't want
Rush Limbaugh, simply fascinating on the EIB network.
Protecting your most valuable data, family photos, videos, is crucial. Ask anyone who's lost everything on their computer. We rely on iDrive Online Backup to safely and securely back up our data automatically with full confidence that iDrive is industry best. iDrive is easy to use and affordable using military-grade encryption that is key to safeguarding your data. iDrive plans start at just $5 a month. Sign up today, get 50% off using the promo code RUSH. Get the best, folks. Get iDrive.com. Are you paying attention to crime rates across our nation? They're not going down. So protect your family with Simply Safe. It's the home security I trust. This is fantastic, reliable protection. 24/7 professional monitoring. That's only $14.99 a month. Other companies charge 3 times as much. And there are no long-term contracts. Visit simplysafeusa.com right now and you'll get 10% off. That's simplysafeusa.com.
Mark your calendars, get a babysitter, gather up your girlfriends. It's time for the 13th year of Affair of the Heart. It's Lane County's premier women's event. You've been balancing a busy life and you deserve a night off. What could be better than fashion shopping, martinis, free samples, and great health and wellness information? The 13th annual Affair of the Heart on February 11th from 4 to 9 p.m. at the Lane Event Center. Find us on Facebook or go to theaffairoftheheart.com for details. See you there. Sponsored by Mackenzie Willamette Medical Center.
The hometown advantage. You can see it in that new shop down on Main Street, in the office downtown, the factory by the river, and the farm down the road. It's because of people like Reggie in finance and Ruth, the paramedic. Keisha, the designer, has it, and so does Orlando, the nurse. They live around here. They care about this community. They work hard to succeed, and that makes a difference. At EugeneHelpWanted.com, we're proud to work the hometown advantage. We work it around the clock, connecting local employers and local job seekers with local jobs they're good at, jobs they deserve. Post your job today and search a database of resumes to find, select, and hire the best local employees. Employees who live close by, close to family and friends, close to home. That's the hometown advantage. EugeneHelpWanted.com. Local jobs that work.
February is American Heart Month. Heart disease is America's #1 killer with more than 600,000 deaths annually. The most typical form of heart disease is coronary artery disease, a major cause of heart attack. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, smoking, diabetes, obesity, and lack of exercise can increase your risk. Cardiac screening can detect coronary artery disease before symptoms appear. Calcium scoring with cardiac CT can identify plaque buildup in the arteries of the heart. Talk to your doctor to learn if cardiac screening is right for you. For more information, visit radiologyinfo.org.
Your 24-hour news, weather, and information station. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Half my brain tied behind my back, just to make it fair. Always remember that fairness, the name of the game here. Rush Limbaugh and the EIB network will be back through an obscene profit break here, so hang in there, be tough.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. Stocks are mostly higher. The Dow Jones Industrials up 152 points to 16,036. The Nasdaq is up 96. The S&P 500 is up 30. Shares of General Electric are up 2%. GE's fourth quarter profit topped forecasts, but investors were disappointed over a drop in the conglomerate's industrial revenue. The Conference Board's forward-looking index of leading economic indicators suggests the economy may have lost a little momentum at the end of last year. The LEI declined 0.2% in December. An economist at the organization says the near-term outlook is for moderate growth. There is an encouraging report for renters. Zillow says rental rates should level off over the next 12 months. By December, it is predicted year-over-year increases will be just over 1%. Zillow says rents will be rising at a slower pace than incomes in a lot of markets around the country. Jeff Bellinger, Bloomberg Radio.
Depend on us for breaking news from the local neighborhood to the global one. We are News Radio 1120 KPNW, Eugene, Springfield.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady. The nation's capital about to grind to a halt.
Snow all day, all night, and all day Saturday.
D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser urging people to get where they're going, then stay put.
There's no reason to be outside during this storm.
Over 2 feet of snow possible and whiteout conditions with a blizzard warning in effect for the D.C. and Baltimore areas and New York City. On its way to D.C., the storm already pounding parts of the South. Chris Hoke, a Fox Radio affiliate WSIC in Statesville, is live in central North Carolina.
Lisa, many central North Carolinians are staying put today as winter weather continues. It's fleeting in Moxville, where residents stocked up yesterday. One store clerk telling me they did more business in 2 days than they normally do in a week. Those braving the elements today are experiencing icy roads. The NCDOT struggling to keep even the interstates clear. I-40 still very slushy. Lisa.
Thanks, Chris. Some 8 inches already in parts of North Carolina and Arkansas. More than 2,500 flights canceled nationwide. The blizzard on the way, not stopping an annual anti-abortion march on the National Mall, where Fox News Radio's Jared Halpern is live.
For more than 4 decades, abortion opponents have marked the Roe v. Wade decision with a march along the National Mall, up Capitol Hill, and ending at the U.S. Supreme Court, a tradition surviving today's winter storm.
But we spend part of the year in Maine. We're used to snowstorms.
But that's during the summer.
Yeah.
This couple holding pro-life placards with gloved hands, they tell me it's a critical moment for their movement. Supporters of abortion rights also gathering at the Supreme Court. President Obama saying in a statement Roe v. Wade supports the broader principle that the government should not intrude on private decisions between a woman and her doctor. Lisa.
Jared, there's a rally on Wall Street. The Dow's up 158 points as oil prices surge, up over $31 a barrel. You're listening to Fox News Radio. Fair and balanced.
Hey, Russell Wilson here, and I know how important exercise is.
It's essential. It's essential.
With Play 60, United Way and the NFL are helping kids stay active and play at least 60 minutes a day.
Healthy kids. Healthy kids.
But what this place needs is you. To donate or volunteer, go to unitedway.org/play60 because great things happen when we live united.
Donate.
Are you guys going to do that every time?
Yes, of course. Yes, of course.
Brought to you by United Way and the Ad Council.
This message is for all of you sitting in the passenger seat. And apologies if it gets a little uncomfortable. But how does it feel to be at the mercy of someone who thinks a random text is more important than your life? Someone who takes their eyes off the road while speeding along in a 3-ton hunk of steel. Freaky, right? Well, why not just ask them to stop? Or better yet, volunteer to text for them. It might be a little awkward, but believe me, you'll live.
Learn more at stoptextstoprex.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
Tune in to Real Estate Today, weekdays at 5:30 p.m.
I'm Bob Nelson.
And I'm Marcia Edwards of the Real Estate Today Show. We've been standing next to Mark Brockett of Willamette Valley Bank Home Loan Division. He is an amazing lender for residential loans.
He has an opportunity to take a look at your situation, identify, but for instance, should you refinance? It could save you a lot of money for a number of years to come. Fantastic.
That's Mark Brockett. Call him today.
You can reach Mark Brockett at 541-431-0236. That's Willamette Valley Bank Home Loan Division at 315 Coburg Road.
Thank goodness it's Sherry's Prime Rib Friday. It's time to treat yourself with a premium cut of succulent prime rib. Choose from 2 sizes for big or small appetites. We serve it up herb-crusted or blackened, both tender and juicy, with a bottle of Northwest wine that's only half price. However you order your Sherry's Prime Rib, you'll be thankful it's Friday. Come in tonight with family and friends and see what's new at Sherry's Cafe and Pies.
Hey, there's my son.
Hey, Dad.
What's wrong with your voice?
There is nothing wrong with my voice.
Well, it's just sort of.
Hello, Dad.
Susan? Guys, I think it's about time to get in the car and maybe see some green things.
What are these green things you speak of?
This weekend, unplug. Getting closer to nature can get you closer to your family. To find the forest nearest you, go to discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
They put their lives on the line for you, and now you can help them. The Oregon Paralyzed Veterans of America needs volunteers. As a volunteer, you can help out at events throughout the year, whether it's manning a booth at a fair or helping with sporting or recreation activities for the vets. You can even just answer phones. The OPVA assists vets who are paralyzed or dealing with other mobility impairments. To volunteer or donate, call 503-362-7998. 503-362-7998 or visit OregonPVA.org.
There's a lot of things out there that we don't understand. It doesn't mean that they don't exist. And that's why I just love your program.
Kind of a messy job. Hey, somebody's got to do it, right? I'm George Norrie.
George Norrie on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Okay, what are you wearing right now?
Nothing.
That's right. So mommy's going to teach you how to dress yourself. Underwear always comes first, name tag at the back, then pants, then shirt. Get the first button in the right hole or you have to start all over. Socks going first, then shoes right on right, left on left. With shoelaces, just take the ends, cross them over, switch the loops. The rabbit goes down the hole, pull tight, and you're left with bunny ears. Got it? Why are your pants on your head?
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. But 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier, and it could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. Visit 2min2x.org to find out more. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
It's 10:06, and Rush is back. Rush Limbaugh on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Welcome back, folks. Great to have you here. Rush Limbaugh on the cutting edge of societal evolution. America's real anchorman, a doctor of democracy, a truth detector, general all-round good guy, and radio raconteur on Friday.
And now, from sunny South Florida, it's Open Line Friday.
Meeting and surpassing all audience expectations every day. And it is Open Line Friday, where callers are free to take it wherever they want to go. 800-282-2882 if you want to be on the program, and the email address ilrushbo@eibnet.com. How about this headline in the Daily Caller? Bill Clinton to give speech in Las Vegas during Porn Expo. Does that make sense? Bill Clinton to give speech in Las Vegas during Porn Expo. And they've got some pictures, the Daily Caller. They got some pictures with Clinton. Definitely the babes look like porn stars from previous porn expos. Anyway, great to have you back here, folks. Let's go straight to the audio soundbites. Rich Lowry's the editor of National Review. He's on Megyn Kelly last night. And this is about they got a whole issue here trying to take Trump out. They've got contributors, 300, 400 words each. And the editors, noted staff columnists and writers, in a giant, singular, focused issue designed to inform people that Donald Trump is not a conservative, and whatever else he is, you should not support him. He represents an existential threat. So Rich Lowry, the editor, and by the way, National Review once put me on the cover. I forget the year. It was in the early 90s. And it was called The Leader of the Opposition. And Bob Novak wrote it. The late, great Robert Novak wrote the story. Oh, they affectionately called him the Prince of Darkness. He was not a dark guy. He was a great, great guy. Robert Novak was a... I tell you, he had that show on CNN with Roland Evans. And it was a hoot. It was a hoot to watch. They had asked me and asked me and asked me to be on it, and I kept saying, no, I don't want to do it. And finally, I accepted the invitation and went over there, and Mr. Limbaugh, Roland Evans was trying to run things by me that he just couldn't. I mean, he was the quintessential private club guy. You know, Roland Evans, at the end of the day, you see him in the lobby of the Exeter Club with the cigar and port, with a newspaper and sitting there talking about things with his buddies. A classic. But it was a great time. They wrote this story on me as the leader of the opposition early on in this program's life, and it was rooted, if my memory serves, I have it somewhere in one of my computer drives here. I think it was rooted in the fact that the Republican Party should take some guidance from me. The theme of the story was the leader of the opposition, meaning I was conservative. The Republican Party should start paying attention. And I remember it ran not much. Yeah, it was 92, I think, because I ran in. Okay, well, whatever it was, I ran into Bob Novak after he had written at the Republican convention in 1992 in Houston. It was some sort of a cocktail party. And I walked up to him, and they did not talk to me about it. They didn't interview me. I had no idea it was coming. Wait a minute. No, Novak did. Sorry, Novak did not write it. Novak wrote a column in 1992 that was the same theme. I'm sorry, it was a different guy that wrote the National Review cover story on me. Bowman? Is the last name Bowman? Anyway, we'll find it. But the theme was, the Republican Party's not conservative enough. You need to listen to this guy. And it was, this is highlight in my career at the time. second only to the night that I met James Bowman. I knew James Bowman, but it was second only to the night that I met Mr. Buckley, which was long after that cover ran. Well, not long after, but sometime afterwards. And so, what year was it? 1993. So, how many years ago was that? This is. So it's 23 years ago. 23 years ago. And even back then, yeah, September 6, 1993, and the theme of the story was the Republican Party should pay attention to me, what's going on, because they weren't conservative enough. And obviously they were trying to provoke the Republican Party with the cover. They provoked a lot of people, actually. But for me, it was a great honor. And here we are 23 years later, and I look at myself as having not changed. Yeah, I'm still the leader of the opposition. But in terms of the core principle, my core, I haven't changed. I haven't bent with the wind. I haven't bent and shaped, figured out, I haven't chosen the more popular position on things and gone there. But that's not true of quite a few others. It's interesting to go back and look at the landscape. Anyway, as I say, this is, to me, in my lifetime, it's unprecedented, where a political party is attempting to take out, or elements of the party are attempting to take out both of the front runners, Cruz and Donald Trump. Did you see, by the way, National Review had their invitation to co-moderate the next debate rescinded because of this issue? You want to talk about weird? Look, folks, you and I know the Republican establishment no more wants Donald Trump than they want Cruz. They don't want either of them, but they hate Cruz. They despise Cruz. Because they're afraid of Ted Cruz. They really do not. At the Republican Party, conservatism is an outlier. Conservatism is something to make fun of or be afraid of. Conservatism is something that you only make a pretension of accepting. But in the inner sanctum, where the people that run the show really are, you're not going to find any real conservatives in there. They're going to be laughed at and mocked and manipulated or what have you. And Cruz, they can't manipulate him. They can't, as the vernacular is, do deals with him. He's doctrinaire. He believes it. He's persuasive with it. He can articulate it. And it just scares the heck out of him. Because both things are at stake here, in a sense. Ted Cruz would demonstrate the irrelevance of the Republican Party by winning. Trump, on the other hand, they don't even think is a Republican. When you get right down to brass tacks of people inside the Republican Party, don't even think he's a Republican. They don't think he's a party man one way or the other. They think he's an opportunist, maybe engaging in a little populism here, maybe engaging in a little nationalism, but they don't think there's a Trump core outside of what's good for Trump. And if it weren't for the fact that Cruz is in there, everybody would be joining National Review trying to take Trump out. But Cruz represents the greater threat to the Republican establishment if he were to win. They've got themselves convinced. You listen to Dole, you listen to whoever, I can't remember the establishment types piping up, Lindsey Graham, and they're all coming out saying that Trump, well, yeah, we can work with Trump. They think Trump is malleable, meaning that they think they'd have their way in persuading him on things now and then. But with Trump or Cruz, they know that's a lost cause. But either way you slice it, elements of the Republican Party are trying to wipe out their two front runners, and going so far as to say on the Cruz side that if this guy wins, I'm voting Hillary. Some of them have actually been quoted anonymously as saying that. You remember yesterday on this program, toward the end, we saw an AP story that Richard Burr North Carolina senator was in one of these private meetings with somebody, donors or staff or whatever, and somebody in the meeting reportedly told AP that Senator Richard Burr, North Carolina, told the group that he would vote for Bernie Sanders over Ted Cruz or Trump. I don't remember which. Let me find it here. Anyway, that caused all hell to blow up at the Richard Burr office and campaign. Campaign aides for U.S. Senator Richard Burr Thursday denied a report that said he had told people he'd vote for Bernie Sanders over Ted Cruz. Aides have asked the AP for a retraction. An AP spokesman said the news agency is sticking by its story. They will not retract it. Richard Burr and his people are out shouting from the rooftops, please don't believe this. I didn't say it. Senator Burr didn't say it. AP won't retract it, but we didn't say it. AP, when they are asked about it, no, we're standing by the story. We got a good source. Our source told us that's what the senator said. We're sticking with it. So you can see it doesn't fly when people hear it. Richard Burr's not the only one. There are a number of Republicans who are leaking to the media via spokesman or anonymous admissions themselves. Oh, if Trump or Cruz, largely Cruz. If Cruz, oh my God, I'm out of here. We can't have Cruz. Count me in. I'm voting Hillary. I'm voting Bernie. Whatever. And it just sits there because it's anonymous. We don't know who it is actually saying it. We're told it's a prominent elected Republican in each instance. There are 4 of them that I know of. This one mentions a senator, Richard Burr. Look what happened when the news was identified and attached to an actual senator. The senator goes into gear and denies it. Why? If Ted Cruz is such a bad thing to happen, why not, when you're accused of not wanting him to be president, why not stand up and own it? Forget it's Burr. Any one of these Republicans or senators, if they're out there anonymously whispering to anybody in the media, hey, let me tell you something. I'll tell you how bad it is, they say. If Cruz gets a nomination, that's it for me, bud. I'm voting Hillary or Bernie, whoever it is on the Democrat side. Wow, can they write it down? They save it for a rainy day. Now, you think they really mean it. They're leaking it. They're saying, but when the news is reported and attached to a name, as it was with Richard Burr, what did Richard Burr do? He didn't stand up and say, you're damn right. You damn right. If Ted Cruz gets this nomination, I'm out of here. That's the end of this party for me. I'm voting Bernie. I'm voting. He didn't say that. No, he ran out there and begged people. Don't believe it. Don't believe it. I didn't say it. Well, wait a minute now. He's not the only one. If it's that bad, if Ted Cruz winning is that bad that you would vote for a Democrat for president, why not own it? That's what I don't understand. If it's that bad and you're threatening to do this off the record, why not own it? Well, the answer is they're really not going to do it. They're in a state of panic. They hate Cruz for any number of reasons. He has taken them on in the floor of the Senate. He's challenged their integrity and their honesty. I mean, reasons are understandable. But to hell with party loyalty. I mean, if he gets a nomination, screw it. I'll tell you this, if Cruz gets a nomination, they will work. Some of them will work to undermine him. I mean, there's no question. And the same thing with Trump. There's too much at stake here for the Republican Party, folks. This is the point that I'm trying to make. All these age-old Jurassic Park dinosaurs, they want to hold on to their club. They want to hold on to control of the club. They want to be able to be the ones determine who gets in the club. They want to be able to determine who is a leader of the club. They don't want to lose the club, and they don't want to lose control over it, and it doesn't matter what happens to the country in the process. This is their livelihood, as far as they're concerned. This is their careers. This is their money. This is their income. This is their future. See, when it's their future on the line and it gets threatened, then they'll do whatever it takes to protect it. When it's your future, that's imperiled resulting from policies they either don't oppose in Washington or support. You're supposed to gut it up, tough up, and understand that there are larger things we have to work on here. And then you're told you must continue to donate, you must save the party, you must support the party, and the party won't even come out and openly support you, because to do so might make them get called racist or something by the media. I'm looking at all this, and I think it's momentous what's happening here. I think it's bigger than anybody even realizes, because everybody that's talking about it is really looking at it personally. Oh my God, what's this going to mean for me? What's this going to mean for my think tank? What's this going to mean for my magazine? What's this going to mean for my party? What's this going to mean for my committee chairmanship? What's this going to mean for... And the people, the voters, none of that is of any concern to them. The stakes for them are personal too. And the places they have sent money and offered support, thinking that their causes and that their interests were going to be advanced or represented or defended, they haven't seen any of that. So they say, okay, fine. We're on our own, and we're going wherever we think we can best stop the Democrat Party, Barack Hussein Obama, and anybody else part of that organization. It really isn't any more complicated than that.
You're listening to Rush Limbaugh,
America's gift to broadcasting
on the EIB network.
There's always a good reason to send roses, birthdays, anniversaries, or just because you want to make her day. But you can't just send her any roses. Order from the best, 1-800-Flowers.com. They are your rose authority. Their roses are so fresh and beautiful, they are guaranteed to make her smile. And just for a limited time, 1-800-Flowers is giving listeners a great deal when you use the code RUSH. Order her 1 dozen beautiful assorted roses and get another dozen roses for free. Just $29.99. That's a full bouquet of 24 beautiful assorted roses for just $29.99. That's 40% off the regular price. But this special offer from 1-800-Flowers.com is only available for a limited time and only while supplies last. Don't wait. Order today. Go to 1-800-Flowers.com from your desktop or mobile device. Click on the radio microphone in the upper right corner and enter the code RUSH. 1-800-Flowers.com and enter RUSH. That's 1-800-Flowers.com and enter the code RUSH.
Hi, I'm Kyle Cox, founder and owner of Blindster.com. At Blindster.com, we sell custom blinds and shades at affordable prices and provide the best customer service humanly possible. Since 2010, we've sold hundreds of thousands of blinds to satisfied customers across the country. Just check out our more than 10,000 customer reviews online. Blindster.com has easy-to-follow measuring and installation instructions on our website, as well as friendly and knowledgeable representatives available to help. And we take the fear out of ordering custom window coverings by offering free samples and a 60-day money-back satisfaction guarantee. In addition, we offer a fit-or-free guarantee, meaning your blinds will fit, or we will remake them in a different size, even if you make a mistake in measuring, for free.
Go to Blindster.com now and take advantage of our special offer for Rush listeners only. Take 20% off any order. Just use the coupon code RUSH at checkout. Visit us now at Blindster.com. That's BLINDSTER.com. Blindster.com. Blindster.com.
Oregon's Game Megabucks jackpot is over $6 million. Buy yours today. You know the Tannerite Sports Outlet carries Tannerite brand exploding targets. But Tannerite here in Eugene is so much more. Reloading supplies, tactical gear, magazines, accessories. And if you're worried about finding ammo, Tannerite has bulk quantities of the most popular calibers that'll keep you shooting affordably. Need it and can't find it? Tannerite staff is going to help you locate it, even if it's something they don't carry. Yes, Tannerite's the home for exploding targets. But from tactical gear to ammo, it's the Tannerite Sports Outlet, just off I-5 across from LCC.
Are some rooms hot while others are cold? Is mold an issue? I'm Josh from Josh Lowe's Dr. Energy Saver. We'll provide a free home comfort and energy evaluation. Find the causes of these problems and fix them. Call Josh Lowe's Dr. Energy Saver today at 248-1173. That's 248-1173. Or online at OregonEnergySaver.com.
Josh Lowe's Dr. Energy Saver. We
teachers who are using their own money so students can learn. DonorsChoose.org helps teachers and students succeed.
Join Katy Perry at MakeRoarHappen.com.
Do you have 30 minutes a week to make a difference in the life of a Eugene middle school student? Middle school can be challenging. Some students feel isolated. Many students come from low-income families, making it harder to fit in at school. You can make a difference. Be a part of the Eugene Middle School Lunchtime Mentor Program this school year. Visit 4j.lane.edu/volunteers for more information. Kids are waiting.
Not taking too much time. Besides, if you're not here already, you ain't going to make it. Because the fantastic Barnacle Brothers 60-second sale, with savings up to 99% off and more, is now over.
You know, folks, you recall this. I have been saying for a long time, as I've been doing this for a long time, how the Reverend Sharptons and the Reverend Vaxons do not want the race problems of this country to end. They'd be out of business. They don't want solutions to the civil rights problems. The Democrat Party doesn't either. The Democrat Party doesn't want a solution to illegal immigration. They want to profit from it. They want to register them as voters. The worst thing can happen to Jesse Jackson is if racial harmony descended and swept the nation. They'd be out of business. Without any racial strife, without any imagined bigotry, racism, sexism, all of these left-wing social groups would be out of business. They need something to complain about. They need things in rotten shape in order to make a living, in order to seek donations, which is how most of them make their livings, off of other people's charity. Well, there's that kind of thing is not restricted to just the Democratic Civil Rights Coalition. There's all kinds of people out there who enjoy the opportunity presented by the academic exercise, the opportunity to be part of the debating society, to show how smart you are and brilliant you are. In other words, some people constantly need something to run against as a reason to exist. And my point here is that those people don't claim not to understand what's going on. The people that are abandoning both establishments for other candidates, they are results-oriented. They want solutions. They want some of this stuff to be brought to a halt. They want some of these people who have been winning too long to lose. It's that simple.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. The Marine Corps says the 12 Marines who were in 2 helicopters that crashed off Hawaii are considered dead. The status of the missing Marines changed to deceased after days of searching for them. One of the Marines, Ty Hart, was from Staten. Eamon Bundy, the leader of the group occupying the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge, has been talking with the FBI, and the FBI released a statement saying they want to resolve the conflict peacefully. Bundy says they're prepared to defend themselves.
We didn't come in here to, blind, and we didn't come in here ignorant to what the possibilities could be.
Bundy says their goal is to turn over control of the refuge to the county, although county officials say they don't want control. Oregonian Bill Johnson, the first American skier to win an Olympic downhill title, has died after a long illness. He was 55. Johnson's health has been on the decline for several years after a series of strokes. Bill London, KPNW.
If you have kids, you probably wondered how you're going to pay for their college education. That's a great question. And fortunately, you can get some great answers at a free How to Pay for College seminar, Saturday, January 30th in Eugene. Financial, scholarship, and 529 plan experts will help you explore your federal and state financial aid options. Learn how to apply for scholarship money and discover all the tax advantages of the Oregon College Savings Plan. This is a free seminar, so the only thing you'll spend is a little time. It's happening Saturday, January 30th at 11 a.m. at the Eugene Library. You can even reserve a seat online at OregonCollegeSavings.com. That's OregonCollegeSavings.com. If you've got questions about paying for college, we've got answers. Saturday, January 30th at 11 a.m. at the Eugene Library.
Consider the investment objectives, risks, charges, and expenses before investing in the Oregon College Savings Plan. Please visit OregonCollegeSavings.com for a plan disclosure booklet with more information. Read it carefully. Investments in the plan are neither insured nor guaranteed, and there is the risk of investment loss. Tia Kraft Tuition Financing, Inc. is the plan manager.
Nothing goes better with a burger than a Budweiser. The original power couple. Beechwood aged to perfection meets grilled to perfection. The smooth taste of Bud brings out the best in a burger. The official beer of beer. The official food of food. No Bud, no burger. This could be a debate, but it's not. Budweiser, this Bud's for you. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Budweiser Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
If you or someone you know is addicted to drugs or alcohol, this could be the most important message of your life. Write down this number or store it in your cell phone. But call 1-800-426-6186. That's 1-800-426-6186. By calling the treatment helpline for drug and alcohol addiction, you can turn your life around. Our advisors will match you with a proven 5-star luxury treatment center that will end your drug or alcohol addiction once and for all. Your future can still be bright. When you call right now, you'll speak to a recovering addict who understands what you're going through. Let us help you break your addiction to drug or alcohol before it's too late. This call is completely confidential, and if you have private insurance, there should be no cost to you. Take 5 minutes of your time and call right now. It may change your life for the better. Call 1-800-426-6186. That's 1-800-426-6186. Call 1-800-426-6186.
Oregon veterans have put a lot on the line for us. Many sacrificed their lives and their bodies. The Oregon Paralyzed Veterans of America assists paralyzed and mobility-challenged vets making accessibility improvements to their homes, working with the VA, offering sports and recreation activities from hunting to basketball, and a host of other services. OPVA's board is made up of paralyzed vets who get it. If you're a paralyzed or mobility-impaired vet, call them at 503-362-7998 or visit OregonPVA.org.
Rush Limbaugh and breaking news when it happens. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Okay, now to the audio sound bites. Rich Lowry on with Megyn Kelly last night on the Fox News Channel. She says, when Palin gave the endorsement, many said that Trump has won over the conservative base. That hers is an endorsement from the conservative base. And you and the others at National Review stand up tonight and say, not so.
The point we're making, it's up to conservatives who think that Donald Trump, whatever his virtues are, doesn't truly understand the ideas and principles that make this country great. It's up to those conservatives to stand up and say, no, sorry, we oppose this. If you truly are conservative, you believe in ideas and principles. It's not just attitudes. It's not just who you dislike. It's limited government. It's the Constitution. It's liberty. Those are the things that truly make this country special. And they are basically afterthoughts to Donald Trump.
He continued with this.
He has been on the other side on big, hot-button, defining issues like abortion, gun control, taxes, even on immigration. He is really conning people. This is someone who 3 or 4 short years ago was criticizing nice, pleasant, polite Mitt Romney for being too harsh on immigration. It wouldn't surprise me if one day Donald Trump, if he gets the nomination, wakes up the next day and says, you know what, deporting people, the best people in the country have told me it's not possible. Forget it.
So the all-out effort is on now to convince you, if you are in the Trump camp, that you are making a grave error. That if you are doing this because you think Trump is a conservative, National Review wants you to believe that Trump is not a conservative. And therefore, you shouldn't fall for anything that he's saying. What was that, Mr. Snerdley? Mr. Snerdley says, we've heard all this before. We have heard this. I mean, but not in this format. I mean, an entire magazine is not devoted every page to the concept. There, yeah, people have run around. Hey, Trump's not a conservative. Hey, he voted for Hillary. Or hey, he loves Hillary. Hillary went to his wedding. Or hey, he's made donations. I know people have been saying this all campaign, and it isn't mattering. Do you know why it does? Why do you think it doesn't matter? Well, wait a second. What? Okay, well, Snerdley says it's not because they don't read National Review, but it's not just National Review saying this. I mean, any number. Jeb Bush has been trying to say it. John Kasich's been trying to say it. Any number. I mean, a bunch of conservative pundits elsewhere have been trying to warn everybody that Trump is not a conservative. And don't fall for it. Is Trump running as one? Look, I'm back to the makeup of the Trump coalition. The majority of it is probably Republican, but it's broad-based. I mean, you've got a lot of people in the Trump so-called coalition, 20% Democrats, minimum. Demographic spread's pretty broad. An argument that Trump isn't conservative is not going to matter. That's not why they're supporting him in the first place. But National Review's got to put down a marker. They are establishing who is and who isn't a conservative, and that's one of their roles. But I don't know, folks. I mean, is Mitt Romney conservative? Is McCain conservative? Well, I know McCain hated conservatives. Yes, right, Limbaugh. And I had you in mind. Let's move on to audio assembly. What is it? I guess we're up to number 7. Roger Stone. Now, Roger Stone is, how would you describe the guy? He's a raconteur. He's a sometime Republican consultant, has ostensibly been working on the Trump campaign, then left it early last fall. Formerly married to a woman named Ann Stone back in the 90s. Ann Stone, does the name ring a bell? She was leader of a group called Republican Women for Pro-Choice, or Pro-Choice Republican Women, or some such thing. She was one of the, they're divorced now, but she was one of the early prominent Republican women trying to drive the pro-lifers out of the Republican Party. She was prominent at the Republican convention in 1992. Stone has been known as a consultant who likes to play tricks on opposing candidates. And Megyn Kelly went out, found him too, brought him in last night, and asked him, is what National Review is doing damaging to Trump?
His campaign being a conservative insurrection, an uprising, with the fact that he is poised to sweep through these primaries. Everyone who signed that letter, they're all friends of mine and they're good people, but they're purists. There's plenty of red meat, conservative red meat in Donald Trump's platform on immigration. You might have the first president in my lifetime who's actually unencumbered and actually able to cut federal spending, rebuild our military, and make the country great again.
Megyn Kelly then said, well, they're not really challenging your assertions about Trump making America great again. They're saying they don't believe it.
I agree with William Buckley, the founder of the National Review, who once said, I'm for the conservative candidate who can win. Donald Trump has crossover appeal to blue-collar Democrats, to African Americans, to non-Republicans, because he is free to criticize both Republicans and Democrats. That's why he is potentially the strongest candidate. I first met him, by the way, when I was organizing Ronald Reagan's campaign in New York in 1979, and he and his father were raising money for Ronald Reagan. So don't tell me he hasn't been on the front lines, because he has. On the Second Amendment, there's only one candidate for president with a concealed carry permit, and I guarantee you he's packing heat right now.
Okay, so there's Roger Stone for Trump, who is basically challenging one of the premises put forth by National Review, that he's bigger and beyond conservatism, and so you can't really hit him. with any strength or lasting effect from that focal point. Once again, CNN, in the midst of all this, is still trying to figure out where I come down on all this. And I find this fascinating. Played it earlier, play it again. Audio soundbite number 9. This is Tom Foreman on Anderson Cooper 360 last night.
Trump has enjoyed oceans of praise on conservative radio.
The last 10 minutes of what Trump did last night sealed the deal. I mean, the sincerity, the appreciation for the audience.
But now that he's taking on his closest challenger, Tea Party favorite Ted Cruz, the tide is turning.
A genuine conservative, even in the Republican field, would not go after Cruz this way.
As the months passed and the battle with Cruz became inevitable, the conservative talkers sharpened their words. And the dean of conservative talk, Rush Limbaugh,
I think Trump is making a strategic error in the way he criticizes Cruz. But, folks, it's unrealistic to expect that they're not going to go after each other.
The conservative talkers will almost certainly hurt Trump if they keep hitting him this way. But if he looks like he can win the nomination and the White House, they could change their tune again. After all, they've been mad at the Democrats a whole lot longer.
Sticking with CNN, this is Dana Bash on CNN's newsroom this morning with the info babe, Carol Costello. And they're talking about National Review's entire issue devoted to stopping Trump. And Carol Costello says to Dana Bash, used to be the congressional, then the White House. Now she's the chief political correspondent. She's climbing the ladder there at CNN. And Costello says, so, what do you think the impact of National Review is going to be on Trump?
You saw John McCain had problems in 2008. Mitt Romney, first in 2008 and then 2012, never really got the heart and soul of the base behind him. And in large part, it's because he changed his position on abortion. He changed his position on other issues that have been really important to conservatives. That has been thrown out the window for Donald Trump. He was outspokenly pro-choice. He has been outspoken in his history, even in a book that he published, wanting a single-payer universal health care system. And so much of the conservative base, they just don't care. It's not that they don't know, but they don't care.
Okay, why don't they care? This is let's take that for the moment as true. There's an explanation for it. And that's what, actually, if I may be honest, the focal point of me in this whole thing, I'm trying to explain to myself so I can pass it on to you. Why certain things that used to matter don't now. And this is a great example. Although she makes a big deal here about, Trump book he published wanting single payer, but it doesn't matter. Why doesn't it matter? There are two immediate answers that come to mind. I got to take a break. I'll have them for you on the other side.
Why is the American left so afraid of him?
Rush Limbaugh is getting too close to the truth.
On the EIB Network.
When I fell last year, I kept saying I was so glad I was home so my medical alert worked. Well, that got me thinking, what if I was away from home when I fell? Oh, that could have ended very differently.
There are a number of medical alert devices out there, but did you know that most of them only work at home? Now there's Mobile Help, the medical alert system that is revolutionizing the industry. Mobile Help works at home and wherever you go, nationwide on one of the largest cellular networks. Mobile Help wants to make it easy, so call today and get free equipment to use, free shipping, and a month's free service on select plans. And for a limited time, you'll also receive an emergency key box with your plan purchase, so they won't damage your door to get to you. Call Mobile Help today at 800-915-4877. That's 800-915-4877. Mobile Help, America's premier mobile medical alert system. 800-915-4877. Certain restrictions apply. Log on to mobilehelp.com for service and plan details.
Is your money truly safe in the bank or in the markets? Or has the can finally been kicked to the end of the road? This is Kevin Demerit. Remember the U.S. debt can? Well, I've just uncovered shocking proof that it may have finally been kicked to the end of the road. Our banks, our dollar, and the markets could be at risk. Find out why now. And don't take my word for it. Get the latest report, The End of the Dollar, and see for yourself. There's a reason big banks like J.P. Morgan, HSBC, and Goldman Sachs are building huge stockpiles of gold and silver. And there's a reason our richest billionaires like Carl Icahn, Stanley Druckenmiller, and David Einhorn are also doing the same. Call Lear Capital today for this important report.
Call now 1-800-957-4653 for this latest report, The End of the Road. Get the shocking proof and see for yourself. Call 1-800-957-GOLD. The report is free with no obligation. That's 800-957-4653. 1-800-957-GOLD.
Hi, I'm Eric Harple with Realty One Group. You've heard our ads with Glenn Beck and Lars Larson for years, and like they said, I have been the top real estate agent in Lane County for more than 5 years. But honestly, who cares? What I care about is helping you get your home sold for the most money possible within your time frame. My team and I help more home sellers sell than any other agent, and most at full price or more. How? Massive marketing. When you're number one, you can do things the others can't. I'm not bragging, I'm applying for a job. I want to be your realtor, and if you're not happy, fire me. Mind you, I think you'll be happy because our bulletproof listing offers flexible commissions, the right to sell it yourself, cancel anytime. You're in control. We sell homes for top dollar regardless of the time of year, and we put the money in your pocket. For a free information package, call 541-286-3030. Call Harple Real Estate countywide 541-286-3030 or harplehomes.com. Thank you.
50,000 watts and worldwide. Catch all of your favorite News Radio 1120 KPNW shows streaming live at kpnw.com.
Okay, so here's Dana Bash on CNN last night, and she's saying Trump was outspokenly pro-choice. He has been outspoken in his history in a book that he published, wanting single-payer universal health care system, and much of the conservative base, they know it, they just don't care. It's not that they don't know, they just don't care. Trump was, as I understand it, this dates back to 2000, the year 2000, he's toying around with a Reform Party ticket. There have been 16, 15 years go by. A lot more is known about it. Trump's not talking about it now. But beyond that, the Republican Party nominated somebody that essentially gave us Obamacare. You know, you can sit there and but Trump is free, single payer, Trump is single payer. Well, the Republican Party didn't stop Obama from doing Obamacare. I mean, what are these people supposed to do? Yeah, in the first term, they didn't have the votes to stop Obama, but then they ran for office in 2010. They ran for office in 2014, promising us that they would use the power of the purse. They would defund it. They would try to repeal it. And every effort they made was phony. These people are not stupid. They think, why continue to invest in a Republican Party which has openly said it's not going to stop Obama? In a Republican Party, you can talk about Trump all you want. It's not Trump that's sidling up with the Democrats on amnesty. And if you don't think that's the number one issue that's animating all of this, then you've got something really big to learn. That issue pretty much encompasses everything else people are supporting in Trump. It defines the massive change, the rejection of the two-party status quo on all of this. So at this stage, you know, whether somebody's conservative or not conservative enough, we're so far beyond that right now. I'm talking about Trump's supporters. I'm got my analyst hat here on, folks. It could be wrong. But this is what fascinates me, trying to understand why people do what they do. A whole career has been devoted to understanding the left and telling you who they are and passing it on to you so you'll recognize it and be able to stop it. I have said from I don't know how long I don't know how many years I've been saying the single best thing we can do is educate everybody to ideology so they can spot liberalism, because it's openly destructive. We're living 7 years of the destruction of liberalism. Undiluted, concentrated, liberal destruction. We don't have to speak theoretically. We don't have to issue warnings. All we've got to do is explain to people why they can't get a job. Explain to people why open borders are happening. Explain to people why the Iranians are getting a nuke. Explain to people why 94 million Americans are not working and can't find a job. There are demonstrative reasons, and you can trace every damn one of them to the Democrat Party and the American left, Barack Obama, Nancy Pelosi, Bernie Sanders, Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, John Kerry, all of them. And we don't get one syllable of that from the Republican Party. So what are these people supposed to do? They understand immigration. It's not hard. It's called the law, and people are breaking it. And the people breaking it are being rewarded and given things that the people who are not breaking the law are having to pay for. It's not hard to understand this. But Donald Trump, he wants you to give you a single payer. Sorry, we've already got it. If you haven't noticed, we've got Obamacare, and we're heading down that road already. And who gave it to us? Barack Hussein Obama and the Democrats, not Donald Trump. And who didn't try to singularly stop it or repeal it when they told us they would? GOP. What are people supposed to do? Well, Trump's not a conservative. I don't know. I'm not even thinking about that. This is serious stuff to these people. In addition to their livelihood and their careers being destroyed, they're being blamed for everything because they're racist. They're being told they're bigots. They're being told they're sexists. They're being told that they are the problem. They are being told by the Democrat Party and the American media that they have been the problem since the founding of this country. And they are openly told, we're taking it back from you. We're taking it away from you. And so college educations are being perverted with this wacko studies and that wacko studies. This has been, for 7 years, a sitting duck of an opponent waiting to be blown to smithereens for all time. American and worldwide liberalism. We're living it. We don't have to warn people. We don't have to say, if you're not careful, we're going to end up, because it's happening. So somebody comes along, going to put the brakes on all of it, or seems to, and massive change in direction or what. It's not hard to understand this. But if your livelihood depends on... never mind. I'd take a back after me.
Rush Limbaugh, because we know for you only the best will do on the EIB network.
Protecting your most valuable data, family photos, videos, is crucial. Ask anyone who's lost everything on their computer. We rely on iDrive online backup to safely and securely back up our data automatically with full confidence that iDrive is industry best. iDrive is easy to use and affordable, using military-grade encryption that is key to safeguarding your data. iDrive plans start at just $5 a month. Sign up today, get 50% off using the promo code RUSH. Get the best, folks. Get iDrive.com.
When my cardiologist told me I needed to take a statin drug to lower my cholesterol, he also told me that it can lower my natural levels of CoQ10. He told me to take Cunol. It has the #1 cardiologist-recommended form of CoQ10, a very important nutrient for a healthy heart and healthy blood pressure levels. Cunol, with 3 times better absorption, has the #1 cardiologist-recommended form of CoQ10. Take Cunol, the better CoQ10.
Oregon's Game Megabucks jackpot is over $6 million. Buy yours today.
Creative Clock is having a sale, a Black Friday sale, liquidation sale, moving sale, super sale. Call it whatever you like, but you have to see it for yourself. Creative Clock on Conger is having a once-in-a-lifetime sale, and it's happening right now. Creative Clock at 730 Conger in Eugene.
In the past 50 years, we've made a lot of progress in smoking prevention. But if we don't do more, 1 out of every 13 children alive today will die early from smoking. That's 5.6 million precious lives we can save. Together, we can make the next generation tobacco-free.
Over 300,000 veterans have received the care and benefits they've earned because Paralyzed Veterans of America was there. If you need help with a claim or just navigating the system, contact us at pva.org.
Hi, this is Adam Rodriguez. Did you know that today 1 out of every 4 American kids is Hispanic? That means many of the future doctors, engineers, scientists, and entrepreneurs of our country could be your kids. We all know how hard it is for you to send them to college. This is why we want you to know you are not alone. Many support you, and the Hispanic Scholarship Fund helps you prepare, plan, and pay for your kids' college education. Learn more at hsf.net. Brought to you by the Hispanic Scholarship Fund and the Ad Council.
Who doesn't want a shiny new electronic device? Sure, back home there's a garage or a basement full of old electronics that we don't talk about. But old electronics aren't garbage, and they're not useless. They're full of parts and materials that can be recycled into new electronics or donated to some wonderful causes. That flip phone and old computer can still live on. Recycling electronics is the green thing to do. It's the right thing to do, and it's so easy. Log on to greenergadgets.org and enter your zip code to find the recycling center nearest you.
Depend on us for Rush Now and Glenn Beck this afternoon at 3 here on 1120 KPNW.
I know. I've been a little remiss here in integrating. I love that word, integrating your phone calls into the mix here. So that's coming up. Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders, that we spoke a little bit about it at the beginning of the program. Hillary is out there, Bernie is accusing her of being part of the establishment, which proves to me that Bernie is a freaking copycat. He's stealing our best stuff and appropriating it himself. And Hillary, I don't know what establishment means. What does that mean? I only know what vast right-wing conspiracy is, but I don't know what establishment. What a phony, baloney, plastic, banana, good time rock and roller. Anyway, John Kerry has admitted that some sanctions money is going to go to terrorism. And he says, so what? What's your problem with that?
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. U.S. stocks are up amid speculation that central banks around the world will act to support the global economy, even as the Federal Reserve tightens policy. Energy companies led gains today. Crude oil is up 7% to $31.71 a barrel. The Dow is up 166 points to 16,048. S&P 500 index climbing 32 points to 1,900, and the Nasdaq gaining 97 points. Cigna was banned from marketing its Medicare products to new customers after U.S. regulators found deficiencies in how the health insurer ran its plan. A National Labor Relations Board judge told Walmart it was wrong to fire workers who participated in strikes in 2013 and must offer to reinstate 16 dismissed employees. Labor calls it a win, but Walmart says it will appeal. Donna Wilson, Bloomberg Radio.
Fox News, fair and balanced. We report, you decide. On News Radio 1120 KPNW, Eugene, Springfield.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady. Air travel around the country disrupted because of the monster storm hitting the eastern U.S. A half-foot of snow, and it's still coming down in Nashville.
Driving conditions do continue to be dangerous. If you don't have to be out on the road, please stay home.
Nashville Mayor Megan Barry, a truck driver, killed this morning in one multi-car wreck in North Carolina.
Winter storm warning stretching from areas in northern Mississippi all the way to the northeast. But where we have the blizzard warnings is anywhere from D.C. to New York City, and it's not so much because of the snow accumulation, it's more so because of the wind. That's going to be producing those whiteout conditions in these cities.
Fox meteorologist Maria Molina, more than 5 inches on the ground already in parts of Virginia. Fox News Radio's Rachel Sutherland is live in Prince William County.
Federal workers are driving home now that the government is closed in Washington. Snow is starting to fall around the region. Conditions are starting to deteriorate. The winds are picking up and flakes are flying around. Schools are closed and the metro system stops running buses and trains tonight. With 2 feet of snow expected in D.C., even higher amounts could fall in the far-flung suburbs. The storm now has an unofficial name here in the D.C. area. The Washington Post Capitol Weather Gang conducted a survey and the name Snowzilla won. Lisa?
Thanks, Rachel. An emergency declaration just issued by New York Mayor Bill de Blasio.
We're predicting 12 inches to 18 inches in New York City.
That's an increase of about 6 inches over the previous range. Thousands of flights canceled or delayed. United Airlines just announcing it'll cancel operations in the New York City area in addition to shutting down in the D.C. metro area until Sunday. The CDC just announcing a multi-state listeria outbreak linked to packaged salads from one Dole plant in Ohio and sold under various brand names, including Fresh Selection, Simple Truth, and President's Choice. 12 people hospitalized. 1 has died in Michigan. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Gary, why aren't you outside enjoying the party?
Hey, Michelle. It's this heartburn. When it hits, it really hits hard.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's it. I've had it. I'm going to kick acid with Rolaids.
Rolaids Advanced goes to work instantly for powerful relief of your worst heartburn, bloating, and gas.
Wow, you're packed fast.
Yeah, I feel much better. Now this is a party.
Kick acid and gas with Rolaids Advanced.
You gotta start saving now. Putting some money from every paycheck into a savings account or contributing to your 401k can make a big difference later. Put away a few bucks, feel like $1 million. For free ideas and easy ways to save, go to feedthepig.org. That's feedthepig.org.
Hey, let's just hope Steve 2037 doesn't get his hands on a cold time machine, because he is going to come back here and knock some sense into you.
This message brought to you by the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants.
Hoodoo's Backcountry Festival, presented by Three Creeks Brewery, is this Friday and Saturday. Celebrate every form of human-powered touring into the backcountry. Pack your snow tents and camp out for 2 full nights of backcountry culture at its finest. Live music from Alder Street Band, Beer Garden, and more seminars, demos, and races than ever before. Whether you ride, slide, bike, or skin into the backcountry, you won't want to miss BC Fest 2016 at Hoodoo. See race schedule, list of vendors, and all the details at skihoodoo.com.
Have you ever wanted to reach out and make a positive difference for children who live in a third world country orphanage? Well, for 26 years, the Trace Islas Orphanage Fund, whose founders live in Douglas County, has taken care of children in 5 Mazatlan, Mexico orphanages. Now, 100% of every donation goes directly to help the children. Nothing. Zero is taken away from any donation for administration. And Trace Islas Orphanage Fund has mission weeks where donors actually visit the orphanages. They share time with the children and make improvements to those orphanages. If you'd like to help provide nourishing food, medical, and educational needs every day to 133 plus children, visit orphanagefunds.org. That's www.orphanagefunds.org, and learn how you can help and how you can participate. The Trace Islas Orphanage Fund. Real children, real opportunities to help.
You would never forget your home address, would you? Well, no need to forget ours. Just lock it in at 1120 on your AM radio band. Depend on us. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Let's say you have plans for the perfect camping trip with your son and daughter. But even if your gear ends up on the highway, then your campground is near a beehive. It can still be the perfect trip, because kids don't always see things the way you see them.
Best trip ever, Dad!
You don't have to be perfect to be a perfect parent. There are thousands of siblings in foster care who'll take you just as you are. For more information on how you can adopt, go to adoptuskids.org. A message from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt Us Kids, and the Ad Council.
Oregon Paralyzed Veterans of America is a nonprofit organization that's neither run nor funded by the government. Their goals: improve the quality of life and protect the rights of spinal cord injured, MS-afflicted, or neurologically impaired veterans. They assist vets with advocacy, sports and recreation, benefits protection, even legislation, and they do it with volunteers and donations. If you can donate your time or money, contact the Oregon Paralyzed Veterans of America at 503-362-7998 or visit OregonPVA.org.
It's 11:06 and time for the last hour of Rush with Lars Larson, coming up at noon on 1120 KPNW.
The views expressed by the host on this program documented to be almost always right, 99.8% of the time is Friday. Let's keep it rolling.
Now, from sunny South Florida, it's Open Line Friday.
One big, exciting, busy broadcast hour remains, hosted by me, your guiding light. An excellent role model for the youths of America. Rush Limbaugh serving humanity simply by being here. Hey, we have a... Mike, do we not have a special warning from the White House of somebody on the blizzard? Yeah, but you know, it's starting to hit here. It's in Charlotte now, and it's heading into Washington, and you know, a lot of people think they're going to die this weekend. Media is telling everybody they're going to die. And so we, as a public service, want to do our part here.
Now, today's winter weather update for the low-information impaired Democratic voter. If snow falls around you, it's important to understand the dangers of snow. Remember, snow is cold. Be sure to dress warmly when going outside. Don't attempt to go out in a t-shirt, shorts, and sandals. Snow left unrefrigerated will melt when brought inside, creating a slip hazard on hard surface flooring. While it's important to stay hydrated, drinking and passing out in the snow, though fun, can kill you if your friends leave you there after they post a pic on Facebook. Shoveling snow is hard work and could give you a heart attack. So let your mom do it like last year.
This message brought to you by Hillary Clinton for president. I'm fighting climate change every day to bring you warmer weather in the spring.
Paid for by speeches from Goldman Sachs.
Ah, yes. Remember, it's cold out there, and you could die. Have you seen some grocery stores? The shelves are bare. Have you seen this? I mean, it looks like Moscow. It looks like the gum store in Moscow. It looks like communism in some of these Washington, D.C. and suburban groceries. Literally, there's nothing there. There's nothing on the shelves. People who don't want to die have gone to the grocery store early to pick up beans and Franks and whatever other canned goods the government says to go get. And whatever, there's nothing. I've seen a bunch of pictures, and the grocery store shelves totally empty. Okay, back to the audio sound bites, and we'll get a few of these here, and we'll get your phone calls in as we wrap up the very, very busy broadcast hour. Anna Navarro is a Republican strategist. She's a Republican consultant. She is on CNN all the time, giving the Republican perspective on things. She lives in Miami. She travels, though, wherever there's a camera. She'll go. I'm just kidding. I met Anna at a cigar dinner one night, and she gave me the business about Republican Party and immigration and how I was missing the boat. And I better get my mind right on it. And she's funny. So she was on CNN with New Day today, the show Allison Camerata, and responding to the National Review entire magazine, entire issue devoted to taking out Donald Trump. And Allison Camerata, formerly of Fox News, by the way, who then went over to CNN. So the question is, was she a liberal and hiding it at Fox? Or is she a conservative and is a liberal faking it at CNN? I mean, these are the big questions. This is what and the kind of thing people want to know. So she's talking to Anna Navarro. She said, what do you think of National Review coming out, the special edition, basically devoted to proving that Trump is not a true conservative?
My only question to them and to conservatives now taking this line is, what took you so long? It's almost a little bit too late. And, you know, I think Donald Trump has handled it, frankly, very well. He basically doesn't deny it. He says, yeah, I've changed my mind. I've given money to Democrats. I've invited the Clintons to my wedding. Yeah, it's true. But this is where I am now. I'm not sure how much of an effect it's going to have now. It should have been nipped in the bud months ago.
You know, she's speaking for a lot of people. Well, wait, where was this back in September? Where was this back in August? Well, it's too late now. And have you heard Trump's tweets on this? Did I write them down? Did I keep them here on my cheat sheet? He's had a series of tweets. In fact, some of them go back to last year. Last year, or maybe it was April of this year. In April of this year, Donald Trump was actually tweeting that he felt very bad for National Review. It was losing so many readers, and we needed to be helping it. He was urging people to help National Review because it was very important that it survive for the conservative movement. Now, that was back in April. His tweets now are essentially, I'm paraphrasing it, I don't have it in front of me, but it was basically, you know, it's a dying paper. It's a dying paper, and it's a shame to see, but it's a last gasp effort. They're trying to save themselves at my expense, but they don't have any influence anymore. Nobody cares. Typical Trump response. Anna Navarro says, hey, Trump's admitting that he gave money to Hillary, admitting that he invited her to the wedding. That was then, this is now. Speaking of which, let me grab a call. We got a call about that very thing. And it is Frank in South Leon, Michigan. Welcome to the EIB Network, Frank. Hi.
Hi, Russ. How you doing?
Very well, sir. Thank you.
Hey, yeah, the reason I was calling was in the first debate, I mean, Trump almost had a Jack Nicholson and A Few Good Men moment where he almost admitted to a crime. He said, I gave money to them, and they do what I tell them to do. And before he said, you know, they gave him building permits or something, he said, I invited her to my wedding, and she came. But I just don't know why people aren't investigating for crimes of bribery, or at the very least looking at him as a lobbyist.
Wait. Investigating who?
Trump, because he's bribing officials to get what he wants. I mean, people that are getting bribed as well.
No. If that's bribery, then every K Street firm is going to be in jail by Monday. That's not bribery, but that's one of the things that people are very frustrated by, that money, the donor class, is running the show. I mean, it's clearly why the Republican Party is content to sit by and let the Democrats get their amnesty and comprehensive immigration reform. Look, see, this is another thing. The people are not stupid. They're not mind-numb robots. The people who think immigration is the beginning and end of stopping the destruction of this country, they know full well that it's not an issue of compassion. The Democrat Party not trying to help the downtrodden. They know full well it's not about helping people overcome horrible obstacles. It's not about extending the American dream. It's about registering voters. The people of this country who oppose illegal immigration are not nativists, as they've been called. They are not bigots. They're not prejudiced against foreigners. They know what's going on here. They know that the Democrat Party wants this endless stream of unskilled, uneducated people to become registered as Democrats, who will then become the permanent underclass that will always vote Democrat, because other than that, they won't have a way to live. Now, who in their right mind would support that? That's the primary form of opposition to this. And they don't see the Republican Party making a serious effort to stop it. Quite the opposite. It's a matter of survival to them. But the donor class, they want that low-skilled, uneducated, never-ending flow of people because they'll work for less. And the donors have become more important than the voters to many in the Republican Party. So if you, masses of people who vote, want something, the power of your vote, collectively expressed, has now been dwarfed by the amount of money given by donors. And if the donors want the Republican Party to stand aside, or maybe even join with the Democrats on comprehensive immigration reform, and that's what elected Republicans are going to do. And it's, look, money's always been a dominant factor in politics. But I don't recall, and look, I could be dead wrong about this, because I've only been alive as an adult paying attention to this stuff 50 years or so. But I have never seen, I can't recall a period of time, speaking now of the Republican Party, where the expression of public opinion, majority public opinion, doesn't mean anything. I remember after the 2002 midterms, that was the year of the Wellstone Memorial. The Democrats had it in their heads that they were going to smoke the Republicans, because by that time they thought they had really amplified the hatred for George W. Bush coming off the Florida recount. Then 9/11 happened, and they're out there and they just despise Bush. We got the beginnings here of the debate on the Iraq War. The Democrats wanted it both ways on that. So they have this, the Paul Wellstone died in a plane crash. They had a memorial for him in Minnesota. And a bunch of Republican colleagues, senators, went to it, and they got booed out of the place. And they turned that memorial, essentially a funeral service, if you will, for Paul Wellstone, into one of the most despicable, pathetic displays of pathetic political selfishness on the part of the Democrat Party anybody's ever seen. Well, here came the midterms later in November, and guess what? That's a year, an off year. The opposing party, in this case Democrats, is supposed to just score huge. And the Democrats lost. The Republicans added seats in the House of Representatives. And I was doing election analysis coverage on NBC with Tom Brokaw and Russert. Brokaw could not believe what was happening. After those midterms, the Democrat losers, for 2 weeks afterwards, went to the microphones and went on television and said, you know what? We failed in listening to the American people, and we're going to fix that. We're going to start listening to the American people. There was another big issue in that midterm, was value. Value voters came out of nowhere, according to exit polls. So the Democrats started talking about how, you know what, we're going to have to pay a little bit more attention to the values questions. In other words, they were acknowledging the will of the voters. That doesn't happen anymore. The will of the voters matters only if you win, but it's the donors to whom elected officials have become loyal in terms of policy implementation and execution. Whether anybody wants to admit it or not, there's a guy in this race not taking that kind of money. I'm here to tell you, people are aware. They're not dunces. They're not uninformed on this kind of stuff. They see it. So there are explanations for this. Hugh Hewitt, who is a radio talk show host out in L.A., was part of the Reagan administration and has appeared on CNN as a moderator for some of the debates that they have had. Was on Anderson Cooper last night. And they're talking about all of this confusion out there, the National Review doing the issue and the Trump Cruz phenomena, what it all means. And he was with John Berman filling in for Anderson Cooper, and this was the little exchange that they had.
It's not universal. I mean, Rush Limbaugh, for instance, and some people would consider the dean of conservative talk radio, he's kind of gone back and forth, and in some cases given Donald Trump a lot of cover.
Rush is Donald's friend, and Rush is, in fact, the big kahuna. He is the maker of the feast, as Scrooge was referred to after his conversion on Christmas. He always makes the market for talk radio, and so everyone knows that Rush matters a lot more than pretty much anybody else. And he does like Ted Cruz a lot. I was listening to his show today, and so maybe there's a tilt there, maybe there isn't. I don't think he's declared, obviously.
You know what? Hugh Hewitt is a smart guy. But what strikes me here, I just realized this. Look at all these CNN people who know what I'm doing on this program. You know how odd that is? Most of these people, they never listen here. They find out what happened on this program by going to a watchdog website like Media Matters or what have you. But here's John Berman. We had 2 or 3 other hosts, this Foreman guy. And for a couple of 3 weeks now, these CNN people, at least, we still have the ban on MSNBC, so I don't know what they're saying, but these CNN people, I mean, they must be following this. I wonder why. They're following this, and they have concluded, you know what, we haven't heard Rush come down one way or the other on it. What's up with that? How did they even know? I thought that this program was so beneath their standards that it's so unimportant. It's just... you remember who it was to call me the big kahuna? I'm not trying to take anything away from Hugh Hewitt. I admire Hugh Hewitt a tremendous amount. Well, let's go back November 13th, 1995, to the floor of the House of Representatives.
And they had the big kahuna of Go Pack come speak, none other than Rush Limbaugh. He was hailing the GOP budget. It was wonderful because it would starve the poor, and it would drive Medicare recipients, including his mother, to eat dog food. But not to worry, Mom, he says. I'm sending you a new can opener. Wow. That tells you what today's about.
Patsy Schroeder, exactly right. One of the early feminazis. She was a Democrat. She ran for president and cried when she realized she couldn't win. That wasn't so bad. It's that she cried on the shoulder of her husband. And at that point, nobody knew she had one. It was a total betrayal of the feminists, A, cry, and to B, admit she had a husband who had a shoulder on which she would cry. Oh, it was a bad day for him. She actually, I had made a speech at GoPack. Time again, so I'm sorry I got it.
Rush Limbaugh talks about the member side of his website, Rush 24/7.
The content every day is voluminous. If you ever miss a program, you can go listen to it again there. And if you heard something you really liked, you can relive it.
Join today and get 4 extra weeks of Rush 24/7 free. Available now at rushlimbaugh.com. You're listening to the EIB Network.
SquareTrade does not cover lost or stolen items. Savings based on 2-year iPhone plan with 1 claim compared to Asurion total equipment coverage as of August 10, 2015.
Getting a new iPhone? Get this. Every 2 seconds, one of us accidentally breaks our phone. So protecting all the phones in your family is a smart idea. But if you have insurance through your wireless carrier, you're paying way too much. I'm Steve Abernethy, and I founded SquareTrade to give you a better choice. Phone insurance through your wireless carrier can cost as much as $11 a month. For a family of 4, that's $44 every month. Plus, up to a $199 deductible when you break your phone. SquareTrade family protection plans cost less than $4 a month per phone with a much lower deductible. We can save your family over $500. Whether you've got a new iPhone or any other smartphone, stop overpaying for phone insurance and protect all the phones in your family with SquareTrade instead.
Protect all the phones in your family with SquareTrade and save over $500. Visit SquareTrade.com. That's SquareTrade.com.
Sherman Brothers Trucking is looking for drivers, company drivers and owner-operators, flatbed, tanker, lowboy, curtain van, and dump truck. Great benefits including medical, dental, vision, 401k, and paid vacation. Sherman Brothers has been family-owned and operated since 1969 and runs regionally with good home times. Sherman Brothers prides themselves on the quality of their drivers and the service the company provides. Excellent training and quality management will help you reach your goals. Check out ShermanTrucking.com for more details or call 800-457-1459. Tired of long wait times and high prices at your local boat repair shop? The Boat Dock LLC Marine Repair in Springfield has the fastest turnover. With state-of-the-art test equipment and on-site test tank, the jobs are done right the first time. From simple tune-ups and water pumps to complete repowers on all types of marine power boats, the Boat Dock LLC is the shop to visit at 1252 30th Street in Springfield. A Better Business Bureau accredited business. Visit their website at eugeneboatrepair.com. That's eugeneboatrepair.com.
FitzPatrickPainting.com.
When you need painting, you want the best. Fitzpatrick Painting. Don't settle for less.
Specializing in house repaints, interior and exterior, and commercial buildings, Fitzpatrick Painting also provides a full line of carpentry services and so much more. Experience the difference. Find them at FitzpatrickPainting.com for your free estimate and more information.
Fitzpatrick Painting. Unsurpassed in customer service and quality.
Northwest Burger inside the Fifth Street Market has burgers so amazing, they're an experience all their own. Freshly ground meat, local produce, combined with the creativity of local chef Garrett Kirsch, make for a burger experience like no other. Northwest Burger, the official burger of the Wake Up Call.
Join parents and experts at Understood.org, a free online resource about learning and attention issues designed to help you help your child thrive in school and in life. Understood.org, because understanding is everything. Brought to you by Understood.org and the Ad Council.
This is News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Okay, it was a Sunday. I was asked to make a speech at GoPack. I did, but I demanded a TV because the Cowboys and 49ers were on. So I demanded a TV back in the green room and a delay in the start of my speech so I could see the first half before I had to go out there. So they accommodated me on that. Now, what was going on at the time was a big budget debate, as always, and there were Medicare cuts, and Democrats were threatening all these Medicare cuts the Republicans are going to make, and the Democrats are running around saying that seniors were going to have to choose between dog food or medicine because of all the budget cuts. So I went out there and mocking the Democrats. I told these GoPack guys, I'm proud to be a member, and I said, don't sweat the budget. Look, I understand that it's a choice here between dog food and medicine. Do what I do. I'm going to send my mom a new can opener, making it easier to open the dog food. Mocking the whole thing. They laughed uproariously at GoPack. The thing that Patsy Schroeder thought I was serious. Here is a woman who literally thought that I was serious, that I was fine with my mom eating dog food. I was going to send her a new can opener, and that would fix it. She went to the floor of the House. And by the way, somebody got to her because she didn't say a thing about it ever again. Somebody, they grabbed the hooks. Patsy, it was a joke. Just amazing. Bob in Garden Valley, Idaho, great to have you on Open Line Friday. Hello, sir.
El Rospo.
Hey.
How you doing, sir?
Very well, sir. Thank you.
The reason for my call is this Trump and Cruz bashing.
Yeah.
I discovered something out about the United States government a long time ago while I was still in the Army. And because of that oath, I've lived by it since. But going back to the Trump and Cruz bashers, they're doing this because they're very afraid of what Trump and Bush can do. Do I like either one of them? Well, I won't say. That's between me and my Creator above. But these people that are going out of their way to intentionally verbally harm Donald Trump and Ted Cruz, they are actually the people that your listeners, all 6 of them, yes, that's a joke.
Time is dwindling here.
Need to understand that those are the people they need to not listen to. You need to listen to people like Trump and Cruz because they are, in fact, telling at least a modicum.
Okay, I got it. We'll be right back here.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. The Marine Corps says the 12 Marines who were in 2 helicopters that crashed off Hawaii are considered dead. The status of the missing Marines changed to deceased after days of searching for them. One of the Marines, Ty Hart, was from Staten. Eamon Bundy, the leader of the group occupying the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge, has been talking with the FBI, and the FBI released a statement saying they want to resolve the conflict peacefully. Bundy says they're prepared to defend themselves.
We didn't come in here to, blind, and we didn't come in here ignorant to what the possibilities could be.
Bundy says their goal is to turn over control of the refuge to the county, although county officials say they don't want control. Oregonian Bill Johnson, the first American skier to win an Olympic downhill title, has died after a long illness. He was 55. Johnson's health has been on the decline for several years after a series of strokes. Bill London, KPNW.
It's January, and that means it's time for the Midwinter Spectacular Sales event going on right now at the Hertz Car Sales Superstores.
Scott Hoysh here for Hertz Car Sales of Eugene.
We're clearly right smack in the middle of winter. If you're finding that you need a newer, nicer, more dependable vehicle to tackle the winter conditions, now's your time right here at Hertz Car Sales of Eugene. Our inventory is incredible. SUVs, all-wheel drives, front-wheel drives, and 4x4s. Choose from our Northwest Superstore inventory of more than 1,000 vehicles to fit almost any budget. And I do mean almost any budget. Plus, during our Midwinter Spectacular Sales event, we still have on approved credit 1.99% financing up to 60 months and no payments for 90 days. Remember, Beltline and West 11th, where Hertz Car Sales will save you money. Ends January 31st.
Don't miss the Midwinter Spectacular Sales event going on right now on West 11th, just off the Beltline, and always online at HertzEugene.com. Hertz Car Sales of Eugene, the better way to buy a car.
Chipala Mexican restaurant, so good. Chipala Mexican restaurant, so good.
Hi, this is Erin. I think we have one of the best lunch menus around. We serve you quick so you can take your time and enjoy your meal, or visit and talk business. Try lunch at Chipala Mexican Restaurant in Oakways Center and 29th near Willamette.
Chipala Mexican restaurant, so good.
For a fun family activity, check out the Selco Saturday Kids Workshops at Mecca. You can do a different creative craft project each week, from sock puppets to robot rockets. Drop by with your kids 11 a.m. to 3 any Saturday. A small donation is requested. Mecca, right next to the train station. For more information, go to materials-exchange.org. That's materials-exchange.org.
This message is brought to you by Lane County Waste Management in association with EARS.
As a business owner, I can tell you that your company is only as good as the people you hire. But when you're short-staffed, there's no time to deal with all the different job sites. Until now. Thanks to ZipRecruiter.com, I can post to 100-plus job sites with one single click and have the highest chance of finding that perfect candidate. Plus, you can instantly be matched to candidates from over 6 million resumes. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports100. Again, ZipRecruiter.com/sports100.
How long would you wait for your shower to get hot? How long would you wait for your cell phone to fully charge? How long would you wait to get relief from your nasal congestion? If you're congested now and you want powerful relief now, use Afrin No Drip. Afrin starts working in seconds and keeps working for 12 hours. So, why wait? When you can start to get relief in seconds with Afrin. Afrin, powerful congestion relief without the wait. Use as directed. For more information, go to Afrin.com.
With news every 30 minutes, Bloomberg market reports every hour, and Rush Limbaugh now. We are 1120 KPNW.
Rush Limbaugh.
The saga continues. A man, a legend, a way of life. The last caller, his point was that all of these people that he didn't identify them, but you know who they are. Attacking Cruz, attacking Trump. In his, and he's a seasoned citizen of sorts, and then served in the military. And his point was that he's seen a lot. And he was going to say, when unfortunately time ran out here, he was going to say that these critics are just trying to protect their money. I mean, to put it basic essentials, that everybody's trying to protect their money. Whoever is trying to protect their donors, protect their clients, or keep their donors donating and keep their clients buying and what have you. Then, in other words, it's all personal, this opposition to Trump. There is a lot of fear out there. I addressed this earlier this week, long before the National Review story hit, and it was in relationship, if you recall, to this piece that I dredged up in 1996 that presaged, if you will, that predicted this very point in time in American history, predicted almost to a T the Trump campaign. The guy who wrote it in 1996 was an advisor then to Pat Buchanan. And one of the points that he made in his piece, he said, Pat, if you're going to go anywhere, you're going to have to stop talking about being a conservative. You can't, they're not going to do anything for you. They're not going to help you, but it's limiting you. because what's happening here is beyond conservatism. Well, Buchanan couldn't drop conservatism. He was too closely identified as one. He had run in 1992, I think it was 96 as well, as a conservative. He was a conservative columnist. He was the conservative part of Crossfire for all those years on CNN. So he couldn't abandon conservatism. And what this columnist was suggesting was that populism, nationalism was going to sweep the country because of the failure of the other things, that as the ruling class, he called it a different thing then, but as they continued to usurp the very economics of the country, that more and more people would have less and less, and that what's happening today, as illustrated, Trump campaign was inevitable. It was going to happen at some point. He didn't know when. He was hoping it would happen sooner than it did, as in now, but it's happening. One of the points that he made in the piece, anyway, he warned Buchanan. He said, you don't need these other conservatives. He said, one of the problems is going to be that they are going to realize that they have nothing to do with the insurgency. Here they will have spent all of these years diligently writing and recording their conservative intellectual books and position papers, and they will have been advising candidates. There will be think tanks and all this made up of the smartest, brightest conservatives ever. And they're going to realize, Pat, that they are irrelevant. That all the think tanks and all the position papers and all the policy papers haven't done anything for anybody. And they will lash out and just be livid because they will want to protect what they've created. They will not want to be demonstrated as irrelevant. The guy wrote this back in 1996. And I saw it reprinted, well, excerpts of it in the issue of a web publication called The Week, and talked about it earlier this week. And our last caller was simply saying that, I mean, he didn't say it in that way, but his point was that all the opposition to Cruz and Trump is really coming from people who are afraid they're going to lose their livings if this is all successful. Because here you've got two candidates who are going to triumph, if one of them does, without the infrastructure that everybody's thought was necessary. I found it a fascinating piece, particularly given the fact that it was written back in 1996. Matthew in Raleigh, North Carolina. We have an 11-year-old on the phone. Matthew, it's great to have you with us. How are you this afternoon?
Oh, hello, Mr. Rush, Mr. Limbaugh. I'm here to tell, I'm 11 years old, and I go to an extremely liberal private school in Raleigh, North Carolina. No, I mean, like, no, it's terrible. So
No, I believe you, Matthew. I'm just, you're 11 years old and you're talking about this the way adults do. I find it charming. I think it's great.
I'm a huge Trump supporter, and I'm very outward about it. I like how he's gonna close the borders. I like how he's gonna obliterate ISIS. Well, a few days ago, people are still charging me. The teacher wrote on the board, beside Martin Luther King, who are some visionaries who are in the world. People wrote down Abraham Lincoln. People wrote down Rosa Parks. People wrote down Pope Francis, and I wrote down Donald Trump. And the next day, the teacher pulled me over and said, "Erase that comment." And I was like, "Why?" And she's like, "What good has he done to this world?" I'm like, "Well, he's created a business, and he's built magnificent buildings in many countries in the world, and he's actually running for president while he's actually stating his ideas." And she made me erase it, and I was thinking, like, wait, why? I thought I had freedom of speech. I mean, an actor baby gets citizenship. Why don't I? And then, and I kind of got mad after that. And people are targeting me. They're saying Donald Trump sucks, and you do too. And I really don't know what to do.
Well, Matthew, part of me said, join the club. Join the club. I have a lot of people telling me that I suck too, and I don't know what I'm doing. But in all seriousness, you lumped Trump in with Martin Luther King and Abraham Lincoln, and your teacher told you to erase Trump because the teacher didn't think Trump was qualified to be mentioned in the company of those other people, right?
Yes.
And you stood up for Trump, and you tried to explain to her why, in your mind, Trump should be listed with those people.
Well, she still forced me to erase it because I didn't want to disobey the teacher, but, I mean, I don't exactly like backing down that much, and I was kind of disturbed by that.
Well, wait a minute now. You say you don't like backing down, but you didn't want to disobey the teacher.
Yes.
In that circumstance, you did the right thing. She is the authority of the classroom. And Matthew, in all truth, you do not have freedom of speech in there. Your teacher can abridge your freedom of speech all day. The government cannot, but your teacher can. And if, when you get a job and you go to work for, when you become the CEO of Apple, the board of directors might try to tell you what you can and can't say or what have you. But you did the right thing. You have to respect the authority figure. As long as you're able to not let that teacher convince you you're wrong. If you really believe what you were doing, then in your heart, it stays there. And you're just doing what you have to do. It's a great life lesson. You're doing what you have to do. She owns that classroom. And obviously, it's a learning exercise for you. You can learn a lot from it. And among those things is how to stay steadfastly devoted to what you believe. Because this is going to happen to you like it happens to everybody many times. Sometimes a day, sometimes many times a week. But you're going to have a lot of people as you grow up telling you you're wrong or you don't know what you're talking about or how can you say that. And in this case, you had a teacher, the ultimate authority figure, telling you. So you have to...
And like 50 other kids behind me, like just... I mean, I can take on one-on-one, but but after I put that comment and everything, they were like looking at my back. They were...
Matthew, hey, let me tell you something. Can I explain that to you too?
Yes.
All that means is that they're jealous as heck of you. They already know you stand head and shoulders above them. And so the teacher coming down on you made them feel bigger. And they just couldn't help themselves and go, nya, 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 nya. But don't let... You're obviously an advanced human being.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr. Limbaugh. That's an honor.
It's an honor to have you in the audience, and there's no question about that. So, you're very, very mature. Your parents are obviously got to be so proud of you. You just continue to stay. I can't believe I'm saying this to an 11-year-old, but you just stay dedicated to what you truly believe, understanding that all kinds of people are going to insult you or tell you you're wrong. And some of them you're going to have to kowtow to, like the authority figure of a teacher. But others, in all cases, let it go in one ear and out the other. Behave as you must, depending on who is insulting you or commanding you. Like you would your parents. I mean, your parents are your authority figures in home. Right? Or do you tell them what to do?
Yes, I've read your book in our library. It doesn't have your series, but it's Chelsea Clinton's series. So, and I really do like your book. I really love it. It's one of the best series I've ever read.
Chelsea Clinton.
And I have it right next to me. I was just reading upstairs a few days ago.
Well, does your teacher happen to know that you know who I am?
Yes, she does.
Well, let's explain.
I'm not sure.
Yes, of course, that's some of it, no doubt. Well, Matthew, I have to go here. I'm a little bit out of time, but I am so...
Bye. It's an honor meeting you. Thank you for letting me on your show. Bye.
The pleasure is all mine. You hang in there, Matthew. Hang in there.
You're listening to the nation's most talked about talk radio host, Rush Limbaugh, on the EIB Network.
We've all heard about fortunes being made owning franchises, but have you heard about the ultimate way to make a franchise fortune? It's called a master franchise. With a master franchise, instead of paying franchise fees and royalties like a regular franchise, you receive them from all the franchises in your territory. 10 to 50 unit franchises or more in a territory are possible, with each one paying you thousands or even tens of thousands of dollars per year. You don't have to deal with unit day-to-day operations, very low overhead, virtually no employees, and you don't need to leave your current job. It can be the safest, quickest, and most profitable way to make your franchise fortune. If you have a minimum of $50,000 to invest, call for a free report, How to Acquire and Make a Fortune Owning a Master Franchise. Call Master Franchise Investments at 800-476-7174. 800-476-7174. 800-476-7174. We've all heard about fortunes being made owning franchises, but have you heard about the ultimate way to make a franchise fortune? It's called a master franchise. With a master franchise, instead of paying franchise fees and royalties like a regular franchise, you receive them from all the franchises in your territory. 10 to 50 unit franchises or more in a territory are possible, with each one paying you thousands or even tens of thousands of dollars per year. You don't have to deal with unit day-to-day operations, very low overhead, virtually no employees, and you don't need to leave your current job. It can be the safest, quickest, and most profitable way to make your franchise fortune. If you have a minimum of $50,000 to invest, call for a free report, How to Acquire and Make a Fortune Owning a Master Franchise. Call Master Franchise Investments at 800-476-7174. 800-476-7174. 800-476-7174.
Did you know that some young people, even those who are active in sports, have dangerous hidden heart defects? The results can be life-threatening. Early testing can lead to the discovery of these serious silent heart conditions and follow-up care before it's too late. Peace Health offers teen heart screening events to save young lives. Visit peacehealth.org/teen heart screen for more information and for notice of their next screening event. And mark your calendars for February 11th, a Fair of the Heart. This fun-filled annual celebration of heart health is proudly sponsored by Peace Health.
Hey kids, let mom help with your science project.
This new mom wants her kids' science project to thrive. Too bad she hasn't cracked a science book since 1985.
A metathesis reaction?
Compounds, mixtures, and elements. Even this baking soda volcano is too big of an experiment. Whoa. Now she's completely forgotten the periodic table. Now she's burning a hole through the kitchen table. Burning with science. But her kids' love for the mom is truly transparent. Proof you don't have to be perfect to be the perfect parent.
Don't tell Dad.
You don't have to be perfect to be a perfect parent. Thousands of siblings in foster care will take you just as you are. For more information on how you can adopt, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
I thought I could ignore it. One of the issues I had is that I would read and I would reread. I just couldn't focus. It was my ADHD. And like many kids with ADHD, I didn't outgrow it. As I got older, I was still having that issue. And that's when I knew I needed to talk to the doctor.
If you were diagnosed with ADHD as a kid, you might still have it. Take a quiz at ownYourADHD.com to help recognize the symptoms. Then talk with your doctor.
I take responsibility for my ADHD. It's your ADHD. Own it.
Depend on us. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Matthew hung up before we could get the stuff we needed. He said his books were not in his school library, but the Clinton books were. So the usual thing, we want to send him some Rush Revere books and stuff, and he hung up. So Matthew, if you're still out there, call us back. Use the same number. Snurdly, there's nobody that can fake being you, Matthew. So keep trying to get through, and Snurdly will keep a sharp eye out for you. We want to get your address. You're in Raleigh, North Carolina. And we tried to get to him, but he hung up before we could get there. I should have mentioned it to him. I thought Snurdly was going to be lickety-split there, so we just missed him, but he can call back. We'll take care of it. Ladies and gentlemen, when you discover a product that is really special, you want to share it with people you like. And that's what's happening with the bedding and sheets that you're going to find on the website bowlandbranch.com. Now, when you hear somebody on the radio start talking to you about a good night's sleep, what do you think? Oh, here it comes, another pillow spot. Oh, here it comes, another mattress commercial. Wrong. Not this time. Bowl and Branch make the most amazing sheets, the most amazing duvets, the most amazing pillowcases, the most amazing beddings that you have ever experienced. And you can get it and try it for 30 days. And after 30 days, if you don't like it, you can send it back. Have you ever heard anything like that? Most companies, if they were going to offer something like this, would let you use it 1 or 2 nights, and then you'd have to send it back. 30 days? I mean, that's supreme confidence. It's Boll and Branch, B-O-L-L, and branch.com, and they sell directly to the customer via the internet. And people who have discovered their products, their bedding and stuff, they say it's the single softest, most comfortable stuff they've ever experienced. A couple people told me they go to bed earlier just because when it's cool, you slip into the sheets, they just feel that good. Everything they offer is on their website only. It's not in department stores or big box stores where you normally find these things. And these are millennials. It's a young company, and it's their business model. They want to have a direct relationship with their, just like us in 2Up by Tea. We want to have a direct relationship with the customers, so you don't have to go through third parties. And again, you can try their sheets risk-free 30 nights, and if you don't like them, they will send you a refund. That's just amazing. Try it. And nothing to lose. Bowlandbranch.com. In addition to the 30-day deal, you get 20% off what you order plus free shipping. You go to bowlandbranch.com. The packaging alone is worth the online shopping experience. You'll be impressed, dazzled. Use the promo code RUSH. Get that 20% so they know where you're coming from. Bowlandbranch.com. Nick, Greensboro, North Carolina, great to have you on the program, sir. Hello.
Rush, mega dittos.
Thank you.
So the reason I called is I've heard multiple conservative commentators say that if Trump's the nominee and if he asked Ted to be his VP, that Ted shouldn't take it just because based on Ted's own conservative principles. But I'm thinking if Trump wins and offers Ted the VP, I think Ted should employ similar logic to that of what Lyndon Johnson employed in 1971, about J. Edgar Hoover. And that being, Ted should say to himself, it's probably better to have me on the inside urinating out than for me to be on the outside urinating in.
You're speaking from Trump's perspective?
No, from Ted's. That's from Cruz's perspective. Say to himself, if he can't beat Trump in the primary, what he should tell himself is the same logic as what Lyndon Johnson said.
Since you bring up that whole thing of Veep and VP, it reminds me, I wasn't going to make it, because it's only 2 people, it's purely anecdotal. But I've had a couple people tell me that if that would be a dream ticket. That I've run a couple people who don't want to have to make the choice of one or the other, would love one of those guys to be at the top and taking the other guy be the VP. A couple people tell me that. No, not golf buddies. Not just others, but maybe more. And others are obviously thinking about it, given the nature here. Nick's call. But that's it for us here, folks. A brief timeout, and we'll close it out when we get back and get ready.
You're listening to Rush Limbaugh.
The big voice on the right.
On the EIB Network.
Hey, did you know that 1 in 4 people experienced identity theft last year? Now, you might think you're okay because you have free credit monitoring. Now, that might tell you when there's a problem, but it will not work to fix it if your identity is stolen. It's like if your dentist found a huge cavity in your mouth and sent you somewhere else. Not good. With LifeLock, if there's a problem, it's their job to work to fix it. You'll even get your own U.S.-based resolution agent. Now, of course, no one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions in all businesses. But with LifeLock, identity theft protection is pretty painless. LifeLock membership starts at just $9.99 a month plus applicable sales tax. Just call or visit lifelock.com now. Make sure you use the promo code. It's easy to remember. It's my name. Everybody knows that. RUSH. That's promo code RUSH. Save 10% on your membership, or you can call 800-440-4833. LifeLock, 800-440-4833. Offer code RUSH.
Oregon's Game Megabucks jackpot is over $6 million. Buy yours today.
Nothing goes better with a burger than a Budweiser. The original power couple. Beechwood aged to perfection meets grilled to perfection. The smooth taste of Bud brings out the best in a burger. The official beer of beer. The official food of food. No Bud, no burger. This could be a debate, but it's not. Budweiser, this Bud's for you. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Budweiser Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
The human voice. It can be sweet as music, powerful as thunder,
And so, my fellow Americans,
cheerful as laughter. But for millions of people, it can also be a sign of COPD. This serious lung disease can make it so hard to breathe, you often can't catch a breath or finish a sentence, let alone carry a tune. And many who have COPD don't even know it. That's where your voice comes in. If you think you or a loved one have symptoms, talk with a healthcare provider. Early diagnosis can mean better treatments and quality of life. Join us in raising our voices for the millions with COPD who can't. Learn more, breathe better at NIH.gov.
Every year at the Oscars, Hollywood celebrates its best and brightest of the silver screen. In Washington, the Partnership for Public Service celebrates the best and brightest of our civil service. Men and women who perform real-life acts of heroism away from the camera's lens. Nominate an outstanding federal employee you know for a 2015 Samuel J. Heyman Service to America Medal. All career civilian federal employees are eligible to be recognized. Nominations close January 16th. Submit your nomination today at servicetoamericamedals.org.
You're listening to Rush Limbaugh Now. Tonight at 8, it's Alex Jones. Only on 1120 KPNW.
Okay, we got young Matthew back, 11 years old from Raleigh, North Carolina, and we're going to take care of his school with some classic Rush Revere books, audio books, and other exciting gear. You have a great weekend, folks, and those of you who don't die in the snow, and we'll see you Monday.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. Stocks continue to get a boost from rising oil prices. The Dow Jones Industrials are up 172 points to 16,054. The Nasdaq is up 100 points. The S&P 500 up 32. Shares of American Express are taking a hit today. That stock is down more than 12%. The company's profit fell 38% in the latest quarter as expenses rose and revenue declined. Amex CEO Ken Chenault says a further restructuring will cut costs by $1 billion a year. 2015 was the best year for sales of existing homes since 2006. It ended on a high note. Realtors say sales surged 14.7% last month to an annual rate of 5.46 million. Prices were up. Inventories were down. And 21st Century Fox has high hopes for a 10-part TV series about the O.J. Simpson trial. The program could break audience records for the FX cable network. It debuts February 2nd. Jeff Bellinger, Bloomberg Radio.
Fox News, fair and balanced. We report, you decide. On News Radio 1120 KPNW, Eugene Springfield.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady. A lot of this going around, and it's just the beginning as a storm that could dump nearly 3 feet of snow in some areas arrives in the nation's capital, which cleared out early. The airports and transit services shutting down.
Usually the Capitol is open for tours to the public on Saturday. That's not going to happen either, according to the Senate Sergeant-at-Arms.
Fox's Chad Pergram on Capitol Hill. Baltimore and New York City also part of the blizzard warning. Philadelphia urging people to stay put too and out of the way for road crews.
Please do not park on the snow emergency routes.
The storm already blamed for at least 5 traffic deaths in North Carolina, Kentucky, and Tennessee.
We have icing that we're going to continue to see across North Carolina, and
then we're going to continue to watch a lot of wind. In fact, the wind along the coast is going to be a major problem.
Fox meteorologist Rick Reichmuth says near hurricane force winds tomorrow morning along the Jersey Shore. Coastal flooding also a concern for Maryland and Delaware. The storm's ripple effect nationwide. More than 3,000 flights canceled or delayed today alone. A new outbreak of listeria confirmed by the CDC and already deadly. Fox News Radio's Eben Brown with this live.
Elisa, this listeria outbreak is now traced back to packaged salad products that came from a Dole processing facility in Springfield, Ohio. 1 death, 12 hospitalizations have so far been sourced back to this infected salad. They were sold under a variety of brand names. Dole is one of them, but also Fresh Selections, Simple Truth, Market Side, The Little Salad Bar, and President's Choice. The manufacturing code on the package begins with the letter A. The Dole company has shut the facility down and is pulling products off supermarket shelves, Lisa.
Thanks, Eben. An hour to the close on Wall Street, the Dow is up 187 points, a rally fueled in part by soaring oil prices, topping $32 a barrel. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
What's the matter, honey? Can't sleep?
It's this heartburn. At night, it's the worst.
Heartburn? Again?
Yeah, I'm done with it. I'm going to kick acid with Rolaids.
Rolaids Advanced goes to work instantly for powerful relief of your worst heartburn, bloating, and gas.
Feeling better?
Much better.
That was fast.
Kick acid and gas with Rolaids Advanced.
Bacteria that can make you very sick, or worse. 1 in 6 Americans will get sick from food poisoning this year, and roughly 3,000 will die. But you can keep your family safer by cleaning with soap and water as you go. Learn more about this and other important information. Check your steps at foodsafety.gov. That's foodsafety.gov. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Agriculture, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. A bureaucratic mistake is costing a Springfield neighborhood their community garden. Last week, residents were told the federal funds that help build their homes also meant the gardens are prohibited due to safety concerns. Reviews done before the houses were built didn't take federal rules into account. The mistake was caught by the Department of Housing and Urban Development, and a new report requiring the dismantling of the garden was approved January 11th. A tenured instructor at Lane Community College has accused the school of failing to address her concerns about a male student she says stalked her. Nadia Raza is accusing LCC officials of negligence, discrimination, retaliation, and denying her equal protection. She says she went to administrators after a student turned in an assignment in which he wrote that he was affiliated with neo-Nazis, then emailed her repeatedly asking her to meet off campus. She says she felt threatened because she's a Pakistani-American Muslim woman. Oregon Senator Ron Wyden is joining other Democrats and anti-gun groups to get federal funding for a Centers for Disease Control study into gun violence.
With the facts, policymakers and healthcare practitioners, law enforcement officials, and others can better understand the basic causes of gun violence and how best to stop it.
Anti-gun groups have been trying to get the funding for years. Bill London, KPNW.
Oregon men's basketball team relied on a little defense last night and came up with an 89-81 win over the co-leaders of the Pac-12 and USC. Elgin Cook poured in a career-high 26 for the win tomorrow at UCLA at 1 o'clock. Big trade in the NBA. The Houston Rockets get Josh Smith from the Clippers. In exchange, the Clippers get the draft rights of Marty Lunin, ex-Duck. And it looks like Marshawn Lynch will not be playing for the Seattle Seahawks next season. Word is he might retire. Sports, 1120 KPNW.
It's January, and that means it's time for the Midwinter Spectacular Sales event going on right now at the Hertz Car Sales Superstores.
Scott Hoysh here for Hertz Car Sales of Eugene. We're clearly right smack in the middle of winter. If you're finding that you need a newer, nicer, more dependable vehicle to tackle the winter conditions, now's your time right here at Hertz Car Sales of Eugene. Our inventory is incredible. SUVs, all-wheel drives, front-wheel drives, and 4x4s. Choose from our Northwest Superstore inventory of more than 1,000 vehicles to fit almost any budget. And I do mean almost any budget. Plus, during our Midwinter Spectacular Sales event, we still have on approved credit 1.99% financing up to 60 months and no payments for 90 90 days. Remember, Beltline and West 11th, where Hertz Car Sales will save you money. Ends January 31st.
Don't miss the Midwinter Spectacular Sales event going on right now on West 11th, just off the Beltline, and always online at HertzEugene.com. Hertz Car Sales of Eugene, the better way to buy a car.
Lars Larson, sponsored by Island Fence on Highway 99 in Junction City. CCB 105556.
It's 12:06 and time to bring it home to the Northwest with Lars Larson on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Show. I want to make sure every American is listening today.
Broadcasting from Portland to Seattle and all of Oregon and Washington.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Lars. Now, Lars Larson.
Welcome back to the Lars Larson Show. It is First Amendment Friday. We should have made it Second Amendment Friday because, of course, we're here at the Shooting, Hunting, Outdoors Trade Show, and there are so many different firearms manufacturers here. But there are also some politicians in town, as I mentioned yesterday, and I want to get to that in just a moment, but I want to invite you to call. This is the day when we allow you to sound off, although I'll warn you ahead of time. We have a lot of great guests coming up today, including a former Navy SEAL, at least one of the Northwest companies that's represented here in the, actually a couple of Northwest companies, because there are a lot of them here. Northwest Armory, Leupold, Nosler, Benchmade, Kershaw, Columbia River Knife and Tool, Leatherman, and more and more and more. And we've had so many people, as we're sitting here doing the broadcast, producer Tony and I, come up, and they're from Bend, and they're from Portland, and they're from Eugene, and they are from Medford and Klamath Falls and other places around the Northwest, from Seattle, from Tacoma, from Spokane. We've greeted almost all of them. Of the 65,000 people at SHOT Show, which is one reason we come here. But yesterday, we had learned late in the day, we had learned on Wednesday that Donald Trump was going to be coming to Las Vegas. While the rest of the candidates are focused on Iowa, and he's running at the front of the pack in Iowa, he comes all the way out to Nevada, does a big rally that happened on the south end of Las Vegas yesterday, while Bill Clinton was up, running some campaign events for his wife's candidacy for the Democrat nomination. And then we found out that Donald Trump was going to be the opening act for a big presentation last night, and we got a chance to go in and talk to him. He allowed himself to answer a few questions, not too many, but the big question of the day that you're going to want to listen to in this little segment from last night's presser that happened after the end of both the Northwest and the National Show is when Donald Trump was asked about why one of the premier conservative magazines in America, National Review, started way back in the day by William F. Buckley, why National Review, a conservative magazine, had decided to devote an entire magazine, the whole thing, not one article, but the whole thing, to all the reasons why Donald Trump should not be the GOP nominee for president. Take a listen to last night's press and the questions he was asked, including mine on the Second Amendment.
Are they to be taken seriously? Are they just whining?
No, the National Review is a dying paper. Its circulation is way down. Not very many people read it anymore. I mean, people don't even think about the National Review, so I guess they want to get a little publicity. But no, that's a dying paper. Really, it's pretty much, I got to tell you, it's pretty much of a dead paper.
Mr. Trump. Mr. Trump.
Yes.
What do you think is going on right now in the GOP? You have that National Review piece that just came out. Washington Post also has a piece tonight saying that the GOP is warming up to you. Are you feeling?
I think they're warming up. I want to be honest. I have received so many phone calls from people that you would call establishment, from people generally speaking, conservatives, Republicans, that want to come onto our team. The polls have just come out, as you saw in Iowa, where I'm up by 11 points. Another one came up where I'm up by 10 points. And You look at New Hampshire, you look at South Carolina, you look at Florida, where I have 48 points. I'm way up in every poll. So we are getting calls from everybody that it's actually amazing. I'm actually surprised.
Mr. Trump, you said Ted Cruz is very strident today. Ted Cruz is very strident. And
he was very strident.
That he has a strident personality. And that you are a deal maker.
You're saying he was strident?
You said.
You're not supposed to have a comment.
And that you are a deal maker. So what are a couple issues? I am a deal maker, and I'm going to make deals with China. What are issues where you can compromise with Democrats?
Well, let me just explain. I am a deal maker, and that's what the country needs, is a deal maker, somebody that really knows how to make deals. We've got to make our country rich again. We owe $19 trillion. It's going to be $21 trillion because of the bad budget deal that they made. We need a deal maker. We need somebody that knows what they're doing. We have a bunch of politicians that have no clue. And that's why I think I'm so high in all the polls.
But where could you make deals with Democrats? On what issues do you think you can find middle ground?
We can make deals with a lot of people and not necessarily deals. We're going to have to force some through because we're not always going to get along with the Democrats. But you know what? I watched Ronald Reagan and Tip O'Neill do a great job together. They were very different kinds of people, and yet they were able to make deals, and the country was really singing. It was doing well. And we need a little bit of that. And as you said, you said it, he's a very strident person. Nobody likes him. Take a look. He's got Republican senators. He doesn't have one endorsement from one senator. Number one. Number two, wasn't born in this country. It's a big problem. It's a huge overhang. Nobody knows. Actually, nobody knows. And they're looking right now. They're trying to figure it out. Many lawyers have come out and said he can't even run for president. So he's got a problem. And then, of course, he's got a problem with the fact that he took money from Goldman Sachs. He took money from Citibank. He didn't report it. That's a problem. So he's got a lot of problems.
What other parties have called you, Mr. Trump?
Many. Many. They'll be announcing themselves. Many people from the party have called. Many people that are very conservative, that are, I guess you would call them, in some cases, establishment. But people are calling to see what's happening. You look at the polls, and you see that when you're up by 28 points in one state and 20 points in another state, and when Iowa just comes out today, 2 polls. One you're up 10, one you're up 11. We're doing very well. Honestly, the party has to be healed. It has to be brought together. And I think the party can be brought together.
Mr. Trump, in September, I read your plan on the Second Amendment. I like every word of it, but it doesn't square with some of your past positions. When did that sea change happen and why?
I think it's happened over a period of time, and I evolved just like Ronald Reagan evolved. Ronald Reagan was pretty liberal as a young man, and he became more and more conservative. But I feel very strongly about the Second Amendment, and I think even more so with what's happening. When you look at Paris, when you look at California, when you look at these horrible things that are happening all over the place, people need protection. We have to get protection. Second Amendment is very important. My 2 sons, by the way, are members of the NRA. They're expert hunters and everything else, and they feel very, very strongly.
What about you? Why have you never voted in a presidential primary? Why have you never voted in a presidential primary?
I don't know that that's a fact.
We published your voter records today. You never voted in a presidential
I vote a lot. I can tell you I vote a lot, but I don't know that that's a fact.
Is it fair to something you've never done?
Mr. Trump, in Iowa, there are some ads on Christian radio that have been questioning Ted Cruz's authenticity as a conservative, noting, for example, that in the years where there's public data available, he hasn't given much to charity. Should that be a consideration for voters? And what is your sense of his authenticity?
I don't want to speak as to his authenticity because it's not, appropriate in my opinion. However, I will say that he does have problems. He's got to solve his problem as to whether or not he's actually even allowed to run for president. He was born in Canada. He was a citizen of Canada until 15 months ago. He was a citizen of Canada. And then he said he didn't know that. He didn't know that he was a citizen of Canada. He was a senator from Texas, a citizen of Canada, and he said he didn't know about it. And he said he didn't know about Goldman Sachs and he didn't know about Citibank when it came to his financial disclosure. So it seems a little bit hard to believe. As to his authenticity, I hope he's authentic.
Lydia Lohr, Outdoor Writer, Detroit Free Press. Why should conservationists like hunters and anglers and even bird watchers and hikers vote for you?
Because I'm going to keep it going. We're going to make sure, if you look at the federal lands right now, they're a mess. They're an absolute mess, and I'm hearing it more and more. In fact, I'm going to ask Don to speak to it because he, being a hunter and I'm a member of the NRA, but he is for a long time, and so is Eric. that they're telling me about the lands, and the lands are an absolute mess. Don, you want to handle that?
Well, listen, we grew up as hunters. We started very young. We had great privilege to be able to do that, and we want to continue those traditions for our kids and their kids past them. I think when I look at the outdoors, both hunting, fishing, and frankly anything else, it's just kept us out of a lot of other trouble. When you see what kids can get into these days, to have a wholesome option like that is important. So keeping public lands open, making sure they're maintained, making sure they're not sold off to the highest bidder and turned private, it's a very important issue for us, and we're outdoorsmen. We do this all the time. We're not weekend warriors where we do it once every month and we talk about it at cocktail parties for the next 20 years. We do this stuff every week, and we're out there all the time. We're out whenever we possibly can. We vacation, we live the lifestyle, we love the tradition, and we want to make sure we preserve it.
So how do we continue to engage in technology and stay cutting edge and keep our kids engaged in the outdoors?
Well, again, it's about getting youth into it. It's about making sure you get that next generation. I mean, a lot of the industries, especially archery, has done a phenomenal job getting women into the game, making sure that, you know, mama bears into it, that way baby bears into it, and again, just keeping the great American tradition that is the outdoors alive and well. It means so much to us, and whenever I can get someone out into the woods, for whatever reason it may be, and to show them something else, I've never had those people turn around and say, hey, that was one of the greatest experiences I've ever had, and to make sure that those traditions are there for our kids and their kids behind them is about as important as it gets for me.
Mr. Trump, why continue hitting Jeb Bush if, as you've said, he's so low in the polls? At what point does that become gratuitous?
He's terrible. But, you know, I hit him for one reason. He deserves to be hit. He takes commercials about me. He's spending millions of dollars. He's always doing commercials about me. What he should do is focus, first of all, use his last name instead of saying Jeb. He's ashamed of his last name. If he weren't taking commercials, but he's spending millions and millions of dollars on commercials about me, he should focus on the other 7 people that are ahead of him before he gets to me.
But there are other people taking commercials against you, and you're not spending nearly as much time hitting them.
Not too many. I mean, I don't even see anybody else. I just see Jeb, and Jeb is, look, Jeb's a loser.
Does Ted Cruz also deserve to be hit? He seemed to be linking President Obama's policies with PTSD. Do you think it's fair to blame the president for PTSD?
Well, I think she, frankly, I mean, you look at the problem, it's a tremendous problem of our young people coming back from the Middle East. And you have a president who's on top, and, you know, I guess everything sort of starts from the top. But I was really honored to get her endorsement yesterday. I'll tell you, it was really terrific. Okay, thank you all.
GOP frontrunner Donald Trump last night at a press event here at SHOT Show. We're in Las Vegas today. It's First Amendment Friday. We're glad to get your phone calls and emails. We'll get to that coming up in just a moment. If you want to join the conversation, I'd love to know what you think. You've now got the GOP frontrunner coming under assault from one of the most conservative and well-respected magazines in America, National Review, and a lot of conservative writers, including Thomas Sowell and Dana Lash and others, saying that he does not deserve to be the presidential candidate. The number is 866-HEY-LARS. That's 866-439-5277. Emails go to talk@larslarson.com.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Hey there, it's Lars. Yeah, it's really me. Why do I sound so relaxed? Y-O-U-I-T-Y. That's right, Uity. You know your money is safe no matter what happens in the market. Uity offers annuities with you and I in mind, the safe kind. These days, it's more important to protect your nest egg, lock in your gains, and guarantee your income. Call them up today and learn more at 844-4-UITY. Y-O-U-I-T-Y. Annuities for you. The closest thing you'll find to a guaranteed pension plan. No upfront fees or fine print. You can relax and enjoy retirement with Uity.
If you're 50 plus with 50 grand or more in an expiring CD, money market, or qualified account, call 844-4-YOUITY to find safety and a solid return. That's 844-4-YOUITY, or visit Uity.com, or just kiss your money goodbye in the next stock market crash. It's up to you. Call 844-4-YOUITY today.
Take a day to escape. Escape to Estacada. Escape to hike our paths, bike our trails, fish our streams, stroll our quaint town streets, view our murals, escape to Estacada, and raft our rivers, ski our trails. But most of all, take a day to escape. Escape to Estacada. Located at the base of Mount Hood National Forest, Estacada, Oregon offers a unique blend of nature, art, recreation, and history. And in Estacada, there is something always going on.
Now with the holidays behind us, why not take a breath and escape the city? Go spend a day in Estacada. Visit our unique shops and revitalized downtown, or take a break for a craft beer and a bite. City murals, antiques, collectibles, art, jewelry, and much more. Now that the hectic holidays have passed, consider taking a day to escape. Escape to Estacada.
So take the day and escape. Escape to Estacada, in Oregon's Mount Hood territory. Estacada, close to Portland, a world away.
Hey, it's Lars. When it comes to selling your home, you need a sharp agent with a marketing strategy that creates the most demand for your home. Bottom line, you need a partner willing to put their money on the line for you. In Oregon and Washington, the only agent I'd hire is Aaron Ryan and the Ryan Group Real Estate. His international marketing strategy attracts buyers all over the world. That's why they can offer an immediate buyout program, where if your home doesn't sell in 29 days or less, they buy it with the terms you agreed to. That's probably why the Ryan Group sells more homes than any other real estate team in the Northwest. So partner with the real estate team I trust. Call them today at 503-343-1666. Online, 29andgone.com. And if you're in the market to buy, you can check out all their listings at 29andgone.com. That's 29andgone.com. Whether you're a buyer or a seller, go with the best. The Ryan Group Real Estate, 29andgone.com.
It's Eric G. from Around the House. The integrity of your foundation is a specialty of my friends at Western Construction Systems. They are experts at helping realtors navigate foundation issues when they come up at a home inspection. They understand that when the foundation is having problems, everybody is having anxiety. The buyer, the seller, the realtor. Western Construction Systems can ease that anxiety and help everyone through the process with honest solutions to get the deal sold. Join the growing list of realtors that trust Western Construction Systems as a preferred contractor. So if you're a realtor or homeowner, trust me, Eric G., and schedule your free foundation inspection with the Western Construction Systems team. Go to westernconstructionsystems.com, check your station app, or call 503-362-5052. Oregon CCV number 94222, Washington license number WEST ECS 899M8.
We have one of the finest pool and spa designers in America right here in our region. The Blazers, the Ducks, and the Beavers, they all recognize it. I do as well. I'm talking about Anderson Pool Works. Natural pools, spas, rockery. I'll tell you what I told Oregon State and the University of Arizona when they asked me about Anderson Pool Works. These guys are the best. Dana and Brody Anderson have continued the outstanding design and construction that their parents started so many years ago. Whether it's a water feature you want or an in-ground installation of a pool or a spa or a swim spa like us, these guys are the designers, and they have the best construction and the best people. If you need someone to just service and maintain your existing pool, do what we do. Go with Anderson Pool Works. They're my go-to. Sit down with Anderson Pool Works. Get busy dreaming on what your backyard can be. Like the Blazers, the Ducks, and the Beavers, or the University of Arizona, and myself. It all starts the same way. Starts with a phone call to Anderson Pool Works. 503-625-5628. That's 503-625-5628. Or online at AndersonPoolWorks.com.
CCB 125440.
I'm Karen, and two very important people in my life, my husband and my father, have been diagnosed with atrial fibrillation. Atrial fibrillation, or AFib, is a type of irregular heartbeat. People with AFib are 5 times more likely to have a stroke than people without AFib. Talk with a healthcare professional today about your risk and learn how to manage AFib to prevent a stroke. Visit stroke.org/AFib to learn more.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Welcome back to the program, live from SHOT Show in Las Vegas, the Shooting, Hunting, Outdoors Trade Show. In fact, we're going to talk to the guy who runs this whole operation here fairly shortly. But I've been coming to this show for the better part of a decade to broadcast both of my radio shows, both Northwest and National. I'm an enthusiastic supporter of the National Sports Shooting Foundation that puts on the event, and I'm proud of the literally 65,000 people who come here representing the gun makers and the gun sellers of America, among others, many of them companies that only manufacture in America with American workers. They make the only consumer product that's mentioned in the United States Constitution. But President Obama has spent the last 7 years of his presidency attacking American gun makers and the American citizens who choose to exercise their constitutional rights. This year, the NSSF, the National Sports Shooting Foundation, wrote an open letter to the president, and it was published this week in the Washington Post. It says, "Dear Mr. President, the men and women of America's firearms and ammunition industry are profoundly disappointed by your statements that we stand in the way of improving public safety. We are America's gun safety experts in the true meaning of the phrase. We provide the firearms to our nation's military, law enforcement, and the civilian market for hunting, target shooting, and self-defense. Mr. President, we share the goal of reducing the intentional misuse of guns and enhancing the safety of our communities. We work toward that goal every single day. We launched an initiative in 2013 to encourage states to report all appropriate adjudicated mental health and criminal records to the National Instant Criminal Background Check System, the NICS system. We have succeeded in getting legislation passed in 16 states to help that happen. We welcome your administration's attention to this issue. We're federal firearms licensees. Most firearm sales at gun shows and over the internet are only made by licensed retailers and currently receive background checks. We support further resources for staffing and increasing the operational hours for the FBI's NICS system to make the system more responsive." In other words, NSSF is putting the blame where it belongs. The government has a system that the government does not run very well. We have long called, they write in this letter, for effective enforcement of the many laws already on the books covering the criminal misuse of firearms, and would encourage the administration, a little nudge, to carry through on this directive. Our industries don't lie for the other guy anti-straw purchasing program, 100% funded by the industry and run in cooperation with BATF, would gain resonance through vigorous prosecution of offenders. Through the Project Child Safe and our manufacturers' new gun sales, the industry has distributed 100 million free gun locks. Run without any taxpayer assistance for 7 years, it's recognized by its adoption by 15,000 law enforcement departments nationwide. Our industry has never opposed development of smart gun technology. We have serious concerns, though, about the safety and advisability of the concepts involved. Accordingly, law enforcement agencies and consumers themselves will have to determine whether firearms with this technology would be consistent with operational needs, as your team points out. We oppose legal mandates for this technology, particularly since there are well-proven methods to secure firearms, and firearms accidents are at 100-year low levels. Our traditions are strongly held, underpinned by the constitutionally protected commerce in firearms. Our hundreds of thousands of employees and the families that depend on them are not your enemies, and we deeply resent being cast in that light. Now, a classy message, presented well. It makes the point that the president has not been involved in anything that is going to solve this problem, whereas the industry has been taking responsibility for it. And this is the part that doesn't make sense to me. Obama could actually do some business with NSSF, with NRA, and other groups, and he flatly refuses to do it, which tells me, now this is not their letter, tells me that he's not serious. If he believes there's a problem, and he sees the problem as, well, let's talk suicides, 20-some thousand of them every year, and then talk about the actual criminal use of guns, which has been declining. We've had homicide rates declining. We've had violent crime rates declining. And all the president wants to do is talk about more laws to make it tougher for law-abiding citizens to do what they want to do. Buy a firearm, own it under the Constitution, use it legally, and be unmolested by their government. I support that as well. Today's best email brought to you by Suburban Ford. Alan Totley writes in Lars, Governor Kate Brown says it's time for the occupiers in Eastern Oregon to go home. They're destroying public land and costing way too much money. The way I'm interpreting her comments, she wants the feds to go in there and remove them by whatever means necessary. I wonder if she understands the ramifications of her comments. I guess a few dead is okay. Does she know how this is going to stir up a hornet's nest all across the country? And I'd bet you money she didn't even have the same attitude toward the Occupy Wall Street crowd that destroyed a park in downtown Portland. More likely, she was down there joining them. Oregon does not need hypocrites like her as leaders, signed Alan Totley. We're live at SHOT Show. We will be here today, back in the studio on Monday. Your calls are welcome at 866-439-5277. Emails go to talk@larslarson.com.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. The Marine Corps says the 12 Marines who were in 2 helicopters that crashed off Hawaii are considered dead. The status of the missing Marines changed to deceased after days of searching for them. One of the Marines, Ty Hart, was from Staten. Eamon Bundy, the leader of the group occupying the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge, has been talking with the FBI, and the FBI released a statement saying they want to resolve the conflict peacefully. Bundy says they're prepared to defend themselves.
We didn't come in here to blind, and we didn't come in here ignorant to what the possibilities could be.
Bundy says their goal is to turn over control of the refuge to the county, although county officials say they don't want control. Oregonian Bill Johnson, the first American skier to win an Olympic downhill title, has died after a long illness. He was 55. Johnson's health has been on the decline for several years after a series of strokes. Bill London, KPNW.
Hey guys, watch my new bike trick. Whoa!
Accidents happen. When they do, Mackenzie Willamette Medical Center can help you get on the road to recovery faster. With the area's only 30 minutes or less ER service pledge, we will work to have you initially seen by a medical professional in 30 minutes or less. Less waiting, faster care. Only at Mackenzie Willamette Medical Center. Mackenzie Willamette Medical Center is owned in part by physicians.
I'm a firefighter.
A teacher.
I'm a farmer. I'm a barber.
A waitress. A mom. We're all part of your community. Every day we move in and out of each other's busy lives.
It's easy to take for granted all the little moments that make up our everyday.
Some are good, others not so much.
But that's life. It's when you experience a moment of uncertainty. Something or someone's behavior that doesn't seem quite right.
These are the moments to take a pause.
Because if something doesn't feel right, it's probably not. It's not about paranoia.
Or being afraid.
It's about standing up and protecting our communities.
One detail at a time.
Because a lot of little details can become a pattern.
We trust our instincts.
Just like you should.
Because only you know what's not supposed to be in your everyday.
So protect your everyday.
If you see something suspicious, say something to local authorities.
Mom calls us her VIPs. She says it stands for very important passengers. So when my little bro and I ride in the car, we always ride in the back seat. Simon gets a special booster seat because he's still kind of short. And I'm right there next to him. Mom says it's because it's not safe up front till I'm 13 years old. She heard that if we got in a crash, I'm safer in the back seat by a whole 37%. That's her reason. But I like to pretend I'm a huge humongous rock star on my way to perform at a big concert. And instead of a minivan, I'm in a limo. And tons of fans are waiting for me, so I have to get there safely. There's a red carpet and... oh, Haley and Madison are my backup dancers. Mom even got me these rad sunglasses. Hey, a girl's got a dream, right? So parents, be like my mom and keep your kids safe in the back seat until they're 13. And buckle up, it's the way to go. A message from me and ODOT.
It may be hard to believe, but people just like you are already saving money. FeedThePig.org makes it easy. Their simple savings plan teaches you how to start saving without going overboard. So you don't need to ditch the car and start rollerblading to work.
Look ridiculous.
You look ridiculous!
You don't need to start foraging wild berries.
I was skeptical, but these are actually pretty good.
You don't need to sell your organs on the black market.
Lie back. This is gonna hurt.
Yeah, that hurts.
You don't need to rent out your apartment to drifters.
I made a fire with the wood in your bedroom.
That's my dresser!
And your closet door.
You just need an internet connection. Don't get left behind. Start your personal savings plan with the tips and tools on feedthepig.org. That way, you don't need to sell all your belongings and live in a commune.
These dungarees belong to all of us now, Tom.
Brought to you by the American Institute of CPAs and the Ad Council.
Fox News
News Radio, I'm Pam Huso. With blizzard warnings in effect from Washington, D.C. to New York, air travel across the country is being impacted.
We've already received 3,300 flight cancellations for tomorrow. So it's over 6,000 flights canceled just by this winter storm today and tomorrow.
Daniel Baker is the CEO of FlightAware.com. At least 8 traffic-related deaths are being blamed on the storm. The snow isn't scaring away marchers in the nation's capital.
As they've done for more than 4 decades, abortion opponents are marking the Roe v. Wade decision with a march along the National Mall, up Capitol Hill, and ending at the U.S. Supreme Court, a tradition surviving today's blizzard warning.
Fox's Jared Halpern. In response to the flap over the Oscars, the Film Academy is pledging to double the number of female and minority members by 2020. Fox News, we report, you decide.
No radio in the office? No problem. News Radio 1120 KPNW is streaming 24 hours a day. Turn us on at kpnw.com.
Welcome back to the Lars Larson Show. Glad to be with you live from SHOT Show in Las Vegas. 2 days for us of broadcast, but many more days of that during this week when the nation's gun makers, gun retailers, gun wholesalers, and a lot of other people involved in shooting, sports, and outdoors get together. And the man who's in charge of the whole thing is Steve Sedetti, who's sitting right in front of me now. Steve, it's good to have you back on the program.
Thanks for having me, Lars. Really appreciate it.
Do you want to give people a description of what's here in this location in Las Vegas every year?
Well, we have over 1,400 booths of people showing all sorts of wares that have to do with shooting, hunting, and the outdoor trade. That's what SHOT acronym stands for, shooting, hunting, outdoor trade. We have over 65,000 visitors just from the trade. This is not a gun show. It's not open to the public, and sales aren't done here. But this is where people come to see what the manufacturers are offering in the way of new products. They take orders from the wholesalers and the retailers, so they make their shipping quotas up from this. People come in who are interested in seeing what the manufacturers have, and they then put the pressure on the retailers to say, hey, I saw this new product from Remington. Please order some. I want to buy it in the store. The latest developments in ammunition, clothing, optics, accessories, you name it. If it has anything to do with shooting, hunting, and the outdoor trade, it's here at the SHOT Show.
And in fact, there's even a law enforcement component as well.
That's correct. In fact, that is now about a third of the show is comprised of law enforcement and the tactical market. And obviously there's been some crossover because firearms now in the 21st century, a lot of them look like military firearms, even though they function just the way conventional firearms work. They're not machine guns, but they look like the sort of things that the military or law enforcement would use. And with the millennial buyers, the ones in the younger cohorts who are buying guns, to them, that's what firearms look like today. They don't function any different than the old wood stock blued finish guns that I like, for example, but that's the way guns look now. And I know that upsets a lot of people who don't understand our industry.
Admit it, you did it just to upset Nancy Pelosi.
Well, actually, Nancy Pelosi upset us first. but it does require some education on the part of the public, and that's another thing that the National Shooting Sports Foundation does as the trade association. We're the voice of the industry, and it's our job to make sure as best we can that both the outdoor and the mainstream media understand the products, the philosophy, the safety efforts that we make, the fact that we are a regulated, responsible industry. All these things tend to get lost in the shuffle when politicians, for their own purposes, start calling us names and enemies and things like that. And it's a shame because we are the ones who supply the military, law enforcement, and law-abiding citizens with the means to defend themselves and to partake in the recreational shooting sports and hunting. So,
NSSF put together a pretty strongly worded letter to the president and put it in the Washington Post, right?
That is correct. And
what do you want to get across to him?
Well, it strikes us as politics in the worst sense to be blaming an industry when you know, or at least should know, that what you're saying about them in order to make political points is flat out wrong. They say we do nothing for gun safety. Well, we've done more for gun safety in an effective way than any other organization, save possibly for the hunter education people and the National Rifle Association. Association. We, as the firearms industry, have distributed over 100 million gun locks, either with original packaging with firearms or as part of something we call Project Child Safe, where we've worked directly with law enforcement and distributed 37 million additional gun locks to 15,000 communities in all 50 states. And the whole idea of this message that we do is if you own a firearm, you need to respect it and secure it properly when it's not in use. That protects against accidents. It protects against unauthorized people getting the gun. It protects against theft, which is a large portion of where guns end up being obtained by criminals. So we're the ones doing something to make sure that the firearms misuse doesn't happen. You take that terrible tragedy in Sandy Hook, for example. If that mother had properly secured those guns away from a son who she knew was at risk, that terrible tragedy would not have happened. And yet, what do they say? We need more background checks. She had passed 5 background checks. The son was not a legal buyer. He wasn't of age to buy firearms. So, you know, what they propose doesn't work. They blame us for doing things that does work. And that's one of the reasons we put that letter together, to educate the people in Washington that we're not the enemy. We are doing things for gun safety. In fact, we may be the only industry that is part of our safety brochures that say, if you're not willing to meet the serious responsibilities that go with a firearm, don't buy the gun. What other industry tells
Could you imagine the auto industry saying that?
Yeah.
If you're not willing to take on the awesome responsibility of guiding 5,000 pounds of metal down the freeway at 65 or 70 miles an hour, we don't want you to buy our car.
Exactly. You know, and they say we're being irresponsible. They say that we're immune from liability. We're immune from lawsuits. Nobody can sue the industry. That's a flat-out lie. We come to exactly the same product liability laws as any other product. If you make a defective product, you're on the hook. And if you sell a product knowingly as a retailer to somebody who's not authorized to do it, if they fail a background check or it's a straw purchase or something like that, you can go to jail, pay a big fine, and lose your license. The fact that there is no regulation that they claim is total baloney, and yet they repeat it over and over again.
Steve, the other thing you made a point of in that letter is that the government has passed all these laws and said we want these laws to be followed, but they have not done their due diligence in actually putting the information where it's available to law enforcement and dealers. You make the point that if the government did its job, that a lot of these guns that end up in the wrong hands wouldn't happen, right?
I'll give you 2 specific examples of that. There are 9 disqualifying factors that when someone goes to buy a gun, they have to fill out the 4473 form, and there's a background check done. One of the disabling categories is outstanding felony warrant. Okay? Now,
not a conviction,
no,
just a warrant.
Outstanding felony. You're wanted for the possible commission of a felony. Okay? As I understand it from ATF records, every year there's between 9,000 and 15,000 of those things that are denied for that reason alone. Now, that means 15,000 people with felony warrants are being identified to the FBI at the time they try to buy a gun, and all they say is, don't sell them the gun. They don't try to go after him. They just presume he stops looking for a gun because he can't buy it in the gun store. That's crazy. Why don't they enforce the law?
Well, and it's funny because in that case, if he's filled out the 4473, and I've filled out plenty of them, and they've taken usually a photocopy of your picture ID, usually a driver's license, they know, at least they have a good lead on where you live, what you look like, your real legal name. So they have all the tools or all the information to actually go out and tag that person.
And yet they don't. And presumably these are going to be felons. Well, they are felons if there's a felony warrant out after them, and they could be violent felons, and yet they don't prosecute them. The other thing that they don't do is the background check talks about, and it uses antiquated language, granted, but it says that if someone has a mental disease or defect, or they've been involuntarily committed, they're not supposed to be able to buy a gun. And you saw some tragic examples of that in some of these recent shootings. So what happens? The states, they have the mental health records. Since when the Gun Control Act was passed in 1968, the states are supposed to submit those records to the federal government, so under the background check, they could be checked. They haven't done it. And some of the states that haven't submitted a single record are the states with the strongest gun control laws, Rhode Island being a good example.
They won't give any information?
No, because they claim privacy laws laws or philosophical things. They don't want a stigma against someone who has a mental health thing. They're trying to buy a gun. And the law says if you're trying to buy a gun and you have this mental disability, you shouldn't be able to buy it, or at least there should be an inquiry. NSSF, on our own nickel, has gotten over 13 states to input those records into the federal system under existing law, not any new laws, what they should have been doing all along, and that initiative is called Fix NICS. So we're the ones doing the job the federal government isn't doing to try to get the records in place so that the background check is the effective tool to stop people who shouldn't be buying guns from a retailer that Congress intended. We're the ones doing it, not them. So the things that we're doing that work, whether it's keeping access away from guns at the dealers, making sure people who are legally disqualified don't get them. Another program we have called Don't Lie for the Other Guy with ATF, where we urge dealers and potential straw purchasers not to buy a gun for somebody else who isn't legally qualified to own a gun. We're doing all that work. These things are helping the fact that violent crime with firearms is down. Firearms accidents are less than 1% of all fatal accidents in this country now. They're at the lowest level in a century. The industry is the one doing it, but who is the administration and the Democratic candidates blaming? The industry. They say, we don't care, we're not doing nothing, we're the gun safety people. And that's baloney.
I'm glad you laid that in the president's lap this week. One last thing, it's got to be exciting to have a show like this that NSSF sponsors, where the whole industry virtually, the knife makers, the gun makers, the people who make stocks and ammunition and everything else, all say, whenever we have something brand new and exciting, we're going to introduce it at Steve Sinetti's show.
Well, it's not my show. All I do is worry a lot and pay the bills. But there's so many good people in this industry that get together every year, and they want to see what's new, and this is the place where it's happening. You come to the SHOT Show, you learn what's new, you feel the vibes of the industry. Right now, everybody's very optimistic. Firearm sales are up. Young people, women, diverse groups are coming into the firearms industry, buying firearms for the first time like never before. We've had record sales in the last few years, and the best news of all is while this is happening, crime keeps going down and accidents keep going down. So the news is all good if we can just keep the administration and the Democrats who are using this for political purposes off of our back and work with us instead of falsely blaming us and advocating things that don't work and ignoring things we're doing that do work. We could really make some difference here. But as it is now, the industry is united, the industry is upbeat, we're being successful, and the SHOT Show is the place to be to share that success.
Steve, I just can't thank you enough for allowing us to come and do the show here for a couple of days every year. Thank you so much.
It's
I appreciate you taking the time today.
Lars.
Steve Sinetti with me. Back in a moment. You're listening to the Lars Larson Show.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
All right, let's open up there, Dave. Yes, you have the worst cavity I've ever seen before.
Oh, that explains this horrible pain.
Okay, then, have a good day.
Well, aren't you going to fix it?
Oh, no, I'm not a dentist, just a dental monitor.
Monitor?
I don't fix cavities, just let you know when you have them. Like I said, it's a pretty big hole.
Why monitor a problem if you don't fix it? That's why LifeLock does more than free credit monitoring to protect you from identity theft. We not only use proprietary technology to detect and alert you to a range of identity threats. If you have a problem, we have a U.S.-based team of specialists who'll fix it. After all, plaque attacks are nothing compared to the identity theft that 1 in 4 people experienced last year. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses. But with LifeLock, protecting your identity is pretty painless. Your molars are a different story. Membership starts at $9.99 a month. Sign up now and get 10% off. Go to LifeLock.com and enter promo code NEWS.
What if you could get the very best food from all around the country with the guaranteed lowest prices? Oh, and what if it's all shipped directly to your door, absolutely free? Well, rejoice, food lovers. DirectEats.com is here. Direct Eats gives every consumer the freedom to find the best food at the best prices based on their diet, taste, or needs. That's because at DirectEats.com, the whole country is your supermarket. There's no membership fees, so give it a try. Just go to DirectEats.com and place your order today. DirectEats.com is the largest online natural and organic superstore. From locally made barbecue sauces to an array of nut-free, paleo, gluten-free, or anything and everything in between, the options go on and on. At Direct Eats, they have over 20,000 food products at the guaranteed lowest prices, and they ship them absolutely free right to your door. There's no membership fee. So why not get started on your next food adventure? Stop by DirectEats.com today. That's DirectEats.com.
You know the Tannerite Sports Outlet carries Tannerite brand exploding targets. But Tannerite here in Eugene is so much more. Reloading supplies, tactical gear, magazines, accessories. And if you're worried about finding ammo, Tannerite has bulk quantities of the most popular calibers that'll keep you shooting affordably. Need it and can't find it? Tannerite staff is going to help you locate it, even if it's something they don't carry. Yes, Tannerite's the home for exploding targets. But from tactical gear to ammo, it's the Tannerite Sports Outlet, just off I-5 across from LCC.
It's radio you can watch. The Wake Up Call with live video streaming from the Widmer Brothers studio every weekday morning from 6 a.m. to 9. Go to KPNW.com and click on the Wake Up Call streaming banner. Wake Up Call and Widmer Brothers, the local guys.
This is a referral service. Calls will be routed to an independent referral insurance agency.
Do you know the #1 cause of bankruptcy? No, it's not losing your job or running up credit card debt. It's not even divorce. It's medical costs. If you and your family don't have health insurance, just one serious illness or accident could be financially devastating. But now there's good news, really good news. A health insurance hotline has been established to provide health insurance for all Americans, even uninsured Americans with pre-existing conditions. Now anyone can get health insurance even if you have a pre-existing medical condition. I repeat, now anyone can get health insurance coverage. Call now for a free no-obligation quote on affordable health plans available to you. Again, this is a free hotline for anyone, even if you have pre-existing conditions. Protect you and your family from sudden unexpected medical costs. Call the free health insurance hotline right now at 1-800-841-0007. That's 1-800-841-0007. Call 1-800-841-0007.
Did you know that some young people, even those who are active in sports, have dangerous hidden heart defects? The results can be life-threatening. Early testing can lead to the discovery of these serious silent heart conditions and follow-up care before it's too late. Peace Health offers teen heart screening events to save young lives. Visit peacehealth.org/teen-heart-screen for more information and for notice of their next screening event. And mark your calendars for February 11th, Affair of the Heart. This fun-filled annual celebration of heart health is proudly sponsored by Peace Health.
Come to the forest. It's a place not so far away. A place where you don't have to mow the lawn or babysit.
I saw lizards and squirrels and bugs, ladybugs, caterpillars. It's really cool, actually.
A place where you don't have to make time for free time.
Lots and lots of kinds of species here.
Out here, you may even meet the mysterious creature known as the other you. The enchanted you.
Magic what flowers do.
The adventurous you.
My favorite tree, yes, that one.
The free-to-be-me you. Ask your parents to take you to this not-so-far-away place. Come to the forest, where the other you lives. But first, stop by discovertheforest.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
You don't need to get a second job as a stuntman to save money.
We need a new stuntman!
You just need feedthepig.org. Don't get left behind. Get tips and tools at feedthepig.org. Brought to you by the American Institute of CPAs and the Ad Council.
Online at KPNW.com and on the air right now. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Welcome back to the program. Glad to be here at SHOT Show for today for First Amendment Friday. Back in the studios on Monday. Glad to have sitting in front of me Kim Graham, who's with... Now, tell me about Grove Tech.
Well, let's see. We're a manufacturing company. We're based out of Milwaukee, Oregon, the gorgeous place of Oregon. We do all of our own manufacturing. We make sling swivels, swivel studs, both machine screw and wood screw. We make holsters, ammo carriers, pretty much any gun accessory you can find on the market. We produce.
But you're making them in America.
We are making them proudly in America.
Well, you know how that goes over with the people who come to this kind of show,
yeah,
or any gun show.
Definitely so. Definitely so. Everybody's really looking for U.S.-made quality products. Yeah, we, how Grove Tech started, we, most of us are past employees of a Uncle Mike's, who used to make swivels in the United States here and actually in Oregon too. We bought all of their machinery when they took everything offshore.
Does that have some challenges to it, operating here instead of making things? Because I know there are manufacturers who say, gosh, we could get these things knocked out for less by just sending the job to China or somewhere in Asia.
You're right. You're right. We do have some. Soft goods probably is one of our harder markets that we have a hard time going toe-to-toe as far as price goes. Metal goods, we pretty much go head-to-head with them across the marketing. Costing-wise, we can make a good quality product at a good price.
And so how big are you? How much are you shipping out every year?
Yeah, right now, most of our business is OEM, so 80% of our business is OEM, so we're making parts and pieces for the gun manufacturers. 20% is our packaged product, which is our consumer brand. We are close to a $6 million company.
That's a pretty good size when you're making swivels and slings.
Small parts. Yeah, small parts. They add up fast. They add up fast. We have a 47,000 square foot plant right now, which we are looking, actually in March we'll start moving into a 60,000 square foot plant in Wood Village.
So obviously you're not looking at the marketplace getting smaller.
No, not at all. Not at all. We're growing leaps and bounds, and we still have some good opportunities and further market share to gain.
So when you come to a show like this, you're walking around and talking to the gun makers?
Well, I am. My side of the business, I handle all of the OEM sales, and then Denise Eichstad, she handles all of our packaged products. So we also have a 10 by 20 booth here too. So we showing our packaged product. But my job is to go around and meet with all the gun manufacturers and the sling manufacturers, because we make swivels for the different, even our competitors on our sling side. Are there any you
could brag about? Because I know sometimes you have to keep it secret, but who you're selling to. But any big clients?
A lot of parts for Ruger, a lot of parts for Remington. Yeah, we're entrenched with a lot of the major firearms manufacturers.
And they appreciate that it's American made?
Definitely so. Definitely so. Yeah, they're looking for, like I said, quality products. So, and we have, not so sure that a lot of people understand the ISO, but it's an accreditation for manufacturing, and we're ISO registered, and we're really proud of that. So quality is a big deal for us.
That is a big deal. In fact, don't they have like ISO 5000 or ISO 9000 or whatever it is?
Exactly.
And as they get better and better, you want to hit those higher marks.
Correct. Yeah, we have standards that we follow day in and day out. Each of our products, all the way through from receiving the raw materials in to online inspections. One part can hit probably 4 parts of QC or 5 parts of QC standards.
Because people want to make sure that they have a good sling that's not going to fall apart.
Definitely.
And it's not going to squeak when it shouldn't squeak.
Yeah, definitely. And you think about people, how much time that they put into researching optics, researching the type of firearm that they want or the caliber that they want. You come down to a sling and a swivel, people just grab something off of the shelf. Well, they shouldn't. They need to research those attachment points.
Kim, thank you very much. Congrats on your success. I'm sure you're writing a lot of paychecks to a lot of good employees who have to be talented, skilled people, and I can't thank you enough for stopping by here at SHOT Show.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Appreciate it.
We're live on a First Amendment Friday, and you've got the
News Radio 1120 KPNW. Oregon's Game Megabucks jackpot is over $6 million. Buy yours today.
You want a piece of me?
You want a piece of me?
You want a piece of me?
They're not movie tough guys, just ordinary people doing something extraordinary. They're all signed up on MatchingDonors.com, willing to donate their kidney to anyone who needs it. In the U.S., 19 people die each day waiting for an organ transplant, most of them for kidneys. MatchingDonors.com improves those odds by finding living altruistic donors for patients desperately needing transplants. Go to MatchingDonors.com and meet some extraordinary people. That's MatchingDonors.com.
At home and around the world, KPNW is there covering the news that's important to you. Your 24-hour news, weather, and information station. News Radio 1120 KPNW. News, information 24/7 on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. Stocks continue to rally ahead of the closing bell. The Dow Jones Industrials are up 201 points to 16,084. The Nasdaq is up 113. The S&P 500 is up 37. The crude oil futures rose to $32.19 a barrel in New York. Morgan Stanley says the volatility in the financial markets that followed last month's interest rate hike has had about the same impact as 4 additional quarter-point increases. Morgan Stanley's chief U.S. economist, Ellen Zentner, says that is based on the degree of tightening in financial conditions. United and Southwest Airlines both posted improved fourth-quarter profits. The carriers' bottom lines got a boost from falling jet fuel prices. And the U.S. Trade Representative says progress towards a transatlantic free trade agreement has accelerated in recent months. Michael Froman spoke at the World Economic Forum. He said his counterpart in the European Union has traveled extensively trying to bring about a deal. Jeff Bellinger, Bloomberg Radio.
News Radio 1120 KPNW, Eugene, Springfield, USA.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady. Steady snow falling in the nation's capital, and forecasters say the blizzard slamming the mid-Atlantic won't stop until tomorrow. Fox News Radio's John Decker, live in D.C.
The blizzard warning means that this snowstorm will be accompanied by winds exceeding 35 miles per hour. Winds reaching up to 50 miles per hour are possible, which would reduce visibility to zero. Power outages and coastal flooding are also expected. The National Weather Center is forecasting 20 to 30 inches of snow during this storm, and that range would put this storm firmly in the top 5 biggest snowfalls of all time for Washington. The federal government was closed at noon, and both the Washington Wizards and the Washington Capitals have postponed games that were scheduled for tonight and tomorrow. Lisa?
Well, John, a combination of snow and ice across the deep south. Parts of Arkansas, North Carolina, and Tennessee got a fast 8 inches.
If you can stay home, that will give our Public Works Department the opportunity to get our roads clear. They are out there with snow plows. They are out there with salt trucks.
Nashville Mayor Megan Barry, at least 8 traffic-related deaths in several states. More than 6,000 flights canceled nationwide today and tomorrow. At least 1 death blamed on a new listeria outbreak linked to packaged salads. Fox News Radio's Evan Brown has this live.
At least those salad packages were sold under differing brand names like Fresh Selection, Simple Truth, Market Side, The Little Salad Bar, and President's Choice, and Dole, all coming from Dole's plant in Springfield, Ohio. That plant has been shut down as of yesterday. In addition to the 1 person who died, another 12 were admitted to hospitals. The Centers for Disease Control are asking that you check your packaged salad for a manufacturing code starting with the letter A, and that restaurants ought to check their supplies too, Lisa.
Thanks, Eben. At the bell, the Dow up 211. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Gary, why aren't you outside enjoying the party?
Hey, Michelle, it's this heartburn. When it hits, it really hits hard.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's it. I've had it. I'm going to kick acid with Rolaids.
Rolaids Advanced goes to work instantly for powerful relief of your worst heartburn, bloating, and gas.
Wow, you're packed fast.
Yeah, I feel much better. Now this is a party.
Kick acid and gas with Rolaids Advanced.
Very sick or worse. 1 in 6 Americans will get sick from food poisoning this year, and roughly 3,000 will die. But you can keep your family safer by using a food thermometer every time. Learn more about this and other important information. Check your steps at foodsafety.gov. That's foodsafety.gov. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Agriculture, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. A bureaucratic mistake is costing a Springfield neighborhood their community garden. Last week, residents were told the federal funds that help build their homes also meant the gardens are prohibited due to safety concerns. Reviews done before the houses were built didn't take federal rules into account. The mistake was caught by the Department of Housing and Urban Development, and a new report requiring the dismantling of the garden was approved January 11th. A tenured instructor at Lane Community College has accused the school of failing to address her concerns about a male student she says stalked her. Not Nadia Raza is accusing LCC officials of negligence, discrimination, retaliation, and denying her equal protection. She says she went to administrators after a student turned in an assignment in which he wrote that he was affiliated with neo-Nazis, then emailed her repeatedly asking her to meet off campus. She says she felt threatened because she's a Pakistani-American Muslim woman. Oregon Senator Ron Wyden is joining other Democrats and anti-gun groups to get federal funding for a Centers for Disease Control study into gun violence.
With the facts, policymakers and healthcare practitioners, law enforcement officials, and others can better understand the basic causes of gun violence and how best to stop it.
Anti-gun groups have been trying to get the funding for years. Bill London, KPNW.
If you have kids, you've probably wondered how you're going to pay for their college education. That's a great question. And fortunately, you can get some great answers at a free How to Pay for College seminar, Saturday, January 30th in Eugene. Financial, scholarship, and 529 plan experts will help you explore your federal and state financial aid options. Learn how to apply for scholarship money and discover all the tax advantages of the Oregon College Savings Plan. This is a free seminar, so the only thing you'll spend is a little time. It's happening Saturday, January 30th at 11 a.m. at the Eugene Library. You can even reserve a seat online at OregonCollegeSavings.com. That's OregonCollegeSavings.com. If you've got questions about paying for college, we've got answers. Saturday, January 30th at 11 a.m. at the Eugene Library.
Consider the investment objectives, risks, charges, and expenses before investing in the Oregon College Savings Plan. Please visit OregonCollegeSavings.com for a plan disclosure booklet with more information. Read it carefully. Investments in the plan are neither insured nor guaranteed, and there is the risk of investment loss. Tia Craft Tuition Financing, Inc. is the plan manager.
The most accurate forecast now on News Radio 1120. KPNW.
Weather brought to you by Pacific Air Comfort, your local factory authorized carrier dealer. Keeping your home comfortable all year long. Turn to the experts at PacificAirComfort.com. Well, we can expect a chance of some rain late this afternoon. Otherwise, partly sunny and 58. Rainy and 42 tonight. Showers 50 tomorrow. Chance of showers 38 Saturday night. Chance of showers late in the afternoon and 47 on Sunday. Partly sunny and 50 for Monday.
It's 106, and Lars Larson is back at it on your 50,000-watt blowtorch. AM 1120 KPNW.
Show. I want to make sure every American is listening today.
Broadcasting from Portland to Seattle and all of Oregon and Washington.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Now, Lars Larson.
Welcome back to the Lars Larson Show. Glad to get your phone calls and emails on a First Amendment Friday. Joining me here at SHOT Show is Carrie Pickett from the Daily Caller. And have you been having an interesting time this year watching everything that's going on in this industry?
Well, this is my third year at SHOT Show, so I have been having a very good time, as always.
So what's jumped out at you?
Well, you know, I think what has jumped out at me at this point is a lot of people seem to be thinking about a lot of the different types of stuff that's coming out of the White House right now.
Yep.
That's certainly on people's mind, but in the same light, they also don't want to talk about it too much. That is a ongoing theme that goes on over at SHOT Show very often. The retailers, the vendors, the buyers here, they're very careful not to put out their true feelings just yet because they know that the ATF, who does have a booth here, by the way.
They do?
Oh, yes, absolutely. They're right around the corner.
And what product are they selling? More regulation?
Supposedly answers to questions that the vendors, retailers, and buyers have.
You know what? I know they'll probably be shut down by the time I finish tonight, but you know the question I'd love to know from the ATF? Why do I have to put my ethnicity down?
Good question.
I mean, in other words, what does my ethnicity have to do with buying a gun? But every time I fill out that 4473 there, they have the new question on there that says, are you Hispanic or non-Hispanic? So you have to define yourself as either being Hispanic or non-Hispanic. And I wonder, How does that help law enforcement?
Yeah, it's interesting because I am Hispanic, but I'm also white, and so that's why they have check as many boxes as possible. I'm like, okay, Hispanic, white, and what else do you have going on there?
So tell me, what do you think of Trump's visit to this event yesterday?
Well, you know what? I had already covered him at a previous speaking event that he had over at the South Point Resort Casino.
That was a big rally, right?
Big rally that he had over there. You know, he kind of followed the Trump formula of first talking about how great his polls are, went after his nearest competitor, Ted Cruz, then took a few shots for good measure at Jeb Bush. You know, he has a bit of a formula that we all know that he goes through with his speeches. Then he took a shot, of course, at Amanda Carpenter, a CNN commentator, which, of course, is...
What did he say?
He called her a jokester for saying that if Trump doesn't win by double digits then over in Iowa, then he may have problems. And Trump took an issue with that. But my friend Amanda Carpenter, you know, kind of took that with a bit of a badge of honor, just like many others who have been insulted by a Trump. I looked at her last column over at Conservative Review, and she said that she's now calling him our poll leader, Mr. Trump.
I want to know what you think. I'm talking to Carrie Pickett from Daily Caller. This is the strangest presidential year I've ever covered. And I cover it just, you know, from a talk show standpoint. I'm a journalist. I talk about information. I put my opinions in. But it's very weird because you have usually when candidates come out and attack anything or anyone, any institution, any individuals, it doesn't work well for the candidate. But as you pointed out, attacking has not only appeared to help Trump at every single turn, even when conventional wisdom would say it's not going to, but it also, as you said, seems to help the person who's attacked to some extent, with the exceptions of, say, Ted Cruz and Jeb Bush.
Well, certainly. I mean, but those individuals that he attacks aren't running for office either. But it gives them a sort of good, you know, notch there for some kind of notoriety that they got insulted by Donald Trump. It's my understanding that there's now a Donald Trump insult generator online. So if you go there and you put in your name, you can have a insult thrown at you by the Trump man.
Well, in fact, there's also, I guess, a fake tweet one where it appears to come from Trump, and he says, "I only vote for the winners,"
yes.
and that sort of thing. And you send it to somebody, and it appears to be a tweet coming at you from Donald Trump.
Yes, and apparently it has fooled some real commentators, from what I understand.
So, what do you think about this attack by National Review? Dedicated an entire edition of the magazine, one of the most well-regarded conservative magazines in America, saying we're going to pull out all the stops and put up all our best, biggest name writers to say this man should never get the GOP nomination.
Well, you know, this is something that Washington, D.C., as far as say conservative types, not everyone in there is a Washington, D.C. writer, but this is what kind of Washington, D.C. conservative outlets do when they begin to panic a bit that someone like Trump looks like he's about to get the nomination. They all sort of come together as one. It's kind of like, I don't know if you remember, there's an old 1980s cartoon that as a Gen Xer I remember, it was called Voltron. It was like, form Voltron. Okay, now we're going to, you know, we're going to be powerful as one, and now we're going to try and stop this bad guy. But the thing is, though, is that I'm not too sure if it's going to necessarily stop him per se. It's kind of a weird paradox because here you have Trump, who's been who ended up getting this endorsement by Bob Dole, Mr. Establishment himself.
Yep.
And then
Sarah Palin.
And getting Sarah Palin, who's non-establishment, and then you had these conservatives who are behind National Review, who has thought of establishment, but many of them aren't establishment. So it's kind of a big smorgasbord of what's going on here, and no one's too sure if it's actually going to have any effect. I think it's kind of a bit of a not going to do much, but in the same light, it's not going to hurt either.
No, in fact, usually when he gets attacked by any entity, it seems to only make his poll numbers go up rather than down. And how many predictions of his doom have we heard in the last 6 months?
I wish I could give you a number.
I don't even have. I wish I'd started counting because it was like, okay, he's done now. He said something crazy, and that'll do him in. And he goes up the next week. And then he says something else, and he goes up the next week.
Absolutely. And now, look, I'm not saying it was a bad idea for them to do this. I mean, I think many of them just wanted to kind of get their voices out to say, hey, look, if things go the way we don't want them to go, then we can say that, hey, look, we told you so.
Yeah.
And that's fine and dandy. However, this is one of those things where many people are getting concerned. But look, Iowa still is still on the way, and many people don't seem to understand how Iowa works. It's not a regular primary. It is a caucus. People then have coffee together. They get into their little groups, and they begin to sort of debate with one another as to how they want to vote. Not exactly how other states work, like New Hampshire and say, Nevada right here in Las Vegas.
So if he turns, and because Nevada is also caucus, isn't it?
Oh, wait, that's right.
Yeah. No.
Excuse me, caucus or South Carolina.
In about 30 days,
right? Exactly.
So he goes into Iowa. If he has a strong showing there because he turns people out and they show up at these events and he does well, it doesn't even necessarily beat Cruz in Iowa. But again, there have been a lot of people who've won Iowa and didn't go on to win the presidency.
Such as Rick Santorum.
Rick Santorum. Exactly.
Exactly.
What else has jumped out at you at the show? Because I walk around here and I'm just amazed at the technology and all, but I don't know what it is that's caught your eye.
Well, one of the things that I'm looking at right now is the legal aspect of things. You have Bernie Sanders, who's being attacked right now for his vote that basically had to do with the whole idea of gun manufacturers.
Yep. The liability question.
Liability question. This was a vote that went on during the 90s. Essentially, there was no brouhaha.
Yeah.
I mean, and the reason why there's no big deal about it, and he wasn't the only Democrat, by the way, who voted for this act.
Yep.
There were many Democrats who voted for it, and it was because it happened right after a bunch of cities ended up suing the gun manufacturers.
To try to put them out of business.
Try to put them out of business. Now, keep in mind, they sued Glock, Beretta, 6 Hour, Ruger, all of these other gun companies who, by the way, all these municipalities,
use their product.
Yes, use their product. Their police officers use their product, which is crazy.
And the funny thing is, I've thought over the years I've run into limited liability for nuclear plants, limited liability for ski areas. Nobody would be able to operate a ski area in the United States if there wasn't limited liability.
Absolutely.
So is it wrong to protect an industry, say you can still sue them? And we just had that pointed out by Steve Santilli a moment ago, but you can't put them out of business.
Absolutely, because here's the thing. The courts threw out their cases immediately because it would open up a Pandora's box, as you just mentioned. Next thing you knew, it was like, oh, does that mean we can go after the movie industry because some actor did something in his character that was crazy, and then some kid ended up copying it? Can they then go after the movie house for that same reason, for negligence? This is one of those things that the courts ended up saying, sorry, just because the product worked correctly doesn't mean that you can go after it. Just because someone takes a car and uses it in a criminal fashion because they decided to run over a bunch of people on the sidewalk,
that you can sue Ford.
That you can sue Ford. That's
Carrie, it's a pleasure to read your stuff in the Daily Caller. Thank you so much for stopping by. We're live at SHOT Show, and you're listening to The Lars Larson Show.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Are you concerned about your retirement income? Do you really understand how your Social Security benefits work? Price Financial Group Wealth Management has helped many seniors in Oregon and Washington maximize their Social Security benefits at retirement through using Social Security Seminar on Demand. Now you can watch this valuable information in the comfort of your home or by just going to www.pfgwm.com and click on Free Social Security Kit. If you are serious about your retirement planning, you cannot afford to miss this opportunity. After all, you have invested your hard-earned dollars into Social Security all your working years. So shouldn't you get the maximum return you can get from these dollars? The future can be scary, and without a plan, it can even be scarier, especially facing the unknown. What you don't know can hurt you. Get your free Social Security kit at pfgwm.com or call 503-253-3000.
Are you looking for the best price on 9mm ammunition? Hey, it's Lars. Northwest Armory, my gun store of choice for almost 20 years, has a great deal on CCI 9mm Blazer ammo. CCI Blazer 9mm is reliable ammunition made in the U.S. CCI Blazer 9mm is 115 grain full metal jacket, perfect for target practice. And Northwest Armory has CCI Blazer 9mm at an unbelievably low price. Just $10 for a box of 50, $200 for a case of 1,000. At this low price, there's a limit of 1 case per customer while supplies last. CCI Blazer 9mm at both Northwest Armory locations, in Milwaukee on McLaughlin Boulevard and in Tigard on Southwest Pacific Highway. Or buy it online at nwarmory.com with in-store pickup. Northwest Armory for great prices, friendly service, no sales tax or ammunition tax to Washington buyers on in-store purchases.
It's Eric G. from Around the House. The integrity of your foundation is a specialty of my friends at Western Construction Systems. They are experts at helping realtors navigate foundation issues when they come up at a home inspection. They understand that when the foundation is having problems, everybody is having anxiety. The buyer, the seller, the realtor. Western Construction Systems can ease that anxiety and help everyone through the process with honest solutions to get the deal sold. Join the growing list of realtors that trust Western Construction Systems as a preferred contractor. So if you're a realtor or homeowner, trust me, Eric G., and schedule your free foundation inspection with the Western Construction Systems team. Go to westernconstructionsystems.com, check your station app, or call 503-362-5052. Oregon CCV number 94222, Washington license number WEST ECS 899M8.
Take a day to escape. Escape to Estacada. Escape to hike our paths, bike our trails, fish our streams, stroll our quaint town streets, view our murals, escape to Estacada, and raft our rivers, ski our trails. But most of all, take a day to escape. Escape to Estacada. Located at the base of Mount Hood National Forest, Estacada, Oregon offers a unique blend of nature, art, recreation, and history. And in Estacada, there is something always going on.
Now with the holidays behind us, why not take a breath and escape the city? Go spend a day in Estacada. Visit our unique shops and revitalized downtown, or take a break for a craft beer and a bite. City murals, antiques, collectibles, art, jewelry, and much more. Now that the hectic holidays have passed, consider taking a day to escape. Escape to Estacada.
So take the day and escape. Escape to Estacada, in Oregon's Mount Hood territory. Estacada, close to Portland, a world away.
Hey there, it's Lars Larson. I urge you to join fellow conservatives at the Oregon Freedom Rally. Saturday, February 6th, several thousand pro-family fiscal conservatives will converge on the Oregon Convention Center to address today's most pressing issues, all from a conservative perspective. Hear acclaimed filmmaker and author Dinesh D'Souza, nationally syndicated columnist Michelle Malkin, Todd Starnes from Fox News and Commentary, and Congressman Greg Walden. Also enjoy a catered lunch, a book signing, and networking. Rally sponsors include Oregon Right to Life, Common Sense for Oregon, the Oregon Family Council, Parents Education Association, the Taxpayer Defense Project, the Oregon Anti-Crime Alliance, and the Oregon Women's League. Register today at OregonFreedomRally.com. OregonFreedomRally.com. That's Saturday, February 6th. Registration just $35 a person. Youth 16 and under free. OregonFreedomRally.com.
Attention National Guard and Reserve members. Does your civilian employer go above and beyond to support your military service? Nominate your exceptional employer for the 2014 Secretary of Defense Employer Support Freedom Award. The Freedom Award is the Department of Defense's highest honor recognizing employer support of the Guard and Reserve. Nominations will be accepted until January 20th, 2014. Visit freedomaward.mil to nominate now.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Welcome back to First Amendment Friday, live from SHOT Show, the Shooting Hunting Outdoors Trade Show in Las Vegas, put on by the National Shooting Sports Foundation. And glad to ask you our quick poll today as well. If you want to vote on it, it's at LarsLarson.com. Should cities, it's Seattle in this case, let homeless people live in their RVs in parking lots that are chosen by the city? They say, well, this will get more people off the street. Yeah, maybe, or it might just create more problems in neighborhoods. But that's our quick poll today, found at LarsLarson.com. On the phone with me right now, Dr. Bud Pierce, who's running for Oregon governor as a Republican. Doctor, it's good to have you back on the show.
Great to be on, Lars. I'm sure you're having a good time in Las Vegas.
I am, because, you know, funny thing is I haven't gambled a dime, but it is a great place for a show of this size and representing a great American industry that's constantly under assault from liberals like the one you're running against for governor of Oregon, Kate Brown.
Absolutely. The great products. I heard a little bit as I was driving back from Portland to Salem yesterday. Great manufacturers and businesses, and you know, providing the products that Oregonians want, and creating great economy. So exactly what we need.
So listen, what's the latest issue for you? I'm tempted to ask you about Kate Brown's statement the other day about the malicious standoff going on in Eastern Oregon, that she says it's intolerable that we allow this. Well, what's your take?
Well, we'll start with that, then we'll go to that. You know, it's interesting that we have lots of forms of protests. I've seen it throughout my life. I've seen it in Oregon. I've seen it on campus takeovers. I've seen it on environmental protests and such. And Americans have a way of kind of moving in and disrupting things. And, you know, as you pointed out, not that, you know, different than Occupy, you know, the Occupy movement, which is actually probably certainly more destructive and more intolerable. Again, I think you and I see this in a similar light, that protesting is fine. The kind of, you know, the scaring people and such, and probably some of that part of it isn't right. And if we want to end it, the way to do it, as you pointed out, is you can turn off power and you can block roads and block supplies and let the people come out. We want a peaceful resolution at all costs, and people have the right to protest. This is the American way, is to protest, and there's that's okay. They have the right to do that.
All right, so what are the issues that you're finding are resonating the best with the voters out there? Because I can think of 1,000 of them.
Sure.
I want to know what you're hearing, that people say, we'd rather have you as governor because of this policy that you're promoting.
Sure. So the main issue, you know, when you talk about K through 12 education, and you have a seamless system of education, as the governor pointed out, yeah, it's interesting. You can look at a state like Massachusetts, which had a failing education system in 1993, passed a Reform Act that has to do with more local control of schools by principals and teachers and parents, accountability, a great curriculum they agree on, charter school competition within the public school system, and more money as they succeed, and they go from bottom of the barrel to top in the nation. So as governor, I would very much be interested in bringing forth legislation, kind of copying or mimicking Massachusetts' great educational system, and implement it in Oregon. We don't really need to study it and study it and study it. You know, on the economy, the governor talks about having a great new economy. Well, the thing we have to do, first of all, is let our timber be harvested to allow us to, harvest the forest and create great products such as cross-laminate timber. That's great for the rural communities. That's great for the environment, as that's CO2 absorbing and can replace building materials. We need to get out there and build that Columbia River crossing bridge and put 5 lanes in each direction so that people can get out of traffic congestion. We need to add another lane to the 205 bridge and to the 205, so again, people aren't in gridlock. We need to build our secondary roads in our smaller communities. We need to support our local businesses really by listening to what they say. And when you go out around the state and people tell you the crazy things and rules the government makes them do, like ship loads in very small amounts and have certain people install plumbing, electricity, when other people can do it better and for low cost, really just listen to what they say. And when you talk about creating a living wage or a good wage, I'm the president-elect of the local United Way, and we have something called the ALICE program, and that's asset limited, income constricted employed, translated to not getting enough money. And actually, in our 3-county area, you need to make $54,000 or $27 an hour, or you don't have enough money. So we need to create an economy that creates jobs of $20, $30, and $40 an hour, and that's through the private sector success. And that's what's not being heard here. We need to do everything we can in our government and our society to help good small and medium-sized businesses be successful and provide the really the living wage jobs, and that is what we need to do.
Doc, let me ask you about that. Just this week, I was going to bring it up, but we ran out of time, but next Monday I'm going to bring it up. Multnomah County has taken a position against any transport of oil anywhere through Multnomah County. Now, near as I can tell, almost no oil goes through Multnomah County, but they name specifically the oil that's transported through Clark County, you know, on its way, 300,000 barrels of it or so, and it's going right through to either be refined or to be transshipped somewhere else. These all sound like good wage jobs as well, and yet Multnomah County's come out against any of that, and these are all people who drive cars to work.
Yeah, so again, everyone realizes that we need to transition from high carbon to lower carbon, and eventually we'd certainly like to get to no carbon. In the meantime, the best we can do is in the most economically effective way is to provide the energy that is needed to the world. I would argue that a good thing to do is to replace coal with liquefied natural gas and to take, again, higher non-carbon fuels like coal and replace it with natural gas in America. But in the meantime, allow your economy to grow and prosper, because what the Americans and Oregonians need to do is to create an environment that is prosperous so we can support our education and the education training of our citizens and children so they can make the discoveries and developments so that we can get away completely from carbon, bankrupting ourselves and setting us back to a simple standard of living.
I got a break. Another day, you and I are going to have to talk carbon fuels, because I'm actually a fan of carbon fuels if used correctly. But we'll do that another day.
Okay.
Dr. Bud Pierce is running for governor of Oregon under the Republican banner. You've got the Lars Larson Show.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. The Marine Corps says the 12 Marines who were in 2 helicopters that crashed off Hawaii are considered dead. The status of the missing Marines changed to deceased after days of searching for them. One of the Marines, Ty Hart, was from Staten. Eamon Bundy, the leader of the group occupying the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge, has been talking with the FBI, and the FBI released a statement saying they want to resolve the conflict peacefully. Bundy says they're prepared to defend themselves.
We didn't come in here to, blind, and we didn't come in here ignorant to what the possibilities could be.
Bundy says their goal is to turn over control of the refuge to the county, although county officials say they don't want control. Oregonian Bill Johnson, the first American skier to win an Olympic downhill title, has died after a long illness. He was 55. Johnson's health has been on the decline for several years after a series of strokes. Bill London, KPNW.
Creative Clock is having a sale, a Black Friday sale, liquidation sale, moving sale, super sale. Call it whatever you like, but you have to see it for yourself. Creative Clock on Conger is having a once-in-a-lifetime sale, and it's happening right now. Creative Clock at 730 Conger in Eugene.
Not to create urgency, but you're about to miss out on Sleep Train's year-end clearance sale, because when it's over, it's over. We're talking about Beauty Rest, Posturepedic, Tempur-Pedic, and more, up to 36 months, interest-free financing with no money down on Tempur-Pedic, and the all-new Beauty Rest Black Hybrid Collection. We're talking about the cooling memory foam and the pocketed coils, so you simply get the best of both worlds. It's available right now, but only at Sleep Train on approved credit with up to 36 equal monthly payments required. And during the year-end clearance sale, you can save up to 50% on clearance sleep accessories while supplies last. Don't forget, with Sleep Train, you get same-day delivery, removal, and setup when you purchase by 2 p.m. I'm thinking today would be a perfect day to start your relationship with your brand new mattress. Year-end clearance sale ending very, very soon in Eugene, Springfield, Corvallis, and Salem. And tell them you're like this with the Wake Up Call.
Sleep Train. Save big with Oregon E-Deals. Check out KPNW.com for reduced prices on items from Off the Waffle, SM Gun Shop, Papa John's Pizza, and Creative Clock. It's easy to save big. Just head to KPNW.com and click Oregon E-Deals to take advantage.
I'm saving big. I'm home, honey.
In the den.
Are you sick?
No. I'm rehearsing.
What?
It's almost flu season. We need a flu drill. I'm going first.
Oh, you are something.
Could you rub my feet, change the TV channel, and bring me some pistachios and a beer?
Jerry?
Use the ice-cold mug in the freezer.
There is no need for a flu drill.
This is going to be a bad flu season.
Yeah, but we're not going to get the flu.
Like you can prevent that. The goddess of good health, huh?
No, I'm the one who scheduled flu shots for all of us.
You nuts. If we get the actual flu shot, we'll get the flu.
That is an old wives' tale. detail. They no longer use the live virus. It's synthetic. We get the shot, and we remember to wash our hands and take other precautions, and we stay healthy and help stop the spread of germs.
Well, you and the kids do it. I'm not getting any shots.
Okay, then you just stay by yourself in the treehouse.
Treehouse?
Yeah, until flu season's over.
Okay, just don't hide the ladder this year.
We'll see.
This message is brought to you by EARS, because the Eugene area radio stations believe that supporting a healthy community makes a strong community.
Hey, there's my son.
Hey, Dad.
What's wrong with your voice?
There is nothing wrong with my voice.
Well, it's just sort of.
Hello, Dad.
Susan? Guys, I think it's about time to get in the car and maybe see some green things.
What are these green things you speak of?
This weekend, unplug. Getting closer to nature can get you closer to your family. To find the forest nearest you, go to discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
They put their lives on the line for you, and now you can help them. The Oregon Paralyzed Veterans of America needs volunteers. As a volunteer, you can help out at events throughout the year, whether it's manning a booth at a fair or helping with sporting or recreation activities for the vets. You can even just answer phones. The OPVA assists vets who are paralyzed or dealing with other mobility impairments. To volunteer or donate, call 503-362-7998, 503-362-7998, or visit OregonPVA.org.
Fox News Radio, I'm Pam Huso. Across much of the eastern U.S., the word of the weekend is snow.
The worst of the weather with the snow and the wind, and it's all the big cities along the I-95 corridor, except for, say, Boston, but everybody else is in on it.
Fox meteorologist Rick Reichmuth in the nation's capital, where it's coming down at a pretty good clip. Mass transit will come to a halt.
Buses will stop running for the whole weekend early this evening. The Metro Rail will suspend service at 11 p.m. and won't pick back up till Monday. It's the first shutdown underground of this length in 40 years.
Fox's Peter Ducey. A deadly listeria outbreak is traced to packaged salads.
The salads were sold under a variety of brand names. Dole is one of them, but also Fresh Selection, Simple Truth, Market Side, The Little Salad Bar, and President's Choice.
Fox's Evan Brown. One person has died. Fox News, we report, you decide.
When news breaks, depend on us. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Welcome back to the Lars Larson Show, live at SHOT Show in Las Vegas. And on the phone with me right now is Senator Rand Paul, running for President of the United States. How are you doing, Senator?
Very good, Lars. Thanks for having me.
I'm glad to have you on here today. But you know, I know I'm going to get calls from people who say, well, why are some of these other people still running? You're running because you believe you'd make a better president than anybody else who's out there in the field right now, even though there's clearly some front runners in the field right now.
Well, I think it's kind of unknown until people vote exactly how things are going to turn out. You know, we just had a bunch of polling in Kentucky for the governor's race, and every poll said the Democrat would win by 5 and the Republican won by 8. So they were all 13 points in a two-person race the final week. You know, I'm in New Hampshire right now. I'm still meeting 50% of voters who are undecided and are making their decision now. So I think we shouldn't be led by the polls. That'll let the voters decide and see where the chips may lie.
What are the big issues that are resonating best, do you think, with voters right now? Because I sense a real distrust of both of the political parties on both sides of the aisle this year.
You know, people are really, really upset about Congress having the power of the purse and not using it. It's something that really infuriates me that the Republican leadership went along with the Democrats. And they voted to raise the debt ceiling. They voted to bust the budget caps. They put the spending bill, 2,000 pages, all together and rammed it through. And as a consequence, really, they gave up the power of the purse. I've been arguing all along that you won't get President Obama to sign any legislation that defunds anything. So the only way you can stop him is by using the power of the purse to let all spending expire when the fiscal year ends. And then you put the burden on the Democrats to say, you know what, if you want to fund Planned Parenthood or you want to fund wasteful spending, you're going to have to get an affirmative majority in the House and 60 votes in the Senate, and your president's going to have to sign it. Then the burden of the supermajority would be on our side. Instead, the establishment says, oh, we're keeping it open no matter what. We are not going to let spending expire. But as a consequence, we lose the power of the purse.
So how do you explain the unwillingness to use power? You've got all these people, 435 on one side, 100 on the other, who all aspire to get in a position where they have political power. And then once they get there, they all chicken out on actually using it. How can you explain that to the average person who doesn't spend, their whole existence outside of work following what goes on in D.C.? How do you have a bunch of people who want power, but when they get it, they don't seem willing to use it?
We have this debate every day in Washington, and I fight with the other side. The leadership says we have to be the adults in the room, and we have to govern, and people don't want interruption of any services, and they don't want the government shut down. And I fire right back, and I say, look, the people I talk to don't want you to keep government open as long as it continues to borrow $1 million a minute. That really you should use the leverage of all the spending expire to actually institute budgetary reform. And the problem is that basically the establishment in Washington signed off with the Democrats, and they abandoned any fight before we even got started.
Is it not possible to go back to the old system where you had roughly a dozen different tranches that money were in? You said, let's have a debate about how we fund the Pentagon. Let's have a debate about how we fund HHS and break it up and just say to the president, this is going to be the way that it's going to be presented to you. And if you decide, not to sign off on one or not to sign off on the other, it doesn't matter. We have the spending authority. It was given to us in the Constitution.
I've argued this till I'm blue in the face. I argue it at every Republican lunch all throughout every week with the other Republican senators saying we need to pass all 12 appropriation bills, and then at that point we will have done our job. We haven't done that since 2005. Now, what they will also argue, and there's some truth to this, the Democrats filibustered most of the appropriation bills we went through. So you have to have 60 votes to pass it on the Senate floor, and we didn't get any Democrats to vote for them. But we also didn't have the high moral ground because we didn't put all 13 of them on the floor. I would have put them up every week. I would have gone for 12 weeks in a row. I would have put up one appropriation bill every week. And by the time you get through 12 weeks of that, I think even the media would catch on that it's the Democrats stopping things and refusing to fund the government.
Well, because we saw the same thing this last week where there was a bill up that asked something reasonable. I don't think it went far enough, but it said for all these new refugees that are coming into the country, we're going to put a limitation. The ones coming in from the places where terrorism is a problem or is a special problem, we want to see them cleared by FBI, by Homeland Security, etc. Now, again, I don't think that goes far enough, but at least it's a step in the right direction. And it failed to get the votes for cloture, which, for everybody outside the Beltway means enough votes to stop the debate and actually have a vote. It's as
Once
though...
again, no Democrats. I don't think we got any Democrats on board. And so to get 60, you got to have 6 Democrats or 7 or 8, depending on if we lose some Republicans. But not one Democrat actually voted for this in the Senate, and that's a problem. So we're stuck. I introduced this bill 3 years ago on the Rubio Gang of 8 bill, and Rubio opposed me on this, but I've been trying to get more scrutiny on refugees for 2 or 3 years now. And one of the interesting things is I'm the one promoting that not just 2 countries, not just Iran and Syria. I have 34 countries that have radical Islamist movements that I would say they all are going to have more scrutiny. Until they do, we're going to shut it all down, and then we're going to revamp and start again with a new vetting system that has 100% entry and exit data, that we don't have people coming in and 40% of them overstaying their visa, and we have no idea where they are.
Then what's wrong with actually changing the rules? If the rules are making a situation, whether the Democrats are in charge, the Republicans are in charge, things that would get voted on and might pass or might fail, but they just never get voted on. So you're a decision-making body that can't actually make decisions other than the decision not to make a decision. That suggests that there's something wrong with the machine, the system, not something wrong necessarily with America or with the ideas that are put in front of the Congress.
I guess I would argue otherwise. I would say it is the people. There's something wrong with the people in the Senate in the sense that, it's hard to get to a 60-vote margin to pass things, But the good news about that is if tomorrow Bernie Sanders came forward and wanted to socialize medicine, there's no way that he can get 60 votes. So we could stop complete socialization of medicine under Bernie Sanders by him not being able to get to 60. Now, we do have the power of the purse, though, but the problem is the fear of government shutdown has precluded us from using the power of the purse. We got to get over the fear, not be in favor of shutting it down, but we have to get over the fear of it and say we're going to let spending expire, and then we're going to have a negotiation with the president and the Democrats, and if they want to fund things, they're going to fund things from now on with rules.
Well, Senator, let me ask you about that, because I think that involves my industry, the media. Because, frankly, when the government shut down the last time, the media was aghast. A lot of people in politics were aghast. And an awful lot of average Americans that I talked to said, I'm okay with it. Doesn't seem to have caused a problem. Now, I understand that if you can pick out a problem here and a problem there, well, you know, some people might not get their checks. Well, that's the price you pay. I guess it's what would happen in a big company if the board of directors couldn't come to a decision. Maybe paychecks come to a halt and the company damages itself. But in this case, shutting down the government appears to upset the media, most of them liberals, who see government as the be-all and end-all, and that it's the solution to all our problems. If you shut the government down for a month, you know, as long as you're not shutting down the FBI or shutting down, you know, opening up the doors on the prisons or cutting off grandma's Social Security check, what's the problem? An awful lot of us say, gosh, it's a lot easier to drive to work when 800,000 government employees aren't going to their jobs.
The interesting thing is the mainstream media won't tell you this, but 2/3 of the government's on autopilot, never shuts down.
Yep.
The mandatory spending, entitlements, Medicare, Social Security, Medicaid, they go on forever. So that's 2/3 of the budget. What we're really talking about is 1/3 of the budget, which they call discretionary spending. Of the 1/3 of the budget, half of that's military. The last time the government shut down, the Democrats decided they didn't want to be blamed for not paying soldiers, so they came on board a Republican bill to open up and pay our soldiers and provide for the national defense. So now we're talking about 1/6 of government that was closed, and the Democrats were so worried that no one would notice it, they went out and spent hundreds of hours trying to close the World War II monument, which has no entrance and no exit. And so that's what's going on. They were afraid no one would even notice that government was shut down. In reality, we should use that leverage. If we use that leverage, we would be able to exert the power of the purse, we would get reforms, and we would be able to get rid of, you know, I have a bill to get rid of $10 billion worth of duplicate spending programs. The only way that ever gets done is if you exert some leverage and try to force it on the Democrats.
Senator Paul, you want to remind people where they can find your website for your presidential campaign?
Yeah, if you go to randpaul.com, you can find out what I'm doing. I'm in New Hampshire for the next couple of days. I'll be in Iowa after a few days. And if they go to randpaul.com, they'll find the only fiscal conservative on the Republican side.
How do you think Iowa's going to turn out?
I think it's completely unknown. I think the polls are completely full of it. I think the polls are not counting independents or young people. I think anybody could win, and I think there will be surprises.
Senator Paul, it's a pleasure as always to have you on the show. Thanks so very much, and thanks for your conservatism.
Thanks, Lars.
You bet. Take care. Senator Rand Paul with us. We're live at SHOT Show. Glad to get your calls on a First Amendment Friday. You've got the Lars Larson Show.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
What if you could get the very best food from all around the country with the guaranteed lowest prices? Oh, and what if it's all shipped directly to your door absolutely free? Well, rejoice, food lovers. DirectEats.com is here. Direct Eats gives us every consumer the freedom to find the best food at the best prices based on their diet, taste, or needs. That's because at DirectEats.com, the whole country is your supermarket. There's no membership fee, so give it a try. Just go to DirectEats.com and place your order today. DirectEats.com is the largest online natural and organic superstore. From locally made barbecue sauces to an array of nut-free, paleo, gluten-free, or anything and everything in between, the options go on and on. At Direct Eats, they have over 20,000 food products at the guaranteed lowest prices, and they ship them absolutely free right to your door. There's no membership fee, so why not get started on your next food adventure? Stop by DirectEats.com today. That's DirectEats.com.
Oregon's Game Megabucks jackpot is over $6 million. Buy yours today.
Based on actual cases, results may vary. Not a solicitation for legal services.
If you owe for back taxes, payroll taxes, or if you've not filed, the IRS will search you out. They are the most powerful collection agency in the world. One call to Wall & Associates, and your tax problems can be solved. Listen.
I was worried I would lose my house. Wall met with me in person.
I was scared. Wall & Associates got my levy released in 48 hours.
They settled my back tax debt for a fraction of what I owed.
At Wall, we solve tax problems. Call 800-467-6127. That's 800-467-6127. You always speak with a live person.
I never had to talk to the IRS again.
Wall stopped my wage garnishment.
Wall solved my back tax problems for a fraction of what I owed.
Call Wall & Associates now for a free face-to-face consultation. Call 800-467-6127. That's 800-467-6127. 800-467-6127.
10, 9.
Folks, we're witnessing a huge supermarket event. Mary Atwood is about to break the frozen barrier.
3.
She's heading to the frozen fruit aisle.
1.
She's done it! Mary has broken the frozen barrier, and now she's filling her cart with all kinds of items, including antioxidant-rich wild blueberries. Mary, why all the frozen fruit and veggies?
Because they're easy, affordable, and just as nutritious as fresh. And there are so many different kinds.
There it is, folks. Mary has discovered an easy way to eat healthy every day. She's broken the frozen barrier. Now she's off to set a new record, getting through self-checkout.
For more goodness in your diet, think colorful fruits and veggies. Fresh, canned, dried, 100% juice, and of course, frozen. Learn more at fruitsandveggiesmorematters.org.
A message from Produce for Better Health Foundation.
They say I'm a bad kid. A charity case. A troublemaker. Worthless.
There are more than 3 million children in America's child protection and justice systems. Kids who have been abused, neglected, traumatized. Kids who act out. Kids facing the worst situations you can imagine.
They say I'm messed up. A drain on society. Just a stupid mistake.
For their safety and others, some of these children have to be removed from their homes, separated from their families. They're at the mercy of an overwhelmed system.
I don't think I'm a lost cause. I'm just a kid.
Youth Villages believes that no child is a lost cause, not a single one, because a stable, loving family can help any child succeed. And we have an 80% success rate overall that proves doing whatever it takes for children is the only thing that works. If you agree, find out how you can help at youthvillages.org.
Oh no, this can't be happening.
Sorry, it's happening. You took that curve way too fast.
Who are you?
I'm Regret. It's nice to meet you. Sorry it's under these circumstances.
Where are you?
In your head. And everywhere, really.
Why is everything in slow motion?
I'm not sure. A trick of the mind? You're not going to make it out of this one unscathed. I'm really sorry.
I'll go back and slow down. Can I do that?
I wish you could, but you were going so fast you had no reaction time. This isn't going to end well, Mark. The windshield is shattered. This might hurt.
Oh no, please don't leave me.
I won't. I'll be with you for a long time.
Your car may be built for speed, but the human body is not. It's simple. The faster you go, the harder you crash, and the greater the injury. So stick with the speed limit and avoid regret. Slow down. It's the way to go. A message from ODOT.
Only in the forest can you see this. But nothing beats the moment you see that.
Cool!
That's your child's eyes opening up to a world of possibilities.
There are some moments only the forest can inspire. Find yours at discovertheforest.org. Learn about forests near you and discover cool things to do when you go. And you might just see this. Visit discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
With news every half hour and when it breaks. And Lars Larson now. 1120 KPNW.
Welcome back to the Lars Larson Show, live at SHOT Show, and standing here in front of me is Fred Carl from Columbia River Knife and Tool. It's great to have you on the program.
Well, thanks, Lars. I appreciate it. How are you today?
I'm doing great today because I'm at Disneyland. I mean, this is a fantastic thing to come to every year, but you get a chance to come every year as well. You get that chance to actually talk to the people who are buying these.
Yeah,
and to resell them.
This is number 12 for me, SHOT Show. So this is at Disneyland, of course. But yeah, so we get to talk to all gun dealers, buyers, distributors, and all that stuff within our Columbia River Knife and Tool family, and it's been a lot of fun talking to folks.
And Ruger is now part of the family?
Yes.
Or has been?
Yes.
How new is that?
Well, Ruger actually came to us about 2 years ago.
That's a compliment.
Yes, at the NRA show 2 years ago, and they walked into our booth and said, we want to work with you guys to make knives and tools and accessories.
To make a Ruger line of knives?
Yes.
But it still has the CRKT name on it.
Absolutely. They did not want to get rid of any knife company name on there, so they wanted CRKT on the back end of on the back side of the blade.
So that people know where the quality's coming
exactly.
from.
Exactly.
So what'd you decide to put together for that?
Well, we, you know, they're gun guys. We're knife people. So they actually came to us and said, what can we do? And so we decided to do tactical, everyday carry, hunting, and essentially the survival knives as well.
We were just talking during the break about how EDC, everyday carry, is an idea that an awful lot of people have practiced for a long time, but it's an important thing even for those of us who live near cities.
Yeah, and it's actually come back to a resurgence of people carrying knives in their pockets, and it's an important part of your basically leaving the door. You know, just like we were talking about, wallet, keys, knife, gun. You know, it's those things.
But the airlines kind of get in the way. That's my biggest gripe, is that the airlines get in the way, because then I got to remember, okay, I have to put it in my bag before I leave, and then when I get there, I take it out and put it in my pocket, and then I have to remember to put it back in my checked luggage before I go home, or I have a problem.
Well, that's the thing, is that I'm so used to checking luggage now, it's not a problem.
Yeah, well, and you probably have luggage that's a bag full of knives,
yes,
right?
Yes.
I'm sure those guys down below who are doing the scan on your bag is like, look, this guy has a whole bunch of knives in here.
Yes.
What's new in the industry?
Well, in the industry, you know, they're focusing more towards the tactical side, and the everyday carry has been mixing up. But the hunting has actually become a resurgence in what we're doing. And, you know, we're coming out with these modern hunting knives that associate with actually the Ruger product line. So they essentially... They're a new American pistol that they just introduced.
Yeah,
we have a matching pocket knife, which is actually in your pocket right now.
There.
Yes.
And so you have two tools that go together well.
Correct.
For the guy who's going to go out, not necessarily with a pistol, but with a Ruger rifle, which I told you my father-in-law is Ruger rifles all day long, and goes out, wants to shoot a deer or an elk, and then when he's taking it down, he needs to go ahead and field dress.
Yeah, exactly. And we matched it up with the new American precision rifle, and then the SR556 from Ruger as well. You know, CRKT prides themselves of being an American company, and just like Ruger is. And we've actually got a lot of new things coming into play in the CRKT side.
Now, is that new in design, new materials, what?
New designs, but also we're doing a new program called Forged by War. And it is veteran designers that essentially develop their knives and tools to help them get through PST. You know, the postpartum stress
the
disorder.
PTSD thing, yeah, that some of them suffer from on the way back.
Exactly. So we are taking that program, and for every dollar sold, 10% of that goes to the veterans' choice, that designer's choice of a veterans program that will help out veterans.
That's a nice marriage.
Yeah. Yeah, so Green Beret Foundation is one of those as well. So.
Well, it's funny because I have a knife at home that I really prize that came to me because it was a Navy SEAL who designed his own knife. He said, I'm going to go out and make my own knife, and his dad talked about him taking an old mailbox and making a forge out of it, and all that. I mean, he was really going back old school.
Yeah.
But he unfortunately died in training. You know, after he was already done a number of years of service. But it's not the kind of knife, you know, when people see movies and they see giant knives. This knife I think has a 4.5-inch blade, but it fit the MOS that he was doing.
Yeah, exactly. So those are the programs that we're working on right now. You know, it's been a lot of fun coming to the show, obviously, and introducing the program, the Ruger line from CRKT to everybody in the industry. And the Forged by War has been a lot of fun too. The guys that designed those knives, they were here at the booth talking, and man, some of the experiences that they've had, you know, it's amazing, and
we're going to send.
We want to honor them.
We want to, and it's right that you do. We want to send people to the CRKT website, and I really appreciate the time.
Lars,
Thanks
appreciate
very much.
it. Thank you so much.
You're listening to the Lars Larson Show.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Rebuild or replace transmission, $3,200. Anti-lock brake system, $1,000. Rebuild or replace engine, $2,400. Truth is, once your manufacturer's warranty runs out, it's all on you. Every last cent. Get protection for covered repairs with a vehicle service contract from Toco Warranty. Unlike other companies, with Toco, there's no down payment, and the monthly payments are really affordable. Not sure how long you're keeping your car? At Toco, you can pay as you go. Keep your hard-earned cash and call Toco Warranty right now at 800-261-7500 to save big money on covered auto repairs. Prices vary by vehicle, but for about the cost of a tank of gas per month, a Toco plan has your back on expensive covered car repairs. Monthly payments are very affordable. Get your free quote now. Call Toco at 800-261-7500. That's 800-261-7500. 800-261-7500. Cancellation fee may apply, subject to eligibility. Not available in Missouri and Washington. Waiting period and deductible apply. Coverage provided and administered by Warrantech Corporation or its affiliates. Not affiliated with any manufacturer or dealership. Visit TocoWarranty.com for complete terms and conditions.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. It was a big day for Wall Street. The Dow Jones Industrials gained 210 points, 1.3% to 16,093. The Nasdaq closed 119 points higher, a gain of 2.5%. The S&P 500 gained 38 points. The crude oil futures rose to $32.19 a barrel in New York. Shares of General Electric missed out on the rally, closing down more than 1%. GE's fourth quarter profit topped forecasts, but investors were disappointed over a drop in the conglomerate's industrial revenue. The Conference Board's forward-looking index of leading economic indicators suggests the economy may have lost a little momentum at the end of last year. The LEI declined 0.2% in December. And an encouraging forecast for renters. Zillow says rental rates should level off over the next 12 months. And by December, it is predicted year-over-year increases will be just over 1%. Zillow says rents will be rising at a slower pace than incomes in many places. Jeff Bellinger, Bloomberg Radio.
We report, you decide. This is News Radio 1120 KPNW, Eugene, Springfield, USA.
Live from New York, the Fox Report.
And Lisa Brady. Air travelers nationwide feeling the effects of the storm that's made roads deadly in the south, bringing down power lines along the way, and now pounding the mid-Atlantic.
Especially Virginia and the central Appalachians. A lot of these areas, 20 to 35 inches of snow, including D.C. The model's consistently putting out anywhere from 22 to, say, 35 inches of snow in that area.
Fox meteorologist Rick Reichmuth. Fox News Radio's Rachel Sutherland is live just outside D.C. in Prince William County, Virginia.
Lisa, snow is coming down hard and fast now where I am in Virginia, which is under a state of emergency, along with Maryland and the nation's capital. D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser said she's lived in the city most of her life and has never seen a storm forecast like this.
We want people to stay inside. There's no reason to be outside during this storm, so that's very important.
Metro buses and trains stop running tonight, and the federal government is closed. Lisa.
Thanks, Rachel. At least 8 traffic deaths as the storm dumped heavy snow and ice from Arkansas to North Carolina, spawning at least 2 tornadoes in Mississippi. More than 6,000 flights canceled today and tomorrow.
I just spoke with the Philadelphia International Airport. They said the airport will be open, but no flights will be going in and out. You can expect very few flights tomorrow out of the D.C.-Baltimore area, if any at all.
Fox's Abby Huntsman at New York's LaGuardia. Blaming the blizzard, the State Department is now asking a federal court for a 1-month extension of next week's deadline to release the rest of Hillary Clinton's emails. An oil-fueled rally capping a rough week on Wall Street. The Dow up 211 points to 16,093. The S&P back over 1,900. The Nasdaq up 119 points. This is the Fox Report, fair and balanced.
I'm here to tell you that Island Fence has done it again. Hey, folks, it's Lars Larson. Tina and I required further use of their fencing and custom gate services. Island Fence did not disappoint. I can't stress it enough. When a business comes out to my home and they're clean-cut, respectful, courteous, and well-skilled in their craft, I will confidently use them every time. Now, when it comes to fences, Island Fence only stocks premier-grade American cedar. It's even prepared at their cedar mill right out in Harrisburg. Island Fence's customized motorized gates really impress me. They have deer, salmon, and, well, you name it, they can brand your front gate with it. Take it from me, folks, when you're looking for fencing supplies, ornamental iron, custom gates, and chain link, including dog kennels, put Island Fence at the top of your list. Statewide delivery and professional installation available. They're located on Highway 99, where Eugene meets Junction City. Island Fence for all your residential and commercial needs. CCB number 105556.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. A bureaucratic mistake is costing a Springfield neighborhood their community garden. Last week, residents were told the federal funds that help build their homes also meant the gardens are prohibited due to safety concerns. Reviews done before the houses were built didn't take federal rules into account. The mistake was caught by the Department of Housing and Urban Development, and a new report requiring the dismantling of the garden was approved January 11th. A tenured instructor at Lane Community College has accused the school of failing to address her concerns about a male student she says stalked her. Nadia Raza is accusing LCC officials of negligence, discrimination, retaliation, and denying her equal protection. She says she went to administrators after a student turned in an assignment in which he wrote that he was affiliated with neo-Nazis, then emailed her repeatedly asking her to meet off campus. She says she felt threatened because she's a Pakistani-American Muslim woman. Oregon Senator Ron Wyden is joining other Democrats and anti-gun groups to get federal funding for a Centers for Disease Control study into gun violence.
With the facts, policymakers and healthcare practitioners, law enforcement officials, and others can better understand the basic causes of gun violence and how best to stop it.
Anti-gun groups have been trying to get the funding for years. Bill London, KPNW.
Thank goodness it's Sherry's Prime Rib Friday. It's time to treat yourself with a premium cut of succulent prime rib. Choose from 2 sizes for big or small appetites. We serve it up herb-crusted or blackened, both tender and juicy, with a bottle of Northwest wine that's only half price. However you order your Sherry's Prime Rib, you'll be thankful it's Friday. Come in tonight with family and friends and see what's new at Sherry's Cafe and Pies.
Okay, what are you wearing right now?
Nothing.
That's right. So Mommy's going to teach you how to dress yourself. Underwear always comes first, name tag at the back, then pants, then shirt. Get the first button in the right hole or you have to start all over. Socks going first, then shoes right on right, left on left. With shoelaces, just take the ends, cross them over, switch the loops. The rabbit goes down the hole, pull tight, and you're left with bunny ears. Got it? Why are your pants on your head?
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. But 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier, and it could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. Visit 2min2x.org to find out more. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
Oregon men's basketball team relied on a little defense last night and came up with an 89-81 win over the co-leaders of the Pac-12 and USC. Elgin Cook poured in a career-high 26 for the win tomorrow at UCLA at 1 o'clock. Big trade in the NBA. The Houston Rockets get Josh Smith from the Clippers. In exchange, the Clippers get the draft rights of Marty Lunin, ex-Duck. And it looks like Marshawn Lynch will not be playing for the Seattle Seahawks next season. Word is he might retire. Sports, 1120 KPNW.
It's 106, and Lars Larson is back at it on your 50,000-watt blowtorch. AM 1120 KPNW.
I want to make sure every American is listening today.
Broadcasting from Portland to Seattle and all of Oregon and Washington.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Now, Lars Larson.
Welcome back to the Lars Larson Show. Pleasure to be here, and one of the great pleasures for me in coming to SHOT Show every year is because I get a chance to meet people like Jared Ogden. Thanks very much for stopping by. Retired Navy SEAL, and now the man behind Triumph Systems. Thanks for taking the time with us today.
Absolutely. I wouldn't miss it for anything. You know, I've been to SHOT Show quite a few times in the past, but never before as a manufacturer. It is amazing.
Well, and I want you to talk about your evolution, you know, where you've gone from Navy SEAL, television star, because you were on 3 different seasons of the 2 seasons of Nat Geo's show Ultimate Survival Alaska, and now going from that to being a manufacturer, and you said growing just about as fast as your company can grow.
It's a crazy story. I was active duty for 8 years. I left the SEAL teams about 4 years ago. And, you know, no transition from the military, especially, you know, a command like where I was, no transition is easy. They're all challenging. You know, certainly other people have more challenges than I have. But it took me 3 years to finally, you know, figure out, find that passion again. And it's with my company now, but during those 3 years, I mean, the National Geographic TV show Ultimate Survival Alaska, that opportunity presented itself. It's not something I sought out. It's not something I was going after.
They came to you.
They came to me.
That's a compliment, though, right?
Yeah. One of the military guys canceled 4 days before production, and I don't know how they found me on YouTube, but there was a speech that my senator who sent me to the Naval Academy put on YouTube.
So you were a nominee to I mean, I know every member of Congress gets a chance to send a certain number of people to the Service Academy,
yes,
right? And you won that. That's quite a thing to get to begin with. So.
Senator Johnny Isakson from the state of Georgia, and I love doing pro bono talks and speeches for him. Unbeknownst to me at the time, his staff had put a speech that I delivered on YouTube. And so that is how National Geographic discovered me. That was a great way to kind of segue into this private sector, because I was doing things I love, a great adventure through Alaska, working with military guys. We're all like-minded. Honestly, being on that TV show has led to so many other opportunities. But the best part about being on that TV show is getting the emails and whatnot from the kids, 10-year-olds, 15-year-olds on Facebook. You know, a lot of these kids have a void of leadership in their lives, and to know that I played some part in the lives of this next generation coming up, that was definitely the best part about being on TV.
I know the show's over now, but sketch out what you were required to do in that.
Basically, this is Alaska in the summer, so you are going to get sucked alive by mosquitoes, guaranteed. Beyond that, our team, there's 4 teams. We get dropped off at point A, and you got 60 hours to get to point B. It is just a race. You got the camera crew there, the producer there, documenting the story, documenting the challenges. And, you know, for guys like us, it was awesome. We had fun.
Did you get a chance to choose what kind of gear you had with you for that challenge or not?
So filming the show actually took 3 months. So 1 TV hour took about 1 week, because there's that much logistics and planning, and in between episodes we would get dumped off on private property or national park, and they would just say, they would at least give us a tent, and they would say, all right, survive, we'll be back in 3 days and we'll start the next episode.
And do you even have a pocket knife in your pocket?
Yeah, so the gear that we brought, it's gear that we selected, so whatever you want to carry, that's what you bring. So absolutely, I had a lot more than a pocket knife. I carry Camilla's pocket knives with me all the time. But in addition to that, I had firepower, because the bears out there, they're bigger than me and they got sharp teeth.
Did you ever have to use it?
I did absolutely use my gun, not in a bear defense situation, but just to survive, you know, small game mostly. I did shoot a deer.
So you're out knocking a grouse down or something? Or
yes, indeed.
Actually, some of them are dumb enough you can knock them over with a rock. But,
yes.
But some of them are a little smarter than that,
exactly.
too. So you had fun with it?
Oh, yeah, it was a blast. We had a really good time.
Tell me about Triumph Systems.
So Triumph Systems, I left active duty 4 years ago. I stayed, you know, doing a lot of defense contracting for my first 3 years out. But a year ago, I quit my defense job. I quit my defense job because I know what kind of targets people train with, Tier 1 units train with, and, you know, training law enforcement, training civilians that carry CCWs. I know what they have. And there's a huge gap in how the way that SOCOM and the military trains and what is available to police officers that have a very, the mission to protect and serve. And then it's our own responsibility as well to protect ourselves and protect our families. Police can't be everywhere, nor do we want to live in a society that is a police state.
No.
So long story short, we saw an opportunity in the SHOT Show space, if you will. The target category is unevolved. They fell asleep at the wheel, and we've got 6 SKUs that we have brought to market this spring. They're all very innovative, and ultimately it is going to help people, stay proficient with their firearms. And the first time you have to pull, your sidearm from your holster to defend yourself, you should have at that point stressed yourself out with a lot of stressful training, and a lot of our systems, a lot of our products, they do just that. It brings cognitive thinking to the range, because we want thinkers first and shooters second.
So that when you are challenged by that situation, which may never happen to you, but you have to train for it,
you have to
even
be ready
as a civilian, that you want to be able to be as calm as you possibly can be, knowing I've already been through this stress in training, so I can handle the real life situation easily.
Absolutely, calm and collected. One of our most popular SKUs at this show that we just unveiled is our Pivotal Trainer. It's a mobile turning target system. The whole thing sets up and breaks down in under 10 minutes. It weighs about 15 pounds. There's 2 modes of operation: a manual mode where you control when and how this target turns, and there's a random mode, so you can train by yourself. And in random mode, you first select if you're going to train from the holster or if you're going to train from the low ready, high ready. And beyond that, the target has the ability to spin a full 360 degrees. So the edge profile, it can switch. So you can't just get used to, oh, it's turning that way, it's going to be a threat side. Oh, it's turning the other way, it's going to be a no threat side. But best of all, with this, people with affluence, people with money, they can go to, I call them country clubs. They have access to those kind of tools. All right, SOCOM, empty pockets. Thank you, taxpayers. We can afford that stuff. But the average person, MSRP on this, I'm proud to tell you, $399.
That's it?
Yes.
To be able to have a target that will actually prep you to make that quick decision. Is this a threat? Is it a non-threat? Do I shoot or do I not shoot?
Yes, and it's so absolutely critical in the world that we live in. Doing a drill, here's what everyone does at the range. They go as fast as they can from the holster to put a hole on a piece of paper downrange.
Right.
But how about the drill where when that target starts to move, you deholster, and it's a no threat, but you already presented your weapon out there. You have to have the finger discipline not to pull the trigger. You are responsible for every single round that leaves that firearm.
Absolutely right. And it's scary how you'll see people already have their finger on the trigger instead of laid alongside, and they don't know if what they're shooting at is something they should be shooting at.
Absolutely. And that's when I say cognitive thinkers first, that's exactly what I'm talking about. And if you are stressed out because this is the first time you've deholstered that weapon, you're not going to be thinking clearly.
And a mistake will happen that could cost you, basically your life in jail somewhere.
That is best case scenario. That's one of the better cases scenario. Worst case scenario, you shoot someone. You shoot an innocent person.
Yep.
You shoot the person you were trying to protect. And you got to live with that, and God will hold you accountable.
No wonder that it's so popular here. Why do you suppose that gap was in between the way the military trains and the way the civilian world, the shows like this, are offering products up?
I think the category fell asleep. I mean, honestly, it's. I'm amazed that we're the first people that have thought of this, But I will say this, and I know a lot of people are listening. We have incredibly strong IP around all of our SKUs, and that is important for everyone who is listening. I want you to know we have strong IP.
What do you mean?
Intellectual property.
Okay. Oh, so you've protected that idea.
Yes, absolutely.
That's fine.
And everyone needs to know that.
The Chinese will still try to steal it.
Well, you know what? The Chinese also don't have guns.
That's right. They don't. Not in the civilian hands.
No, they don't.
No, they don't. Jared, congratulations on your successful transition.
Thank you, sir. I really appreciate it.
And I really appreciate you stopping by. And we'll look forward to talking to you in the future about other things.
Indeed. Thank you.
Maybe get back into your time in the Navy.
Thanks.
All right. Thanks very much. Back in just a moment. We're live at SHOT Show, and you've got the Lars Larson Show.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Take a day to escape. Escape to Estacada. Escape to hike our paths, bike our trails, fish our streams, stroll our quaint town streets, view our murals, escape to Estacada, and raft our rivers, ski our trails. But most of all, take a day to escape. Escape to Estacada. Located at the base of Mount Hood National Forest, Estacada, Oregon offers a unique blend of nature, art, recreation, and history. And in Estacada, there is something always going on.
Now with the holidays behind us, why not take a breath and escape the city? Go spend a day in Estacada. Visit our unique shops and revitalized downtown, or take a break for a craft beer and a bite. City murals, antiques, collectibles, art, jewelry, and much more. Now that the hectic holidays have passed, consider taking a day to escape. Escape to Estacada.
So take the day and escape. Escape to Estacada. In Oregon's Mount Hood territory. Estacada, close to Portland, a world away.
Hey, it's Lars. When it comes to selling your home, you need a sharp agent with a marketing strategy that creates the most demand for your home. Bottom line, you need a partner willing to put their money on the line for you. In Oregon and Washington, the only agent I'd hire is Aaron Ryan and the Ryan Group Real Estate. His international marketing strategy attracts buyers all over the world. That's why they can offer an immediate buyout program where if your home doesn't sell in 29 days or less, they buy it with the terms you agreed to. That's probably why the Ryan Group sells more homes than any other real estate team in the Northwest. So partner with the real estate team I trust. Call them today at 503-343-1666. Online, 29andgone.com. And if you're in the market to buy, you can check out all their listings at 29andgone.com. That's 29andgone.com. Whether you're a buyer or a seller, go with the best. The Ryan Group Real Estate, 29andgone.com.
It's Eric G. from Around the House. The integrity of your foundation is a specialty of my friends at Western Construction Systems. They are experts at helping realtors navigate foundation issues when they come up at a home inspection. They understand that when the foundation is having problems, everybody is having anxiety. The buyer, the seller, the realtor. Western Construction Systems can ease that anxiety and help everyone through the process with honest solutions to get the deal sold. Join the growing list of realtors that trust Western Construction Systems as a preferred contractor. So if you're a realtor or homeowner, trust me, Eric G., and schedule your free foundation inspection with the Western Construction Systems team. Go to westernconstructionsystems.com, check your station app, or call 503-362-5052. Oregon CCB number 94222. Washington license number WEST ECS 899M8.
For years now, I've been telling you about the benefits of setting up a self-directed IRA. But what I haven't told you is just how long David and Tom Moore have been helping people manage their wealth. Starting in 1991 with 1031 exchanges, David and Tom Moore each bring 24 years of local experience in both 1031s and self-directed IRAs. The great thing about IRA Advantage is it's a local company. They have the expertise and the experience to assist you in setting up a checkbook self-directed IRA. With a self-directed IRA, you're in complete control to diversify your investments, whether it's equities, real estate, or even precious metals. Simply put, you determine how your retirement money is invested. If you have questions about self-directed IRAs, you need to talk to Tom and David Moore at IRA Advantage. Start by going online at IRAadvantage.com. That's IRAadvantage.com. Take it from me. You'll have questions. David and Tom Moore have the answers at IRAadvantage.com. Hey there, it's Lars Larson. I urge you to join fellow conservatives at the Oregon Freedom Rally. Saturday, February 6th, several thousand pro-family fiscal conservatives will converge on the Oregon Convention Center to address today's most pressing issues, all from a conservative perspective. Hear acclaimed filmmaker and author Dinesh D'Souza, nationally syndicated columnist Michelle Malkin, Todd Starnes from Fox News and Commentary, and Congressman Greg Walden. Also enjoy a catered lunch, a book signing, and networking. Rally sponsors include Oregon Right to Life, Common Sense for Oregon, the Oregon Family Council, Parents Education Association, the Taxpayer Defense Project, the Oregon Anti-Crime Alliance, and the Oregon Women's League. Register today at OregonFreedomRally.com. OregonFreedomRally.com. That's Saturday, February 6th. Registration just $35 a person. Youth 16 and under free. OregonFreedomRally.com. KPNW.com.
Mr. Detweiler, we're all finished.
What?
Your knee replacement went great, and it's all because of you.
What did I do?
You were captain of Team Detweiler. You told us everything. Medical history, allergies. You asked us tons of questions.
Huh. I guess I did kind of run the whole operation, didn't I?
We couldn't have done it without you.
Patient safety. It takes a team. A message from the American Academy of Orthopedic Surgeons with more tips at orthoinfo.org/patient safety.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Welcome back to the program. Pleasure to be with you and glad to take your phone calls and your emails at 866-HEY-LARS. That's 866-439-5277. Emails go to talk@larslarson.com. I'm going to bring on, this has nothing to do with SHOT Show, but Maxford Nelson joins me now. Maxford, good to have you on the program, and thanks for taking the time today.
Oh, I'm happy to, Lars. Thanks for having me.
I want you to talk about this new report in which the organization you work for has sat down and said, how much has it cost the state of Washington, in this case, to adopt a higher minimum wage over the years, and whether or not communities and other states should be worried that if they do the same thing, it's going to have similar costs for them. Tell me about the organization you work for first, please.
Sure. So I work on labor policy issues for the Freedom Foundation. We're an Olympia-based 501c3 nonprofit organization. We advocate for individual liberty, free enterprise, and limited government. We recently opened up an office down in Salem, so we are expanding our presence throughout the Northwest.
So you come out with this report, Initiative 688, Washington State's failed minimum wage experiment, and you looked at the last 30 years of data to try to figure out what does it do when the government comes in and tries to define the value of labor. What happened?
So Washington is perhaps the best state as far as an example goes for having a high minimum wage. In 1998, voters passed an initiative that dramatically raised the state minimum wage, and then for the first time in the country, tied it to inflation, so it increases automatically each year and keeps up with the cost of living. That measure at the time was supposed to depoliticize the issue, quote unquote, according to the supporters of the initiative. And yet here we are again, 17 years later, and another initiative is just filed in Washington to increase the minimum wage to $13.50 an hour. So it's worth looking back at the economic history in Washington to see, has this increase in the minimum wage been effective? And we looked at 7 different economic metrics in our report. I won't dwell on each one of them, but I'll for instance, with low-wage industries, you see a very definite slowing in the growth of jobs in those areas following the passage of this increase in labor costs in 1998. Now, some folks say, well, Washington has a very strong economy, their population is growing. Obviously, that's because of the high minimum wage, and that may be true, but when you zero in at these industries that actually employ low-wage workers, for instance, hotels and restaurants, the job growth in those areas, which was performing very well prior to 1998, started to slow dramatically after that law was passed, and has never recovered from that. So in those industries, we should have about 30 to 50,000 more jobs today in accommodation and food services industries in Washington than we do. But again, because of that artificial government increase in labor costs, those jobs either disappeared or never came into being in the first place.
Your report also takes on the question of whether or not the minimum wage has kept up with the economy, and you come to a rather startling conclusion. It's either at an all-time high, or it's actually 20% above where it would have been if it had just kept up.
Right, and that's a claim that is often made by supporters of a higher minimum wage. They say that it's not keeping up with the cost of living, and depending on what measure of inflation you want to use, and I looked at a couple in this report, 2 of the major ones, we either have a purchasing power of our current minimum wage is either 20% higher than the historic average, or it's at its all-time high. So the claim that we're somehow out of step with where we've been historically just doesn't have any backing to it. Arguments are also made sometimes that that minimum wage workers are being more productive. They're producing more, but they're not getting a similar increase in their pay. And we looked at workers in the fast food industry, which are somewhat typical minimum wage jobs, as an example. And again, it's absolutely not true. Over the last few decades, compensation and productivity have generally tracked each other pretty closely. The only time where there was a disconnect, it was compensation actually increasing faster than productivity. So again, even there's not any economic case to be made that our current minimum wage is somehow out of balance.
What about poverty?
So poverty and public assistance use are two of the major areas that higher minimum wage supporters focus on. And so it was kind of interesting to see what happened here in Washington. We do have a poverty rate in Washington that's below the national average, but it was well below the national average even before we passed this initiative back in 1998. So when it comes to the poverty rate as an indicator, there was really no discernible change, even though we dramatically boosted the minimum wage over that period. More interestingly, we looked at food stamp use. And again, prior to 1998, a smaller percentage of Washington residents were receiving food stamps than the national average, very consistently. That trend started to change in 1998, and by the time the Great Recession hits, in the early 2000s there, mid
08,
09, then Washington's food stamp rate actually exceeded the national average and continues to be higher than the national average. So it's, it runs counter to these claims that if we increase the minimum wage, we're going to be getting people off of public assistance. We need to stop subsidizing these corporations like Walmart that are paying people too little to live off of, which is why they have to go get public assistance. And again, in Washington, if that was true, we should be experiencing improvements relative to the rest of the country that didn't have such a high minimum wage over this period, but that's just not the case.
I'm talking to Maxford Nelson, who handles labor policy at the Freedom Foundation. Last issue, we got about a minute left. Does it have an effect on employment, whether teen employment is getting higher or lower when you raise the minimum wage?
Well, in Washington State, it absolutely did. So we talked earlier about some of those jobs were disappearing. Those jobs in those entry-level industries were disappearing. And as that was taking place, teens and other low-skilled workers were having a much harder time finding work. The teenage unemployment rate in Washington, again, tracked the national average very closely prior to 1998. But every year since then, our teen unemployment rate has been dramatically higher than the national average and continues to this day. Similarly, the percentage of teens working. We used to have a very strong advantage in Washington of having more teens employed than the rest of the country. That advantage was entirely erased within the first few years of the minimum wage initiative's passage.
Maxford, it is a pleasure to have you on the program. I'm going to encourage people to take a look at the whole report, and I can't thank you enough for the time. You're listening to The Lars Larson Show.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. The Marine Corps says the 12 Marines who were in 2 helicopters that crashed off Hawaii are considered dead. The status of the missing Marines changed to deceased after days of searching for them. One of the Marines, Ty Hart, was from Staten. Eamon Bundy, the leader of the group occupying the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge, has been talking with the FBI, and the FBI released a statement saying they want to resolve the conflict peacefully. Bundy says they're prepared to defend themselves.
We didn't come in here to, blind, and we didn't come in here ignorant to what the possibilities could be.
Bundy says their goal is to turn over control of the refuge to the county, although county officials say they don't want control. Oregonian Bill Johnson, the first American skier to win an Olympic downhill title, has died after a long illness. He was 55. Johnson's health has been on the decline for several years after a series of strokes. Bill London, KPNW.
Oregon's Game Megabucks jackpot is over $6 million. Buy yours today.
Creative Clock is having a sale, a Black Friday sale, liquidation sale, moving sale, super sale. Call it whatever you like, but you have to see it for yourself. Creative Clock on Conger is having a once-in-a-lifetime sale, and it's happening right now. Creative Clock at 730 Conger in Eugene.
Are you tired of commuting to a job that makes someone else rich? Working harder than ever, but getting nowhere? Do you hate spending hundreds of dollars every week on daycare? Having someone else raise your children? With our opportunities, you can start earning money as soon as next week. You get to be the boss, work from home, and live a happier life. At Be the Boss Network, you'll find hundreds of work-from-home opportunities that you can literally start today and be earning money as soon as next week. Go to freedom49.com and start earning money as soon as next week. You get to be the boss. Get out of the rat race. Work from home. Go to freedom49.com right now and change your life today. That's freedom49.com. Go to freedom49.com and start earning money as soon as next week. You be the boss. Go to freedom49.com.
News Radio, I'm Pam Puso. 75 million people are in the path of a monster snowstorm.
We see this as a major storm. It has life and death implications.
Washington, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser, where 30 inches could fall. The storm already blamed on 8 traffic-related deaths in Atlantic City, New Jersey. Snow isn't the only threat.
We certainly have what we anticipate to be flooding in all of the low-lying areas at each of the high tides on Saturday and Sunday.
Mayor Don Guardian. A school in Canada is locked down following a shooting. The school located in an Aboriginal community.
A tribal elder has said that at least 2 people are dead, and a nurse has spoken to Canadian television saying that at least 2 people are being treated for gunshot wounds.
Sky News reporter Hannah Thomas Peter. Fox News, we report, you decide.
Today, my new dad threw a barbecue.
Today, my new son and I threw a barbecue.
There were burgers and chicken.
I burnt everything. The burgers, the chicken, the salad.
They were delicious.
They were awful.
And then we had watermelon.
I'm allergic to watermelon.
And then we played catch.
I broke Mr. Lewis's window, Mrs. Wakeham's window, Mrs. Wakeham's windshield. And then, somehow, my hand. My hand!
And then my dad even let me drive his car.
The hospital's on the right! It was a rough day.
It was a great day.
You don't have to be perfect to be a perfect parent. Thousands of kids in foster care will take you just as you are. For more information on how you can adopt, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
I can solve difficult problems for a Fortune 500 company.
I can run a successful business.
I can manage your home improvements.
I can publicize your message.
I can motivate your audience.
I can put my military experience to work for your company.
I can teach your children.
I can boost your bottom line.
I can add value to your workplace.
I could be a loyal and productive employee.
But I can't put my skills to work for your organization
if I'm not given the opportunity.
If you don't recognize my talents and ability.
If you don't hire me.
If you don't have an open mind and a workplace that's open to everyone.
If you don't realize that America works best when everybody works.
What can you do?
What can you do?
What can you do?
You can remember that it worked.
It's what people can do.
It's what people can do that matters.
Nearly 50 million Americans have disabilities. Capitalize on their talents with employment practices that benefit everyone. Learn more at whatcanyoudocampaign.org.
You wanted to be a teacher when you were little, but you grew up and things changed. Well, it's time to put it back on your list. Innovative things are happening in teaching today, and you can be a part of it.
Make more. Teach. Visit teach.org. Brought to you by Teach and the Ad Council.
The Wake Up Call with Holloway in London. Weekdays 6 a.m. to 9. And Lars Larson now. We're 1120 KPNW.
Great show in Las Vegas. And I've got Governor Rick Perry here with me, who's now in not quite retirement. You said you just built a house and you're working harder than ever.
I don't know anything about retirement. Not in my vocabulary.
Let me ask you, though, we're standing here amidst a lot of people who are gun enthusiasts, gun manufacturers, and gun retailers. Are our gun rights at risk right now with the current administration?
Oh, sure, with the current administration, and I think certainly with either one of the nominees on the Democrat side, whether it's Hillary Clinton or Bernie Sanders. And particularly this administration, because we have an issue with this president who is he'll write an executive order tomorrow to, attack our constitutional rights. He doesn't care.
But do you think he can actually get something done with those, or is this just going to be, he's going to throw this in, sign the executive order, he'll leave office, it'll go to the courts, it'll get defeated, or do we really risk real loss?
It doesn't matter. Understood. And I say it doesn't matter because he's there, his intention, and we need to be on point. We need to be treating this like it is the serious issue that I think it is. Just because he can't pass something through, he's got individuals and agencies that are going to be there for years. The next president of the United States, particularly if it's a Republican, has to go through and methodically root out these individuals, I think, that are anti-United States Constitution. I mean, clearly putting men and women who are committed to hard work of going after individuals that Barack Obama has put in these agencies with no other agenda but to create weakness in this country. Listen, you couldn't have put together, you couldn't have put a plan together to hurt the American energy industry any more than what he's done with Iran. He's given them $150 billion or so that they're going to use to promote terrorism. They're able to sell their oil into the world market.
500,000 barrels a day starting now.
And we got people being put out of work in Pennsylvania, in North and South Dakota, in Texas, because this president has no idea about international affairs from the standpoint of how it's affecting the economy of our country. I'm stunned at his either lack of intellect or his flat not caring about the American people.
So Governor Perry, the other night during his State of the Union address, when you saw him say, hey, how do you like that $2 gas, and a little smile on his face like he had something to do with it, what went through your head?
Well, listen, I think all of us like to buy things for less than what we were paying for them.
Yeah.
But when it comes to trying to take it, and say, that's because of me, that's a whole different story. And the fact is, this is a president who stood up and took credit for a whole lot of things. You know how it struck me? I kind of see an analogy of an ant sitting on a log in a raging river, thinking they're guiding this log where it's going. That's what Barack Obama reminds me of.
Now, let me ask you something. You talked about taking this seriously. You and I take it seriously. I own guns. If I wasn't here in Nevada, I'd be carrying a gun today back at home. You have guns down there. In fact, I've got a gun that was named the Coyote Special because you know how to use a gun when a coyote goes after your puppy dog. But tell me this, is the Republican Party taking this threat seriously enough, and is the Republican Congress doing what it should be doing to push back against this president, or can they?
I'm not going to be an apologist for the United States Congress at this particular point in time, but there are organizations out there that are. The NRA, there is not an organization anywhere that's doing more to bring this to the attention of the American people than the National Rifle Association, and rightfully so. I think the Republican Party takes it seriously, but I think we need to have this conversation as we go through this primary process. And these folks that have been on the wrong side of some of these issues out there, if you were for a assault weapons ban at one time, why'd you change your mind? I've never been for that.
Neither have I.
And I think that's one of the things that Donald Trump's got to answer to.
Well, and let me ask you about that. What about this fight that's going on between Trump and Cruz?
Well, Cruz has always been right on the Second Amendment. You can't show me a place that Ted Cruz hadn't been right on the Second Amendment. And listen, Donald Trump seems to be able to, change his mind on things, and I don't know whether...
Is that okay?
No, hell no, it's not okay.
Last September, I read his Second Amendment statement that he released when he was rolling out his campaign, and I thought, well, if he means what he says and he'll stick by it, this is good stuff. I read through it line by line.
I'm a big believer in giving people second chances, and folks who have had real conversions. But is it a real conversion? I think that's...
What do you think?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Well, here's what I do know. That most of us, if we've had a big change of heart, the media reminds us of it on a regular basis. So if they keep reminding, keep asking them questions.
They don't necessarily remind the Democrats.
So I got a real charge out of this spin up over New York values during the last debate, and I told somebody, I said, come on, I mean, please. We've been making fun of each other for years. Remember the old Pace Pecani sauce ad? New York City, get a rope. Oh, I mean, I guess, Mr. Trump would have said, oh, I am taking offense that you would come and lynch my people. Well, no, we're just, we're having fun with this. Yeah, we love the people of New York, and on September the 11th, we were all New Yorkers. Please. But come on, have some fun, man. Lighten up. We can joke about each other. I'm pretty sure people have made fun of Texans for a long time. I remember them talking about George W. Bush and his lack of intellect. That's anyway.
Hey, Governor Perry, so what happens if Trump stays in the lead? If he ends up getting the nomination
he'll be our nominee. I mean, that's the...
And you'll support him?
Oh, of course. Listen, come on. Anybody that's in the race today on the Republican side, or that has gotten out, I mean, who knows? This could go to a brokered convention. I mean, there's a real theory out there that you have a primary process that you can't get to the needed number of delegates, and you go to a brokered convention. At that particular time, it's all over. I mean, Scott Walker comes back in, Bobby Jindal comes back in, I come back in. I mean, all these people they'll get nominated. Now, how it gets worked out, who knows? But my point is, every one of those individuals, whether it's Bobby Jindal or it's Scott Walker, or it's Rick Perry, they're already out. Plus the ones that are in, any of those individuals are substantially better prepared to lead America and to carry America forward in the right-of-center way that most Americans are. We believe in the Second Amendment. We believe in defending our families. We believe in the sanctity of life. We believe in having a strong military. We believe in America projecting our interest around the world. I don't think Hillary Clinton or Bernie Sanders can do that.
Brokered convention, you'd throw your name back in.
No. And listen, don't take that as... I'm just saying,
asking. It's interesting.
It'll be introduced if there's a brokered convention. As hell, Lars Larson may be introduced.
No, I was born in Taiwan, so I'm not eligible. But let me ask you, I'm sorry, Governor, perhaps throw that in. I've been told that since first grade. You can't run for president. You were born outside the country. But tell me this, brokered convention, should conservative Americans fear that the slightly to the left Republican establishment is then going to walk in, take control, and they will pick their establishment choice instead of what the people want?
Well, here's my observation. I think you will have a very activist group of Republicans that are right of center of the Republican Party that'll be there. So the idea that somehow or another, quote, the establishment people are going to come in, no, these are the most active Republicans, and by and large they're going to be pro-life, pro-traditional values, pro-military, pro-economic, getting America back on an economic footing. And again, interesting scenario that could happen.
Well, let me ask you, how is it possible? I'm a conservative. I'm pro-life. I'm pro-Second Amendment. I'm pro-strong defense. How has a man like Trump caught the attention of so many people who call themselves conservatives when he obviously has so many positions that are not? Do you know?
Because Americans are really, really mad. I mean, like, I wrote the book Fed Up 5 years ago. That could be the manual for the madness of Americans right now, if you want the truth of the matter. But he's saying things that's resonating with the American people. Now, is what you're saying square with what you've done? I mean, that's the real that's the real conversation that I think people are about to have in the caucuses in Iowa, in the primaries in New Hampshire, in the primary in South Carolina. Is your rhetoric going to stand the test of time when your record doesn't back that up? Very interesting proposition there.
Governor Perry, it's a pleasure as always.
Lars,
thanks so
good
much.
to be with you, man. Get back out there and see everything that's on that SHOT Show.
Oh, we're going to. Live from SHOT Show, it's the Lars Larson Show.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Thank goodness it's Sherry's Prime Rib Friday. It's time to treat yourself with a premium cut of succulent prime rib. Choose from 2 sizes for big or small appetites. We serve it up herb-crusted or blackened, both tender and juicy, with a bottle of Northwest wine that's only half price. However you order your Sherry's Prime Rib, you'll be thankful it's Friday. Come in tonight with family and friends and see what's new at Sherry's Cafe and Pies.
Hoodoo's Backcountry Festival, presented by Three Creeks Brewery, is this Friday and Saturday. Celebrate every form of human-powered touring into the backcountry. Pack your snow tents and camp out for 2 full nights of backcountry culture at its finest. Live music from Alder Street Band, Beer Garden, and more seminars, demos, and races than ever before. Whether you ride, slide, bike, or skin into the backcountry, you won't want to miss BC Fest 2016 at Hoodoo. See race schedule, list of vendors, and all the details at skihoodoo.com.
What do you call a certified pre-owned BMW? The ultimate driving machine. And now, with select certified pre-owned BMWs, you'll receive 1 year of complimentary maintenance, ensuring the ultimate driving machine stays that way. Visit your local BMW center today to enjoy legendary performance for less than you think. BMW, the ultimate driving machine. Offer valid through February 29, 2016. Some restrictions may apply. Visit BMWUSA.com/CPO special offers for details.
Financing and leasing available by BMW Financial Services. Visit BMW of Eugene, also online at bmwofeugene.com.
America's first sustainable home and garden show returns. Now this, you've got to see. Meet designers, builders, and craftsmen that can help you create a healthy home. Discover nature-inspired design trends. Plan your projects, remodels, backyard cottage, or new home. Explore exhibits offering energy-saving products and ideas. Get the facts on solar, passive house, and the area's best green building practices. Create a better home at the Good Earth Home Garden and Living Show, Friday through Sunday at the fairgrounds. Admission is free. EugeneHomeshow.com. At this week's show, tour Oregon's tiny house roundup. From crafted cottages to a retro mod hangout. Discover big design ideas for small spaces and outdoor living rooms. From Better Homes and Gardens, Shannon Quimby. Visit the Duckling Stage to craft storybooks and art. Experience 3D printing with the U of O's product design students. Create a better life at the Good Earth Home Garden and Living Show. Admission is free Friday through Sunday at the fairgrounds. EugeneHomeshow.com.
Nothing goes better with a burger than a Budweiser. The original power couple. Beechwood aged to perfection meets grilled to perfection. The smooth taste of Bud brings out the best in a burger. The official beer of beer. The official food of food. No Bud, no burger. This could be a debate, but it's not. Budweiser, this Bud's for you. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Budweiser Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
The hometown advantage. It's up and down Main Street. It's also in the office downtown, the factory by the river, and the farm down the road. That's because most folks who work here love living here. They care about this community. They work hard to succeed, and that makes a difference. At EugeneHelpWanted.com, we're proud to work our hometown advantage around the clock, connecting local employers to local job seekers. Post your job today on EugeneHelpWanted.com. Local jobs that work. The hometown advantage. You see it in the shops and offices downtown, in our factories, schools, and farms. Jeff the accountant has it. So do Corey in IT and Amber, the vet tech. They found local jobs at EugeneHelpWanted.com. It's where local employers find local workers like you, people who care about this community. Search jobs and apply online right now. Get the advantage of finding a job close to home at EugeneHelpWanted.com. Local jobs that work.
Today, I consider myself the luckiest man on the face of the earth.
We all know those iconic words, spoken by Lou Gehrig 75 years ago. We all know the ball player, the durable Iron Horse, who played in 2,130 consecutive games. Lou ended his speech with a message of hope.
Been given a bad break, but I've got an awful lot to live for.
2 years later, the pride of the Yankees died of the terrible illness that bears his name, Lou Gehrig's disease, or ALS. Although there is still no cure, the reason for hope is stronger than ever. Help bring us even closer to a research breakthrough for ALS. Join the team. Join the ALS Association in the fight to find treatments and a cure for ALS. Go to alsa.org/75 for more information.
Hi, Mom. Is Claire's birthday party today? Me again, Mom. Where did I put my history book? Hi. Sorry, forgot one last thing. Sometimes it's hard to concentrate. At school, I start looking out the window, and then I forget what I was supposed to be thinking about. I know it seems like I don't care, but I do. It's just difficult for me. Love you, Mom. Bye.
Join parents and experts at understood.org, a free online resource about learning and attention issues to help your child thrive. Brought to you by understood.org and the Ad Council.
Your 24-hour news, weather, and information station. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Welcome back to the Lars Larson Show. Glad to get your phone calls and your emails at 866-HEY-LARS. That's 866-439-5277. Producer Tony is with me here at Chacho. And before we go to Liz Pike, the latest breaker is that there's new information that some of the information that Hillary Clinton exposed to what they say is certain hacking of her private email system involved information from human spying. In other words, the people we have on the ground, HUMINT. Now, you tell me, somebody who's a Democrat, you tell me that you're planning to vote for a woman who would expose America in that way, and you think she ought to be commander-in-chief. Representative Liz Pike joins me now from Washington State. How you doing, Representative Pike?
I'm doing great, Lars. Thanks so much for being gracious enough to let me talk on your radio show with you today. And one of the things I wanted to mention today was we have some firearms bills that are moving through the legislature. You know, each year when we go back to Olympia, there's always an assault on our Second Amendment rights. And I want to just tell you just a little bit briefly about a couple of those measures. But first of all, I'm a proud owner of firearms. I'm an NRA member, and those in my family and I, we believe in absolutely exercising personal responsibility, how we store them and keep them safe and make sure that we keep them out of the hands of folks that shouldn't have them. And but one of the things I want to tell you about was a bill. It's HB 2460, and it was heard in the House Judiciary Committee yesterday. And it basically is the first step toward removing the preemption that protects us in our Constitution of keeping and bear arms, particularly when you think about a lot of people in my district and across the state exercise their right to concealed carry their firearms for personal protection.
Right.
And this bill basically would allow authorities, so cities and counties, in kind of a hodgepodge patchwork pattern, could ban your ability to carry a concealed firearm in certain public places. So imagine you're going to drive across the state and you want to carry your concealed firearm with you. You could be illegal in one city or county and legal in another. It also, so basically, think about it this way, it creates a whole bunch more gun-free zones, and we all know what happens when we have gun-free zones. Unfortunately, they become killing zones. And this bill is a step in the wrong direction, and I think it also is just another way to do a slow degradation of our constitutional rights and freedoms. And one of these days, we're going to wake up, and we're going to have no liberty and no freedom, and it won't be just this big hammer that comes down all of a sudden once. It will just be this little slow chipping away, and hopefully people are awake and they notice this and they stop this as these things whittle away our liberties. Another bill that I also have deep concerns with is this HB 2461. It creates extreme risk protection within statute, and this is the worst case scenario. But you know, Lark, when you're looking at these bills, you always have to imagine what is the worst consequence that could happen with this bill, because that will bear out. So if you have an ex-husband or ex-wife or ex-girlfriend or boyfriend, whatever the case is, and they're mad at you because you've just broken up, they could have lived in your house at any time in the last 2 years and fabricate a story about your mental health or your mental fitness, and without much due process, they could force you through the courts to surrender your firearms for a period of 1 to 5 years. And, you know, as you know, Lars, the evidentiary standards are really low in these kinds of situations. So both these bills, big concerns about them, and because the House is controlled by one party, it is likely that one or both of those will actually get out of the committee, and hopefully they won't get moved off the House floor, because we do have some great freedom-loving Democrats that join with us on these types of issues. But I just wanted to give you a quick update on that. There are 2 other bills that look like they're dead for the year. One was a tax on rounds ammunition, and then there was a big ban on certain types of firearms. They both appear dead, and they're not going to be even heard in the committee.
Next week or the week after, when we have more time, we should talk as well about the bill that allows for the police to destroy all the forfeited firearms they may take into custody, and that's foolish. And the one about child endangerment, but we'll have to do that another day. Representative Pike, I very much appreciate your time. We're live at SHOT Show. We come down here every year. It's a great event to come to. Unfortunately, not open to the public, but you're listening to the Lars Larson Show. The national show is next.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
As a business owner, I can tell you that your company is only as good as the people you hire. But when you're short-staffed, there's no time to deal with all the different job sites. Until now. Thanks to ZipRecruiter.com, I can post to 100-plus job sites with one single click and have the highest chance of finding that perfect candidate. Plus, you can instantly be matched to candidates from over 6 million resumes. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports100. Again, ZipRecruiter.com/sports100.
How long would you wait for your shower to get hot? How long would you wait for your cell phone to fully charge? How long would you wait to get relief from your nasal congestion? If you're congested now and you want powerful relief now, use Afrin No Drip. Afrin starts working in seconds and keeps working for 12 hours. So, why wait? When you can start to get relief in seconds with Afrin. Afrin, powerful congestion relief without the wait. Use as directed. For more information, go to Afrin.com.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. Firming oil prices were among the things that helped the stock market. The Dow Jones Industrial shot up 210 points, 1.3% to 16,093. The Nasdaq closed 119 points higher. The S&P 500 gained 38. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration says the recall of vehicles equipped with Takata airbags will be expanded after a 9th fatality was linked to the defective airbags. The agency expects to add millions of vehicles to the recall list. 2015 was the best year for sales of existing homes since 2006, and it ended on a high note. Realtors say sales surged 14.7% last month to an annual rate of 5.46 million. Prices were up, inventories were down. And 21st Century Fox has high hopes for a 10-part TV series about the O.J. Simpson trial. The program could break audience records for the FX cable network. It debuts February 2nd. Jeff Bellinger, Bloomberg Radio.
Depend on us for breaking news from the local neighborhood to the global one. We are News Radio 1120 KPNW, Eugene, Springfield.
Fox News Radio, I'm Kathleen Maloney. 6,000 flights canceled for today and tomorrow as a blizzard blasts the Deep South, Mid-Atlantic, and the Northeast. The Washington, D.C. area is in the bullseye of the storm. Fox News Radio's Jared Halpern is in Silver Spring, Maryland.
Just a couple of hours in, and already a few inches are covering roads and sidewalks. Plows are doing what they can to keep up with the storm, expected to cripple the capital region. Buses have stopped running. The D.C. subway system, which spans into Virginia and Maryland, closes tonight. It won't reopen until Monday. So far, the snow is light, pretty fluffy, but as it intensifies, it will get wetter, heavier. It will mix with blizzard-inducing winds, testing power lines. Utility companies are warning customers here to be prepared for power outages that will linger into next week, Kathleen.
Thanks, Jared. Stay safe. Snow isn't the only thing this storm is packing.
Icing is really a big concern that we're dealing with across parts of North Carolina. Interstate 95, Interstate 40, you got to stay off of them because they're going to be absolutely impassable.
Fox News meteorologist Rick Reichmuth. At least 7 people died in storm-related crashes in the south, and there were 2 tornadoes in Mississippi. Strong winds up to 50 or 60 miles an hour, high tides, and flooding. Issues for coastal areas like Atlantic City.
We need to be concerned about the residents if we needed a full-scale evacuation, and even if we have a suggested voluntary evacuation, we just got to make sure that the roads are clear and people have easy access, safe access to leave the island.
Atlantic City Mayor Don Guardian. A shooting at a school in the Canadian province of Saskatchewan. 2 deaths reported. Stocks posting their first weekly gain in 4 weeks. The Dow climbing 210 points. You're listening to Fox News Radio. Fair and balanced.
Tammy's blood boiled.
Ridiculous.
How dare they not let her on the cheer squad?
Who wants to cheer?
She could totally cheer as good as those other girls, especially Mara. Well, Tammy would get her revenge. She found Mara's car and her brand new cheer uniform was hanging right in the window. She reached in and stole it. Then, the theft was covered, thanks to a farmer's agent. Cheer burglar, January 19th, 2014. Talk to farmers. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Me come back there. Oh, no, that's not tough enough at all. Kids can sense weakness. Don't make me come back there. Ooh, yeah, that's better. In fact, that kind of sounded like my dad. Weird.
You don't have to be perfect to be a perfect parent. There are thousands of teens in foster care who would love to listen to you practice your dad voice. Call 1-888-200-4005 or visit adoptuskids.org for more information. This message brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt Us Kids, and...
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. A bureaucratic mistake is costing a Springfield neighborhood their community garden. Last week, residents were told the federal funds that help build their homes also meant the gardens are prohibited due to safety concerns. Reviews done before the houses were built didn't take federal rules into account. The mistake was caught by the Department of Housing and Urban Development, and a new report requiring the dismantling of the garden was approved January 11th. A tenured instructor at Lane Community College has accused the school of failing to address her concerns about a male student she says stalked her. Nadia Raza is accusing LCC officials of negligence, discrimination, retaliation, and denying her equal protection. She says she went to administrators after a student turned in an assignment in which he wrote that he was affiliated with neo-Nazis, then emailed her repeatedly asking her to meet off campus. She says she felt threatened because she's a Pakistani-American Muslim woman. Oregon Senator Ron Wyden is joining other Democrats and anti-gun groups to get federal funding for a Centers for Disease Control study into gun violence.
With the facts, policymakers and healthcare practitioners, law enforcement officials, and others can better understand the basic causes of gun violence and how best to stop it.
Anti-gun groups have been trying to get the funding for years. Bill London, KPNW.
If you have kids, you've probably wondered how you're going to pay for their college education. That's a great question. And fortunately, you can get some great answers at a free How to Pay for College seminar, Saturday, January 30th in Eugene. Financial, scholarship, and 529 plan experts will help you explore your federal and state financial aid options. Learn how to apply for scholarship money and discover all the tax advantages of the Oregon College Savings Plan. This is a free seminar, so the only thing you'll spend is a little time. It's happening Saturday, January 30th at 11 a.m. at the Eugene Library. You can even reserve a seat online at OregonCollegeSavings.com. That's OregonCollegeSavings.com. If you've got questions about paying for college, we've got answers. Saturday, January 30th at 11 a.m. at the Eugene Library.
Consider the investment objectives, risks, charges, and expenses before investing in the Oregon College Savings Plan. Please visit OregonCollegeSavings.com for a plan disclosure booklet with more information. Read it carefully. Investments in the plan are neither insured nor guaranteed, and there is the risk of investment loss. Tia Craft Tuition Financing, Inc. is the plan manager.
Oregon's Game Megabucks jackpot is over $6 million. Buy yours today.
Chipala Mexican Restaurant. So good. Chipala Mexican Restaurant. So good.
Hi, this
this is Erin. I think we have one of the best lunch menus around. We serve you quick so you can take your time and enjoy your meal, or visit and talk business. Try lunch at Chapala Mexican Restaurant in Oakways Center and 29th near Willamette.
Chapala Mexican Restaurant. So good.
It's 3:06 and time for Hour 1 of Glenn Beck here on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
A certain presidential candidate claiming Ted Cruz is now worse than Hillary Clinton. What's amazing is the GOP establishment is now agreeing with him. Wait until I share an article that talks about how the GOP would rather turn up, because they think that Donald Trump will lose, they'd rather turn the keys to the party over to Donald Trump for a 4-month period and lose than turn the keys over to Ted Cruz. They are also accusing him now as somebody who is owned by the banks and a really nasty guy. We thought maybe we should talk to the guy who might know him best. His dad, Rafael Cruz, joins us right now.
All we want is
What you're about to hear is the fusion of entertainment and enlightenment. This is the Glenn Beck Program.
Absolutely amazing article in the New York Times. The New York Times. Quote, he's got the right personality and he's a deal maker, said Robert Dole, the former Republican senator and 96 presidential candidate, about Donald Trump. Of course, this willingness, now quoting the New York Times, of course, this willingness to accommodate Mr. Trump is driven in part by the fact that few among the Republican professional class believe that he would actually win in a general election. In the minds of the Republican establishment, it would be better to effectively rent the party in two and give it to Donald Trump for 4 months this fall through the general election than risk it turning over to Mr. Cruz for the next 4 years. And even if Mr. Trump somehow finds his way into the White House, the longtime Washington hands envision him operating as a pragmatist, leaving their power unchecked. Says Richard Holt, veteran lobbyist in Washington, we can live with Trump, reflecting the sentiment of his colleagues in last week's meeting of the Republican National Committee in Charleston, South Carolina. Do they all love Trump? No. But there's a feeling that he's not going to layer over the party or install his own person, whereas Cruz will bring his own people in. That's the New York Times. That's what's really happening here. I want to spend some time talking to a guy who, because I honestly, when I first interviewed Ted Cruz, I said to him, you know, you talk a good game, but I don't trust any of you weasels. You're all politicians to me. And if you go to Washington and you don't do exactly what you said, I'm going to be your worst stinking nightmare. And quite honestly, I've lost several friends because of this, because I mean it when I say it. I'm not going to, because I play golf with you, I'm not going to hold back. The country is at stake. We're doing this for our children, not for my popularity or not for my pleasure or not for favors. We're doing this for our children and to save our country. Ted Cruz went to Washington and did exactly what he said he would do, but I knew he would after I heard a speech by his father, Rafael Cruz, who joins us now. Rafael, how are you, sir?
Glenn, so great to be with you.
I don't know, have we ever had you on radio before?
I think we've only been on TV several times, not on the radio.
You have a fascinating story because you actually fought in Cuba for Fidel Castro?
Well, you know, the revolution in Cuba started in the high schools and the universities because we had a very oppressive military dictatorship in the early 50s. And there was this guy that rose up, this charismatic leader, talking about hope and change. Of course, he never told us change to what. But we all followed him. We thought he was going to be a freedom fighter. And he was going to bring liberty to the country.
Because at that time, people were tired of the regime that you had, wanted to get rid of it, and he seemed like people were, if I may, people were, we got to do something.
Yes.
And this guy will stop the madness. Right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And, you know, it's very interesting. He presented himself as the opposite of what he turned out to be.
Because you didn't know, you were not a Marxist.
No, I mean, nobody knew this guy was a Marxist. Now, since then, you know, in the book that I just got released, I found some research that indicates that Castro was a communist as early as when he was 17 years old. And he was very heavily involved in the Bogota riots in 1948, long before the Cuban Revolution. And so that was an eye-opener, but my real eye-opener was when I went back to Cuba after Castro took over, and I saw how he began attacking freedom of the press, began attacking freedom of religion, began confiscating private property, and redistributing the wealth. I think we've heard those terms before, haven't we?
Yes, we have. Yes, we have. You were not a religious guy, and the name of your book is A Time for Action, Empowering the Faithful to Reclaim America by Rafael Cruz. You went through that. You saw what was happening. Then you came over here, and I'm butchering your story because you have this great story of coming over here and falling in love with America and finding God. But now you are seeing what's happening in America. And you see the point that we're in right now. Any doubt in your mind that we are at the point of decision?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, America is at the edge of a precipice. But this didn't start yesterday.
Yeah.
It actually is something that has actually started at the beginning of the last century.
Yeah.
With progressivism.
Yes.
And then the Bolshevik Revolution in 1917 and the influence of communism. And then in 1933, when the Humanist Manifesto was published. You know, one of the principal signers of the Humanist Manifesto was John Dewey. John Dewey was a member of the American Communist Party. John Dewey is also considered the father of American education. So American education from 1933 on was immersed in secular humanism and in all these Marxist concepts that have just permeated through American education today, especially with the advent of Common Core, which is not really about standards. It's about brainwashing kids into a secular humanistic worldview.
I will say this, that I just talked to somebody yesterday who, you remember the movie Not Without My Daughter? Sally Field was in it, and it was about a family going over to Iran. The father is radicalized, mom doesn't know it. They try to keep them there. They beat the mother and the child, and the mother and child escape. She's in first grade by the time she escapes. Well, I just talked to the daughter yesterday, and she was on TV with me. And she's now in her 20s, and she was telling me what that was like. And we talked off the air, and she said, you know, the amazing thing is she said, Iran was a theocratic state. And they were feeding in school in every shape and form from the government. They were shaping God, 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 God. Allah, 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 Allah. And she said, it frightened me. She said, then I came here to the United States, and she said, I began to see, as she got into college, with a professor who ridiculed her and dragged her across the coals for saying that God created the heavens and the earth. And she said, I realized the indoctrination is happening here. It's just the opposite of what was happening in Iran. They're teaching, they're indoctrinating. There is no God. The state is the God.
Absolutely. And as a matter of fact, back to a story of when Castro took over Cuba, and this is a true story about soldiers coming to a kindergarten class and telling the kids, close your eyes and pray to God for candy. Where's the candy? No candy. All right, close your eyes again and pray to Fidel for candy. And while the kids had their eyes closed very quietly, those soldiers would place candy on the desk. You see, we got to realize when we see all the persecution of religious freedom in America, that fundamentally that is just a means to an end, and the end is to make government your God. And to make government your God, you must destroy the concept of God. That's what's behind this attack on religion in America today.
You guys have come under attack, and I don't really want to talk about personalities involved in this, but you guys have come under attack. And the first attack was, well, I don't know any evangelicals that come out of Cuba, which is really an anti-Catholic slur. He was using that to slur Catholicism and say, really, that only Catholics come out of there.
Well, as a matter of fact, I was very secular when I came out of Cuba.
Right.
And actually, I only really had my eyes open to the reality of Jesus Christ when I was 35 years old. Actually, I just turned 36. So, unfortunately, the first 35 years of my life were spent in a very secular manner.
And then you became a preacher.
Well, I'll tell you, I had my eyes open in 1975, and I had a personal experience with Jesus Christ, and I surrendered my life to Christ as my Lord and my Savior and Master, and it revolutionized my life.
Tell me about the faith of your son.
Well, you know, my son, unlike me, he came to Christ when he was 8 years old. So he didn't have to go through all that nightmare that I went through with alcohol and everything else. Without God, without any revelation that there was anything else than this life, I lived a fast life. Ted, fortunately, you know, I came to Christ when he was 4 years old. So I began reading the Word of God to him when he was 4 years old, and began reading a children's Bible to him, and just laying the foundations of the Word of God when he was 4. And then when he was 8, at a summer camp, he surrendered his life to Christ. And, you know, he's lived by basically those Judeo-Christian principles, which is what has made America great. Which, by the way, Glenn, as you well know, are the principles that are the foundation of our Constitution. And that's what's made our country the greatest country on the face of the earth. I love this country so much.
You say in your book, and I have to take a break, but when we come back, you say it's time, that's the name of the book, A Time for Action. And you lay out a few things in the book. You say, these are the things that if you are faithful and you want to reclaim America for its founding principles, you have to do a few things.
That's right.
So let's go through those when we come back.
All right.
When Tanya suggests that I take a do-it-yourself project on at home, a DIY project, I go into full DIFU mode, which...
Wait,
wait, huh?
I'm not familiar with it.
You're not familiar with that one?
No.
Well, it's do it yourself, and the other one is do it for us. I don't know what you thought it was.
Okay, because, I was confused.
Yeah, no. DIFU is do it for us. Yes.
Okay.
And I like to get somebody else to do it for us, because really all of my talents for doing things at home start and stop at hanging pictures. And that's really, and I need my daughter Hannah to help me on that one.
Oh, I have a hard time doing that.
Yeah, so it's not good. So I am now an official certified experienced DIYer when it comes to blinds and shades and shutters and drapes, because I have actually done it myself with blinds.com. If you have a naked window or a window treatment you ignore because it's gotten
the dangling broken thingy hanging from it, Blinds.com will help you get it done. They'll get you on the phone with you. They'll help you select the right blinds. They'll help you measure. They'll help you hang them like a pro. And this month, when you buy 3 blinds, you'll get the 4th blind free. Go to Blinds.com and use the promo code BECK. Free samples, free shipping, free expert advice, and prices that are a lot less than they are in these big box stores. It's Blinds.com. Right now, get your 4th blind free with the promo code BECK. It's Blinds.com.
Glenn Beck.
Explore all the Blaze has to offer at theblaze.com/radio. The Blaze Radio Network.
We've been talking now for over a year about Shave Secret and how it's totally transformed so many people's shaving experience. It's a shaving oil, and it has saved so many of my friends' sensitive skin from nicks, ingrown hairs, and dry skin. Just a few drops, and it'll make your best shave, too. Try it. Just like Bill Weiss. He wrote in, he said, Glenn, when I first purchased Shave Secret, it was for a cross-country bicycle trip. Shave Secret worked exactly how I hoped. In fact, so much so that when I returned home, I stopped using my old cream shaving product. In addition to a much better shave and a nice feel after each use, I found out that my razor also lasted longer. No matter who you are, where you're from, you're going to end up loving Shave Secret. End the woes of shaving once and for all. Try Shave Secret and let me know how it changed your old shaving routine. Shave Secret, for the best shave ever. Available today at Walmart Supercenters, ShaveSecret.com, Amazon.com, Navy and Marine Corps exchanges.
Northwest Alternative Health Eugene's premier medical marijuana clinic has a new location. Yes, we've moved to 1675 West 11th Suite B on the corner of 11th and Chambers. Having a medical marijuana card gives you exclusive access to medicine otherwise not available for recreational users, lower prices at the dispensaries, and higher limits for possession and growing. To get your card, drop by our new location or give us a call at 888-920-6076 or visit us online at ommpcard.com.
This is a referral service. Calls will be routed to an independent referral insurance agency.
Do you know the #1 cause of bankruptcy? No, it's not losing your job or running up credit card debt. It's not even divorce. It's medical costs. If you and your family don't have health insurance, just one serious illness or accident could be financially devastating. But now there's good news, really good news. A health insurance hotline has been established to provide health insurance for all Americans, even uninsured Americans with pre-existing conditions. Now anyone can get health insurance even if you have a pre-existing medical condition. I repeat, now anyone can get health insurance coverage. Call now for a free no-obligation quote on affordable health plans available to you. Again, this is a free hotline for anyone, even if you have pre-existing conditions. Protect you and your family from sudden unexpected medical costs. Call the free health insurance hotline right now at 1-800-841-0007. That's 1-800-841-0007. Call 1-800-841-0007.
When Dad needed help getting around, I became his driver. Soon enough, it was up to me to be his housekeeper and financial manager, too. When he moved in, I became his cook and even his nurse. But no matter what roles I play, I know I'm still his daughter.
We understand the roles you play. So to help, we created aarp.org/caregiving, where you can connect with experts and other caregivers. Visit aarp.org/caregiving. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
50,000 watts and worldwide. Catch all of your favorite News Radio 1120 KPNW shows streaming live at kpnw.com.
The Glenn Beck Program.
I'm going to be with you. Rafael Cruz is our guest. Going to be with you on Saturday. Tomorrow, I'm going to be with you in Iowa, and I'm looking forward to it. We were just talking during the break about the Washington cartel that doesn't want to lose their influence. And in your book, you talk about the action steps that people have to take. It is a time for action. So what are the action steps? First one, make sure everybody understands that voting is their civic responsibility.
Absolutely. If we don't vote, Glenn, we become part of the problem. One of the things that really shocked me, right after the 2014 elections, George Barna had did a survey among evangelical Christians, just evangelical Christians. And he said among evangelical Christians, whom estimates are around 89 million, there were 12 million not registered to vote and another 26 million that didn't vote. That's 38 million evangelical Christians that didn't vote. That doesn't include Catholics and LDS and others that we don't know what the statistics are there.
This is just evangelicals.
This is just evangelicals. And as a matter of fact, that figure goes anywhere from 38 million to 58 million. So 40 to 50 or 60% not voting. So in essence, it becomes our fault. And they have used a series of excuses for not voting, like separation of church and state, which is not in the Constitution, it's not in the Declaration. As a matter of fact, it comes from a letter that the Danbury Baptists from Connecticut wrote to Thomas Jefferson, because they were afraid that this new constitutional representative republic will impose on them a state religion like their forefathers had flown from 200 years before. And so Jefferson addresses this letter with another letter. Three things about that letter. First of all, he says, believing with you that in matters of faith and religion, those are only between you and your God. In other words, no one has the right to interfere. Number two, he says that their legislature shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. In other words, he quotes verbatim the First Amendment of the Constitution. And then he says, thus building a wall of separation between church and state. If we look at those three statements in context, it is absolutely clear that Jefferson is talking about a one-way wall. A one-way wall to prevent government from imposing a state religion upon we the people. A one-way wall to prevent government from interfering with our free exercise of religion. In no way, shape, or form can you infer that Jefferson was saying that people of faith should be divorced from the civic society.
And that's what people are arguing now.
Absolutely, but you know, Jesus said the opposite. Jesus said that we are to be salt and light. Well, light is worthless unless you point it to darkness. Salt as a preserver is worthless unless you put it upon that which you want to preserve. And so what has happened is too many Christians have divorced themselves from the political process. You know, Jesus said also, render unto God the things that are God's, and render unto Caesar the things that are Caesar. Too many Christians have interpreted that, divorce yourself from Caesar. Divorce yourself from the civic society, but that's not what he said. We have a responsibility. As a matter of fact, you know, you and I were talking earlier about how the model for government has changed. Historically, that model has always been authority comes from God to the government to the people. This is a man-made model. And kings and tyrants have used this model historically to oppress the people, justifying it by saying, well, my authority comes from God, so I have the right to oppress you. But when those framers were on their knees, seeking revelation from God, revelation is what they got. And God gave them a totally different model for government. No longer authority flows from God to the government to the people, but rather authority flows from God to the people to the government.
Rafael Cruz is our guest today. We're going to continue to talk to him. He says it's time for action, and he has 5 points in a new book called A Time for Action. If you've never heard Rafael Cruz, you don't know why I feel so deeply about Ted Cruz. The acorn does not fall far from the tree.
The Glenn Beck Program.
The Blaze Radio Network.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. The Marine Corps says the 12 Marines who were in 2 helicopters that crashed off Hawaii are considered dead. The status of the missing Marines changed to deceased after days of searching for them. One of the Marines, Ty Hart, was from Staten. Eamon Bundy, the leader of the group occupying the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge, has been talking with the FBI, and the FBI released a statement saying they want to resolve the conflict peacefully. Bundy says they're prepared to defend themselves.
We didn't come in here to, blind, and we didn't come in here ignorant to what the possibilities could be.
Bundy says their goal is to turn over control of the refuge to the county, although county officials say they don't want control. Oregonian Bill Johnson, the first American skier to win an Olympic downhill title, has died after a long illness. He was 55. Johnson's health has been on the decline for several years after a series of strokes. Bill London, KPNW.
Hoodoo's Backcountry Festival, presented by Three Creeks Brewery, is this Friday and Saturday. Celebrate every form of human-powered touring into the backcountry. Pack your snow tents and camp out for 2 full nights of backcountry culture at its finest. Live music from Alder Street Band, Beer Garden, and more seminars, demos, and races than ever before. Whether you ride, slide, bike, or skin into the backcountry, you won't want to miss BC Fest 2016 at Hoodoo. See race schedule, list of vendors, and all the details at skihoodoo.com.
What do you call a certified pre-owned BMW? The ultimate driving machine. And now, with select certified pre-owned BMWs, you'll receive 1 year of complimentary maintenance, ensuring the ultimate driving machine stays that way. Visit your local BMW center today to enjoy legendary performance for less than you think. BMW, the ultimate driving machine. Offer valid through February 29, 2016. Some restrictions may apply. Visit bmwusa.com/CPO special offers for details.
Financing and leasing available by BMW Financial Services. Visit BMW of Eugene, also online at bmwoofeugene.com.
Hi, I'm Eric Harple with Realty One Group. You've heard our ads with Glenn Beck and Lars Larson for years, and like they said, I have been the top real estate agent in Lane County for more than 5 years. But honestly, who cares? What I care about is helping you get your home sold for the most money possible within your time frame. My team and I help more home sellers sell than any other agent, and most at full price or more. How? Massive marketing. When you're number one, you can do things the others can't. I'm not bragging. I'm applying for a job. I want to be your realtor. And if you're not happy, fire me. Mind you, I think you'll be happy because our bulletproof listing offers flexible commissions, the right to sell it yourself, cancel anytime. You're in control. We sell homes for top dollar regardless of the time of year, and we put the money in your pocket. For a free information package, call 541-286-3030. Call Harple Real Estate countywide 541-286-3030 or harplehomes.com. Thank you.
Mark your calendars. Get a babysitter. Gather up your girlfriends. It's time for the 13th year of Affair of the Heart. It's Lane County's premier women's event. You've been balancing a busy life, and you deserve a night off. What could be better than fashion shopping, martinis, free samples, and great health and wellness information? The 13th annual Affair of the Heart on February 11th from 4 to 9 p.m. at the Lane Event Center. Find us on Facebook or go to theaffairoftheheart.com for details. See you there. Sponsored by Oregon Imaging Centers, Valley River Center, and Oakway Fitness.
Are you tired of commuting to a job that makes someone else rich? Working harder than ever, but getting nowhere? Do you hate spending hundreds of dollars every week on daycare? Having someone else raise your children? With our opportunities, you can start earning money as soon as next week. You get to be the boss, work from home, and live a happier life. At Be the Boss Network, you'll find hundreds of work-from-home opportunities that you can literally start today and be earning money as soon as next week. Go to freedom49.com and start earning money as soon as next week. You get to be the boss. Get out of the rat race. Work from home. Go to freedom49.com right now and change your life today. That's freedom49.com. Go to freedom49.com and start earning money as soon as next week. You be the boss. Go to freedom49.com.
It's not always easy being a dad.
Where's the fairy princess coming?
Any minute now.
What? What do you mean she's not coming?
But it's always worth it.
It's the fairy princess! It is I, Groove Zinkelpel.
The smallest moments can have the biggest impact on a child's life.
I know it's really you, Drew. I'm just pretending for the other kids.
Take time to be a dad today. Call 877-4DAD-411 or visit fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Alex Jones peers into the dark side starting at 8 p.m. It's Glenn Beck now on 1120 KPNW.
Glenn Beck program returns.
I want to talk to you about the establishment and anti-establishment and what that means coming up at the top of the hour. Right now, we're with Rafael Cruz, the father of Ted Cruz. He has a new book out called A Time for Action, Empowering the Faithful to Reclaim America. One of the reasons why Donald Trump, quite honestly, has tried to image himself so strongly as an evangelical, and I think we all know that, with 2 Corinthians that walked into a bar, but he tries to make himself look like an evangelical and a deep Christian, because if the Christians rise up, it's over. If Christians just do what they're supposed to do biblically, the whole game changes. The first thing you said, your action step number 1, was make sure everybody understands that voting is a civic responsibility. Number 2, study and share the message on biblical principles relevant to our society.
Well,
Turn your mic on right there. Yep. Push it up. There we go.
All right. Glenn, what has happened is too many pastors have been divorced from the political process, and they have just tried to be politically correct instead of biblically correct.
Mm-hmm.
The Apostle Paul in Acts chapter 20 says, "My hands are free from the blood of all men, because I have not shunned to declare unto you the whole counsel of God."
Mm-hmm.
The Bible gives an answer to every question.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, there's another survey from George Barna, which is very telling. He asked a group of pastors, do you believe that the Bible addresses every issue facing America today? 90% said yes. That sounds great until you hear the second question. The second question was, do you preach on the biblical solutions to those problems? Less than 10% said yes. So we must be able to share what are the biblical solutions, because the Bible is our guide.
We are having a problem with honesty and integrity and responsibility, let alone sanctity of life and everything else.
That's right. That's right.
And it's because we've been abandoned by the pulpit.
That's right. That's right.
Action step number 3, encourage pastors and people of faith to run for public office.
Well, there is a very interesting scripture in Proverbs chapter 29, verse 2. And it says, when the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice. When the wicked bears rule, people mourn. If the people of principle, if the people that follow the Judeo-Christian principles upon which this nation was built, which are the principles also of our Constitution and Declaration, when people follow those principles, we have harmony, we got peace, we got prosperity, people rejoice. When the wicked, those who trample upon the principles that have made America the most exceptional country in the world, when those people that just discard all those principles are in authority, we got chaos, we got economic problems, we got social problems, people mourn. But the challenge is this: if people of principle are not running for office, if people of principle are not even voting, then what's left? The wicked electing the wicked, and it becomes our fault.
People are now at a place to saying, look, they're all like that, and so I'm just going to vote. We had a caller call in and say, I've never not voted for a liar. And so I know this guy is lying, but it doesn't matter because they're all liars.
Well, but you see, that's throwing the baby with the bathwater. The thing is another comment that you hear very often. Politics is a dirty business. I don't want any part of it. Well, if people of principle say that, politics will continue to be a dirty business. What we need, if you say politics is a dirty business, is we need people of principle to run for public office, and we need for people of principle to vote for people of principle.
We're about to see if principles will actually win in this election. Action step number 4, be informed.
Absolutely. I tell often people, don't listen to the rhetoric. Look at the record. Don't listen to a politicians, what they say. Look at what they do and what they have done. Jesus put it this way: ye shall know them by their fruits. It's about time we do some fruit checking.
Yes. It's interesting. Deeds, not words. Last one you say, vote for candidates who uphold and defend biblical values.
Well, it's not enough to be informed. The problem is people have been voting tradition instead of voting conviction. They vote for a particular party because their parents or their grandparents voted for that party, regardless of whether that party stands for the principles that have made America great. We need to find where these candidates stand and vote for those that reflect those values that you believe and that have made America that shining city on a hill. Only if we do that can we restore America to the purpose for which this country was created.
The name of the book is A Time for Action by Rafael Cruz, the father of Ted Cruz. Tells his whole story and is really a very powerful story. And you will understand why, one of the reasons why I am so, I have so much confidence in Ted Cruz. I didn't at first before he went into office. He talked a good game. I said, I'll be your worst nightmare. And he looked me right in the eye and said, I know that. He has not disappointed. Before he went into office, I met his father. I listened to him speak, and the apple does not fall far from the tree. How's he doing?
He's doing great. I'll tell you, we are seeing people of faith and constitutional conservatives and Tea Party and libertarians and even Reagan Democrats come together in a coalition supporting Ted. You know, the book of Acts, chapter 1, verse 14, I'm talking about those 120 in the upper room. It says they were together in one accord. Together in one accord. If we are in one accord, supporting a man of principle, a man that says what he believes and does what he says. And I'll tell you what, I am convinced without a shadow of a doubt that person is my son, Ted Cruz. Two things you can count on Ted. He will tell you what he's going to do. He will tell you the truth. And number two, he will do exactly what he says he's going to do.
That's why the establishment hates him so much. I mean, it's amazing to me that the governor of Iowa can come out and say, you'd better stay away from Ted Cruz because Ted Cruz is against the ethanol subsidies. But this is what we always ask for. We always ask for a politician who will say right to your face, I know this is going to hurt. And he said this. I heard the speech. I know this is going to hurt. I know this isn't going to make me popular among some. But it's not right for the nation. I can't support ethanol subsidies. And I believe he got a standing ovation from that, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
And as a matter of fact, what he said is, I don't want any subsidies. I don't want the government picking winners or losers. Yeah. What I want is for free enterprise to really work in its fullest. So and he realized that it was something from the very beginning. He said, we will phase out ethanol subsidies over a period of 5 years. And I am against all kinds of subsidies. I am about the government getting out of our business, about cutting down the size, power, and scope of the federal government, and let us have the freedom to achieve our dreams by living our own lives.
Latest charges, your son is owned by the big banks.
Well, I'll tell you what, that is so ludicrous. I mean, does that mean everybody who has a home mortgage is owned by the banks? That doesn't make any sense.
Because it is, that's all it is a loan. It's not some...
Against his own money.
Yeah, it's not his secret loan. It's not something that he went and had to have special connections. He went to the bank and got a loan.
And as a matter of fact, just like Pat said, his collateral was his own assets.
Was his own, his own property.
His own assets.
Nobody gave him any special favors.
That's right.
I mean, it's not like Donald Trump, who took out $3.4 billion to try to stay afloat when the casino thing was happening. Was it Atlantic City, Stu, and elsewhere? And he had something to the effect of $3.4 billion in loans coming into him to try to stay above water.
Much of it in junk bonds, which he specifically said he would not do when he got the licenses to get the casinos.
And he did it anyway.
He promised not to use junk bonds, then immediately started using junk bonds as soon as he cleared the point where he had to disclose that, and wound up with $3.4 billion that he couldn't pay.
So for him to disingenuously say that Ted Cruz is owned by the banks. I mean, that's as pathetic as it gets. It's pathetic.
I'm so glad that you're here, and I know you're running off to today to be in Iowa, and I'll be there tomorrow on I think I'm going to be there for 2 rallies. I don't even know where they are. You can find them at glennbeck.com, but I'll be there with Ted Cruz for 2 rallies, one at 2 o'clock and then one again at 7 o'clock. I think you're coming to the 7 o'clock. So
I'm coming to the 7 o'clock. Unfortunately, I can't make the 2 o'clock. I have a previous engagement, but I will be at the 7 o'clock rally.
Just an amazing thing, a guy who literally thought you were going to be lined up against the wall and shot because you stood up for what you thought was right at the time with Fidel. They took you in and they were going to execute all of you as a youth, and comes over here to America, finds God, finds himself, finds a career, cleans up his life, teaches his son, and his son, from revolutionary father to possible president of the United States. It must take your breath away.
You know, Glenn, it's so overwhelming. Where else can somebody come to a country that's this unique country, America, practically with no money, not being able to speak the language? And I remember, Glenn, when I was at the Senate chambers watching him being sworn in, I couldn't contain the tears from my eyes to think about this kid, that first generation after I came to this country, not only being sworn in as U.S. Senator, but I believe he will be the next president of the United States of America. Where else in the world can that happen? Only in America.
Not only son of an immigrant, but the first Hispanic. And coincidentally enough, the first Canadian. So we got that going for us. Thank you so much, Raphael. I appreciate it. The name of the book is Time for Action. Bait and switch. It's old, it's tired, but for some companies, that is exactly how they operate. They'll show you something shiny and new, and they'll say, this is great. But in the end, after they say, it's free, it's free, it's free, you know it's not free. But we'll double the order right now. You know that's... If they can double the order, that means that what they're selling you is worth half, at least, of what they're charging you. You know this. But you want to do business with a company that is honest, a company that is transparent, fair, simply safe. It's all 3 of those things. Other home security companies will give you a system for free and then lock you into an expensive long-term contract, and you end up paying through the nose. They make a ton of money. Simply Safe will sell you a system that you own. And then for $14.99 a month, trained professionals will be watching over your home 24/7, ready to call the police in emergency without the hidden fees. There's no commitments. There's no contracts. It's your choice. So you can be complicated, long-term, expensive, uncancelable, contract safe, or you can be simply safe. Protect what you love most. Do it now at simplysafebeck.com. That's simplysafebeck.com.
Listen online for free at glennbeck.com.
The Blaze Radio Network.
As a business owner, your company is only as good as the people you hire. And posting jobs in one place just isn't good enough to find quality candidates. Short staffing leaves little time to post on dozens of job sites, so what do? Well, now with ZipRecruiter, you have the solution. You can post to 100-plus job sites with one single click. Be instantly matched to candidates from over 6 million resumes. Plus, watch brand new candidates roll into ZipRecruiter's easy-to-use interface within 24 hours. It's been used by 400,000 businesses already in America, and I'm one of them. In fact, Scott wrote in and said the recruiting process used to be so painful. Before, I'd post several places, get 1 million resumes, but only a few responses from qualified candidates. It was torture. But with ZipRecruiter, we post once, get qualified candidates in one easy-to-review place. We've hired some of our best employees using ZipRecruiter, and I can say the same. ZipRecruiter.com/Beck. Try it out for free. ZipRecruiter.com/Beck.
Dearest President Jefferson, When Clark and I began our expedition, we had hopes of finding bountiful land. But dear sir, I must say we've hit the jackpot. We've come across a machine that's native to Oregon called Video Lottery. It's got exciting games and enormous prizes. Dare I proclaim, we may never leave. Yours truly, Meriwether Lewis. Oregon's Video Lottery. What plays in Oregon, stays in Oregon. Lottery games are based on chance and should be played for entertainment only, not investment purposes. Odds and payouts vary by game.
I had fantastic results with the Andro 400 Max. Probably lost 35 pounds, and more impressive than that was the inches I lost off of my belly and my waist. And the increased energy is fantastic.
Andro 400 Max, the best all-natural testosterone booster. Gain energy, lose belly fat. Go to andro400.com or call 888-400-0435. 888-400-0435.
If you have sore joints, discover a breakthrough in joint health. Cosamin ASU. A unique patented formula, Cosamin ASU goes to work fast on a cellular level inside your joints. Its active ingredients are shown to inhibit specific enzymes that break down cartilage as you age, helping protect the joint cushioning cartilage important for comfortable activity. Try Cosamin ASU at Costco.com and other fine retailers.
It's radio you can watch. The Wake Up Call with live video streaming from the Whitmer Brothers studio every weekday morning from 6 a.m. to 9. Go to KPNW.com and click on the Wake Up Call streaming banner. The Wake Up Call and Whitmer Brothers, the local guys.
Want to lose weight? Then turn your body into a furnace that literally melts the fat away. That's exactly what Thermometer does. Thermometer is uniquely formulated with patented ingredients like bitter orange, brown seaweed, and decaffeinated green tea. Their combined thermogenic properties boost up your metabolism and turn up the heat in your body so you melt the fat away without any jittery side effects. Thermometer is not available in stores. It's only available to listeners of this station. We're giving away 100 free bottles right now to anyone who enrolls in our special trial offer. Call now for your risk-free trial offer. 800-430-4467. 800-430-4467. 800-430-4467. One more time, 800-430-4467.
Do you dance badly or hug in public? That's okay. You don't have to be perfect to be the perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care would love to put up with you. Call 1-888-200-4005 or visit adoptuskids.org for more information. A message from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt Us Kids, and the Ad Council.
I'm Lars Larson. Join me for the best in talk journalism during my national show. Coming up tonight at 6:05 on KPNW.
This is the Glenn Beck Program.
This is incredible. Latest endorsement for Donald Trump.
See if you can guess who this quote comes from, because it's a good one.
It's a good one. It's a really good one.
It's catchy, too.
Who do you want? Go ahead.
Another person comes out. I think I will lose if Cruz is our nominee. There's a lot of people.
We'll lose with Cruz. That's good.
There's a lot of people who don't feel he can appeal to people across the board.
Wow.
I've come around a little bit on Trump. I'm not so sure we'd lose if he's our nominee because he's appealing to people who a lot of the Republican candidates have not appealed to in the past.
Really? Interesting. Fascinating.
Who said that?
This must be a super conservative.
This has got to be a super conservative and a guy you absolutely want on board on your campaign.
Definitely could be an establishment figure.
No.
The establishment hates Cruz. He's anti-establishment, that guy.
He hates Trump,
I mean, Trump, yeah.
So who is it?
Orrin Hatch.
This is great. This is great. This is fantastic.
I hope so.
Oh, it is fantastic. If you don't know, Trent Lott was yesterday.
Yeah.
Trent Lott came out. Bob Dole. I mean, now Orrin Hatch. This in the New York Times. Let me give this to you again. This is the New York Times. Of course, the willingness to accommodate Mr. Trump is driven in part by the fact that few among the Republican professional class would believe he would win a general election. In the minds of these Republicans, it would be better to effectively rent the party to Donald Trump for 4 months this fall than through the general election than risking turning it over to Mr. Cruz for 4 years.
I mean, think about that. They'd rather lose. They'd rather lose the election than risk Cruz winning it.
Now, let me ask you something. Is that the way you feel? Because I don't feel we survive if we have Bernie Sanders or Hillary Clinton. I don't believe we survive as a nation. I just don't. Now, people will say I'm crazy and everything else, but I don't. Do you, Pat?
Oh, absolutely
Do
not.
you, Stu?
Certainly not as we recognize.
Do you, Stu? Jeffy? No. We will still be we'll be America in name only. If that.
Yeah.
But I believe we'll be held together, but we will not be a nation that we recognize after the next president.
I mean, we're almost not a nation anybody recognizes now.
Yeah. Okay, so they would rather lose or give it to Trump. Listen to this. Even if Trump somehow finds his way to the White House, longtime Washington insiders envision him operating as a pragmatist, leaving their power unchecked. We can live with Trump, says a veteran lobbyist. Do we love Trump? No, but there's a feeling that he's not going to layer over the party or install his own people. Well, Cruz will have his own people there.
You're listening to the Glenn Beck Program.
The Blaze Radio Network.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jeff Fisher.
American Financing, NMLS 182334, www.nmlsconsumeraccess.org.
Perfect, Jeffy. Thank you. Is 2016 the year you're going to give yourself a raise? If you have a mortgage and you need to refinance that, why not do it now and save some money, hundreds of dollars a month with American Financing? Rates are still historically low, but they are not staying there for long. They've already raised them once, and they're going to keep raising them. It's time to lock this in. Even if rates go up another full point, it's still 4 to 5 times cheaper than those high-interest credit cards and loans. So pay them off with American Financing. Pay off the high-interest credit cards or get cash out to remodel your home, increasing your property value even more. Refinancing could also make your monthly payment much more affordable. Don't procrastinate. Rates will continue to rise. American Financing, America's home for home loans. 866-750-6551. 1-866-750-6551 or online at AmericanFinancing.net.
If you've ever wanted to generate your own supply of off-grid electricity, this may be the most important message that you hear today. And here's why. President Obama is anti-coal, anti-electricity. He has got the policies that are not only pushing electrical rates to an all-time high, but they're actually threatening America's already vulnerable power grid. That means there's never been a better time to protect your family with a solar generator backup system in the event of an emergency. This new off-the-grid backup technology provides life-saving electrical power when you need it most. And unlike the gas generators or diesel generators, a solar generator runs quietly, emits no fumes, and produces an endless supply of free electricity from the sun. You can run your sump pump, your shortwave radio, computer, even keep the food in your refrigerator or freezer from spoiling. You'll never have to suffer through painful power outages again. Go to myendlesspower.com and use the promo code Beck and get a solar generator for half off. myendlesspower.com. And do it now.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. Wall Street ended the week with back-to-back rallies. The Dow Jones Industrials shot up 210 points in Friday trading, 1.3%. The Dow closed at 16,093. The Nasdaq closed 119 points higher. The S&P 500 gained 38. Rising oil prices helped on the street. The crude oil futures rose to $32.19 a barrel in New York. Morgan Stanley says the volatility in the financial markets that followed last month's interest rate hike has had about the same impact as 4 additional quarter-point increases. Morgan Stanley's chief U.S. economist, Ellen Zentner, says that's based on the degree of tightening in financial conditions. The number of houses changing hands across the country hit a 9-year high in 2015. The National Association of Realtors says sales of existing homes rebounded in December, surging 14.7%. The organization says the November numbers were weak because of new regulations. Jeff Bellinger, Center, Bloomberg Radio.
Fox News, fair and balanced. We report, you decide. On News Radio 1120 KPNW, Eugene, Springfield.
Fox News Radio, I'm Kathleen Maloney. A massive storm affecting tens of millions of people in the South, Mid-Atlantic, and Northeast. States of emergencies declared in several states. Washington, D.C. expected to get buried under 2 feet or more of snow. Fox News Radio's John Decker joins us live.
The nation's capital has become a ghost town since the snow started falling more than 5 hours ago. Bus service has stopped in the city, and starting at 11 this evening, there will be no public transportation until Monday. The National Weather Center is forecasting 20 to 30 inches of snow during this storm, accompanied by winds exceeding 35 miles per hour. Power outages and coastal flooding are also expected. In anticipation of the blizzard, most schools were canceled today. The federal government closed at noon, and store shelves at supermarkets are virtually empty. The forecast is for the snowfall to continue through Sunday morning. Kathleen?
Thanks, John. Get ready for some shoveling. The storm caused 2 tornadoes in Mississippi, dumped a foot of snow on Kentucky, and covered roads in the South with ice. At least 7 people died in storm-related crashes. Coastal areas of New Jersey and New York could be battered by winds up to 60 miles an hour, and high tides could cause major flooding and beach erosion.
We spent hundreds of millions of dollars rebuilding after Hurricane Irene, Lee, Sandy. So we are in a different physical environment than we were before, especially in places like Long Island. The airports are much different than they were before. We have much more equipment, etc. So we're better prepared for storms like this.
New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, 5 dead, 2 critically injured in a shooting at a school in the Canadian province of Saskatchewan. You're listening to Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Jerry opened the letter. An eviction notice? He and his family couldn't bear to move again. They'd just settled in. It was warm and they had plenty of space for their acorns. Jerry panicked. Anxiety took a hold of him. Then suddenly...
Yep, you've got squirrels in your engine. Looks like they chewed through the wiring.
And it was covered, thanks to a farmer's agent. Engine Bay Squatters, May 23rd, 2015. Talk to farmers. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Thing fly so high.
And then crashed into a kite.
Look out! Look out!
And then the pond.
I'll never forget that day.
I'll never forget that day, even if I tried.
You don't have to be perfect to be a perfect parent. Thousands of kids in foster care will take you just as you are. For more information on how you can adopt, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and...
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. A bureaucratic mistake is costing a Springfield neighborhood their community garden. Last week, residents were told the federal funds that help build their homes also meant the gardens are prohibited due to safety concerns. Reviews done before the houses were built didn't take federal rules into account. The mistake was caught by the Department of Housing and Urban Development, and a new report requiring the dismantling of the garden was approved January 11th. A tenured instructor at Lane Community College has accused the school of failing to address her concerns about a male student she says stalked her. Nadia Raza is accusing LCC officials of negligence, discrimination, retaliation, and denying her equal protection. She says she went to administrators after a student turned in an assignment in which he wrote that he was affiliated with neo-Nazis, then emailed her repeatedly asking her to meet off campus. She says she felt threatened because she's a Pakistani-American Muslim woman. Oregon Senator Ron Wyden is joining other Democrats and anti-gun groups to get federal funding for a Centers for Disease Control study into gun violence.
With the facts, policymakers and healthcare practitioners, law enforcement officials, and others can better understand the basic causes of gun violence and how best to stop it.
Anti-gun groups have been trying to get the funding for years. Bill London, KPNW.
Oregon's Game Megabucks jackpot is over $6 million. Buy yours today.
Rebuild or replace transmission, $3,200. Anti-lock brake system, $1,000. Rebuild or replace engine, $2,400. Truth is, once your manufacturer's warranty runs out, it's all on you. Every last cent. Get protection for covered repairs with a vehicle service contract from Toco Warranty. Unlike other companies, with Toco, there's no down payment, and the monthly payments are really affordable. Not sure how long you're keeping your car? At Toco, you can pay as you go. Keep your hard-earned cash and call Toco Warranty right now at 800-261-7500 to save big money on covered auto repairs. Prices vary by vehicle, but for about the cost of a tank of gas per month, a Toco plan has your back on expensive covered car repairs. Monthly payments are very affordable. Get your free quote now. Call Toco at 800-261-7500. That's 800-261-7500. 800-261-7500. Cancellation fee may apply, subject to eligibility. Not available in Missouri and Washington. Waiting period and deductible apply. Coverage provided and administered by Warrantech Corporation or its affiliates. Not affiliated with any manufacturer or dealership. Visit TocoWarranty.com for complete terms and conditions.
When I have an asthma attack, I feel scared. I feel like I'm choking.
Prevent your child's next asthma attack. Visit www.noattacks.org or call your doctor, because even one attack is one too many.
I feel like a fish with no water.
Brought to you by the EPA and the Ad Council.
Countless victims of human trafficking walk among us, invisible until now. The Blue Campaign provides a unified voice for those who work to combat human trafficking. It's time to open our eyes. Learn what you can do by visiting dhs.gov/Blue Campaign.
It's 4:06, and we're back with more Glenn Beck on 1120 KPNW.
This is our last Moron Trivia Super Bowl, isn't it? This is it.
This is not the Super Bowl.
Well, no, I know it's not the Super Bowl, but we haven't announced where we're going to be on that weekend.
Right.
Yeah,
so
right.
this is probably our last.
Yeah, so last one.
This is our last. This is the last Moron Trivia of the year. Let's get to it. It is Friday.
Upon the frozen tundra of the human mind.
On what continent can you find Mount Rushmore?
America.
Two teams of infinitesimal intellect will collide in a cloud of glory.
What is the largest planet in our solar system?
I don't even know.
You want to take a guess?
Maybe Mars.
Mental gladiators, capable of turning a minor incline into an unscalable summit.
What does the S in TSA stand for?
Travel.
The S is for travel.
Dope versus dimwit. Dunce versus dope. Moron versus moron. In an epic battle of nitwits. This is Moron Trivia.
Here's our commissioner who tells us exactly how and why we play this game.
We are going to predict the outcome of an NFL football game today. Arizona takes on Carolina. It's the big playoff game that decides which team goes to the Super Bowl.
What is our
What is our record
championship game? What is our record this year?
8-4.
8-4.
That's not great. I mean, it's pretty good, but
that sound means we have a
not among
contestant,
our
and I
best.
believe we start in Arizona.
We have Joy.
Starting. Joy. Hello, Joy.
We have joy today, don't we?
Carolina.
We all have joy.
I have a lot of joy.
I do too. How are you, Joy?
I'm good, thank you. How are you guys?
We're very
we're
good.
full of joy.
We are.
Right?
Right?
Yeah, you've never heard that, have you?
Oh, boy.
Never.
No. Okay, Joy, we have 4 quick questions. You just answer the best of your ability. If you don't know the answer, you can just guess, okay?
Okay.
All right. On what part of the body do you find the iris?
Your eye?
Your eye is exactly right. Question number 2. British Columbia is located on what continent? British Columbia.
Can't ask for any help.
Britain?
Britain, the continent of Britain.
No. Very close. So close. It was the Great Continent. You're thinking Great Britain. It is the continent of Great.
Of Great?
Yes. No, Great Britain.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
If you are standing at the door of your store, now imagine yourself right now, okay? Picture this in your head. You're standing at the door of your store, watching the sun set. Your back is to the door. You got it? Which direction is the sun setting?
West.
Sun setting west. Yes, very good. What a coincidence. The door of your is... Anyway.
Is west facing.
Yeah,
That's
could you do me a favor and tell me, what are the 3 branches of government? Last question. 3 branches of government.
Really?
Yes, really.
Really? So I know it's almost an
The
impossible.
3 branches of government are...
Nobody ever gets this.
Don't ask for help.
Are the Senate,
The Senate branch. There's one.
Senate for help now. Come on.
Don't ask for any help.
You got it.
You
The
got
Senate.
The Senate.
The Senate.
Branch.
The Senate.
Okay. We have the Senate.
The
Senate branch. You have the
what's the next one? Come on. You're so close.
Oh.
I have no idea.
No idea.
Darn it. There's
Senate is actually not one of them. It's not one of them.
I didn't think so. It was just a guess.
Yeah. But it was a good guess. The actual answer: Earth, Wind, and Fire. Strangely,
those are the three branches of government.
I think so. I'm not really.
And several elements of the Earth as well.
Yeah, that's
so,
weird. Okay, Joy, thank you so much. Good talking to you. Now, was she in Carolina or was she in?
She was in Arizona.
She was in Arizona, I thought.
Yeah.
The scoreboard says that was Carolina too now. So where are we going now, Sarah?
Carolina.
Carolina. Okay.
And we have Maryland.
And we have Maryland.
Hello?
Maryland, not Marilyn Monroe, is it?
No, it's not Marilyn Monroe. It's Marilyn Bell.
Okay, Marilyn Bells?
Uh-huh.
Okay, how you doing, Miss Bells?
I'm doing well. I'm at work.
All right, good. So am I. We have so much in common.
That's weird.
We have four quick questions. We won't keep you on the phone long. Just answer these 4 quick questions. You tell us to the best of your ability. The answer, and if you don't know it, you can guess, but you can't ask anybody for help, all right?
Okay.
Question number 1. On what part of the body do you find the iris?
The face, the eye.
To the face.
The face, the eye.
Face, the eye.
Okay.
Yeah.
The face of the eye.
The face of the eye.
The eye.
Right, yes.
All right,
the eye
we got it.
Eyes on the face.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Eyes Without a Face.
Yes.
Yeah.
The big song.
Classic song.
British Columbia is located on which continent?
North America.
North America, yes. If you are standing, now this is you have to close your eyes and picture this one. This is tricky. Do not be confused. If you're standing at the door of the store that you're in right now, okay, and your back is to the door of your store, which direction will the sun set in based on your location?
West.
Wow. Yes.
I can't believe you both got it.
Okay, yeah. The last question is, what are the 3 branches of government?
Executive, legislative, and
Come on. You're
So
almost
close.
there. You're almost. Yes.
Nice.
Wow.
Judicial. Nice job.
Nice job. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Marilyn. That's the way a lot of people feel after spending some time with me.
Is that it?
Are you done?
Good, thank you. By the way, I'm going to be in Iowa tomorrow.
What are you going to be doing there?
With Ted Cruz.
Anything going on?
I do. I'm going to be with Ted Cruz tomorrow.
Ted Cruz? He's a presidential candidate. He's running for president.
I have heard that.
Yeah.
I have heard that.
So you're going to be just hanging out there?
Just hanging out with him. Just going to be doing a couple. I've got a couple of speeches to give.
Oh,
and
okay.
He's going to be there
At the speeches.
at the speeches. Yeah.
What an amazing coincidence.
Yeah.
What are you going to say?
Really
what
weird.
are the
What am I
words you're
gonna
going to
say?
say? In
I
what order?
don't know. What do you think I should say? I don't know. There's some people that are projecting what I am going to say.
A lot of people are guessing at what you're going to say.
I'm going to say.
I'm interested
But
to see if
that
you're
is,
going to say
they
that.
don't know me because I've never done that before.
You mean endorse a presidential candidate?
I don't know what you're even talking about.
You've never endorsed a
No, I've
presidential
never endorsed
candidate.
a president. I've never endorsed. I don't think I've ever endorsed anybody.
I don't remember you ever doing it.
Yeah, and you've been with me since the 90s, and Pat, you were with me in the 80s. I don't think I've ever endorsed anyone because I don't want my name on them. You know what I mean? They're all slimy, and they're all like, yeah, no, I didn't know that guy. I don't know who you're talking about. I don't ever want my name on them. You know what I mean? I've never trusted anybody ever enough to go, yeah, no, I think he's going to be good. Because I just see torches coming to my house at night after they're elected, and they're like, you said he would be good. And it's like, bring out the monster. And I just don't want to be in that position. But I'm going to be with Ted Cruz tomorrow in Iowa. And I hope to see you there. You can find out where it is, because I don't even know where it is, at glennbeck.com.
I'd love to come. Am I invited, or?
No, strangely, you're not. Strangely, you're not.
In fact, you actually assigned me and Pat and Jeffy to stay here and work anchoring the
like what I'm
coverage
doing
from
is
New
not
Hampshire.
working? What I'm doing is not working? I mean, I'm
not saying you're not working, but you didn't exactly invite us. You actually assigned us to work somewhere else.
Yes.
In another state.
That sucks to be you. Yes, that really sucks.
But we are doing coverage on the Blaze.
Yeah, it starts at 8 a.m. and goes till like 6 p.m., I think.
Yeah.
So it's a light day for you guys.
Light day. Call. You could cancel it. We could just go with you.
Yeah, that's cool.
No, you can't. It's like very technical. Now I can't even explain why I can't cancel that with you guys now.
It's very technical now.
Very technical. It's the stuff behind it is huge and marvelous and wonderful, and I just can't. Man, I wish I could get you out of that so you could come with me. But you'll be on the Blaze all day tomorrow, starting at 8 a.m. Coverage like you're not going to see anyplace else of New Hampshire. This is the first of its kind forum, is it not?
Yeah, it's like a town hall. There's I think 7 of the candidates are going to be there. That remain. Now, obviously, Cruz is with you in Iowa.
Yes.
Where you're doing something.
And Donald Trump may be with Orrin Hatch. I'm not really sure.
He's having a party with Trent Lott, Orrin Hatch, John McCain,
Bob Dole. These guys have all endorsed Donald Trump. If you think he's the anti-establishment guy, Bob Dole, Orrin Hatch,
Trent Lott, Lindsey Graham. Again, endorse them as if in a one-on-one with Cruz. They haven't come out and necessarily endorsed the campaign overall, but in a one-on-one with Cruz, they've all said Cruz would hurt the party. Trump would be good for it.
Cruz would hurt the party. And Trump would be good for it.
They despise principle in that place, man.
They do.
They hate
anybody who says what they mean and mean what they say, they despise.
If you are conservative, all the powers of hell combine against you. Neither party wants you. Certainly the Democrats, all on board with coming against you. And then at least half to 2/3 of the Republican Party also coming after you.
Can we say where we're going to be? I mean, vaguely at least. Can we say where we're going to go?
No, that we can't.
I guess not. That sound means that we have another contestant. For more on trivia, we're playing the Panthers and the Cardinals. We go back to Arizona. Who is our contestant?
Sandy in Arizona.
Hello, Sandy.
Yes.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Very good. Good. You didn't strike me as being in a very good mood at the very first, but...
Oh, no, I'm working.
Oh, that's so weird. So am I.
I work at a convenience store, and it's really weird that you guys would call me from here.
Really? Well, we're not calling from there. We're calling to there.
Well that's what I meant, calling to here,
right.
you know.
Oh, okay.
But you're okay with it?
I'm okay with it right now because I'm not busy.
Okay, so we're gonna race through these real quick. 4 quick questions. You answer to the best of your ability. Don't know the answer. You can guess, but you can't ask anybody for help.
Okay.
Question number 1. What did the Emancipation Proclamation do?
I have no idea.
Nothing?
No, I don't even...
Emancipation.
Oh, it let children under 18 be separated from their parents, I believe.
Really close.
No,
really close. That is, you're talking about emancipation of children. That's something entirely different. Have you ever heard of gluten-free? This is the document that freed all the gluten.
Okay.
So, next question is, this U.S. state is home to the Space Needle.
Space Needle.
Space Needle. This U.S. state is home to the Space Needle.
State? You want a state?
We want a state.
Missouri?
Yeah. Missouri.
That is a state, though.
Nope. We're looking for Florida.
Yeah.
Finish this famous phrase. They gave her a slap on the...
What was that question?
They finish this phrase. They just gave her a slap on the...
Ass?
Ass would be 1. We were looking for wrist. I think we have to give her...
That's a worthy answer.
It is. I think we have to give you a slap on the ass for that. Okay, last one. What was Dr. Martin Luther King most widely known for?
His speech. I have a dream speech.
I have a dream speech. I think we can give it to you on that. By the way, did you hear that he just endorsed Donald Trump?
No, I didn't.
How do you feel about that?
I'd rather not say.
Really? You'd rather not say?
I'd rather not say.
All right. Okay. All right.
I need to keep that opinion to myself.
Well, I know.
Yeah,
I know. Martin Luther King and Donald Trump both highly controversial today, especially with Donald Trump accepting Martin Luther King's endorsement.
Right.
Okay, let's go to our next contestant.
Wow, it actually worked. The Kimmel thing worked.
It did.
Yeah,
it did. I really didn't.
If you just say it confidently, they just believe it.
They just, I mean,
I wonder if
she
there's a
knew
lesson to be learned.
I've got a dream speech. How did she not know he's dead? He can't endorse anybody.
Let's say it again. Let's say what we just discovered again. If you just say it confidently, they'll believe it. What lesson can we learn from this election and that process?
I have no idea, but let's make America great again and let's continue this contest.
We have Cody in Carolina.
We have who? Jody?
Cody.
Cody in Carolina. Hello, Cody. How are you?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm very good. You ready to play?
Right on. Yes,
You're ready to play. All right. We've got 4 quick questions. You answer the best of your ability. All right?
All right.
Don't know the answer, you can guess. Here's the first question. What did the Emancipation Proclamation do?
Freed the slaves.
Freed the slaves, exactly right. This U.S. state is home to the Space Needle.
To the Space Needle?
Space Needle.
Arizona?
It'd be Seattle. I don't know. I mean, Washington State. I don't know how people don't know the Space Needle.
Well, Seattle's in Arizona, right?
No, I don't.
No, it's in Alaska.
Actually, you're right.
in Alaska.
Yeah,
Sorry. Yep.
Okay, finish this famous phrase. They gave her a slap on the...
Wrist.
Thank you. And the last question, what was Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. most widely known for?
Freedom, marching on freedom and giving speeches for freedom and rights.
Okay, I can give that to you. Yes, very good. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, man. Criminals have guns. Do you ever think that they're going to turn their guns into the authorities because the government says everybody's got to turn in their guns? So the bad guys will
realize they're not supposed to have them.
Well, of course. So the bad guys have guns. What stops them when, they want to harm you or your family? I've met you. I know you. I know that you take your gun responsibility seriously. Lots of gun owners in our audience. We have guns even here at the studio, and like you, we're prepared. We have guns here on the stages. They are hidden and locked up in case there is a problem. Some of the guns that we have are from Bond Arms, because I like Bond Arms because it's like having a little cannon in your pocket, a shotgun in your pocket. It's solid, it's capable, it's consistent. You're going to hit what you're aiming at, and it really is. I mean, I use it out of the ranch for shooting snakes because it is a little teeny, fits in your pocket, and they take shotgun shells. It's a kind of frightening-looking gun, quite honestly. For personal protection, you want a gun that will stop any threat dead in its tracks, and a gun from Bon Arms is like having a hand cannon in your pocket. The bad guys will think twice. So whether you're a gun collector or a first-time gun buyer, choosing a gun is really personal. I don't know what gun is right for you, but I would like to recommend that you see what Bond Arms has to offer at blazebond.com. That's blazebond.com. Go there now.
You're listening to the Glenn Beck program, the Blaze Radio Network.
What would an extra $250 a month mean to you? For some, it's a little financial breathing room. For others, it's a car payment, a home repair, or help with college tuition. Hi, I'm Jay Farner, president of Quicken Loans, and I've got some great news if you're looking to save money on your mortgage. All it takes is a simple phone call to Quicken Loans at 800-QUICKEN to see if you qualify for the government's Home Affordable Refinance Program, or HARP. Folks who refinance with HARP can save an average of $250 a month. That's $3,000 a year. Our home loan experts fully understand the HARP guidelines, and they'll walk you through our streamlined process. And for 6 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction. And for the second year in a row, they've also ranked us highest in mortgage servicing. Call 800-QUICKEN or visit QuickenLoans.com.
Visit jdpower.com for award information. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender, licensed in all 50 states, NMLSConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
Are you tired of commuting to a job that makes someone else rich? Working harder than ever, but getting nowhere? Do you hate spending hundreds of dollars every week on daycare? Having someone else raise your children? With our opportunities, you can start earning money as soon as next week. You get to be the boss, work from home, and live a happier life. At Be the Boss Network, you'll find hundreds of work-from-home opportunities that you can literally start today and be earning money as soon as next week. Go to freedom49.com and start earning money as soon as next week. You get to be the boss. Get out of the rat race. Work from home. Go to freedom49.com right now and change your life today. That's freedom49.com. Go to freedom49.com and start earning money as soon as next week. You be the boss. Go to freedom49.com.
I had fantastic results with the Andro 400 Max. Probably lost 35 pounds, and more impressive than that was the inches I lost off of my belly and my waist. And the increased energy is fantastic.
Andro 400 Max, the best all-natural testosterone booster. Gain energy, lose belly fat. Go to andro400.com or call 888-400-0435. 888-400-0435.
If you have sore joints, discover a breakthrough in joint health. Cosamin ASU. A unique patented formula, Cosamin ASU goes to work fast on a cellular level inside your joints. Its active ingredients are shown to inhibit specific enzymes that break down cartilage as you age, helping protect the joint cushioning cartilage important for comfortable activity. Try Cosamin ASU at Costco.com and other fine retailers.
This is News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Back. This is the last Moron Trivia of the year because we're going to be actually at the Super Bowl this year. We're going to be covering the Bart Starr breakfast this year because I've been asked to, I think, speak at the Bart Starr breakfast. Is that right?
Is that right? How can that be right?
That can't be.
Why would they allow you around all of like the biggest celebrities of the NFL?
Do you know who Bart Starr is?
Of course I do.
Who is he? Who is Bart Starr?
Go ahead, Glenn.
He is the guy.
Man, this pisses me off.
He's the guy. No, Bart Starr. He's one of the
hero.
No, he's one of the best players in the NFL, and he
Who
is.
Who did he play for, and what position?
I don't need to. He was a quarterback.
Yes, for
the.
Oh my
California Lions.
Jerk.
Oh my gosh. Oh my God.
No, he was for the Houston.
Can't
Oilers.
ask for help.
Green Bay Packers.
Green Bay Packers, of course. The Green Bay Packers.
Green Bay Packers.
This is embarrassing from you.
Hall of Fame.
I don't know. Is this the worst selection of a speaker you've ever heard in your life?
Yes, it is, absolutely. And we will be there knowing all the players you're sitting next to. It's sitting in the back.
Loving Bart Starr.
Our
With
whole
the
lives. Kitchen door bumping into us as people walk out.
Whatever. Yeah,
I mean, I'm cool.
This is so reminiscent of the
Albert Pujols
situation where there we are in the St. Louis locker room, and Albert Pujols turns out to be a big fan, and you have no idea who he even is. Albert.
I'll never forget driving down the highway.
Albert Pujols.
I will never forget driving down the highway, and the phone rang, and who was it? Who was the coach at the time?
La Russa. Tony La Russa.
Tony La Russa?
La Russa.
Okay, whatever.
So bad.
So he calls, and he gets one of my guys on the phone, and they're like, hey, it's Tony La Russa, and he wants to know if you guys want to come to the locker room. I didn't even know who Tony was.
Yes.
I didn't know what locker room was. And these guys said yes, and I said, I don't know, who is this? And they just went nuts. So you are not qualified to even go.
So Albert Pujols signs the bat, and he signs it with something we're told by La Russa that he never does.
Yeah, he's
done it like a few times in his career, and he almost never does it. And he signed it that way for you, who knows nothing about it.
It's not that. I just turned to you after Albert turned around and started walking away. I looked at Pat and I said, this whole thing is sticky. What the hell's wrong with this bat? I had absolutely no idea. No idea. So anyway, it's going to be a good speech right before.
Yeah, that'd be great.
I'm gonna get the players all revved up ready to go. I'm going to talk about economic collapse. But the Blaze will be covering the Bart Starr breakfast And I don't know what role I'm playing. I'm either giving an opening prayer, which would be a lot better, or supposed to speak. I'm not really sure, but that's what's happening in our lives. More on trivia coming up.
The Glenn Beck Program.
The Blaze Radio Network.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. The Marine Corps says the 12 Marines who were in 2 helicopters that crashed off Hawaii are considered dead. The status of the missing Marines changed to deceased after days of searching for them. One of the Marines, Ty Hart, was from Staten. Eamon Bundy, the leader of the group occupying the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge, has been talking with the FBI, and the FBI released a statement saying they want to resolve the conflict peacefully. Bundy says they're prepared to defend themselves.
We didn't come in here to, blind, and we didn't come in here ignorant to what the possibilities could be.
Bundy says their goal is to turn over control of the refuge to the county, although county officials say they don't want control. Oregonian Bill Johnson, the first American skier to win an Olympic downhill title, has died after a long illness. He was 55. Johnson's health has been on the decline for several years after a series of strokes. Bill London, KPNW.
If you have kids, you've probably wondered how you're going to pay for their college education. That's a great question. And fortunately, you can get some great answers at a free How to Pay for College seminar. Saturday, January 30th in Eugene. Financial, scholarship, and 529 plan experts will help you explore your federal and state financial aid options. Learn how to apply for scholarship money and discover all the tax advantages of the Oregon College Savings Plan. This is a free seminar, so the only thing you'll spend is a little time. It's happening Saturday, January 30th at 11 a.m. at the Eugene Library. You can even reserve a seat online at OregonCollegeSavings.com. That's OregonCollegeSavings.com. If you've got questions about paying for college, we've got answers. Saturday, January 30th at 11 a.m. at the Eugene Library.
Consider the investment objectives, risks, charges, and expenses before investing in the Oregon College Savings Plan. Please visit OregonCollegeSavings.com for a plan disclosure booklet with more information. Read it carefully. Investments in the plan are neither insured nor guaranteed, and there is the risk of investment loss. Tia Kraft Tuition Financing, Inc. is the plan manager.
Hey, Russell Wilson here, and I know how important exercise is.
It's essential. It's essential.
With Play 60, United Way and the NFL are helping kids stay active and play at least 60 minutes a day.
Healthy kids, healthy kids.
But what this place needs is you. To donate or volunteer, go to unitedway.org/play60 because great things happen when we live united.
Donate.
Are you guys going to do that every time?
Yes, of course. Yes, of course.
Brought to you by United Way and the Ad Council.
This message is for all of you sitting in the passenger seat. And apologies if it gets a little uncomfortable. But how does it feel to be at the mercy of someone who thinks a random text is more important than your life? Someone who takes their eyes off the road while speeding along in a 3-ton hunk of steel. Freaky, right? Well, why not just ask them to stop? Or better yet, volunteer to text for them. It might be a little awkward, but believe me, you'll live.
Learn more at StopTextStopWrecks.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
When you need painting, you want the best. Fitzpatrick Painting. Don't settle for less.
Specializing in house repaints, interior and exterior, and commercial buildings, Fitzpatrick Painting also provides a full line of carpentry services and so much more. Experience the difference. Find them at FitzpatrickPainting.com for your free estimate and more information.
Fitzpatrick Painting. Unsurpassing customer service and quality.
The Eugene area radio stations will be presenting 2 $3,000 scholarships through Oregon Student Access and Completion. Each scholarship will go to 1 high school student and 1 college student who demonstrate a desire and aptitude for radio sales, engineering, news, or programming. Click on the Resources tab at eugeneradio.gov for details. Application deadline is February 15th, with final paperwork due at OregonStudentAid.gov by March 1st. The Eugene area radio stations, EARS, support students and education in our communities.
Confessions of a Potentially Perfect Parent, brought to you by AdoptUsKids.org.
I might look like an adult, like a person who could possibly be a parent, but I have no idea how to talk like one. And everyone knows that if you want to be a parent, you have to sound good when you say things like, "Don't make me turn this car around," or "Because I said so," or "Don't make me come back there." I don't even really know what those things mean, but I know that I actually believed my parents when they said them to me. How did they manage to sound so convincing? Here we go. "Don't make me come back there." Ugh, no, that's not tough enough at all. Kids can sense weakness. Don't make me come back there. Ooh, yeah, that's better. In fact, that kind of sounded like my dad. Weird.
You don't have to be perfect to be a perfect parent. There are thousands of teens in foster care who would love to listen to you practice your dad voice. Call 1-888-200-4005 or visit adoptuskids.org for more information. This message brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt Us Kids, and the Ad Council.
News, information, 24/7 on News Radio 1120 KPNW. It's Glenn Beck now and the Lars Larson National Show starting at 6 tonight here on 1120 KPNW.
Listening to the Glenn Beck program.
All right. It is the Panthers 7, Cardinals 3. More on trivia. Last one of the season. So who's going to be at this Bart Starr breakfast? I just want to rub it in. We'll get to that after our next contestant. Our next contestant is who from where?
Julie. I am Julie from Gilbert, Arizona.
Julie from Arizona, how are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Very good. We're playing a quick trivia contest, and all you have to do is answer 4 quick questions. You just answer to the best of your ability. If you don't know the answer, it's no big deal. You can just guess, okay?
Okay.
Okay, somehow or another, I've lost all my questions, so will somebody give me question number 1? You guys have question number 1?
Yeah. No.
Is this just because I'm going to be sitting at the table with all the...
Yes, this is exactly
That's what it is.
Well, I'm going to tell Bart that you guys are no good.
Oh, thank you.
So do you have it now?
Here, I got it now. Here we go.
For you.
First question.
Okay.
What does the D.C. in Washington, D.C. stand for?
District of Columbia.
Yes. How many atoms of hydrogen make up water?
2.
Nice.
Name this Star Wars character.
No.
Any Star Wars character?
No. This Star Wars character. Listen.
Try not. Do or do not. There is no try.
Yoda.
It's actually, I think that's more Noda than Yoda. What country originally gifted the Statue of Liberty to the United States of America?
That would be where I was born, which is France.
You were born in France?
I was, thanks to my military father.
Wow, okay, so you're not French.
No.
Yeah.
But my middle name's Louise. Does that count?
Well, the only thing that counts is that you're ineligible to be president. I can tell you that.
Oh, that's true.
Right? Yeah. You're not really an American. All right. Thanks a lot. I appreciate it. Let's, third quarter, let's go now to...
Just tied the score.
Carolina.
Right? Yeah.
Yes. What's our contestant?
Nice job.
We have Dennis.
Dennis.
What's up?
How are you, man?
How you good? How are you?
Good. I have 4 quick questions. You answer to the best of your ability. If you don't know the answer, you can just guess, all right?
All right.
First question. What does the D.C. in Washington, D.C. stand for?
District of Columbia.
How many atoms of hydrogen make up water?
1. Oh, no, 2.
2, yes. Okay. Name this Star Wars character.
No, try not. Do or do not. There
Yoda.
is no try.
Wow. Which country originally gave us the Statue of Liberty?
France.
Yes.
Too easy.
An easy quarter. That was an easy quarter. Thanks a lot, Dennis. I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. He sounds
on fire, man.
He's electric. Well, it's Friday night. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, Friday, and he's getting ready for Friday night. He's saving his electricity for the ladies.
You know what the problem with him is? Low energy. He's a low energy contestant. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. One contestant's not eligible. The other one's low energy. So it always happens in these situations.
So,
did you see the poll yesterday, by the way, from New Hampshire?
No.
The last one from CNN had Donald Trump up 13 points. This one has him up 11 in Iowa. Not New Hampshire, Iowa, sorry. Bernie Sanders also leading. in Iowa.
Well, there was another poll that came out for Iowa yesterday, and Cruz was up by 2.
Cruz is up by 2. Yeah, the CNN polls have been real outliers.
Yeah,
a big issue with the voting screen. Yeah, and I guess when you have a looser voting screen, you're going to have a bigger Trump shot.
I stand by it's going to be a blowout. I think it's going to be Cruz.
Good.
Hope you're right, man.
But I stand by
for the news for the next couple of weeks and just believe that.
Let me go to our next contestant. Fourth quarter, we go back to Arizona. Who's our contestant?
We have Alex in Arizona.
Hello, Alex.
Hey there, what's up?
Not much. We have 4 quick questions. You answer to the best of your ability, all right?
All right, I'll try.
Can't ask anybody any questions or any help. Here's the first question. Who wrote the plays Hamlet and A Midsummer Night's Dream?
That would be Shakespeare.
Yes. What does the First Amendment protect?
A speech, right?
Yes. Can you name anything else it protects? There's 5 things it protects.
It's like, I think it's press. I'm
You got 2 out of the 5.
on the word protest.
Yes.
Yep. Crap.
No.
It also protects the shine on your tile floor.
No, it does not.
No, it does not.
No. The others, do you have any idea? The others are religion.
Oh, religion, of course.
And assembly.
Assembly, that's it. All right.
Redress.
He said protest, so.
That's okay.
Here's the next question. What is the highest mountain in the world?
Ooh, I think it's Kilimanjaro. I think it's pretty high. It can't be Everest.
Kilimanjaro is pretty high. It might be Everest. Jeffy?
Or did you say it can't be Everest?
No, he said it might.
Everest.
Oh, it can't be
Everest. And yet, it is
Everest.
Of course it is.
Okay, last one. There are 3 states of matter: solid, liquid, and
gas.
Wow, you got it. You got it.
Way to go.
Good man. You got your Everest thing, and you would have been able to go home and say,
"Yeah,
I did a good job today, Dad." But I have no idea.
You live with your dad?
No, I live with my mom, actually.
Okay.
All right, good.
All right. How's she doing? She doing all right?
Yeah, she's pretty good.
Okay,
she's good.
Tell her hi for us.
Glad to hear it. Thanks a lot.
Okay.
You dated her for a while, didn't
his
you?
mom? Yeah, about a week, I think it was. But every night.
How old is he?
It was a weird relationship. It was 7 dates in 7 days, and then it was over.
It was a whirlwind. It was a whirlwind.
How many years ago? How many years ago? Because it was about the time he was born, wasn't it? It was about a year before, something like that?
I'm thinking about 37 years now since I've been married for
all right.
a little bit less than
What is our next contestant?
We have Moses.
No way.
Not the Moses.
No way do you have Moses on the phone.
Moses?
Yes.
It's not.
Let your people go.
I'm willing to let your people go. How are you?
I'm doing well. How about you guys?
Pretty good.
Pretty good. You're a very low energy Moses. Moses, we have 4 quick questions. You answer to the best of your ability. And if you don't know the answer, you can just guess, okay?
Okay.
How tough is it going through life with the name Moses? That's got to be, you got to go through some stuff, right?
Oh, yes. I receive a lot of taunting in my day, yes.
Yeah. Did it make you a tougher guy because of it?
I would believe so.
You don't believe
These are not the questions. Was it harder to go through the desert for 40 years? Or just to have the name Moses?
I would think it would be harder to go through the desert 40 years.
Right, yeah, okay, well, all right. Good, all right, here's our
I went through the desert once on a horse with no
name. Yeah, okay,
so good to be
piped
out of the rain.
Here's our first question. Who wrote the plays Hamlet and A Midsummer's Night Dream?
Man, that's hard. That's hard, Moses.
Oh, man.
Where's your Moses now, see?
I can't, honestly, I'm drawing a big blank. I know the answer to the question, I just can't.
Sure you do. Yeah, of course.
Miley Cyrus.
Yeah,
Miley Cyrus.
That's who wrote it. She's a good playwright. She really is.
It's actually Shakespeare. What does...
William Shakespeare.
Yes, there we go. What does the First Amendment protect?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
What does the First Amendment protect?
Your right of freedom of speech.
Yes. Yes. Can you name any of the others? There's 5 that it actually protects. Freedom of speech is the first one. What are the others?
Freedom of speech, the right to bear arms.
Free health care. Food.
No.
Right to education.
The pursuit of happiness. No, not pursuit of happiness.
No, it doesn't. No, they don't care about your
in the box, the right box of documents, I will say.
We are in the right box of documents.
Somewhere in the general
We're going to
area.
move on. Next question. What is the highest mountain in the world?
Kilimanjaro.
Man, people are high on Kilimanjaro today.
No, I don't know what happened to Everest. Poor Everest keeps getting slammed. Everybody's like, oh, no, it's Kilimanjaro now. It's always been Everest, which is weird. Everest. Yeah. Last question. There are 3 states of matter: solid, liquid, and...
Solid, liquid, and air.
And air. Solid, liquid, and air. Nice job. What?
We can give
Wait,
it to
come
him.
on.
He knows it's
solid, liquid, and air.
Yeah, that's right.
Gas.
Give that.
We'll give that.
Gas, air. No.
All right, we'll give it to Jeffy.
Jeffy.
Moses, thank you very much.
No.
No.
Can't let your people go, Moses. Sorry.
Panthers,
Gas
where's
and
your
air.
Moses now? See?
They don't need the point either anyway, do
No,
they?
that's
Jeff?
correct.
What's the final score?
Final score is
Nobody
11.
really appreciates that.
I know.
Carolina.
Wait, you just talked over the final score. What's the final score?
Nobody really.
doesn't care.
Nobody. No, go ahead.
People
give the
waste
phone.
a lot of money on this, on the results
All right,
here.
go ahead. Give the score.
The Carolina
Nobody
Panthers
really
11.
even
The Arizona Cardinals 10.
I don't know.
11 to 10.
11 to 10.
11 to 10.
Carolina over Arizona. Place your bets accordingly.
You think that's going to happen?
I hope not.
I mean, if they win this game, I don't think the guy at the Bart Star Breakfast will be there. Because it's Thomas Davis from the Carolina Panthers who's winning the award. And if he's in the Super Bowl, he will not be there.
Wait a minute. Who's winning it?
Thomas Davis.
Holy cow.
Yeah. You were watching, I know, the Seattle game.
Oh, he was fantastic.
He was at, I mean, among other things, caught the
He caught
extra.
the extra
The what?
point.
He caught the extra point? No. The outside kick. He was able to.
He got the outside kick.
Onside
kick.
Mm-hmm.
Love
to
that.
secure
A
that
lot of
victory.
people do catch extra points, though. That was a really good guess.
I thought that was a good save. It was a good save, wasn't it? I am going to fit in at these tables.
He caught the extra point.
Yeah,
And,
so I hope he's not at my table, because that would be... You guys are seriously going to have to give me things to talk about.
We will.
We will. I see.
Yes,
seriously
we will. Catching extra points.
Take that to the bank.
Yeah. See, I can't ask you guys for help.
Oh, no, please do. We'll feed you all sorts of great information to talk to the athletes about. You'll love
Please ask us.
Well, I could invite you guys to maybe come up to the table like little servants, like little people, and I could introduce you to some of the players if you treat me right and don't give me stupid things.
If we treat you right as little people,
Donald Trump, is that you?
I see.
I'll let you know. I'll say, look, you guys, you're all big sporting people. You should meet some of the little people like Pat and Stu. And they'll say, who? And I'll say, I know. They don't run in our circles.
In your circles? You didn't even know this thing. You didn't even know the Super Bowl existed as of last year.
No, I know the Super Bowl, and Bart Starr is the breakfast. He's known for his breakfast. It's like Bob Evans.
No.
He's known for breakfast.
Bart Starr breakfast. Super famous.
You never had Bart Starr sausage?
When you say Bart Starr, you say the Bart Starr breakfast. It's like Bob Evans or Aunt Jemima. You know it's breakfast.
No, Bart Starr is not like Aunt Jemima. That is not accurate.
Bart Starr
You
is
can
like
say whatever you
Daddy's
want. Who's
grandson.
sitting at the table with the sporting people? Not you.
I have after this break, I have a feeling that we might be with the players and Glenn might be by the kitchen.
That would actually, you know what? That would actually be a pleasure. I mean, I don't mean to sound like this. The pressure it's going to be to sit there and think of things to talk about. You don't know what it's like to be a non-sports person around a bunch of sports people, because they all look at you like, what the hell's wrong with you?
As well they should.
Right. I don't want to sit there at the breakfast. It's the pressure. It will not be happy. It will not be happy. It'll be nerve-wracking the whole time.
So you'll be able to eat your Bart Star breakfast and just be happy.
Seriously, it's like a grand. It's like a grand. That's where the Grand Slam breakfast came from, right?
Right, the football reference of Grand Slam.
Yeah, exactly right.
Yeah.
Here's our sponsor this half hour. It's
Bart Star sausage.
That's Jimmy Dean sausage. You guys can't screw with me. I know.
You do know the breakfast products.
I know my breakfasts.
You don't know any quarterbacks, but you do know the breakfast people. You named like 12. You have more knowledge about this than the apocalypse.
You're exactly right. It's breakfast, man. The most important meal of the day. Our sponsor this half hour is Goldline. You know, when I'm sitting there and at the Bart Star breakfast, sitting around people like those people, I'm good. You know, it'll probably veer into the economy and the apocalypse and the inevitable collapse. And that's when I'll say, have you invested in gold from Goldline? And that's when they'll say, you are a fascinating man. And I can't get enough of this conversation. And I'll say, call Goldline right now.
You know who is going to be there?
Who?
And I think actually would be a really interesting conversation between you two is you and Mike Ditka. Ditka's the guy who's supposed to step in and run against Obama in Illinois back in 2004. That would be an actually interesting conversation.
Would have beaten him, too. Yeah. Probably would have beaten him.
Call 866-GOLDLINE, 866-GOLDLINE or goldline.com. Look, tough times are coming. Be prepared. Prepare right now. There was something on CNBC this week up at Davos where one of the real big guys said, depression coming. 866-GOLDLINE or goldline.com.
Glenn Beck.
The Blaze Radio Network.
Racing legend Richard Petty for Blue Emu.
After 200 wins, I know it's never good to settle. That's why I use odor-free Blue Emu made with real emu oil. Blue Emu Continuous Pain Relief Spray delivers fast-acting pain relief. Makes it perfect for all those hard-to-reach places. And now there's a new Blue Emu Anti-Itch Cream. Blue Emu is made with active ingredients to stop all your itching. Don't settle. Use what I use. Blue Emu. It works fast and you won't stink.
Available at Walmart, Walgreens, and other fine retailers.
Legend Richard Petty for Blue Emu.
After 200 wins, I know it's never good to settle. That's why I use odor-free Blue Emu made with real emu oil. Blue Emu Continuous Pain Relief Spray delivers fast-acting pain relief. Makes it perfect for all those hard-to-reach places. And now there's a new Blue Emu Anti-Itch Cream. Blue Emu is made with active ingredients to stop all your itching. Don't settle. Use what I use. Blue Emu. It works fast and you won't stink.
Available at Walmart, Walgreens, and other fine retailers.
Thank goodness it's Sherry's Prime Rib Friday. It's time to treat yourself with a premium cut of succulent prime rib. Choose from 2 sizes for big or small appetites. We serve it up herb-crusted or blackened, both tender and juicy, with a bottle of Northwest wine that's only half price. However you order your Sherry's Prime Rib, you'll be thankful it's Friday. Come in tonight with family and friends and see what's new at Sherry's Cafe and Pies.
Dearest President Jefferson, when Clark and I began our expedition, we had hopes of finding bountiful land. But dear sir, I must say we've hit the jackpot. We've come across a machine that's native to Oregon called Video Lottery. It's got exciting games and enormous prizes. Dare I proclaim, we may never leave. Yours truly, Meriwether Lewis. Oregon's Video Lottery. What plays in Oregon, stays in Oregon. Lottery games are based on chance and should be played for entertainment only, not investment purposes. Odds and payouts vary by game.
Rebuild or replace transmission, $3,200. Anti-lock brake system, $1,000. Rebuild or replace engine, $2,400. Truth is, once your manufacturer's warranty runs out, it's all on you. Every last cent. Get protection for covered repairs with a vehicle service contract from Toco Warranty. Unlike other companies, with Toco, there's no down payment, and the monthly payments are really affordable. Not sure how long you're keeping your car? At Toco, you can pay as you go. Keep your hard-earned cash and call Toco Warranty right now at 800-261-7500 to save big money on covered auto repairs. Prices vary by vehicle, but for about the cost of a tank of gas per month, a Toco plan has your back. back on expensive covered car repairs. Monthly payments are very affordable. Get your free quote now. Call Toco at 800-261-7500. That's 800-261-7500. 800-261-7500. Cancellation fee may apply. Subject to eligibility. Not available in Missouri and Washington. Waiting period and deductible apply. Coverage provided and administered by Warrantech Corporation or its affiliates. Not affiliated with any manufacturer or dealership. Visit TocoWarranty.com for complete terms and conditions.
The most accurate forecast now on News Radio 1120. KPNW.
Weather brought to you by Pacific Air Comfort, your local factory authorized carrier dealer. Keeping your home comfortable all year long. Turn to the experts at PacificAirComfort.com. Well, we can expect a chance of some rain late this afternoon. Otherwise, partly sunny and 58. Rain 42 tonight. Showers 50 tomorrow. Chance of showers 38 Saturday night. Chance of showers late in the afternoon and 47 on Sunday. Partly sunny and 50 for Monday.
There's a lot of things out there that we don't understand. It doesn't mean that they don't exist. And that's why I just love your program.
Kind of a messy job. Hey, somebody's got to do it, right? I'm George Norrie.
George Norrie on News Radio 1120 KPNW. Depend on us. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Glenn Beck.
So I'm going to ask Mike Ditka when I'm sitting there at the Bart Star breakfast eating Jimmy Dean sausage.
Yeah.
I'm going to say to him, what is it like to be the head coach of, baseball, and then also taking those guys as they get a little older and going over to the Bears and doing football? Because I think
Mike Ditka would just hit you in the face. I think
starting as Cubs and then graduating to Bears.
Oh, I totally disagree.
It's like the Boy Scout
I think
thing.
You'd be really interested if Glenn were to ask that question. I think you should. I mean, I thought we had to feed you some information, but you're fine. You're good to go.
I'm good to go?
Just go in there.
Yeah.
But make sure you say it really confidently.
It might be really hard for me not to just screw with them the whole time and say things like that dead seriously.
Oh, because now you're saying you meant to do it. It was a bit. It was a bit.
No, of course, yeah. I mean, yes.
You're listening to the Glenn Beck program.
The Blaze Radio Network.
As you know, my family is a Liberty family. Let me tell you why I trust the protection of our valuables and the protection of our kids to Liberty Safe. With Liberty, I know my safe or handgun vault will do exactly what it's supposed to do, when it's supposed to do it, and there's never a question in my mind. The last thing you want is to have to second guess whether a product will do what it says it's supposed to do. I'm not willing to compromise the safety of my family to an inferior product, and neither should you. Liberty safes are built with the highest quality, and they build 100% of their big gun safes right here in America. Everybody has a reason to get a safe, and a Liberty safe or a Liberty vault is the best way to protect your valuables, your guns, and your family. It stays closed when you want it closed, and it opens when you need it open. I'm not willing to compromise the safety of my family to an inferior product, and neither should you. Go to LibertySafe.com and get free curbside delivery. That's LibertySafe.com. Made in the USA. LibertySafe.com.
An extra $250 a month mean to you? For some, it's a little financial breathing room. For others, it's a car payment, a home repair, or help with college tuition. Hi, I'm Jay Farner, president of Quicken Loans, and I've got some great news if you're looking to save money on your mortgage. All it takes is a simple phone call to Quicken Loans at 800-QUICKEN to see if you qualify for the government's Home Affordable Refinance Program, or HARP. Folks who refinance with HARP can save an average of $250 a month. That's $3,000 a year. Our home loan experts fully understand the HARP guidelines, and they'll walk you through our streamlined process. And for 6 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction. And for the second year in a row, they've also ranked us highest in mortgage servicing. Call 800-QUICKEN or visit QuickenLoans.com.
Visit jdpower.com for award information. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org. Number 3030.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. It was a big day for Wall Street. The Dow Jones Industrials gained 210 points, 1.3% to 16,093. The Nasdaq closed 119 points higher, a gain of 2.5%. The S&P 500 gained 38 points. Crude oil futures rose to $32.19 a barrel in New York. Shares of General Electric missed out on the rally, closing down more than 1%. GE's fourth quarter profit topped forecasts, but investors were disappointed over a drop in the conglomerate's industrial revenue. The Conference Board's forward-looking index of leading economic indicators suggests the economy may have lost a little momentum at the end of last year. The LEI declined 0.2% in December. And an encouraging forecast for renters. Zillow says rental rates should level off over the next 12 months. And by December, it is predicted year-over-year increases will be just over 1%. Zillow says rents will be rising at a slower pace than incomes in many places. Jeff Bellinger, Bloomberg.
Fox News, fair and balanced. We report, you decide. On News Radio 1120 KPNW, Eugene Springfield.
Fox News Radio, I'm Kathleen Maloney. For tens of millions of people, it's a weekend to stay indoors as a massive winter storm batters a whole bunch of states.
For the Northeast and the Mid-Atlantic, we have blizzard warnings in effect from D.C. through Baltimore, Philadelphia, Atlantic City, New York, Long Island. 30 million people affected. Winds near hurricane force tomorrow morning, and snowfall totals upwards of 20 to 30 inches.
Fox News meteorologist Janice Dean, it's not a weekend for traveling either. Thousands of flights canceled.
I just spoke with the Philadelphia International Airport. They said the airport will be open, but no flights will be going in and out. You can expect very few flights tomorrow out of the D.C.-Baltimore area, if any at all. Here's what people should know, though. If you want to change your flight or cancel it, airlines, most of them are waiving the change fee. Some are even offering a refund if you cancel your flight. They say contact them directly and do it as soon as possible.
Fox News' Abby Huntsman. In Tennessee, Highway Patrol describes the interstates as pure gridlock and dangerous. At least 5 people killed in storm-related crashes in Tennessee, Kentucky, and North Carolina. 5 dead, 2 injured in a school shooting in the Canadian province of Saskatchewan.
We all grieve with and stand with the community of La Loche and all of Saskatchewan on this terrible, tragic day.
Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau says a suspected shooter is in custody. Stocks closed the trading week, posting their first weekly gain in about a month. But it doesn't mean the roller coaster ride is over.
Investors head into the weekend anticipating action from the Federal Reserve next week. The Fed meets Tuesday and Wednesday with the possibility of raising interest rates once again.
Fox Business Network's Adam Shapiro. The Dow climbing 210 points today. You're listening to Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Hi, I'm Eric Harple with Realty One Group. You've heard our ads with Glenn Beck and Lars Larson for years, and like they said, I have been the top real estate agent in Lane County for more than 5 years. But honestly, who cares? What I care about is helping you get your home sold for the most money possible within your time frame. My team and I help more home sellers sell than any other agent, and most at full price or more. How? Massive marketing. When you're number one, you can do things the others can't. I'm not bragging. I'm applying for a job. I want to be your realtor. And if you're not happy, fire me. Mind you, I think you'll be happy because our bulletproof listing offers flexible commissions, the right to sell it yourself, cancel anytime. You're in control. We sell homes for top dollar regardless of the time of year, and we put the money in your pocket. For a free information package, call 541-286-3030. Call Harple Real Estate countywide 541-286-3030. or harplehomes.com. Thank you.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. A bureaucratic mistake is costing a Springfield neighborhood their community garden. Last week, residents were told the federal funds that helped build their homes also meant the gardens are prohibited due to safety concerns. Reviews done before the houses were built didn't take federal rules into account. The mistake was caught by the Department of Housing and Urban Development, and a new report requiring the dismantling of the garden was approved January 11th. A tenured instructor at Lane Community College has accused the school of failing to address her concerns about a male student she says stalked her. Nadia Ross Peraza is accusing LCC officials of negligence, discrimination, retaliation, and denying her equal protection. She says she went to administrators after a student turned in an assignment in which he wrote that he was affiliated with neo-Nazis, then emailed her repeatedly asking her to meet off campus. She says she felt threatened because she's a Pakistani-American Muslim woman. Oregon Senator Ron Wyden is joining other Democrats and anti-gun groups to get federal funding for a Centers for Disease Control study into gun violence.
With the facts, policymakers and healthcare practitioners, law enforcement officials, and others can better understand the basic causes of gun violence and how best to stop it.
Anti-gun groups have been trying to get the funding for years. Bill London, KPNW.
I perform for our high school choir director, who taught me to breathe from the diaphragm and sing from the heart.
Speech, debate, theater, music. The performing arts teach valuable life lessons that typically aren't taught in the classroom. They help high school students learn leadership skills that prepare them to enjoy more satisfying, productive lives.
Hey, I've got a question for you. Who will you perform for?
This message presented by the Oregon School Activities Association and the high school in your community.
Over 300,000 veterans have received the care and benefits they've earned because Paralyzed Veterans of America was there. If you need help with a claim or just navigating the system, contact us at pva.org.
There comes a time in each of our lives, a day that defines us. Will you be ordinary or extraordinary? Will you be humdrum or will you be a hero? That day is today. The day you choose to become an ODOT-approved driver ed instructor. Hey folks, Driver Ed here, just practicing my recruitment speech because I want you to help me save lives. Did you know that teens who take Driver Ed go on to be much better drivers? That means fewer crashes and safer roads. But to reach everyone across the state, we need more instructors. So consider joining me, Driver Ed. You'll gain valuable teaching experience and earn some extra money. And with less than 9 weeks for training, including convenient online classes, you can be a ready-to-hire hero in no time. Allowing for cape fittings, of course. So choose to be extraordinary. Become an ODOT-approved Driver Ed instructor. Get started at whydrivewithed.com. See you down the road, heroes. A message from ODOT.
It's 5:06, and you're driving home with Glenn Beck on KPNW.
Donald Trump or Ted Cruz? This is the New York Times. Republicans argue over who's a greater threat. In the article, it goes on to say that the Republican establishment says he has, quote, the right kind of personality because he's a deal maker, according to Robert Dole, the presidential candidate in 1996. This willingness, the New York Times says, to accommodate Mr. Trump is driven in part by the fact that few among the Republican professional class believe he will win the general election. And in the minds of these Republicans, it would be better to effectively rent the party to Mr. Trump for a couple of months this fall than risking turning it over to Mr. Cruz for the next 4 years. If somehow Mr. Trump finds his way into the White House, a longtime Washington insider says, we envision him operating as a pragmatist, leaving their power unchecked. We can live with Trump, says Richard Holt, a veteran lobbyist. Do we love Trump? No, but there's a feeling that he's not going to layer over the people or the party and install his own people, whereas Cruz will be a different matter. Let's talk about the establishment right now.
All we want is
What you're about to hear is the fusion of entertainment and enlightenment. This is the Glenn Beck Program.
One of the things people who like Donald Trump, what they like about him is that he is the outsider in the campaign. Sarah Palin, that's what she claimed this week. He's the outsider. But while people were talking about the endorsement of Sarah Palin, others were quietly endorsing or pledging their support in a two-man race between Donald Trump and Ted Cruz to Donald J. Trump. And those who spoke out this week, besides Sarah Palin, Bob Dole with Trump, Trent Lott with Trump. Orrin Hatch with Trump. John McCain with Trump.
Say Lindsey Graham?
Sorry, who could forget Lindsey Graham besides everyone?
Forget every Republican voter.
Forget Ted Cruz, despite the fact that everyone agrees that the establishment hates him. As a senator, Cruz is part of the Washington machine? But that's the narrative. Ben Carson is a retired neurosurgeon, never elected to anything. He has never, not once, been a big campaign donor to anyone. Never paid politicians for favors, ever. Let alone one politician, let alone all the politicians. So he would seem to be more of an outsider than Trump. But he's not loud enough. Maybe he's not arrogant enough. Maybe we don't want somebody that outside. Whatever the reason, he is not the anti-establishment guy. The anti-establishment guy is Donald Trump, who just this week said this.
But we've been complimented and by so many people, and we've been contacted by the establishment types. They all want to know, how do they get involved with the campaign? They're giving up on their candidates, and how do they get it? And I mean, these are real establishment people that I've known when I was a member of the establishment, and meaning a giver, a big donor. But they are contacting us, Corey, I think we can say that very honestly. They're contacting us left and right about joining the campaign, and these are serious establishment types. I also said just now, Corey, I'm not sure that's a good thing or a bad thing, frankly, and I don't even care that much. It doesn't matter. We want to just, very simple, make America great again.
So from his own mouth, the establishment types all want to know how to get involved in his campaign over Ted Cruz or anyone else. And as he says, quote, these are real establishment people. Naturally, only the best, only the finest rich Corinthian leather and establishment for Donald Trump. If you're going to go establishment, you're going to go with the Tiffany of establishment, the Mercedes-Benz of the establishment types. And they are the real establishment people that he knew when, quote, I was part of the establishment, end quote. Wait a minute, what? The anti-establishment guy was part of the establishment? Yes. He was a big giver, a big donor, huge donor. Why? According to his own words, to procure favors to serve his own self-interests. So who are these real establishment types? Bob Dole. He just supported for Donald Trump by saying of Cruz, I question his allegiance to the party. That is the only kind of endorsement that I would want if I were Ted Cruz. Interesting. You question Ted Cruz's allegiance to the party, the Republican Party. Let me help you out there, Bob. I personally believe that Ted Cruz has absolutely no allegiance to the party. I believe his allegiance is to the Constitution and the country. But the real establishment type, like Bob Dole, that's not enough. He said, quote,
and he uses the word conservative more than he ever uses the word Republican. So.
Oh, okay. Yes, you know why? Because principles and values mean more to Ted Cruz than party affiliation. I would rather be a conservative than a Republican. These guys don't get it. It is possible. It is possible that this mindset of Bob Dole had something to do with him being crushed by a scandal-riddled president in 1996, losing by 9 percentage points, and by the final 379 to 159 in the electoral vote. 220 electoral votes. That's how much Bob Dole and the establishment lost by. I want to thank him for his service in World War II, but when it comes to winning the Oval Office, you may not be the guy we need to turn to. It'd be like taking advice on how to get to and win the Super Bowl from, me, or Pat might say, the 1976 Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Well, they were 0-14. They know how to get to the Super Bowl, right?
Who are some of the other establishment types to whom Donald might be referring to? Well, this week we found out disgraced Senator Trent Lott, perennial loser John McCain. Despite being born in Panama, McCain had the gall to question whether Cruz is even eligible to be president. And then there's this article by Darren Janescu in The American Thinker, who believes Trump gave us a clue about whom he is and whom he was talking about this week when he said...
So when you talk about temperament, Ted has got a rough temperament. I don't know. You can't start, you can't call people liars on the Senate floor when they're your leader.
Okay, but on the other hand, Trump also said this in front of 20 million Americans.
One heartbeat
But I've gotten to know him over the last 3 or 4 days. He has a wonderful temperament. He's just fine. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
But in the first clip about Cruz, about Cruz calling the leadership a liar, he's obviously referring to Mitch McConnell, because that is who Ted called a liar on the Senate floor, who, as no one has disputed, is in fact a liar. That's what Ted did. He took on the establishment and said Mitch McConnell lied about this particular fact. No one has disputed that, except Donald Trump came out and said, well, the reason why you can't get things done is you just don't call people liars. So, did Trump defend mega establishment Senate leader Mitch McConnell? Yes. A man he believes in so much that he donated $50,000 to him and his anti-Tea Party causes. This total donation, by the way, as pointed out in American Thinker, is far and away the largest contribution Trump has ever made to any individual in Washington politician's campaign. 10 times larger than any other contribution he has ever made to a national Republican candidate. In fact, you have to cross over to his Democratic donations to find anything close, like the $50,000 he donated to Rahm Emanuel's 2010 mayoral campaign for Chicago. So in 2010, it's Rahm Emanuel. And $50,000 to Mitch McConnell. So if you're looking for the anti-establishment candidate, are you looking for the one who is supported through massive financial contributions nearly every establishment politician in America, and who is currently being supported by the establishment leaders like Mitch McConnell, Bob Dole, Trent Lott, John McCain, and others? Is that your anti-establishment guy? Or is it actually the one the establishment tells you every day, in every way, in every format? In Congress, in the administration, in the Senate, in Hollywood, in the newspapers, online, and at ABC, NBC, CBS, Fox, CNN, and MSNBC. The one they really hate is Ted Cruz. Which one is the actual power to the media? Goldline is proud to be the exclusive dealer for the first ever Royal Canadian Mint 1/10 of an ounce, 99.99% pure gold bullion legal tender bars. Revolutionary product that is available only to you. It's in this credit card packaging that contains 5 individually sealed bars. They're legal tender bars. And quite honestly, they are great because if things stay safe, and let's say you have a couple of children. Well, you're actually a couple of children. You're going to have to favor one because one will get 3 and one will get 2. But you can break this up and you can divide it amongst your family. It's also not a full ounce. If I'm right and things go to hell in a handbasket, an ounce of gold will probably go anywhere between, I don't even know, $4,000 and $10,000 an ounce. I can't even imagine what gold is going to be. What are you going to do with an ounce? These are 1/10 of an ounce, and they're put in this little credit card thing in 5 different languages, so you know exactly where what it is, no matter where you are in the world. This is your get-out-of-jail-free card. This is your I gotta get home, and something worse than 9/11 has just happened. If you think you can't afford it, think again. Ask them about their accumulation special. Call Goldline now. Number is 866-GOLDLINE, 1-866-GOLDLINE, or goldline.com.
Check out theblaze.com/radio,
where you'll find the Glenn Beck program and tons of other great content. All on demand.
The Blaze Radio Network.
You know, when we launched our campaign, the New York Times promptly opined, Cruz cannot win because the Washington elites despise him. I kind of thought that was the whole point of the campaign. If you think things are going great in Washington, that we need to keep going in the same direction, maybe just fiddle around the edges, then I ain't your guy. On the other hand, if you think Washington is fundamentally broken, that there is a bipartisan corruption of career politicians in both parties that get in bed with the lobbyists and grow and grow and grow government, and we need to take power out of Washington and back to we the people. That is what this campaign is all about.
Paid for by Keep the Promise and not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. KeepThePromise.com. Keep the Promise is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Northwest Alternative Health, Eugene's premier medical marijuana clinic, has a new location. Yes, we've moved to 1675 West 11th Suite B on the corner of 11th and Chambers. Having a medical marijuana card gives you exclusive access to medicine otherwise not available for recreational users, lower prices at the dispensaries, and higher limits for possession and growing. To get your card, drop by our new location or give us a call at 888-920-6076 or visit us online at ommpcard.com.
Do you ever get a little jealous of those cyclists cruising by? Wish you could be back on a bike? Well, with Eugene Electric Bicycles, you can. Our e-bikes are just like traditional bicycles, but when you need that little extra push to get up a hill or keep up with your partner, you just engage the power and zoom. Come test ride one of our electric bicycles on our traffic-free route to the river trail and rediscover the joy of cycling. Eugene Electric Bicycles, across from Fifth Street Market, next to St. Vinny's. Zoom!
Sun Automotive is proud to sponsor the Northwest edition of Lars Larson. Sun Automotive, with locations in Eugene and Springfield, reminds you, stay safe on the road, keep your car well maintained, and don't text and drive. Sun Automotive.
ALS is a tough disease to fight, relentlessly progressive. We have no therapy for it, and virtually everyone who gets the disease ultimately succumbs to it. How do we stop this? How do we break through ALS? The ALS Therapy Alliance has been instrumental in discovery and treatment. The issue is being willing to take risks where we think there's a very high payback. We are a team of fighters. Randy is a fighter. Help us break through ALS. Okay.
Do you eat to escape? Is your weight affecting your life? Is your life affecting your weight? You're not alone. If you're concerned about your eating habits, contact Overeaters Anonymous. After all, it's not what you're eating, it's what's eating you.
Catch the Wake Up Call with Holloway in London, weekdays at 6 a.m. Now back to Glenn Beck on KPNW.
On air, online, in your pocket. Find out all the ways to listen at theblaze.com/radio.
Bernie Sanders has a new ad out we'll get to here in just a second. I'm going to be in Iowa tomorrow. You don't want to miss that. You can find all the details at glennbeck.com. Or I believe it's at probably tedcruz.org. Or com or whatever it is. I'll be with him tomorrow. And
definitely org.
The guys are going to be on the air tomorrow for the Blaze beginning at 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. We have our own presidential town hall, the New Hampshire GOP town hall. Exclusive coverage begins at 8 a.m. Eastern. That is tomorrow, and we have all of the behind-the-scenes coverage. So all day long, you'll be able to catch the candidates. They'll speak, and then they'll go back, and they'll be captured by Pat and Stu, and also Amy Holmes and Buck Sexton are covering that. I'm going to be in Iowa with Ted Cruz, and we'll have more on that tomorrow as well, and some more of that on Monday. It looks like in everything that you see that the establishment has now abandoned Rubio. I think they thought that Rubio would be the guy, but they're putting their money now. The establishment has moved from Rubio and kind of given up on him and are moving now to Donald Trump. And that's the horse that the establishment is now backing. Whether that is going to help or hurt, I don't know. I'd be surprised if it helped, but I have clearly been surprised all the way along. But he is playing. I don't know if you saw that what Rush said, but Rush said that the reason why he was confused by the Palin thing was because Donald is supposed to be the anti-establishment guy, and he's now playing this like the establishment guy. He's doing the hits on Cruz, and he's doing he's taking the endorsements from the establishment, and he said he's just confusing to him.
Big hits on Cruz, too. I mean, total lies. One of the worst things I've seen in a political campaign happened this week with Trump against Cruz. I think it rivals the Harry Reid besmirching Romney, just lying about Romney. I got a call in my office. He didn't pay his taxes the last 10 years.
Play what he said. Play what Donald Trump said.
They own him. And what he did was...
He's speaking of the banks here. Speaking of the banks.
They own him. And what he did was wrong, because he didn't want you to know that he's dealing with banks, that he's borrowing money with banks, that he's personally guaranteeing loans with banks.
Okay, now, I just want you to understand what happened. He went into two banks. Ted Cruz did. Went into two banks. He has money in two banks. He went into Goldman Sachs and said, hey, I have, basically my 401k. I have some of my retirement money and everything else in with you guys at Goldman Sachs, some of my investments. What I want to do is I want to take that, instead of cashing that out, I want to borrow against that. But you can use that as collateral. So if I don't pay it back, you get all my stocks and bonds. Okay?
Borrowing his own money.
He's borrowing his own money. Instead of cashing out of the stock market, he says, give me a loan, and I'll pay it back against that collateral.
So if he defaults, Goldman Sachs isn't out. He is.
100%. This is the way. When you go in and buy a car, this is what he did. Except usually they don't require you to have all of it in collateral. You just have to put so much down, and then you can borrow the rest, and they just take the car. This, he's got 100% in collateral. And he's done that with both banks. I don't want to withdraw my money. I just want to take out a loan and leave my money there. And if I don't pay it back to you, then you can have the money that's in the bank account or in the stock.
And he did disclose that to one agency. He didn't do it with the FEC.
He didn't do it on there were two forms.
He did it on one.
He did it on one. So it wasn't hidden. He wasn't trying. It was
not hidden.
Clearly a mistake, because you wouldn't, if he was trying to hide it, you wouldn't reveal it on one.
And there's nothing wrong with it. Why would you not?
Right. It's literally like going and getting a car loan.
Yeah, and it's similar to, I think, what a lot of people have done with taking out maybe like a second mortgage, where you're taking out a mortgage against the equity in your home, except this is even more concrete, because these are actual investments with a value that can be cashed out at any time.
So how do you say that the banks own him based on this dumb loan?
They don't own him at all.
Can I tell you the secret of this? 2 words. Goldman Sachs. Mm-hmm. Because Goldman Sachs is a dirty word, and nobody knows what that really even is. It's a dirty word. All he has to say is he's taking loans from Goldman Sachs.
How many loans has Donald Trump taken out to try to save his businesses when Atlantic City was in huge trouble?
Only $3 billion.
Yeah, $3.4 billion.
It was $3.4 billion, and importantly, we mentioned this earlier, but he went to Atlantic City to take over the Taj Mahal when it was collapsing. The owner had died.
This is an amazing story, by the way. This is a seedy story.
Oh yeah. So the owner of the Taj Mahal at the time they were building it. It was over budget, and the guy who owned it died. He swooped in to take it over. When he swooped in to take it over, they didn't want to give him the control of this casino unless he had unless he could prove he could get the loans to pay for it, because it was so far underwater. What he said, he went in front of the government, the commission that was going to approve it, and said, hey, don't worry about it. I'm Donald Trump. Donald Trump's name has all sorts of weight to it. So I will be able to get loans at different rates than everybody else. Because I'm Donald Trump, I will get prime rate loans, even though this property is distressed. I will get the prime rate loans. Now, and then they said, well, you're not going to use junk bonds, are you? He said, no, I will never use junk bonds. Junk bonds are a sign of a company that's weak, and it turns your company into junk. I would never use junk bonds. They said, all right, if you can get prime loans, fine. Although we're very skeptical of that you can get it. Believe me, I'm Donald Trump. I can get these loans. He walks out of there, immediately can't get the prime loans, and immediately switches within months to junk bonds. He finances over $3 billion, not $1 million against his own money, like Ted Cruz's the accusation against Cruz, but $3.4 billion that these people put up against essentially his name. And of course, as we know now, he wound up going bankrupt and didn't get any of that money.
Everybody lost, but where Ted Cruz will lose money if he doesn't pay this loan back, Donald Trump didn't lose a dime. Didn't hurt him.
And then bragged about this.
Yeah, and bragged about it at the GOP debate where he said, look, I just used the system.
Wow.
That's despicable.
Who's owned by the banks? This guy's taking billions and billions of dollars of loans.
Who's owned by the banks, who's honest, and who has principles.
The Glenn Beck Program.
The Blaze Radio Network.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. The Marine Corps says the 12 Marines who were in 2 helicopters that crashed off Hawaii are considered dead. The status of the missing Marines changed to deceased after days of searching for them. One of the Marines, Ty Hart, was from Staten. Eamon Bundy, the leader of the group occupying the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge, has been talking with the FBI, and the FBI released a statement saying they want to resolve the conflict peacefully. Bundy says they're prepared to defend themselves.
We didn't come in here to, blind, and we didn't come in here ignorant to what the possibilities could be.
Bundy says their goal is to turn over control of the refuge to the county, although county officials say they don't want control. Oregonian Bill Johnson, the first American skier to win an Olympic downhill title, has died after a long illness. He was 55. Johnson's health has been on the decline for several years after a series of strokes. Bill London, KPNW.
Welcome to Real Estate Today with your hosts Marcia Edwards and Bob Nelson. Real Estate Today, bringing you the trends, opportunities, and solutions of today's residential and investment real estate markets. Brought to you by Megan McMahon and Cascade Escrow, Mark Brockett, Willamette Valley Bank, and Kurt Large, Evergreen Roofing.
Good afternoon. I'm Bob Nelson, real estate investment broker with PacWest Real Estate Investments. Joining me today is Megan McMahon. Megan is a CPA, certified public accountant, and also runs Cascade Exchange Services, part of the Cascade family of real estate services, title, escrow, and exchange. Megan, thanks for joining me today.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Let's get into some of the problems that people have when they're thinking in terms of doing a tax-deferred exchange. I've decided I want to sell my property. I've gone to my CPA, my tax counsel. He's told me, my gosh, if I do sell at the price that's forecast, I'm probably going to pay somewhere around a third of my equity in the form of a capital gains tax. That's a heck of a rollback. And that's worse than the people who took a bath in the stock market here recently. So at that point, they become extremely serious about doing a tax-deferred exchange. They, at that point, agree to sell their property, and the buyer of that property agrees to give them a series of 30-day extensions. If you can't find your property, I'll give you another 30 days. If you can't do this, I give you, and so forth. The problem comes along this line, as I see it. If you are a buyer of the replacement property but don't know when you're closing, you can't make offers effectively on that property. Have you seen this type of situation to occur?
Yeah, I've seen it a lot more recently than we have in the past, because with a market as hot as ours is right now, people are trying to buy and sell and kind of do whatever they can to complete their exchange.
Okay. And so if I don't have bullets in my gun, I can't really shoot at anything. So as a net result, I can't make offers. And I realize they've done me a favor, but they've also done me a disservice, because if I find something tomorrow, I turn to them and say, okay, let's go. And they say, well, gosh, you got to give me a little time now. And here we go. It's kind of like those old Roman horse races that you see in Quo Vadis, where a guy's got one horse, 1 foot in the middle of one horse, 1 foot in the middle of the other horse, and racing them.
Yeah.
It's a mess. Okay, contact us. We can assist you in getting you much closer to success. I'm Bob Nelson, real estate investment broker with PacWest Real Estate Investments. Have a fantastic evening.
Real Estate Today is brought to you every